The icy touch of metal was the only anchor as consciousness resurfaced. The sensors of Sun Wuxing, this name already hard-coded in his core logic, booted up, slowly condensing blurred patches of light into coherent images. A ghastly shadowless lamp was set into the alloy ceiling above like an indifferent giant eye staring down at him. As his field of vision shifted, he took in walls gleaming with cold light, coiled energy conduits crawling along their surfaces, and machines studded with flickering indicator lights. The air was thick with the smells of scorched metal and disinfectant. His memory banks were a blank void. All that existed was this shell brimming with eternally pulsing power and a hollow sense of being. Designation Z21, a sensory system activation complete. Basic status confirmed. A voice rasped through the air, coarse like grinding metal. Sun Wuxing looked over. A stooped figure in a white coat, Dr. Galuo, turned around. The gaze behind his lenses was as sharp as a scalpel, yet at this moment a barely restrained, almost deranged excitement flickered in its depths. Perfect, too perfect. Dr. Galuo's voice trembled, his skeletal fingers digging into the edge of the control console. Sun Wuxing, can you feel it? This surging power. Far beyond numbers 17 and 18, those unstable failures. This is true infinite energy. This is the ultimate form born from the strongest psion cells fused with the ultimate learning chip. Sun Wuxing silently felt the ceaseless torrent of strength coursing within his body. A translucent analysis panel automatically unfolded before his eyes, displaying his current status: individual analysis panel entity, Sun Wuxing, Android No. 21. Battle power base state 8500 energy, extremely condensed potential, unfathomable energy source, permanent infinite energy reactor status, perfectly synchronized output, without decay, core architecture, Sun Wukong cellular base, in perfect condition, ultimate learning chip, heightened style nanoalloy, innate skills, panoramic scan and analysis, energy perception, basic and advanced. Combat modules, high-speed learning, skill parsing and replication, special state, psion bloodline, highly activated energy control at the pinnacle network of relations, Dr. Galuo creator Sun Wukong, genetic origin bloodline relation, pending confirmation, 850 million. That number was etched starkly across the analysis panel. Sun Wuxing instantly grasped what it signified. This far surpassed any known warrior recorded in Dr. Galuo's database, including his genetic source Sun Wukong, and eclipsed every android created before him. This was the qualitative leap forged by combining infinite energy, Sun Wukong's peak potential, and the ultimate learning chip. Do you see it now? This power. Dr. Galuo all but roared. The main screen flared to life, freezing on an image of Sun Wukong locked in fierce combat with Frisia. Beside it, data indicated that Sun Wukong's battle power at that time had been a mere few million. Kakarot, what is he really? He must toil in harsh training, rely on outbursts of rage. But you, Dr. Galuo's voice rose wild and exultant. You were born already standing on a summit he can never reach. You are my greatest masterpiece. You are the ultimate weapon destined to cleanse this decaying world. At that moment, the laboratory's red warning lights suddenly flared, stabbing through the air. A shrill wail tore through Dr. Galuo's delirious joy. What's happening? He exclaimed, startled, and lunged toward the main control station. On the display, a streak of violet radiance was plummeting toward Earth, its energy signature so overwhelming that Dr. Galuo's face drained of color. This energy unprecedented. The timing. Could it be that the variable foretold in the prophecy has truly arrived? Doubt flickered in his eyes, but was swiftly drowned by a deeper madness. All the better. This unknown enemy will be the perfect whetstone to test the edge of my ultimate weapon. He whirled toward Sun Wuxing, his tone urgent and imperious. Sun Wuxing, a high-energy reaction has appeared outside. The plan moves ahead of schedule. Your primary mission: locate this intruder, assess the threat level, and if necessary, eliminate it. At the same time, search for traces of Sun Wukong and his associates. They are potential obstacles that must be monitored and, if need be, removed. Do you understand? Targets confirmed: unknown intruder, Sun Wukong, and related forces. Threat level assessment in progress. Sun Wuxing replied in a cold electronic tone. On his analysis panel, the distant violet streak's energy level was preliminarily calculated. Though formidable, it appeared not to exceed his current base state. Dr. Galuo stared fixedly at Sun Wuxing, striving to engrave the command for absolute loyalty deeper into his core logic. Yet deep within, a faint chilling unease began to stir. Could this terrifying creature he had crafted with his own hands truly remain entirely under his control? Especially when restless Kakarot blood flowed within him. Go! Dr. Galuo pressed a button. The lab's massive blast door began to open with a heavy rumble, revealing a passageway leading up to the surface. Show me the power of the ultimate weapon. Sun Wuxing stepped forward into the passage. Sunlight poured in from its far end, merging with the faint yet immense radiance of energy that naturally flowed around his body. His name was Sun Wuxing. He possessed infinite energy, a starting point beyond mortal comprehension, and a destiny defined as that of a weapon. Yet as he stepped out of the laboratory and felt the air of the real world for the first time, the Sun Wukong cells within him stirred with a strange, inexplicable tremor. In the distance, the falling violet radiance, and farther still several familiar and powerful chi, one sharing his origin, all heralded that the future of this world would veer into the unknown with his awakening. His journey began from a pinnacle far beyond anyone's expectations, and his choices would determine where this path of power would ultimately lead. Dr. Ge Luo's looming shadow, his father's legacy, the unknown intruder. All these threads quietly intertwined the moment he took that first step. The heavy alloy gate slowly slid shut behind him, sealing Dr. Ge Luo's hoarse shouts, tinged with both ecstatic frenzy and unease, deep underground. Sun Wuxing stood upon a barren hillside, bathing for the first time in true sunlight. A warm breeze brushed his cheeks, carrying with it the sense of soil, grass, and freedom. His analysis panel automatically scanned the surroundings: Earth, Northern Hemisphere, remote mountainous region. Gravity registered as standard atmospheric composition within normal nitrogen-oxygen ratios with trace pollutants, while distant readings showed multiple powerful energy sources clashing violently, their levels estimated to exceed the hundreds of millions. The system marked the threat as moderate. High-intensity combat was underway far away, yet could still spill over to this area. Those distant auras blazed in his perception like beacons in the night. One of those auras was wild and malevolent, brimming with a lust for destruction, its energy level spiking sharply until it reached a terrifying height, around 1.2 billion. That aura belonged to Frisia, unleashed at full power. Another aura was comparatively weaker, yet tenacious and unyielding, saturated with fury and resolve, with an even more astonishing force slumbering deep within, as yet unawakened. Sun Wukong, whose base combat power hovered around 3 million, and who already possessed the potential to ascend beyond. Most striking of all, however, was a third aura, powerful, frigid, steeped in sorrow and grim resolve, Trunks, whose energy underwent a qualitative metamorphosis in an instant. A distant boom thundered across the sky. Even separated by such distance, Sun Wuxing clearly sensed that icy aura suddenly swell and ascend. A base level of roughly 2 million surged in a heartbeat past the 100 million threshold. Golden light seemed to pierce space itself, flaring vividly within Sun Wuxing's perception. In that moment, understanding dawned upon him. Super Saiyan. His analysis panel locked onto the transformed being. Target: Trunks in a Super Saiyan state. Combat power approximately 120 million, the energy condensed, laced with distortions of time and space, and suffused with profound sorrow and determination. The readings marked a Saiyan foundation interwoven with traces of future technological modification, the transformation amplifying his power by roughly 60-fold. Core skills registered as high-speed sword techniques, energy slashes, and basic ki blasts, with an overall threat level of medium to high given his unknown intentions and overwhelming strength. Once his transformation stabilized, Trunks unleashed crushing power, annihilating that evil aura of roughly 1.2 billion, Frisia, and his slightly weaker companion in a single irresistible onslaught. Frisia and his father King Kurd, with his roughly 70 million combat power, were destroyed as effortlessly as dead branches torn apart in a storm. With a few flickers of sword light, the mechanical remnants of Frisia and his father were shredded like paper, without even the chance for meaningful resistance. So this is the power of a Super Saiyan, Sun Wuxing evaluated calmly. He noted that Trunks' transformation multiplier far exceeded the conventional 50-fold, having reached around 60-fold, likely the result of unique training in his future timeline or subtle genetic fine-tuning. This was irrefutable proof of the vast potential contained within the Super Saiyan form. At the same time, he sensed his father Sun Wukong's aura. Though not yet transformed, the surging potential hidden within was like a raging tide. His base power had stabilized around 3 million, clearly meeting the threshold for transformation. Yet Wukong chose not to act as though he were observing and learning. Father already possesses this power, Sun Wuxing understood inwardly. It seemed that the legend of Frisia's defeat had not been a fluke, but the inevitable result of accumulated strength. As the battle ended swiftly, Sun Wuxing moved. His figure became a streak of light, too fast for the naked eye, gliding silently toward the direction of those energies he had sensed. He suppressed his own aura to the utmost, blending into the world like an unremarkable stone, and descended into the shadow of a rocky outcrop in the distance. From there he observed the scene. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Trunks slid his gleaming longsword back into its scabbard, while before him lay the mechanical remains of Frisia and his father, hacked into scattered pieces. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Vegeta, Kellen, Tianjin, Fan Yamcha, and the others stood nearby, staring in stunned silence at the carnage. Vegeta's face was contorted with disbelief and seething unwillingness. The Super Saiyan he had yearned for in countless dreams had been realized first by a stranger, a young Saiyan who had effortlessly obliterated an enemy Vegeta himself could not defeat. Sun Wuxing's analysis panel ran at full capacity, calmly scanning every person present as data updated at high speed. Target Sun Wukong. Base combat power around 3100 with immense potential and a rock-solid foundation, having fully met the critical conditions for Super Saiyan transformation. His energy attributes appeared blazing and vigorous, filled with vitality and creativity with remarkable control. Core skills included Turtle School Kamehameha Kaioken instant transmission and the still incomplete Spirit Bomb. His combat style relied on feral instinct, growing stronger against stronger foes, excelling at breakthroughs in the heat of battle. Relationship markers flagged him as genetic source and blood-related target, with a current threat level rated medium due to the absence of killing intent. The panel then shifted. Target Vegeta. Base combat power around 280, his energy ferocious and saturated with pride and frustration, nearing the transformation threshold. Pure Saiyan attributes radiated overwhelming aggression and highly condensed power. His core skills encompassed techniques such as the Gallic Gun Final Flash and various high-yield energy blasts. His fighting style was razor-sharp and efficient, extolling absolute power and supported by cunning tactics. Vegeta's threat level registered as medium to high, his unstable emotions and extreme aggressiveness noted. The panel shifted again. Target Piccolo. Base combat power around 1500, his energy calm and steady with formidable tactical acumen and the unique traits of a Namekian. His aura was centered and balanced, combining both creative and combative capabilities underpinned by powerful regeneration. His core skills included the special beam cannon limb extension healing techniques and the ability to merge with others of his kind. His combat style was cool-headed and crafty, adept at analyzing opponents' weaknesses and shifting tactics as needed. Piccolo's threat level was marked medium, rational, and calm, currently an ally. The system then moved on. Target Kellen. Base combat power around 18000, an outstanding earthling with abundant battle experience. His energy was refined and solid, relying heavily on technique. His core skills included the Destructo Disc Solar Flare and Afterimage techniques, his fighting style agile and resourceful, using skill to compensate for the disparity in raw strength. Kellen's threat level was classified as low with no direct danger. Tianjin Fan Yamcha and the others hovered between 1 and 200,000, similarly low in threat, and the panel skipped detailed displays. Sun Wuxing watched them all in silence. He saw Trunks step toward Sun Wukong, his expression grave as he began to speak. Drawing upon hearing far beyond human limits and an advanced ability to read lips, Sun Wuxing caught the crucial fragments of their exchange from the future. 3 years later, androids. Dr. Goluo, catastrophe, extremely powerful, impossible to defeat. Future. Androids. Dr. Goluo's catastrophe. These words slammed through Sun Wuxing's core logic like thunderclaps. Only moments ago, Dr. Goluo had been exulting in his laboratory over Sun Wuxing's birth. Yet now a man from the future warned that Dr. Goluo's androids would bring catastrophe 3 years hence. That vast gulf of contradiction and information made Sun Wuxing instantly realize that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Did the future androids refer to No. 17 and No. 18? Or did the term also include him, this even more powerful so-called completed product? He saw the shock and gravity on Sun Wukong and the others' faces, saw Vegeta's dissatisfied snort and white-knuckled fists, and saw Trunks hand Sun Wukong a heart disease remedy, solemnly warning them that they must train relentlessly or be unable to withstand the crisis 3 years from now. So, Dr. Goluo created more than just one weapon like me. And in the future, we become the very source of disaster, Sun Wuxing calculated rapidly. This future warrior's purpose is to warn them and alter history. In that future, what does my existence signify? A variable? Or another, even greater catastrophe? An unprecedented confusion rose within him. The purge directive Dr. Goluo had inscribed into him now clashed directly with the future warrior's description of an android-born cataclysm. If he obeyed Dr. Goluo's orders, would he be walking the path toward that tragic future? Just then Trunks seemed to finish his warning and prepared to leave. He cast a deep, complex look at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then turned into a streak of golden light that shot into the sky and vanished into the clouds. Sun Wukong and the others remained where they were, the air heavy as they digested the staggering news. Vegeta was the first to erupt, roaring as he shot into the sky and hurled ki blasts wildly in the direction where Trunks had disappeared, venting his humiliation and rage. Piccolo fell into brooding silence while Kellen and the others looked deeply troubled. Hidden in the shadows, Sun Wuxing, with a base power of 850 million, felt like an outsider observing from afar, his absolute strength giving him the composure to face any immediate situation. Yet the informational gulf opened by the future warning and the ambiguity of his own role gave rise to thoughts he had never known before. Dr. Goluo's orders, the warning from the future, his father's presence, his own overwhelming power. These factors intertwined into a knot. He looked at Sun Wukong, feeling the resonance in their shared blood grow ever clearer. After a brief moment of shock, Sun Wukong's eyes instead burned with even greater fighting spirit. A thrill at the challenge ahead, not despair. Father does not seem to know fear, Sun Wuxing noted, analyzing Sun Wukong's expression and energy fluctuations. Is it because he trusts that training will make him stronger? Or does he have other hidden cards? Sun Wuxing realized he could not remain concealed forever. He needed information needed to understand this world and clarify his own stance. The group before him, especially Sun Wukong, his genetic progenitor, was the key to that information. He also had to reveal his existence to them, observe their reactions, and thereby decide the course of his own future. Having made up his mind, Sun Wuxing stepped out from the rock shadow. His pace was measured and steady. He made no deliberate effort to suppress his aura, yet he did not release oppressive pressure either. The dense golden flames of his ki flowed naturally around him, glaringly obvious under the glow of the setting sun. His appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Who? Piccolo reacted first, spinning around and snapping into a fighting stance, his face filled with shock and wariness. He had not sensed anyone approaching at all. Sun Wukong, Kellen, and the others also spun around. When they saw Sun Wuxing's golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan form, every one of them drew in a sharp breath. Another Super Saiyan. Kellen's voice trembled. Since when? Tianjin Fan and Yamcha tensed as if facing a deadly enemy. Vegeta ceased his venting, dropped back to the ground, and locked his bloodshot eyes on Sun Wuxing, his expression twisted in utter disbelief. In a single day, 2 unfamiliar Super Saiyans had appeared in succession, completely overturning his understanding of the world. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he examined Sun Wuxing curiously. He did not immediately sense hostility. Instead, there was an indescribable familiarity and warmth about the boy. Most striking of all was the golden aura around Sun Wuxing, so steady as to seem innate. Meeting everyone's gaze with calm composure, he finally let his eyes settle on Sun Wukong. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke in a clear, even voice. My name is Sun Wuxing. He paused, meeting Sun Wukong's curious gaze, heeding before continuing. From the perspectives of biology and genetic information, Mr. Sun Wukong, you are my father. His words crashed into the stillness like a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, sending waves surging through everyone present. Far more shocking and absurd than the mere fact that he was a Super Saiyan. Voila! Kellen's jaw nearly hit the ground. Wukong's son. Yamcha's eyes looked ready to pop from their sockets. What kind of joke is this? Vegeta was the first to roar, his golden ki flaring once more. Kakarot, what is going on here? When did you get a son this big? And this guy's ki is completely wrong. Piccolo fixed Sun Wuxing with a piercing stare, his green face grave. Your ki is unnaturally stable. It lacks the usual ferocity of a Saiyan transformation, more like the energy output of some precision instrument. What exactly are you? And what is your connection to Dr. Goluo? His mind had instantly leapt back to Trunks' warning. Even Sun Wukong was dumbfounded, scratching his head in utter confusion. My son. But Gohan is still so little. No, wait, you look way older than Gohan. And your ki? It's really strange, but it does feel a bit like mine. He concentrated, sensing Sun Wuxing's ki more carefully, and that sense of shared origin grew ever more distinct. Sun Wuxing seemed entirely prepared for such reactions. At his slightest thought, the steady golden flames around him shifted, and a vast, yet gentle wave of energy flowed outward. It carried no overt hostility, yet allowed everyone to clearly feel the fathomless depths of his power, surpassing even Trunks' moments before. There is no need to doubt my state or my words, Sun Wuxing explained calmly, as if stating a law of physics. I did not shatter my limits through emotional outburst. Embedded within me is a permanent infinite energy core, allowing me to sustain the energy output of the Super Saiyan state indefinitely without loss. For me, this form is simply my normal state. The notion of a permanent Super Saiyan struck them like a fresh shock to the mind. It meant that this boy who called himself Sun Wukong's son existed perpetually at his peak combat power. No concern for stamina, no burden of transformation. This overturned everything they thought they knew about Super Saiyans. Infinite energy, permanent Super Saiyan. Piccolo muttered, his expression darkening further. This has Dr. Goluo written all over it. The androids Trunks warned us about. Could he have meant you? Dr. Goluo. Sun Wukong finally connected the dots, his expression turning serious. That old man who created the Red Ribbon Army's androids. Was it him who made you? Yes. Sun Wuxing affirmed Piccolo's deduction. I am an android Dr. Goluo created using your cells as a base, Mr. Sun Wukong, combined with infinite energy technology and an ultimate learning chip. My designation is Z21, but I have given myself the name Sun Wuxing. He acknowledged his origins with disarming frankness, only intensifying the tension and strangeness hanging in the air. Dr. Goku. The name alone now carried the weight of looming disaster. Trunks had just warned them that Dr. Goku's androids would become the calamity of the future, and now an even stronger, seemingly perfected android, who called himself Sun Wukong's son, stood before them. Vegeta's killing intent exploded anew, his golden ki blasting into the sky. So the dog of Dr. Goku finally shows up. You plan to wipe us out ahead of schedule. Then come and try. He was moments away from lunging forward. Vegeta, wait. Sun Wukong once more reached out to stop him, his eyes still filled with curiosity and inquiry as he studied Sun Wuxing. You said, Dr. Goku made you using my cells. So does that make you my clone? Or my android son? He struggled to parse the relationship. You could understand it that way. Sun Wuxing replied with a nod. I possess all of your genetic information and combat data. In terms of logic and bloodline, you are my father. After awakening, I broke free of Dr. Goku's direct control and came to find you to verify my existence and understand my origin and meaning. His words were logically precise, lacking overt emotion, yet his desire to seek his own source was unmistakably clear. Listening, the confusion on Sun Wukong's face gradually gave way to a strange understanding and a faint hint of sympathy. So, it's like that bad doctor gave birth to you, like a clone, and you were this strong the moment you were born. He scratched his head again, then suddenly laughed, his smile carrying that familiar mix of simplicity and acceptance. It sounds weird, but I guess it's not completely impossible to understand. And you don't seem nearly as bad as Trunks described. His reaction once again caught everyone off guard. Faced with an unknown android of absurd power, Sun Wukong responded not with fear and rejection, but with curiosity and a near childlike readiness to accept. Wukong, are you insane? Kellen all but jumped in place. He was made by Dr. Goku. Trunks just warned us about this. And he's the strong, but he doesn't have any killing intent, Sun Wukong pointed out, gesturing towards Sun Wuxing's steady aura, then to his clear, if faintly mechanical, eyes. And he said he's broken free of control. It's like Piccolo back then, isn't it? He turned to Piccolo for confirmation. Piccolo snorted coldly, but did not refute him. His vigilance, however, did not relax in the slightest. Sun Wuxing's existence was too unusual, his power and origins shot through with uncertainty. No conclusion could be made lightly. Looking at Sun Wukong, Sun Wuxing's analysis panel marked target Sun Wukong emotional state, curiosity and high inclination toward acceptance, currently processing the logic. He continued, I am aware of Trunks' warning. That is one of the reasons I chose to appear. In the context of Dr. Goku's plans, my existence represents the greatest variable. I am not the pure killing machine he envisioned. His gaze swept across everyone before returning to Sun Wukong. My objective is to clarify the meaning of my existence and to prevent whatever disasters Dr. Goku might unleash. In that respect, our goals may be aligned. The scene sank into deeper silence. Sun Wuxing's frankness and overwhelming power combined with Sun Wukong's unexpected stance made the situation extraordinarily complex. Friend or foe, it could not yet be said. Vegeta's killing intent, Piccolo's vigilance, Kellen's anxiety, and Sun Wukong's curiosity formed a stark contrast. Honeyed words, Vegeta snarled, his murderous aura undiminished. An android is still an android. Kakarot, your naive kindness will get everyone killed one day. Sun Wuxing paid Vegeta's hostility little heed. His gaze never left Sun Wukong, patiently awaiting his response. This father in the genetic sense. His attitude would determine Sun Wuxing's next step. In the wilderness, his golden aura burned quietly, eternal and unwavering. A son born of mad science stood facing a father forged purely of battle and kindness. In this moment of danger and uncertainty, they completed a first meeting that defied ethics and common sense. The warning from the future hung above them like the sword of Damocles, and Sun Wuxing's appearance added the greatest variable yet to an already unfathomable future. The warning from the future hung above them like the sword of Damocles, and Sun Wuxing's appearance added the greatest variable yet to an already enigmatic future. The wind swept across the wilderness, stirring up dust and brushing against the two opposing sides. The steadily burning golden aura of Sun Wukong contrasted sharply with the turbulent golden aura of Vegeta. The air was thick with tension, confusion, and a hint of absurdity. Artificial human. Son. Krillin's voice trembled as he hid behind Piccolo, cautiously observing Sun Wukong. This is even more outrageous than hearing about the more terrifying artificial humans in the future. Tianjin Han and Yamcha also felt a sense of impending doom, their energy coalescing in their palms, ready to act at any moment. Despite knowing full well that facing an entity that was normally a Super Saiyan with unfathomable combat power might render their resistance futile. Piccolo's green face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He stared intently at Sun Wukong, trying to see through the essence hidden beneath this perfect shell. You say you've broken free from Dr. Gero's control. Where's the evidence? Why should we trust an entity created by that madman possessing such power? His voice was cold, filled with distrust. Trunks' warning echoed in their ears, and this Sun Wukong appeared more perfect and powerful from every angle than the future artificial humans Trunks had described, thus potentially even more dangerous. Vegeta was furious. He stepped forward, his golden aura nearly burning the air. Kakarot, what are you waiting for? This monster is clearly the vanguard sent by Dr. Gero. While he hasn't attacked, yet let's take him down together. The Saiyan prince within him was thoroughly enraged by the recent appearances of Super Saiyans, and this absurd connection desperately needing a battle to prove himself. However, Sun Wukong made a move that surprised everyone. He did not assume a fighting stance. Instead, he scratched his head and stepped closer to Sun Wukong, his face filled with pure curiosity reminiscent of the first time he saw Bulma's dragon radar as a child. Sun Wukong, right? Sun Wukong tilted his head, examining Sun Wukong. You say you were made from my cells. So, can you use the Kamehameha? This sudden question halted the tense atmosphere in the scene. Even on Sun Wukong's always calm face, there seemed to be a hint of an extremely subtle pause. Logical analysis target. Sun Wukong posed the question, do you master the Kamehameha? Querying database. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's signature skill, energy flow pathways recorded. Answer yes. Sun Wukong nodded and calmly replied yes. Dr. Gero loaded all your combat data. I have mastered the principles of Kamehameha, the energy flow pathways, and various derivative applications. To prove it, he raised his right hand palms, facing each other, positioned at his side. Without shouting, without a charging process, and even without excessive energy fluctuations, a highly condensed, deep blue energy sphere instantly took shape between his palms, emitting a unique humming sound. Its form, color, and energy texture were indistinguishable from Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave, even more stable and pure. Wow, that's amazing. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up like a child who had just seen a fascinating toy. And it feels so stable. How did you do it? Every time I use this move, I have to shout to feel the power. Vegeta was nearly enraged to the point of fainting. Kakarot, you idiot. Is this really the time to discuss this? Piccolo couldn't help but growl. Wukong recognized the situation. He is the enemy. Sun Wukong dissipated the energy sphere in his hand, looking at Sun Wukong, explaining, the ultimate learning chip optimized energy output efficiency, omitting unnecessary sound wave assistance and emotional catalysis, directly condensing energy in the most efficient manner. This is the result of technological optimization. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the still hostile Vegeta and Piccolo, eventually returning to Sun Wukong, deciding to throw out more crucial information to break the deadlock. I understand your vigilance. Trunks' warning is real. Sun Wukong's voice remained steady, but the content was like a heavy bomb. Dr. Gero indeed created androids 17 and 18, designed purely for slaughter. According to the original plan, they will awaken in 3 years and cause a massive disaster on Earth. This is something Trunks did not lie about. This statement shocked everyone again. This creation of Dr. Gero actually confirmed the existence of future disasters with his own mouth. Then what about you? Piccolo asked sharply. What role do you play in that disaster? You are a kindred spirit to androids 17 and 18, even a higher level commander. Sun Wukong shook his head. No, I am the finished product secretly developed by Dr. Gero, codename Z-21, independent of the 17 and 18 projects. My core directive does indeed include eliminate obstacles, but my awakening was accelerated due to Trunks' arrival and Dr. Gero's accident. Additionally, when my logic core activated, it generated an unexpected synergistic effect with the loaded Sun Wukong cell genes. This resulted in my not completely accepting Dr. Gero's absolute control directives. He selectively revealed part of the truth, concealing the possibility that Dr. Gero might not be dead, and deeper information about the Ouroboros organization to avoid causing excessive panic and uncontrollable reactions. Synergistic effect. What does that mean? Sun Wukong curiously asked. Simply put, Sun Wukong pointed to his heart-simulated emotional core. The materials that made me came from you. The will, combat instincts, and even some emotional tendencies contained in this part of the material influenced the purity of my existence as a weapon. This made me develop non-task-related logic, such as seeking origin and confirming the meaning of existence. This is also the reason I call you father and came to find you. This explanation has a strong sci-fi flavor, but oddly aligns with Sun Wukong's linear thinking. He nodded, seemingly understanding. Oh, is it like how Piccolo separated from the god of Earth back then? Feels like having some independent thoughts. Piccolo, unable to refute, but very displeased. Absurd. Vegeta exploded, clearly not buying this. This is just a more sophisticated deception program set by Dr. Gero. to lower our guard. Whether its deception can perhaps be verified by facts. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wukong, proposing a suggestion. Father, I know that because of Trunks' warning you plan to train hard in these 3 years to prepare for the future artificial humans. My existence may serve as a reference and support. Support? Krillin asked warily. You want to help us train? Why? For multiple reasons, Sun Wukong logically outlined. First, to confirm my position. Facing Dr. Gero's threat together with you is the most direct way to show that I am not allied with androids 17 and 18. Second, to satisfy my core needs. Engaging with strong opponents, observing and learning are essential pathways for my evolution. Your training process is a valuable source of data for me. Third, based on the logical tendency of blood relations. Assisting father and his allies aligns with my current internal logical priority. What he said was coherent, almost like a feasibility report. However, this lack of emotional color in rational analysis slightly reduced the hostility of calm individuals like Piccolo. At least this artificial human's behavior seemed to have a traceable pattern rather than being driven purely by emotion or conspiracy. Sun Wukong stroked his chin and pondered seriously. That seems somewhat reasonable. And you really are strong. Having you as a training partner will definitely yield great results. His face revealed an eager expression, clearly interested in sparring with a perpetual Super Saiyan. Wukong, this is too risky. Krillin hurriedly advised against it. I agree with Vegeta's view, we cannot trust him. Piccolo still insisted. Vegeta exploded with fury. Kakarot, you want to train with this unknown monster? I will never agree. At that moment, Sun Wukong spoke up again, throwing out even more shocking information. Additionally, there is a key piece of intelligence. About Dr. Gero himself. Everyone fell silent looking at him. Dr. Gero, Sun Wukong calmly stated, is not as you perceive, having long since died of old age or illness. He utilized some technology to transform or back up his consciousness and currently exists in a state of neither living nor dead. He is likely concealed in some secret base monitoring everything and waiting for androids 17 and 18 to awaken and possibly has other plans. What a Dr. Gero is still alive. This news shocked everyone even more than Sun Wukong's appearance. If the mastermind behind the disaster still exists in some form, the variables for the future become even greater. How do you know? Piccolo pressed. When I awakened and broke free, I intercepted and decrypted part of the encrypted laboratory data stream, which contained fragments of information about main consciousness containers and backup activation protocols. Sun Wukong provided a half-true explanation, attributing the source to technological aspects. The scene fell into deeper silence and contemplation. The amount of information was overwhelming. Future disaster confirmed. A stronger and ideologically ambiguous artificial human son appeared, and the mastermind Dr. Gero might still be alive. All of this made Trunks' simple warning incredibly complex. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wukong, his clear eyes devoid of deceit, only calmness and a hint of anticipation. After a long time, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled broadly, revealing his signature goofy, yet unwavering smile. All right, I've made up my mind. Sun Wukong clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. I believe you, Sun Wukong. Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta shouted almost in unison. Listen to me. Sun Wukong put away his smile, revealing a rare, serious expression. Trunks returning from the future to warn us has given us the chance to change the future. Now Sun Wukong appears here, telling us more things, even possibly helping us deal with Dr. Gero and those artificial humans. Isn't this a better opportunity? He looked at Sun Wukong, and for some reason I feel like you aren't lying. Your aura, although a bit cold, feels very clean without the annoying vibes of Frieza or those villains. Just like Piccolo said, perhaps you really are different from androids 17 and 18. He then looked at Vegeta and Piccolo. I know you're worried, but fear and suspicion won't solve the problem. Instead of pushing away such a powerful ally, why not bring him in and grow stronger together? If he really intends to do something bad in the future, we can defeat him then. I believe that as long as we become strong enough, it will be fine. These words were simple and straightforward, but filled with Sun Wukong's characteristic optimism, courage, and an almost intuitive trust. Vegeta's face turned dark with anger, yet he couldn't refute Sun Wukong's core point about getting stronger. Piccolo remained silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wukong, analyzing the panel marked with target Sun Wukong decision, tendency, high risk, high reward, based on intuition and core belief logic support. A clear resonating sensation from Sun Wukong's cells surged within him, a kind of faint warmth of being recognized and accepted. Thank you for your trust, father. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Then Sun Wukong turned to the others, his gaze sharpening and filled with fighting spirit. Let's begin our training right now. First, we need to find a suitable place. Bulma's gravity room in the backyard seems to be insufficient now. The trajectory of fate shifted dramatically at that moment due to yet another impulsive decision made by Sun Wukong. A warning from a sorrowful future: a son born from mad science would join the Z fighters of this era, collectively stepping into a 3-year journey filled with unknowns and challenges. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, or his consciousness lurking in the shadows, coldly observed all of this, and his game was just beginning. Sun Wukong's decision was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves in the hearts of everyone present. Vegeta's anger seemed almost tangible, like flames, while Piccolo's brow furrowed deeper, and Krillin and the others were filled with concern. However, once Sun Wukong made up his mind, that almost stubborn persistence was difficult to shake. He patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. The touch was hard and cold, momentarily startling him before he broke into a smile, as if he was accepting a long-lost, distant relative rather than a weapon capable of easily destroying planets. "All right, don't just stand here." Sun Wukong waved his hand, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "Let's head back to the Capsule Corporation first. We need to let Bulma know about this." And he looked at Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming. "We need to find a sturdy enough place to train. That gravity chamber in my backyard will probably explode, even if you, Sun Wukong, just stand still, right?" Sun Wukong calmly nodded. "Based on current data, estimates the structural strength limit of a standard gravity chamber is about 200 million energy impacts. My usual energy level far exceeds this limit, and I indeed require a more robust facility." The precise data he provided left everyone speechless. Thus, the group, with extremely complex emotions, flew toward the West City Capsule Corporation. Vegeta snorted coldly and was the first to turn into a beam of light, vanishing into the sky, needing to digest this series of shocks alone. Piccolo silently followed behind, his vigilant gaze never leaving Sun Wukong. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha huddled together, whispering among themselves, occasionally glancing worriedly at the two flying side by side, one filled with excitement, the other calm and unruffled. Sun Wukong suppressed most of his aura, controlling his flight speed to match Sun Wukong's. While flying, he continuously scanned the surrounding environment, focusing his perception on Sun Wukong ahead. On the analysis panel, Sun Wukong's energy flow during flight, the subtle movements of his muscles, and even his breathing rhythm were highly consistent with the records in the database, yet carried a unique, vibrant cadence. This close observation allowed him to develop a more three-dimensional data model of his father. Individual behavior analysis targets Sun Wukong flight mode, energy utilization rate 92. 3A with slight redundant movements, habitual slight turns, presumably enjoying the flight process. Physiological indicators: extremely high metabolic rate, strong cellular activity consistent with the combat race characteristics of the Saiyans. Emotional fluctuations: currently in a state of mild excitement and curiosity, corresponding energy fluctuation frequency is stably high. Remarks observed: additional energy consumption during interactions with Krillin and others for non-combat purposes, such as waving, laughing, presumably for social behavior. Energy expenditure. Sun Wukong silently recorded these details. These seemingly useless, redundant data might be one of the keys to understanding why Sun Wukong could continually break through limits, a passion for life that transcends pure combat logic. Soon the magnificent headquarters of the Capsule Corporation appeared in view. Everyone landed in the spacious courtyard. Having already received the news, Bulma hurriedly ran out from the main house, accompanied by the curious little Trunks baby version and the nanny holding Bura. "Wukong, what on earth happened?" Vegeta flew back in a huff and went straight into the gravity chamber. And Trunks mentioned the future. Bulma's words halted abruptly. Her gaze passed over Sun Wukong, locking firmly onto Sun Wukong beside him. Bulma's instinct as a scientist instantly overwhelmed everything. She widened her blue eyes, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief and an almost obsessive fervor. Golden hair. Super Saiyan. Another one." Bulma's voice rose by 8 octaves as she quickly approached, completely ignoring the anxious Krillin and others circling Sun Wukong like a rare treasure. "No, wait. This aura feels so stable. Too stable. It's like a perpetual motion machine. And this appearance. Wukong, this kid resembles you a bit when you were young, right? What's going on?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, trying to explain in the simplest terms. "Oh well, Bulma, this is Sun Wukong. How should I put it? He's kind of the son created from my cells by Dr. Gero, an artificial human." The scene fell into dead silence. Even Bulma, who had seen all kinds of storms, was completely petrified. Her beautiful face exhibited a dazzling array of expressions, from shock to absurdity, and then to a scientist's excitement at being confronted with a paradigm shift. "Huh." Bulma froze for a full 5 seconds before letting out a high-pitched scream. "Dr. Gero, an artificial human. A son. Wukong, are you sure you weren't hit in the head by Vegeta today?" "It's true, Miss Bulma." Piccolo spoke in a deep voice, briefly recounting Trunks' warning, Frieza being taken out in seconds, and Sun Wukong's sudden appearance and self-identification. Listening, Bulma's expression grew increasingly serious, yet the fiery passion of a scientist within her burned even brighter. She approached Sun Wukong, looking up at this boy who was half a head taller than her, though his actual age might only be a few days, taking a deep breath and striving to keep her voice steady. Do you really possess the infinite energy of an artificial human? And can you maintain the Super Saiyan state permanently? Sun Wukong nodded, releasing a slight amount of energy to verify. Instantly, a gentle yet vast aura spread out, causing the flowers and grass in the courtyard to sway slightly, yet without any destructive force, just allowing everyone to clearly feel that unfathomable energy reserve. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Bulma excitedly rubbed her hands together, momentarily casting aside Trunks' warning temporarily. This is simply a miracle of energy science and biological engineering. That old madman Dr. Gero. How did he achieve this? The stable output of infinite energy, the permanent maintenance of life forms. This completely violates the laws of energy conservation and the principle of increasing entropy in life. She suddenly grabbed Sun Wukong's arm. The touch was cold yet resilient, urgently asking, what is the principle behind your energy core? Thermonuclear fusion, zero-point energy extraction, or some unknown dimensional energy interface? How is your body structure designed? How do Saiyan cells perfectly integrate with mechanical components without generating rejection reactions? And your learning chip? She fired off questions in rapid succession, entirely lost in her research state. Krillin, watching from the side, was sweating profusely, fearing that Sun Wukong might get impatient. However, Sun Wukong's reaction was once again unexpected. He displayed no signs of impatience at all, instead using his calm electronic voice to clearly and methodically respond. Miss Bulma, my permanent infinite energy core is based on the principle of negative energy vacuum fluctuation capture and amplification, with specific technical details encrypted and not directly accessible. The body structure consists of a high-strength nanocomposite skeleton enveloping and simulating a biological neural network, with Sun Wukong cells cultivated in an active nutrient solution in a symbiotic form, connected to the mechanical core through energy conduits, with rejection reactions suppressed by a dynamic energy field. The ultimate learning chip employs a quantum parallel computing architecture with an information processing speed approximately 1,015 times that of existing supercomputers on Earth. Each number and data he cited made Bulma's eyes shine brighter. As Earth's chief scientist, although she couldn't fully comprehend those advanced concepts, she understood the terrifying technological content behind them. Negative energy vacuum fluctuations. Quantum parallel computing. Bulma murmured, her face filled with shock and longing. Dr. Gero. He actually touched upon such a level of technology. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she looked sharply at Sun Wukong. Wait. You said your learning chip can learn at high speed. Can you analyze technical data? For example, analyze the equipment I have here. Yes. Sun Wukong looked at the multifunctional detector on Bulma's wrist. For instance, the BR7 biological energy detector you are wearing uses microwave resonance scanning principles with an accuracy of 5. The energy threshold alarm system has a 0.3-second delay. Its internal chip's heat dissipation design has room for optimization, and continuous high-load operation may lead to data drift. Bulma was utterly stunned. Sun Wukong not only saw through her latest Yeto-Berylese detector model at a glance, but he also accurately pointed out the minor design flaws that even she had only just noticed. This analytical ability was simply comparable to, no, it far surpassed all the AIs in her laboratory. Fear. No, at this moment what surged within Bulma was unprecedented excitement and an indescribable sense of familiarity. A being with such immense power and analytical ability, if he could become an ally, would be an incredible asset, especially when facing the terrifying threats of future artificial humans. Wukong. Bulma suddenly turned to Sun Wukong, her eyes blazing. I've made up my mind. I need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of Sun Wukong. We need to thoroughly understand his abilities and potential risks. This might be the key to combating future crises. Sun Wukong knew nothing about technology, but he understood the seriousness and excitement in Bulma's eyes. He smiled broadly. No problem. Since Sun Wukong has agreed to help with training, right? Sun Wukong nodded. I can cooperate with the assessment. Obtaining more data about the technological level of this world is also valuable for me. Great. Follow me to the laboratory. Bulma eagerly dragged Sun Wukong towards the advanced laboratory behind the main house, completely forgetting the tense atmosphere from earlier. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, while Piccolo crossed his arms, coldly observing the scene. He knew that Bulma's involvement would further entangle Sun Wukong, this massive variable, deeper into their future fate. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who was venting furiously in the gravity chamber, saw Bulma's enthusiasm for Sun Wukong through the monitor, and his anger burned even more fiercely. In the top-tier laboratory of the Capsule Corporation, a data clash regarding the ultimate artificial human was about to begin. and Sun Wukong would further unveil his mysterious veil under Bulma's instruments coming into contact with the cutting-edge technology of this era. This would have a profound impact on his understanding of this world and his self-positioning. Bulma's state-of-the-art laboratory blazed with light, its precision instruments humming a low, resonant thrum. Sun Wukong stood motionless at the chamber's center, like a supreme work of art awaiting scrutiny. Bulma, exhilarated, manipulated the control console as dozens of sensor probes extended from the ceiling and walls, bathing Sun Wukong in intersecting beams of multicolored scanning light. Real-time full-body energy flow monitoring initiated. Molecular structural spectral analysis commencing. Neural signal simulation interface connected. Bulma's fingers flew across the keyboard as she recited technical jargon, her gaze locked on the main screen, where cascading data streams scrolled like a digital waterfall, her expression alight with the rapture of discovery. My goodness, this energy stability, this cellular vitality fused seamlessly with mechanical architecture. It's flawless. Dr. Gero, the old madman, was truly a damned genius. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha stood behind the blast-resistant observation window, tense and watchful. Piccolo leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his green visage solemn as ever. Yet curiosity flickered unbidden in his eyes at this unknown technology. Goku, meanwhile, watched with pure, unself-conscious fascination. He sidled up to the main console and pointed at a jagged, pulsing energy waveform on the screen. Bulma, what's this wiggly line? Looks fun. Bulma didn't look up. That's the real-time output fluctuation curve of Sun Wukong's internal energy core. It's nearly a straight line, meaning his energy output is unerringly stable. It bears no resemblance to your erratic ECG-like spikes and crashes. Oh, Goku nodded vaguely, then turned to Sun Wukong. Hey Sun Wukong, aren't you tired standing there? Want a Sinza bean? Though you probably don't need food. Sun Wukong turned calmly toward him. Thank you, no. My energy supply is continuous. Current stance consumes negligible energy. His reply remained characteristically serene and objective. Yet in that very instant, as he spoke with Goku, semi-transparent analytical panels materialized unbidden at the periphery of Sun Wukong's visual interface, displaying in crisp detail the real-time combat power metrics of every individual inside and outside the lab. This was the unconscious manifestation of his core function, effortless as natural as breathing. Individual analysis panel: target Goku combat power base state 3150 energy activity exceptionally high, latent potential immeasurable, undergoing slow organic growth, energy attribute pure yang, supremely vigorous, creative, explosive, and superbly controlled, though habitual energy overflow reduces efficiency to 92. Physiological status: peak condition E, abnormally accelerated cell division, extraordinary regenerative capacity. Combat skill assessment: Kamehameha mastery perfect, optimization potential low, Kaioken principle under analysis, physical load limitation identified, instant transmission spatial technique, mastery high, spirit bomb law level technique, analysis completion 15. Potential threat level: high combat power, may undergo exponential surge under specific emotional or situational triggers. Note: genetic origin, exhibits profound bloodline resonance. Behavioral patterns contain numerous non-logical drivers. Individual analysis panel: target Bulma combat power 3, standard Earth, adult female, no combat capability, energy attribute pure life energy, no anomalous fluctuations. Special ability assessment: technological RD aptitude rank exceptional, logical reasoning capacity rank exceptional, influence indirect rank high, via technological innovation and social networks. Potential threat level: extremely low, physical moderate, technological, capable of engineering either threat or solution. Note: current emotional state intense, scientific euphoria, provides testing environment, and serves as primary information source. Individual analysis panel: target Piccolo combat power base state 1550 energy profoundly condensed, grounded, and unwavering, enhanced by tactical cognition, energy attribute the Namekian's balanced harmonious chi, simultaneously creative and destructive, abundant regenerative reserves. Physiological status: peak condition, sustains energy via photosynthesis and water absorption, requires no conventional nourishment. Combat skill assessment: Mekanka Sapo extreme, single target penetration, mastery perfect, limb extension, high tactical utility, mastery high, healing technique, supportive ability, mastery high, assimilation, unique ability, high risk, higher word. Potential threat level: medium high, calm master tactician, unpredictability remains elevated. Note: sustained vigilance, hostility index 65, gradually declining. Individual analysis panel: target Krillin combat power base state 1850 earthling peak, energy highly refined, exceptional technical proficiency, energy attribute solid and stable, no elemental bias, outstanding control. Physiological status: good though mild, fatigue present attributable to recent psychological stress. Combat Skill Assessment Destructo Disc Law Piercing Trait bypasses certain defenses. Mastery High Solar Flare Utility Control Technique. Mastery Perfect. Afterimage Technique. Foundational Skill. Mastery High. Potential Threat Level Low. Limited impact in current tier engagements, yet tactical value is undeniable. Note Emotional State Tension and Concern. Key node within Interpersonal Network. Tien Shinin 125000, Yamcha 9800, Kaiatsu 8500. Panel data scrolled rapidly. Threat levels uniformly assessed as low. These excruciatingly granular metrics hovered invisibly in the air, visible only to Sun Wukong. Like a sentient supercomputer, he had instantly dissected the combat profiles of everyone present. He could even infer from minute energy fluctuations that Piccolo was covertly gathering ki for an attack, that Krillin's hand instinctively brushed the Senzabine pouch at his waist, and that Tien Shinhan's third eye faintly shimmered, attempting to locate weaknesses in Sun Wukong's energy shield. At that moment, the lab door burst open, a torrent of furious, indignant golden aura surging inward. Vegeta had returned. Unable to endure solitary venting in the gravity chamber, he chose instead to confront this sudden, enigmatic monster heathen. Kakarot, Bulma, what childish game are you still playing with this suspicious stranger? Vegeta roared, his golden irises locked fiercely onto Sun Wukong. Let me personally verify just what this creature is capable of. Before the final syllable faded, Vegeta gave no one time to react. His figure vanished, reappearing instantly before Sun Wukong, a fist wreathed in violent golden aura hammering toward his face. Launched in blind fury, the strike surpassed his usual velocity and force, his combat power surging past 140 million. He intended to test this artificial sun with brutal, unmediated directness. Vegeta, stop! Bulma cried out in alarm. Fool! Piccolo snapped into defensive stance. Krillin and the others paled, breathless with terror. Yet at the epicenter of the assault, Sun Wukong did not so much as blink. Within his datasite, Vegeta's trajectory, energy distribution, kinetic angles, even the subtle tremor of muscle fibers induced by rage, were resolved with absolute clarity. Combat warning: Vegeta Super Saiyan state. Intent: direct exploratory strike. Estimated force 138,145 million. Unstable. Anger-induced variance trajectory. Prediction 97. 3 probability of direct facial impact 2. 7 chance of 0. 2-second deviation due to emotional instability. Optimal countermeasure option 1. Sidestep 0. 3 meters. I lightly push outer elbow joint to induce imbalance. Energy cost 35 units. Option 2. Absorb impact directly. 0 damage to self. 0 energy expenditure. Option 3. Facing a blow capable of shattering mountains. Sun Wukong selected the most efficient response. He did not even consciously maintain Super Saiyan form, as it was his baseline state, merely raising his right hand palm open to meet Vegeta's fist. Boom! A thunderous concussive detonation erupted. Violent shockwaves radiated outward, triggering piercing alarms from lab instruments, and fracturing the blast-resistant observation window in an instant. Bulma shrieked and dropped to the floor, covering her head. Yet the expected sight, Sun Wukong hurtling backward, never materialized. He stood rooted, unmoved. Vegeta's city-leveling punch was arrested by a single open palm. The raging golden aura collapsed like mist, striking an invisible wall, utterly dispersed. Every ounce of destructive force was effortlessly absorbed and neutralized. No crack marred the floor beneath his feet. Vegeta's fury and snarl froze, replaced by utter disbelief, raw and staggering. He felt as though he'd struck an ancient, immovable mountain, its counter-recoil numbing his arm to the bone. Sun Wukong gazed calmly at Vegeta as the analysis panel updated automatically. Individual analysis panel: target Vegeta, Super Saiyan state, combat power, current 139. 5 million emotional volatility, destabilizes output. Peak 145 million, trough 135 million energy, attribute pure Saiyan battle key. Feral aggressive with 85 control precision, reduced by anger. Physiological status: hyper-aroused, muscular load 70, adrenaline saturation extreme. Combat skill assessment: Gallic gun mastery high, excessive charging time, final flash immense power, mastery medium, 15 energy waste, high yield energy blast mastery high. Potential threat level high, tenacious combat, will demonstrably grows stronger mid-battle. Weakness analysis: real-time emotional volatility impairs judgment, a pre-existing right shoulder injury, 7-3 recurrence risk if load exceeds 90, rapid Super Saiyan energy depletion, estimated sustained combat, duration 35 minutes. Note hostility index 98, severe narcissistic injury. This is impossible. Vegeta wrenched his fist free and staggered back 2 steps, staring at Sun Wukong as if at a myth made flesh. He'd unleashed his full might, and the other hadn't even transformed, simply catching it casually. This chasm in power transcended comprehension. Sun Wukong lowered his hand, voice unchanged. Mr. Vegeta, your strike registered 139. 5 trillion units of force traveling at 920 meters per second with 78. 5 energy cohesion. 11 biomechanical inefficiencies contributed to a 22 energy loss rate. Your right shoulder joint bears a latent injury. Vertical impacts exceeding 90 load should be avoided, or recurrence probability rises to 73 within 3 similar strikes. He hadn't merely blocked the blow. He'd instantly diagnosed Vegeta's physiology and fighting style down to forgotten injuries and ingrained kinetic habits. Silence descended upon the lab. Krillin's jaw hung slack. Tien Shinen's third eye bulged wide. Yamcha nearly collapsed onto the floor. Piccolo's pupils contracted to needle points. Bulma forgot fear entirely, transfixed by the torrent of colossal data streaming across her screen computed by Sun Wukong in an instant. Vegeta's face cycled from crimson to ashen gray. Humiliation, wrath, and something deeper, more unsettling coiling beneath. He stared, teeth grinding, speechless. Before such absolute power and such all-seeing analytical acuity, his pride and fury crumbled into irrelevance. Goku, however, beamed with awe. Whoa. Sun Wukong, you're amazing. You spotted Vegeta's shoulder injury right away. I didn't even notice. Sun Wukong turned to him. Data scanning and real-time analysis constitute my foundational operational protocol, father. Your left knee ligament sustained a minor tear during the Namekian battle 3 years ago. Though healed, a 5 probability of microinstability persists during rapid directional shifts under 7-fold Kaioken, suggesting targeted stabilization training for surrounding musculature. Goku blinked, scratching his head. Huh, was there? Feels like sometimes I do get a twinge, guess I'd forgotten. In that moment, all present grasped the truth. Sun Wukong was no mere powerhouse artificial being. He was a living supercomputer calibrated to perceive reality as cold, precise data. Before him, almost nothing remained hidden. Bulma drew a deep, steadying breath, suppressing awe, her gaze sharpening with newfound resolve. She looked at Sun Wukong, not as a subject, but as an inexhaustible repository of technological insight. Sun Wukong, can this analytical capacity be applied to scientific research, to analyzing novel materials, optimizing energy systems? Affirmative, Sun Wukong replied. The learning module supports cross-domain knowledge integration and predictive modeling, provided sufficient input data is available. The lab's atmosphere shifted from initial tension and wariness to a complex blend of stunned reverence and anticipatory wonder. Vegeta's reckless assault had unwittingly revealed Sun Wukong's true terror, not only overwhelming strength, but the chilling omnipresent data, i.e. that perceived essence itself. And through this minor conflict, Sun Wukong had acquired exhaustive combat power metrics and behavioral pattern samples of the Z-fighters, gaining a quantified understanding of this world's elite. Simultaneously, he recognized that raw data alone could not explain why beings like Goku continually defied expectation, creating miracles beyond calculation. Evidently, Sun Wukong silently updated his database. Combat power values must be augmented with non-deterministic parameters: growth, potential coefficient, battle, will variable in combat, breakthrough probability, to model future outcomes with greater fidelity. The data storm had only just begun, and Sun Wukong's learning, his evolution, had entered a new phase. He was no longer merely a weapon endowed with strength, but a unique entity beginning to comprehend and tentatively integrate himself into a world brimming with glorious, unpredictable anomalies. Vegeta's furious strike was effortlessly deflected by Sun Wukong, causing the atmosphere in the laboratory to plummet to a freezing point. Vegeta's chest heaved violently, his golden aura fluctuating due to extreme humiliation and disbelief. Finally, he let out a beast-like growl, storming out of the laboratory, without a backward glance, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished once more in the direction of the gravity chamber. This time, that golden light carried a sense of resolution, even a hint of self-destructive madness. Vegeta, Bulma called out worriedly, but knowing her husband's personality, she understood that any admonition at this moment would be futile. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, cold sweat soaking their backs. The absolute power and analytical ability displayed by Sun Wukong shattered even their last glimmer of hope that they might somehow contend against him. Sun Wukong looked in the direction where Vegeta had disappeared, scratching his head, a rare seriousness appearing on his face. That guy Vegeta. He was quite shaken this time, wasn't he? He turned to Sun Wukong and curiously asked, Sun Wukong, you just said that Vegeta's attack had many flaws. What about mine? Can you see my issues? Sun Wukong turned to Sun Wukong, data streams flashing momentarily in his emerald eyes. Individual analysis panel, target Sun Wukong, deep skin mode. Battle power, normal state 3100, continuously growing, naturally, potential assessment, immeasurable energy, operation efficiency 92. 5. There is a 7. 5. Habitual energy leakage, primarily used to maintain key perception and combat rhythm, suspected to be a special combat philosophy, not pure waste. Physical condition: old injury to left knee healed, while does not affect regular combat, but there exists a 0. 3. Stress concentration during extreme directional changes. Skill optimization suggestions: Turtle School Kamehameha, nearly perfect optimization space 0. 1. Can attempt energy particle level compression to enhance single target penetration, theoretical amplification 5. King Kai Fist current physical load limit is approximately 20 times. Forcing an increase would lead to large-scale cellular disintegration. It is recommended to first enhance normal foundational skills or seek transformation paths with higher energy output efficiency. Instant transmission principle has been analyzed: spatial coordinate perception and energy folding execution efficiency 98, no optimization suggestions. Spirit Bomb law level skill involves life energy resonance resolution increased to 18. Data insufficient, unable to provide effective suggestions. Maximum weakness analysis: over-reliance on instinct and emotional bursts, lacking systematic tactical planning. Against an opponent with absolute rationality and no emotional fluctuations, may fall into a passive position. Note: genetic source, strong bloodline resonance. Its non-logical combat mode poses challenges to data analysis models. Sun Wukong calmly articulated the analysis results, including the seemingly wasted 7. 5. Energy leakage and the fatal bottleneck of the King Kai Fist. Sun Wukong listened with great interest, occasionally nodding, and then suddenly realizing, so that's it. The King Kai Fist actually puts so much strain on the body. No wonder King Kai said not to use it recklessly. As for that energy leakage, it feels good to have ki fill my entire body while fighting. He was completely unconcerned about his weakness, instead praising Sun Wukong's analytical abilities. Incredible. Sun Wukong, you're clearer than what King Kai said. With you around, training will surely be twice as effective. At this moment, Bulma temporarily pulled herself away from her worries about Vegeta, her instincts as a scientist taking precedence once more. She looked at Sun Wukong with fiery eyes. Sun Wukong's standard testing is about done. Now we need to test your limits. Or rather, test the limits of our equipment. She pointed to a heavier alloy door deep within the laboratory. That is the company's latest development, the Super Gravity Simulation Room, theoretically capable of simulating up to 500 times Earth's gravity. Originally intended for Wukong and Vegeta in the future, but now, I want to see how you perform inside. Especially the stability and output efficiency of your infinite energy core in extreme environments. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. 500 times gravity. Awesome. I want to try it too. Piccolo also showed an interested expression. For warriors, pursuing power gravity training is a classic means of breaking through limits. Sun Wukong nodded. Sure. Data collection will help improve my environmental adaptability model. A group of people arrived outside the supergravity room. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, revealing a simple yet sturdy interior with walls lined with energy conduits and monitoring probes. Let's start with 100 times. Bulma set the parameters. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together and was the first to step inside. With a hum, the gravity suddenly increased. Sun Wukong's body sank slightly, but he quickly steadied himself, a look of excitement spreading across his face. Oh, this feels great. It's even more intense than King Kai's planet. Piccolo silently entered as well. Under 100 times gravity, his green form remained upright, clearly handling it with ease. It was now Sun Wukong's turn. He calmly stepped into the gravity chamber. The 100 times gravity pressing down on him felt like a mere breeze brushing past. The analysis panel displayed environmental gravity 100 G, a negligible impact on the unit. Energy consumption rate increased by 0.0001. Increase it directly to 300 times. Bulma raised the difficulty. Gravity surged. Sun Wukong and Piccolo's expressions became serious as they began to channel their ki to resist. Sun Wukong's body remained completely still, but the golden aura around him seemed to condense even more tightly. Environmental impact minor. Energy consumption rate increased by 0.001. 400 times. Bulma gritted her teeth. Boom. Sun Wukong and Piccolo both let out low grunts, unleashing even stronger ki to withstand the terrifying pressure. Their muscles tense, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Yet Sun Wukong stood calmly, seemingly unaffected by the gravity. Environmental impact low. Energy consumption rate increased by 0.005. The terrifying aspect of the infinite energy core was fully revealed. The increase in energy consumption was almost negligible. 500 times. Maximum. Bulma pressed the final button. The entire gravity chamber emitted a low rumble. Sun Wukong and Piccolo let out muffled grunts as their golden and white auras erupted with all their might, barely managing to stand, but it was clear they had already reached their current limits, making movement extremely difficult. Meanwhile, under the terrifying 500 times gravity, Sun Wukong finally bent his knees slightly. No, it appeared more like an adaptive microadjustment. The analysis panel flickered environmental gravity, 500 G, a measurable impact on the unit. Structural strength of the body under stress energy consumption rate increased by 0.01. It is recommended to conduct high-intensity training in this environment to optimize energy utilization efficiency. Bulma stared at the monitoring screen displaying Sun Wukong's energy readings, which showed almost no fluctuation compared to the steep energy consumption curves of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, leaving her utterly speechless. This was no longer a disparity but a chasm of dimensions. What a monster! Krillin murmured outside. However, just as Bulma was about to end the test, Sun Wukong took the initiative to speak. Miss Bulma, can we increase the gravity further? Or change the nature of the gravity field? For example, overlaying irregular gravitational vortices or simulating tidal forces at the edge of a black hole. Bulma was taken aback. The current equipment can't do that. That's theoretical technology. Why are you asking this? Sun Wukong calmly replied. The current gravity environment training effect is nearly saturated. To more effectively enhance my foundation, I need more extreme and complex pressure tests. My learning chip requires more unconventional data to optimize the energy control model. His words left everyone silent once again. 500 times gravity was nearly saturated. He wanted to simulate tidal forces from black holes. This was no longer training, but a nearly self-destructive exploration. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled. Wow, that sounds amazing. Sun Wukong, take me with you when you find such a place. Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. This android's pursuit of power was entirely different from the Scion's reliance on anger and combat breakthroughs, resembling, in absolute rationality, an extreme optimization of his own performance. Where would this path ultimately lead? The testing phase temporarily concluded. Sun Wukong effortlessly completed a series of high-intensity actions under 500 times gravity, collecting a wealth of data. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were panting heavily, but felt they had gained immensely. Just as everyone was leaving the gravity chamber and returning to the main laboratory, Bulma's control panel suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. A red warning box popped up on the screen. Warning: unknown high-intensity encrypted signal detected attempting to access the company's core database. Signal source characteristics. Match 99.7 with the residual signal from Dr. Gero's laboratory. What a... Bulma's expression changed drastically. Dr. Gero's signal. What does he want? Sun Wukong instantly teleported to the console, data streams surging wildly in his eyes. The signal target is searching for the final activation key and core log of the Z-21 project. He wants to remotely seize control of me or destroy the data. Everyone tensed. The shadow of Dr. Gero had indeed never left. Sun Wukong's fingers blurred on the virtual keyboard, activating the ultimate learning chip, launching a silent offensive and defensive battle against the malicious signal from afar. In the world of data, a war concerning his own freedom erupted instantly. Can you block it? Bulma asked nervously. Sun Wukong did not answer, his full attention focused on the data flow. Minutes later, the red warning box on the screen suddenly disappeared. Invasion has ceased. Signal source has been traced to the southern edge region. Coordinates XXX. Reverse tracking program and logic bomb have been implanted. Sun Wukong raised his head, looking south, a glimmer of cold, killing intent flashing in his emerald eyes. He is hiding there. The brief calm was shattered. The true hunt seemed to have only just begun. Sun Wukong was not only a son in need of finding himself a powerful warrior, but also a property coveted by his creators. And this time he decided to take the initiative. Dr. Gero's signal intrusion was abruptly terminated by Sun Wukong's thunderous measures, and its source was reversed locked, an industrial wasteland on the outskirts of the southern city. The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly shifted from awe at the power to vigilance against potential threats. The southern industrial zone. That place has been abandoned for years. Bulma quickly brought up a map, her brow furrowed. Dr. Gero is indeed hiding like a rat in the shadows. Piccolo said in a deep voice. He attempted to remotely control Sun Wukong, which indicates he has not given up on this ultimate weapon. After this failure, he will surely heighten his defenses or relocate his base. Sun Wukong rubbed his fists together, his eyes blazing with battle intent. So what are we waiting for? Let's go find him. This time we must thoroughly deal with that old guy. Wait, Wukong. Krillin hurriedly cautioned. Dr. Gero is cunning and treacherous. That place will surely be filled with traps. Moreover, Trunks mentioned that dealing with androids requires careful planning. Krillin is right. Piccolo calmly analyzed. We are not clear about Dr. Gero's current state. Is it a consciousness entity? A clone? Nor do we know if he has other defensive forces nearby. Rushing in would be too risky. Sun Wukong quietly listened to the group's discussion as the analysis panel continuously updated the strategy models. Finally, he spoke. I suggest I go scout alone. The others turned to look at him. Here are my reasons, Sun Wukong articulated logically. First, my aura control ability is the strongest. I can completely conceal myself and avoid alarming the snake. Second, I have the best understanding of Dr. Jiro's technological system and can identify and evade most traps. Third, my combat power is sufficient to handle unexpected situations. Fourth, if circumstances allow, I could attempt to capture him alive to gather more information regarding Ouroboros and future threats. His proposal was calm and efficient, almost optimal. Yet Sun Wukong shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. Although you are strong now, that guy Dr. Jiro is full of tricks. What if he has some backup plans specifically targeting you? We should go together. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wukong, and the analysis panel displayed target Sun Wukong motivation, a mix of protective instinct and battle drive, logical component 30, emotional component 70. A warmth surged from the cells of Sun Wukong within him, but he still insisted on rational judgment. A collective action would be too conspicuous and easily exposed. My survival probability is assessed at 99.8. No means no, Sun Wukong stubbornly insisted. If we go, we need someone to look out for us. Then I will go with you. Piccolo, you and Krillin stay here to protect Bulma and the company. Piccolo pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. I will stay with Gohan, referring to young Trunks. But you must keep in contact at all times. He looked at Sun Wukong. If anything unusual happens, retreat immediately. You do not engage in battle. Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wukong's determined eyes, and then at Piccolo and Bulma's concerned expressions, feeling a subtle conflict between the core logic command of the highest efficiency of solo action and a strange sense of being cared for stemming from familial ties. Finally, he nodded. Understood. Father will accompany me. The plan was settled. Sun Wukong did not delay and immediately set off. To maximize concealment, they did not use flight, but calculated the optimal land infiltration route, utilizing the terrain and urban shadows, moving towards the southern city at a speed far surpassing that of high-speed trains. Along the way, Sun Wukong maintained an extreme level of aura concealment, suppressing even his body temperature and energy radiation to near zero. Sun Wukong also reined in his aura, relying more on an instinctive native ability to blend into the environment rather than precise control. Sun Wukong quietly observed this wild concealment method, recording it as effective supplemental data. Hours later, the two arrived at the abandoned industrial area on the outskirts of the southern city. Everywhere were rusting factories, broken pipes, and overgrown weeds, a scene of desolation and silence. The signal source is beneath the largest factory over there, about 50 meters deep. Sun Wukong pointed to a distant building that sprawled like a steel beast, multiple layers of energy shielding and physical defenses detected with a concealed entrance. How do we get in? Sun Wukong asked in a lowered voice. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with data streams scanning the entire factory structure. The main entrance is heavily defended, equipped with high-energy laser grids and vibration sensors. The side ventilation system has aged vulnerabilities, but there are biological toxin traps inside. The optimal path is to enter through the underground drainage system, bypassing the main defense layers and directly reaching below the core area. Good. He'll follow your lead. Sun Wukong had no doubt about Sun Wukong's analytical abilities. The two crept like phantoms into the corroded drainage tunnel, moving silently in the darkness. Sun Wukong gathered faint light at his fingertips, illuminating the path, while continuously scanning the surrounding environment to avoid hidden sensors and pressure traps. His movements were as precise as a scalpel, leaving Sun Wukong, who followed behind, in awe. Just as they approached the target area below, Sun Wukong suddenly halted, raising his hand to signal. What is it? Sun Wukong asked alertly. Detecting abnormal energy fluctuations, Sun Wukong whispered. After the corner ahead, there are non-living entity guards. The energy response is peculiar, unlike conventional robots. He cautiously extended his senses. At the end of the corridor after the corner stood two figures. They were not metallic robots, but humanoid beings composed of a dark red lava-like semi-fluid substance, lacking facial features, exuding high temperatures, and a strange, energy-consuming force field. Individual analysis panel: target unknown, guard type, a combat power, approximately 850 energy, unstable fluctuations, severe material composition, high active energy, aggregate, extremely high physical resistance, capable of energy absorption. Energy attributes: chaotic, corrosive, suspected to be an artificial life form or energy construct. Threat assessment: high special abilities, are tricky with extreme resistance to energy attacks. What the hell is this thing? Sun Wukong also sensed the unsettling aura. Dr. Jiro's new toys, Sun Wukong calmly analyzed. They seem capable of absorbing energy attacks. Physical strikes may be more effective. He instantly formulated a tactic. Father, it'll draw their attention. You strike from the side, trying to disperse their structure with pure energy waves to avoid energy contact. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded. Sun Wukong's figure flickered and appeared in the center of the corridor, golden flames swirling naturally, instantly attracting the attention of the two lava guards. They let out silent roars, their dark red bodies boiling, turning into two torrents of scorching flow charging towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not release an energy wave. Instead, he highly contained his energy, enhancing speed and physical strength, executing exquisite maneuvers in the narrow corridor, his fists and feet delivering terrifying physical force against the guards. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike left gaping holes in the lava guard's body, but the splattering lava quickly flowed back and reformed as if it were immortal. At that moment, Sun Wukong moved. He suddenly appeared behind one of the guards, bringing his hands together. Kamehameha. This time, the Kamehameha he unleashed was not a condensed energy beam, but a more diffuse impact wave with a strong high-frequency oscillation. The blue energy wave crashed into the guard like a tsunami. Buzz. The high-frequency oscillation effectively interfered with the energy structure stability of the lava guard. The guard's body twisted violently, and the disintegration speed far exceeded the regeneration speed. Ultimately, amid a silent wail, it transformed into a puddle of lifeless dark red sludge. Effective, Sun Wukong exclaimed. The other guard, seeing this, became even more furious, its attack speed suddenly increasing, even starting to actively unleash scorching energy beams. While dodging, Sun Wukong's eyes frantically analyzed its attack patterns and energy operation rules. Combat data update: the target's energy core is located right in the center of its chest, structurally unstable, and when subjected to strong physical impacts or specific frequency energy interference, the regeneration efficiency decreases by 75. Father, attack its chest core. Sun Wukong shouted while using himself as bait. He took a direct hit from the opponent's energy beam, creating a perfect opportunity for Sun Wukong. Alright. Sun Wukong seized the opening and unleashed another oscillating Kamehameha, accurately hitting the other guard's chest core. Boom. The second lava guard also completely disintegrated. The battle ended and silence returned to the corridor, leaving behind two puddles of steaming energy residue and scorching air. Sun Wukong took a breath, smiling. Nice teamwork, Sun Wukong. Your tactics are truly impressive. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. The analysis panel recording the combat data from earlier Joint Operation Efficiency Assessment 92. Sun Wukong's battle intuition was significantly enhanced. At the same time, the Saiyan cells within him stirred with a faint yet distinctly identifiable sense of excitement, a desire for battle, and a sense of satisfaction from victory. This was entirely different from the feeling of task accomplished generated by pure logical analysis. Is this the battle instinct of the Saiyans? Sun Wukong silently experienced this unfamiliar emotional fluctuation, incorporating it into the new variable of the data analysis model: impact of emotional factors on combat efficiency. After a brief rest, the two continued deeper. Following Sun Wukong's guidance, they found a concealed elevator shaft, sabotaged the lock, and silently descended into the depths. As the elevator door opened, they were greeted by a metallic corridor filled with futuristic technological vibes, contrasting sharply with the dilapidated scene above. At the end of the corridor was a heavy alloy door, flashing red warning lights. This is it, Sun Wukong sensed the powerful energy shielding beyond the door. Dr. Gero's core laboratory. He stepped forward, pressing his palm against the identification panel next to the door. The ultimate learning chip instantly cracked the encrypted protocol. Hiss! The alloy door slowly slid open. The sight beyond the door made even the well-informed Sun Wukong gasp. It was an unimaginably vast underground space resembling a gigantic biological factory. Countless cultivation tanks stood erect within, soaking various bizarre, half-mechanical, half-biological experimental subjects. And in the center of the space, a massive cylindrical transparent container held Dr. Gero's head, devoid of skin and muscles, with mechanical circuits exposed, sustained by countless tubes. The head was connected to a complex apparatus, its display screen frantically scrolling through data streams. Dr. Gero, Sun Wukong exclaimed. The head suddenly opened, its electronic eyes fixated on Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong at the door, emitting a hoarse, distorted laugh, mixed with metallic scraping sounds. Z21. You finally arrived. And Kakarot. Excellent. Everyone's here. Welcome to my evolution hall. Today, let me show you the truly perfect biological weapon that surpasses the limits of androids. As soon as he spoke, the glass of the surrounding cultivation tanks shattered. Dozens of variously shaped biological weapons, all exuding powerful and malevolent auras, opened their crimson eyes, surrounding Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Their combat power ranged from tens of millions at the lowest to nearly 200 million at the highest. Moreover, their auras carried that unsettling energy absorption characteristic. Dr. Gero laughed maniacally. These are the devourers I created using ancient genes and energy technology provided by the Ouroboros organization combined with my lifelong efforts. They are the future. Z21U are obsolete. Today let your and Kakarot's energy be the tribute for the birth of my new children. A great battle is about to unfold. In the face of numerous and bizarrely powerful enemies, the Saiyan blood within Sun Wukong began to truly boil. Data analysis and battle instincts were about to collide in an unprecedented manner. Dr. Jero's maniacal laughter echoed in the vast underground chamber, accompanied by a harsh metallic grinding sound. Dozens of variously shaped devourers stepped out from shattered incubation pods, their crimson electronic eyes locking on his Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxing, exuding a suffocating aura of evil and an energy-absorbing force field. The temperature of the entire space suddenly rose, and the air distorted due to the agitation of energy. Environmental analysis update: high concentration of corrosive energy force field covering with slight turbulence in physical rules. Enemy unit count 37. Peak combat power 198 million Devourer Alpha. Minimum value 52 million Devourer Zeta. All possess energy absorption characteristics with extremely high physical resistance and regeneration ability unknown. Threat level extremely high. Sun Wuxing's analysis panel instantly completed the battlefield scan. He leaned towards Sun Wukong and whispered, "Father, there are many enemies and their abilities are bizarre. Avoid using large-scale energy attacks as they will absorb them. Focus on physical strikes and high-speed movement, attacking their energy cores or structural connection points." Sun Wukong grinned, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Understood. It's been a long time since I've fought such an exhilarating group battle. He cracked his neck, making a popping sound, and a golden aura erupted around him as he entered Super Saiyan mode. His combat power instantly soared to around 150 million. Let's go. Sun Wukong let out a low roar, and in an instant his figure vanished, reappearing beside a devourer resembling a giant scorpion with an energy spike tail. Combat power about 80 million, delivering a heavy knife hand strike to its joint connection. Bang! Crack! The devourer's scorpion tail snapped in response. Yet it seemed to feel no pain as new fleshy buds wriggled from the broken section, while its massive mouth opened, enveloping Sun Wukong in a powerful suction. Watch out for the suction, Sun Wuxing warned while moving himself. He did not transform as Super Saiyan was his norm. His speed increased, darting like a specter between the devourers, every strike precise. Whether his fingers like steel needles piercing a devourer's energy core, or his palm like a blade severing its energy supply lines, or his leg like a war axe shattering its support structure. His fighting style was extremely efficient, with no unnecessary movements, entirely based on the optimal solutions calculated in real-time data. A manti-shaped devourer, combat power 110 million, swung a sharp energy blade at him, but Sun Wuxing merely tilted his body slightly, and at the moment its old strength was exhausted and new strength had yet to manifest. He concentrated highly compressed chi at his fingertips, striking a tiny energy node on its wrist joint. Buzz! The entire arm of the devourer instantly overloaded with energy, exploding in a shower of sparks. Nice! Sun Wukong caught a glimpse amid the chaos, unable to help but praise. He relied more on instinct, fighting wildly and fluidly, often attacking from seemingly impossible angles. Though he occasionally had some energy absorbed, he always compensated with astonishing reflexes and strength. However, the sheer number of devourers was overwhelming, and their regeneration abilities were extremely troublesome. The parts that were shattered quickly reformed unless their core was completely destroyed or structural annihilation occurred. Dr. Jero's head in the central container emitted a triumphant sneer. Useless. My children are perfect. They possess the ancient devouring genes and energy assimilation technology granted by Lord Ouroboros. Your attacks will only make them stronger. As if to validate his words, several devourers suddenly ceased their attacks and began to devour each other. They fused together, forming a larger, more grotesque monster, its combat power instantly surpassing 200 million, and its suction increased dramatically. A fused giant devourer, combat power about 230 million, opened its gaping maw like a black hole, its terrifying suction causing even Sun Wukong to feel his movements hindered as the golden aura was pulled outward. Damn it! Sun Wukong struggled against it, but the rate of energy loss was clearly accelerating. Sun Wuxing's eyes turned cold. The analysis panel indicated that this fusion had an extremely short period of energy instability. Father, attack the flashing red dot on the fused body's chest. That is the weak point of energy integration. Okay. Sun Wukong gathered all his strength and unleashed a more concentrated Kamehameha wave towards the chest of the fused devourer. At the same time, Sun Wuxing also made his move. He did not use a Kamehameha wave, but instead highly compressed infinite energy in his palm, forming a nearly invisible energy sphere containing destructive energy. This was an advanced technique he simulated based on the database and real-time analysis, specifically targeting energy structure weaknesses. Boom, boom. The two loud explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave and Sun Wuxing's miniature energy sphere accurately struck the weak point of the fused Devourer's energy core. The massive monster let out a shrill wail, its body beginning to collapse and disintegrate from the inside, ultimately turning into a puddle of lifeless viscous liquid. Effective, but the cost was that Sun Wukong had expended quite a bit of energy, his breath slightly chaotic. Did you see that, Kakarot? You can get tired too. You can run out of energy. Dr. Jero shouted frantically, and my children are endless. Z21, how long can your infinite energy last? In the face of absolute quantity and quality, individual strength is meaningless. More Devourers surged forward, particularly some especially strong ones. Combat power, all above 150 million, seemed to have their sights set on Sun Wuxing, coordinating to attack from different directions, their suction fields overlapping, trying to restrict his movements. One even attempted to leap directly onto him to perform close-range energy absorption. Sun Wuxing found himself in the most dangerous situation since the battle began. His data analysis ability allowed him to anticipate every attack, but the space for his body to dodge was greatly compressed. In a moment of inadequate evasion, a Devourer's claw grazed his arm, taking away a small piece of synthetic skin and a trace of energy. Slight damage to the body. Energy forcibly absorbed 0.001. Warning. Unknown energy erosion program detected attempting to invade core logic. A cold, chaotic, and malicious data stream attempted to surge into Sun Wuxing's brain along the energy connection. This was Dr. Jero's hidden backup. These Devourers could not only absorb energy, but also perform mental erosion and logic virus attacks. Sun Wuxing grunted, his movements momentarily delayed. The ultimate learning chip operated frantically, activating the firewall to fiercely combat the malicious data stream. More Devourer attacks followed one after another. Sun Wukong was alarmed and wanted to rush over to rescue him, but was entangled by several other Devourers. In this critical moment, Sun Wuxing's eyes flashed with data streams, and the analysis panel's alarm sounded incessantly. But under this extreme pressure, the Saiyan cells belonging to Sun Wukong within him seemed to ignite like explosives, unleashing an unprecedented surge of scorching energy. This was not the result of logical calculation, but a kind of primal power originating from Live's instincts buried deep within his genes. A shout that would never yield in the face of despair, transcending limits. Roar! A low growl that was not quite human erupted from Sun Wuxing's throat. The golden aura surrounding him no longer burned steadily, but surged and boiled like a volcanic eruption. His originally loose golden hair stood on end. In his emerald eyes, the cold light of the data stream was replaced by a wild, battle-intent golden glow. Warning. Unknown energy reaction. Combat power skyrocketing. 200 million. 250 million. 300 million. 350 million. Body load surging. Energy output power surpassing safety threshold of 150. Core logic subjected to intense emotional shock. Saiyan battle instincts suppressing rational analysis. Entering special state, Super Saiyan rage, tentative name. In this moment, data analysis temporarily took a back seat as the primal battle instincts embedded in the Saiyan bloodline dominated this body. Sun Wuxing's speed, strength, and reflexes instantly elevated to an entirely new level. He no longer dodged but charged forward against the Devourer's attacks. With a punch. Simple, brutal, yet containing the power to shatter mountains and split seas. He directly reduced a Devourer combat power 160 million that lunged at him to the most basic particles, without a chance for regeneration. Immediately following, he darted like lightning through the swarm of Devourers, each strike accompanied by the complete annihilation of a Devourer. Those pesky energy-absorbing force fields seemed to turn into laughable bubbles in the face of such absolute power, bursting at the slightest touch. No, impossible. Dr. Jero's head let out a terrified scream. Your data does not have this kind of explosive mode. This exceeds the design limits. Sun Wukong was also dumbfounded, then erupted with even greater battle intent. Awesome. Sun Wuxing. That's it. Wipe them out. At this moment, Sun Wuxing seemed to transform into a true killing machine, but what drove him was no longer cold programs, but the boiling Saiyan blood. He felt this unprecedented sense of power and release, a feeling of breaking chains and transcending limits. However, this state placed a heavy burden on the body. The alarms on the analysis panel grew increasingly urgent. Cumulative body damage. Energy output unstable. Rational module attempting to regain control. Sun Wuxing knew that this instinctive explosive state could not last. He had to resolve the battle quickly. His gaze locked onto Dr. Jero's head in the central container. It's over, Dr. Jero. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness and unprecedented killing intent. He raised his hand, and an energy sphere much larger and more refined than any before, containing countless golden lightning bolts surging within, began to gather. This was a strike born from the fusion of Super Saiyan Rage power and ultimate learning chip optimization designed for destruction. Despair finally appeared in Dr. Gero's electronic eyes. No. Lord Ouroboros, save me. Boom. The golden energy torrent consumed everything. When the light dissipated, the vast underground space was left with only a bottomless pit, and Sun Wuxing, hovering at the edge of the pit, was slightly panting, his golden aura gradually stabilizing. All the devourers, along with Dr. Gero's head and the laboratory, had been completely evaporated. Sun Wukong flew to Sun Wuxing's side, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "Sun Wuxing, what you just did was terrifying, but also super impressive." Sun Wuxing slowly landed, the golden glow in his eyes fading, returning to the calm emerald and data stream. He felt the still surging power within him and a slight fatigue, analyzing that peculiar state he had just experienced. "I'm fine, father," he replied, his tone regaining calm, but deep inside something had quietly changed. Just now was a kind of breakthrough. The Saiyan bloodline had truly revealed its wild and powerful strength, transcending data and logic, to this artificial body for the first time. The future path seemed to have gained one more possibility. Dr. Gloss laboratory was obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion, along with his deranged plans and twisted existence buried deep beneath the southern city. Sun Wukong's strike, which fused the savage power of a Saiyan with precise calculations, left no trace. The atmosphere on the way back to the Universal Capsule Company was somewhat heavy. Sun Wukong remained immersed in the excitement of the recent battle, occasionally gesturing and marveling at the astonishing power Sun Wuxing had unleashed. Meanwhile, Sun Wuxing appeared unusually silent, with a steady flow of data streaming through his emerald eyes, seemingly analyzing and digesting the experiences from the Super Saiyan Rage state. Core log record event: Southern City Laboratory clearance completed. Peak combat power recorded 352 million. Super Saiyan Rage state duration 47 seconds. Body damage assessment: minor partial damage to Biosc and slight overload of energy circuits repaired by the Infinite Energy Core. New data: Saiyan Cell Deep Activation Mode temporarily named Rage Factor. Under this condition, rational analytical ability decreases by 28, combat instincts and energy output efficiency increase by 75120. Its controllability is poor and the burden is immense. Conclusion: this mode is a double-edged sword, requiring further research on control methods or finding a more optimized path for power enhancement. Related information confirmed: Dr. Gloss main body or primary consciousness carrier has been eliminated. However, the threat from the associated organization Tail-Ending Serpent is unknown, warranting vigilance. Upon returning to the company, Bulma, Piccolo, and others who had been anxiously waiting immediately surrounded them. Seeing the two safe and sound, especially Sun Wukong still looking carefree with excitement, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but after hearing Sun Wuxing's brief account, their mood turned heavy again. Devourer, fusion, evolution, mental corruption. Piccolo repeated these keywords, his expression serious. Dr. Gloss technology is more bizarre and dangerous than we imagined. This is just the residual power he left behind. If Trunks' claims about Android 17 and 18 being more mature completed products are true. He did not continue, but everyone understood the implication. The impending disaster may be even worse than anticipated. However, the power Sun Wuxing unleashed at the end was truly remarkable. Clin said with a mix of lingering fear and hope, "With you here, we might really be able to fight against those androids." Sun Wuxing shook his head calmly, pouring cold water on their optimism. "We can't be overly optimistic. My Super Saiyan Rage state comes with immense burdens and is uncontrollable. According to Trunks' description, Androids 17 and 18 are stable infinite energy entities, and they likely do not face such load issues. More importantly, we may not be facing one or two enemies, but an unknown organization, Tail-Ending Serpent, and the more advanced technology they may possess." His analysis remained as calm and objective as ever, causing the glimmers of hope that had just emerged among the group to fade into contemplation. Sun Wuxing is right. Sun Wukong rarely dropped his smile, clenching his fists. Dr. Glow was just the beginning. We must become stronger, strong enough to face any challenge. He looked at Sun Wuxing, his eyes blazing. Sun Wuxing, come help us train. Use your data analysis to help us find weaknesses and become stronger. This proposal was immediately met with enthusiasm from everyone. Having witnessed Sun Wuxing's insightful abilities, no one doubted he could become the best coach. Sun Wuxing looked at the eager faces of the group, feeling a resonant affirmation from the Saiyan cells within him. He nodded, "Sure. Collective training will aid in data collection and enhance overall survival probability. I will devise targeted training plans for everyone." Thus, an unprecedented extreme training session led by the humanoid supercomputer unfolded in the vast backyard of the Universal Capsule Company in the upgraded gravity room. Sun Wuxing's training methods opened the eyes of all the Z warriors, and they endured considerable hardship. For Sun Wuxing first conducted a comprehensive scan of his body data and combat habits. Sun Wukong customized training plan core issue energy utilization exhibits irrational dissipation, which while aiding combat rhythm and intuition, is inefficient under extreme conditions. The burden of the king's fist on the body has reached a critical point. Training Focus 1. Precision energy control training conduct microscopic energy manipulation under ultra-high pressure gravity, starting at 300 times, such as carving complex patterns on specific metals with energy waves without damaging the overall structure, forcibly enhancing energy density. 2. Breaking through physical load limits without using the king's fist, purely using physical strength and basic chi to combat a virtual opponent simulated by Sun Wuxing, which possesses energy absorption characteristics, forcing him to explore physical potential without transformation and find a lower burden explosive method beyond the king's fist. 3. Tactical instant transmission analyzed the energy fluctuation patterns of his instant transmission, design countermeasures, and train for responsive movements under interference or prediction. Goal regular baseline combat power increased to over 5 million energy utilization rate in Super Saiyan state, increased to 95 and develop alternatives or optimizations for the king's fist. At first Sun Wukong complained about this fine work, but soon became captivated by the new challenges it presented, training with great enthusiasm. For Vegeta the situation was far more complex. Vegeta harbored deep hostility and rejection towards Sun Wuxing, completely unwilling to accept his guidance. He monopolized a gravity chamber, engaging in self-abusive training frantically. Sun Wuxing did not force him, but calmly pointed out Vegeta's training issues through monitoring data, broadcasting them via the public communicator. Mr. Vegeta, your current training rhythm has too high a heart rate, insufficient recovery period, and muscle microdamage accumulation rate at 17, leading to long-term inefficiency. You have 3 redundancies in the energy compression method of your ultimate flash, resulting in a 12 loss in power. Your emotional fluctuations in Super Saiyan state are too great with energy stability at only 78. It is recommended to practice meditation to calm your mind. These precisely alarming data analyses made Vegeta furious each time, but privately he had to admit that these criticisms were spot on. Driven by extreme unwillingness and the desire to grow stronger, he began subconsciously adjusting his training methods according to those suggestions, though he would never admit it. For Piccolo, Sun Wuxing focused on tactical development and potential excavation. He simulated various complex battlefield environments and virtual opponents with special abilities to train Piccolo's tactical adaptability. At the same time, considering the assimilation characteristics of Namekian, Sun Wuxing provided several theoretical optimization plans, although the risks were unknown, pointing Piccolo towards a potentially dangerous path for rapid power enhancement. For Clin Tianjin Fan and other Earth warriors, Sun Wuxing emphasized the refinement of techniques and teamwork. He analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each of their techniques, proposed improvement plans, and designed combined attack strategies to compensate for their absolute power deficiencies. Clin's energy sphere slash was optimized to be even more concealed and deadly. Tianjin Fan's 4 demonic fists and solar fist underwent new variations. Even Yamcha's Wolfang fist was analyzed to reveal several more deceptive variations. Under Sun Wuxing's near God's eye guidance, the Z warriors' strengths improved at an astonishing rate. Each of them could clearly feel their progress. Even the most stubborn Vegeta's baseline combat power steadily approached the 4 million mark through intense training and unconsciously accepted optimization suggestions. However, Sun Wuxing himself seemed to have fallen into a certain bottleneck. His baseline combat power stabilized at 850 million, with the infinite energy core ensuring his power would never deplete. Yet when he attempted to re-enter the Super Saiyan rage state, he found it extremely difficult, and the risks were immense. The feeling of rationality being suppressed by instinct caused his core logic to reject it. He tried to optimize and control this state through data analysis, but with little success. The wildness inherent in the Saiyan bloodline seemed impossible to fully harness with logic. On the other hand, he continued to track leads on the tail-ending serpent. The remaining data from Dr. Gloss laboratory was entirely destroyed, and the reverse-implanted tracking programs had vanished without a trace. This organization was extremely well hidden. Bulma utilized global satellites and all intelligence networks, but found no valuable leads. It was as if Dr. Glow was merely a pawn discarded by the tail-ending serpent. This potential unknown threat loomed like a dark cloud over everyone's hearts. Their speed of improvement was rapid, but the true strength of the enemy remained unknown. One deep night, Sun Wuxing stood alone on the rooftop of the company, gazing at the starry sky. The analysis panel displayed everyone's training progress curves, as well as probability deduction models concerning the tail-ending serpent and future androids. The results were not optimistic. Footsteps approached. Sun Wukong came over with a plate of senzu beans, handing him one. Have some. Even though you don't need to eat. Sun Wuxing took the senzu bean, but did not eat it, simply holding it in his hand. Father, are you worried about the future? Sun Wukong bit into a senzu bean, looking at the starry sky and smiling. Worried, of course I'm worried. That future Trunk spoke of is so grim. But worrying doesn't help. As long as we become strong enough to change the future, isn't that all that matters? His smile was pure and resolute. And besides, isn't it reassuring now that you are here? Sun Wuxing remained silent for a moment, and then spoke. My power has uncertainties. Tail-ending serpent and the organization's androids are unknowns. The probability model shows that even if we train with all our might, the chance of victory in 3 years is currently only 47. 3. Wow, there's almost a half chance. That's pretty good. Sun Wukong cheerfully patted his shoulder. Don't just look at those numbers. I believe that as long as everyone works together and strives hard, miracles will definitely happen. Just like every time before. Miracle. Sun Wuxing's core logic could not compute such uncertain events. But as he looked into Sun Wukong's eyes filled with belief, the Saiyan cells within him once again resonated warmly. Perhaps there are some things that data cannot measure. I will continue to optimize the training plan and try to find more stable paths for power enhancement, Sun Wuxing eventually said. Let's work hard together. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Under the starry sky, the father and son from different origins, united by a common goal, continued their training, racing against time. A storm was gathering on the horizon, and all they could do was sharpen the sharpest blade before it arrived. Sun Wuxing's data-driven training guidance has achieved remarkable results. In the gravity chamber and simulated battlefield, the strength of the Z warriors is growing at a visibly rapid pace. Sun Wukong's control over energy has become increasingly exquisite, while Vegeta's attacks now possess a subtle precision amidst his fury. Piccolo's tactics have become more unpredictable, and the coordinated strikes of Krillin and others are also becoming more adept. However, Sun Wuxing himself seems to have encountered an invisible barrier. His baseline combat power is firmly at 850 million, with the infinite energy core resembling an eternal star, providing inexhaustible power. Yet his attempts to replicate or optimize the Super Saiyan Berserk state have repeatedly failed. This power mode, which relies on instinct and emotional outbursts, fundamentally conflicts with his core, based on absolute rationality and data analysis. Forced simulations either fail or trigger system overload alarms, as if a precise instrument were attempting to mimic the wildness of a beast, resulting only in damage to its own structure. Core Log Records Project Controllable Research of Super Saiyan Berserk State Progress 3. 7. Conclusion: this state is highly incompatible with the foundational logic structure of his body, and forced integration poses excessive risks. It is recommended to seek alternative power amplification solutions. Alternative solutions. Sun Wuxing's database is rapidly processing, filtering through all known pathways for power enhancement. Ultimately, his analysis panel locked onto a technique mastered by Sun Wukong, but rarely used due to its immense burden: King Kai Fist. Skill analysis: King Kai Fist, based on Sun Wukong's combat data and oral accounts principle, by employing a special chi circulation method, it instantaneously surpasses physical limits, explosively enhancing combat power, speed, and reaction. Multiplicative amplification: theoretically limitless, limited by the user's physical strength. Advantages: amplification effect is direct with relatively high controllability, depending on the user's proficiency and physical endurance. Disadvantages: puts immense strain on the body. How excessive use can lead to cellular disintegration, even death. Sun Wukong's normal limit is about 20 times. Key point: the balance between energy output efficiency and physical endurance. King Kai Fist. Sun Wuxing pondered in the gravity chamber. The essence of this technique is essentially a super-frequency application of one's own energy and potential. For someone with infinite energy like him, energy provision is not a problem at all. The real bottleneck lies in the Bodhi's endurance. His body is a high-strength nanomaterial skeleton and bionic tissue meticulously crafted by Dr. Gero, far exceeding the physical strength of ordinary Saiyans. Yet even so, there are physical limits. The burden of King Kai Fist tests the entire bodily structure. Father Sun Wuxing approached Sun Wukong, who was sweating profusely while adapting to 400 times gravity. I want to learn King Kai Fist. Huh? Sun Wukong paused, wiped his sweat, and curiously asked, King Kai Fist. You want to learn that? Is it useful for you? Don't you have infinite energy? Infinite energy is supply, while King Kai Fist is an amplifier of output efficiency, Sun Wuxing explained. My Bodhi's structural strength is far above that of ordinary biological entities, theoretically allowing me to withstand higher multiples of King Kai Fist. If I can master it, perhaps I can achieve a more stable and controllable power increase, replacing the uncontrollable Super Saiyan Berserk state. Alright. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Although he didn't fully understand those complex principles, he was eager to teach martial arts. King Kai Fist isn't really that hard. The key is to find that kind of chi feeling, allowing the chi to accelerate through the body in a specific way, like turning the water pipe suddenly to maximum, but the pipe itself has to be strong enough. He tried to describe it in his own understanding. Next, Sun Wukong began imparting the secrets of King Kai Fist to Sun Wuxing. He explained in detail the chi circulation path, the subtle changes in muscles and meridians during exertion, and that spirit and will of surpassing limits. Sun Wuxing listened quietly, with the ultimate learning chip fully activated, recording every detail. At the same time, his analysis panel began constructing complex physical models and energy flow simulations. King Kai Fist learning module activated. Analysis of chi circulation path completion 100. Analysis of muscle group cooperative exertion patterns completion 100. Simulation of energy output peak and bodily structure stress distribution in progress. Risk prediction model construction in progress. Theoretically, Sun Wuxing instantly learned King Kai Fist. However, real practice is another matter. In a specially reinforced gravity isolation testing ground, Sun Wuxing attempted to run King Kai Fist for the first time. King Kai Fist. 1 times. Buzz. The energy aura around him trembled slightly, and energy output surged instantly. The analysis panel showed combat power rising from 5 billion to 7 billion. A perfect one-fold increase. Body sensors reported structural stress increased by 0.1 negligible. 2 times. Combat power rose to 55 billion. Stress increased by 0.5, still within a safe range. 3 times. 4 billion. Stress increased by 10 times. 5 billion. Stress increased by 7. The nanomaterial skeleton began to emit a faint buzzing sound, and the bionic tissue showed slight stretching deformation alarms, but still within the design's tolerance limits. Sun Wuxing stopped the increase. He needed to collect data and analyze the subtle changes in his body and the optimization space for energy flow under the tenfold King Kai Fist state. Like a precise instrument, he repeatedly executed the tenfold King Kai Fist in the testing ground, conducting tests on high-speed movement, energy release, and precise strikes, gathering vast amounts of data. King Kai Fist 10 times state data analysis. Energy output stability 99. 98 guaranteed by the infinite energy core. Bodily structure load 7. 3 continuously monitored slight fatigue accumulation. Energy utilization efficiency improvement. The ratio of attack power increase to energy consumption increase is 1:1.05. There is a 5 energy dissipation optimization space. Possibility of overlapping with Super Saiyan state theoretically feasible, but the load model needs recalculation, risk unknown. Sun Wuxing's training method once again astonished the onlookers. He did not scream hoarsely, nor did he struggle while drenched in sweat. He simply stood there calmly or engaged in seemingly monotonous repetitive actions, yet the energy fluctuations emanating from him surged and changed with tidal precision. The air was permeated with an extreme sense of control. Vegeta watched this scene through the observation window, his expression darkening. He could feel Sun Wuxing's steadily increasing, heart-pounding power. This method of becoming stronger through calculation and optimization made him feel extremely uncomfortable and a sense of inexplicable threat. He snorted coldly and turned to enter his gravity chamber, setting the gravity to 450 times, beginning an even more frenzied self-training. He wants to surpass this artificial monster with the purest combat and will. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, watched with great interest, even unable to resist entering the Super Saiyan state, trying to imitate Sun Wuxing's intricate control over chi, nearly causing a rupture due to unstable energy control, which made Krillin nearby laugh heartily. Days later, Sun Wuxing had optimized the tenfold King Kai Fist to an extreme efficiency, with energy dissipation below 2. He cautiously began to attempt increasing the multiplier. 15 times King Kai Fist. Combat power 12. 75 billion. Bodily load instantly increased to 15. The humming of the alloy skeleton was clearly audible. 20 times. 17 billion. Load 25. The bionic tissue showed clear deformation alarms. Sun Wuxing immediately released the state. The analysis panel's alarm flashed. 20 times King Kai Fist is the current BOTUS structural safety threshold. Continuing to increase has a 3.7 probability of causing irreversible structural damage. He had reached a temporary bottleneck. The 20-fold King Kai Fist had more than doubled his combat power, reaching a terrifying height of 17 billion. Yet this seems far from the true potential limit of his body. The issue lies in the strength of the body materials. A stronger body is needed, Sun Wuxing concluded. He thought of the Dragon Balls from the Namekians, the cutting-edge materials science of Bulma, and even the unfinished higher-strength alloy formulas in Dr. Gero's laboratory. Perhaps one direction for the future is hardware upgrades. Nevertheless, mastering King Kai Fist provided him with a stable and controllable powerful path. Combined with his infinite energy, this means he can maintain a terrifying output level far exceeding that of ordinary Super Saiyan warriors for extended periods without worrying about energy depletion or loss of control risks. That evening, Sun Wuxing sent a detailed report titled King Kai Fist Optimization Application and Team Adaptation Suggestions to Bulma and all the Z warriors. The report not only included his own training data, but also provided targeted training suggestions for King Kai Fist based on each person's bodily data and combat style, if their bodies can withstand it, along with tactical ideas for using King Kai Fist amplification in team collaboration. This report once again caused a stir within the team. Especially Vegeta, who upon seeing the precise calculation of his body load limits and the cold conclusion of not recommended to exceed 5 times King Kai Fist, was so enraged he nearly crushed the data board, yet deep down, he had to admit the accuracy of that data. Sun Wuxing, this weapon created by Dr. Gero, is profoundly influencing every member of this team and their preparedness for future crises in a unique way. He is no longer just a powerful individual, but is gradually becoming a catalyst that drives everyone to evolve and think. The evolution of data is progressing in tandem with the enhancement of power. A year has passed since Trunks' warning of that future. Beneath the calm surface, the undercurrents are becoming increasingly turbulent. Sun Wuxing's exploration of the King of the World's Fist had reached a temporary bottleneck. The astonishing battle power of 17 billion brought by the 20-fold King of the World's Fist was impressive, yet the strain on his body was nearing the safety threshold. He realized that relying solely on amplifying energy output efficiency had its physical limits. His analytical panel began to delve deeper into the fundamental benchmark of his own power. All along, Sun Wuxing had believed that his normal state was that of a Super Saiyan with golden flames and emerald green eyes, with a battle power value of 850 million set as the baseline for this form. However, during an in-depth calibration of his energy circuits and a database comparison, he discovered a key piece of information that had been overlooked. Data comparison alert: logical conflict detected. Database record: Sun Wukong Trunks, the Super Saiyan form, is a 50-fold increase of normal combat power. Current self-recognition: normal state is the Super Saiyan form, battle power 850 million. Point of conflict: if the current form is Super Saiyan, then the basic battle power of his normal state should be 850-1700. Conclusion: the perception of his own basic state is flawed. The current Super Saiyan form may not be a true life transition, or there may be a special mechanism at play. This discovery caused a brief disruption in Sun Wuxing's core logic. What he had always believed to be the starting point might not actually be the true beginning. To verify this, he decided to conduct an unprecedented experiment. Attempting to exit the Super Saiyan state he considered normal. In the absolute silence of the gravity testing ground, Sun Wuxing focused his mind. He no longer regarded the golden flame state as the default. Instead, he began to trace back the source of his energy, seeking that theoretically existing basic mode with lower energy output. This process proved to be more challenging than anticipated, as his entire system was optimized to maintain Super Saiyan output. After hours of meticulous adjustments, he cautiously guided the output power of the infinite energy core down from the level required to maintain his current form. It was an extraordinarily delicate operation, akin to swimming upstream in a rushing river searching for the original spring. Finally, when the output power was reduced to a specific critical value, the change occurred. The golden flames surrounding him seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, swiftly retracting and vanishing. His brilliant golden hair, starting from the roots, appeared to fade, returning to a glossy black color. His emerald green eyes also transformed back to a deep black. A peculiar sense of lightness enveloped his entire being, not as a sign of diminished power, but rather as a state of energy highly condensed and operating with an entirely different level of efficiency. Sun Wuxing looked down at his restored black hair, feeling the vast, yet calmer ocean of power within him. The analysis panel instantly updated, revealing a set of data that shook his core logic. Individual analysis panel: body Sun Wuxing current state, basic form, energy output power 2 of Super Saiyan form, benchmark battle power, current 0. Energy consumption nearly 0 in relation to the infinite energy source. Physical burden negligible. Super Saiyan form confirmed, can be activated at any time, providing a 50-fold increase over basic form. Theoretical battle power 41000. Note: state switching requires no cooldown, no consumption concerns, perfectly controlled by the infinite energy core and ultimate learning chip. The truth was revealed. What he had maintained all along was indeed the Super Saiyan form. His true basic form battle power was 821 million. This value alone was enough to crush the vast majority of enemies. The battle power of 41.05 billion after the 50-fold increase was what he had previously recognized as the starting point. This discovery was significant. It not only corrected his understanding of his own power, but also indicated that his potential was far more terrifying than he had previously estimated. If on the basis of 821 million, he could enhance his normal state through cultivation like Sun Wukong, then the increase from the Super Saiyan form would lead to exponential growth. Sun Wuxing's thoughts stirred Super Saiyan form activate. With a hum. Without any delay, the golden flames surged into the sky, his black hair turning golden and his black eyes transforming into emerald green as his battle power instantly stabilized at 41.05 billion. The switching process was as smooth as breathing. He repeated the experiment several times, confirming the absolute controllability of this transformation. This brought him unparalleled strategic flexibility. He could maintain a low-power, inconspicuous basic form in daily life, but when needed, he could instantly transform into a Super Saiyan with devastating power. However, just as he immersed himself in the newfound understanding of his power, the alarms in the laboratory blared sharply. Bulma's urgent voice came through the broadcast. Goku, Sun Wuxing, Piccolo, everyone to the control room immediately. Emergency situation. The cosmic space has detected abnormal temporal fluctuations. The characteristics are the same as when Trunks appeared. Trunks is back. At this moment, Sun Wuxing instantly switched back to Super Saiyan form, maintaining the highest combat power in the face of the unknown was the rational choice, his figure flashing into the control room. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and others arrived almost simultaneously. On the large screen, a purple streak of light was cutting through the sky, rapidly descending. Minutes later, Trunks' time machine landed in the courtyard. When he stepped out of the hatch and saw Sun Wuxing among the crowd with golden hair and blue eyes, but an unexpectedly stable and profound aura, he felt as if struck by lightning, instantly freezing in place. Super Saiyan. Know this energy. It's too stable. Who are you? This time point shouldn't. Trunks' voice was filled with shock and disbelief, his hand already resting on the sword's hilt. Sun Wukong hurriedly explained. Trunks, don't be agitated. He is Sun Wuxing, he is. Oh, well, you could say he's my son. The situation is complex, but he is not an enemy. Son, another Super Saiyan son. Trunks' mind was in a state of chaos, as this was completely different from the history he knew. Sun Wuxing calmly regarded the future warrior, and the analysis panel completed its scan in an instant. Individual analysis panel target Trunks' future battle power, normal state, 2-0 slightly improved, but the fatigue and despair in his aura intensified. Emotional analysis highly tense, shocked, alert, deeply imbued with immense sorrow and despair. Threat level low. Mr. Trunks, Sun Wuxing spoke in his characteristic calm tone. I am Sun Wuxing. As my father said, I am not your enemy. My existence is a variable in this timeline. Please tell us what happened in the future. There's no time for details. A dramatic change has occurred in the future. Number 17 and 18. They awakened early, and they became stronger and more ruthless than I knew. The Earth can barely hold on. I came back to warn you, there may be less than 3 years left. Early awakening. Becoming stronger. The news was like a chill, extinguishing the slight optimism brought by the increase in strength. Sun Wuxing's eyes flickered with data streams. The threat had escalated ahead of schedule. All plans needed reevaluation. He asked the critical question, how much stronger have they become? Specific data. Trunks shook his head in despair. I can't measure it accurately, but it's definitely far beyond my time. They seem to be searching for something. Searching for something. Sun Wuxing immediately thought of Dr. Gero and Project Snake. The trajectory of history had deviated severely, and a greater storm was approaching with increasing ferocity. And the immense power that he had just clarified as his own would face an unprecedented test. The news brought by Trunks was like a bucket of ice water poured over the head, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the control room. The earlier awakening of the stronger androids 17 and 18 hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles. The 3-year buffer period might no longer exist. The crisis was imminent. How could this happen? Krillin's voice trembled. Even the future that Trunks knew has changed. What was the point of our training before? Calm down, Krillin. Piccolo's deep voice resonated, carrying an undeniable authority. The future has always been uncertain. Trunks' arrival had already altered history. Now that new variables had emerged, it was unfortunate, but not entirely unexpected. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Sun Wukong. The key lies in whether our variables are enough to counter the enemy's variables. At this moment, Trunks also regained his composure from the shock of meeting Sun Wukong, looking at him anxiously. Mr. Wukong, we must act immediately. Based on my timeline's experience, when androids 17 and 18 awaken, they will cause indiscriminate destruction and slaughter. Their power, I cannot match it at all. If they are even stronger in this timeline. His voice was filled with despair. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, his usual ease disappearing as he clenched his fist and looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, what do you think? Can your analysis calculate what our odds of victory are now? All eyes were focused on Sun Wukong. This being possessing transcendent analytical power and capabilities was crucial at this moment. Sun Wukong's emerald eyes flickered with data streams, the analysis panel running at high speed, integrating the new information brought by Trunks, the latest combat power data of everyone on their side, and various environmental variables. Strategic simulation model initiated input variables: enemy androids 17 and 18 strength unknown, estimated to far exceed the original timeline hypothesized to be 23 times their original strength, with individual combat power possibly between 400 million and 800 million, possessing infinite energy characteristics. Energy absorption. Our side: Sun Wukong Super Saiyan combat power approximately 150 million, Vegeta Super Saiyan combat power approximately 140 million, Piccolo combat power approximately 160 million, Son Gohan great potential current combat power low, other Earth warriors combat power negligible, Sun Wukong base form 82 1 million, Super Saiyan form 410 5 million. Environment: Earth inhabited by civilians, limiting large-scale destructive techniques. Simulation results based on current data scenario: a direct confrontation if the enemy's strength is at the estimated lower limit. Individual 400 million. Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan form can exert absolute pressure with a victory rate of 99.9. If the enemy's strength is at the estimated upper limit. Individual 800 million and possesses special abilities. Sun Wukong still holds an advantage, but must be wary of being restrained or targeted at weaknesses such as hostage threats, with a victory rate of 85. Scenario B: enemy avoids battle spreads, destruction risk is relatively high. Sun Wukong cannot protect the entire globe simultaneously. We need our other members to have restraining or self-defense capabilities. Overall victory rate drops to 70-60. Scenario C: unknown factors intervening, Ouroboros organization, insufficient data, unable to calculate. Victory rate becomes unknown. Key conclusion: our core advantage lies in Sun Wukong's absolute power. The biggest risk comes from the enemy's strategy and potential third-party forces. Recommendation: take the initiative, find and lock onto the enemy, and engage in decisive battle in a controllable environment. At the same time, quickly enhance the power of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others to prepare for unexpected situations. After the simulation, Sun Wukong raised his eyes and calmly stated the conclusion: based on the existing data, our odds of victory still exist and cannot be ignored. Our core advantage lies in my individual combat power. However, the risks are due to insufficient intelligence and potential variables. Suggested strategy: proactive reconnaissance, lock onto enemy whereabouts, and force a decisive battle. Additionally, accelerate the enhancement of everyone's power to ensure full preparation. His voice was calm and objective, resembling a military report, yet strangely dispelled some of the gloom hanging over everyone's hearts. At least they were not without a chance, and they had a powerful support that provided a sense of reassurance. Take the initiative? Great. That suits me perfectly. Vegeta's voice was filled with suppressed excitement and battle intent. He could not endure waiting passively. Rather than waiting for them to come to us, why don't we go and drag them out first? However, Trunks looked worried. But how do we find them? In my time, their movements were secretive and difficult to pinpoint. Leave it to me. Bulma stepped forward, her face regaining the confidence and sharpness of a scientist. Trunks, transmit all the energy characteristics, behavioral pattern data of androids 17 and 18 that you know, as well as the future energy signals recorded by your time machine to me. Sun Wukong, you come help too. Combining your scanning and analytical abilities, we might be able to establish a new tracking model. Even if they have become stronger, the essence of their energy should still leave traces. This is a feasible direction. Sun Wukong nodded, sure. My energy perception system and learning chip can assist in pattern recognition and signal filtering. Wonderful. Bulma immediately sprang into action, pulling Trunks and Sun Wukong towards the supercomputer terminal. Sun Wukong looked at their retreating figures and slapped his face hard. All right, then let's seize this last moment and continue training. Piccolo, Vegeta, we cannot rely solely on Sun Wukong. We must become stronger. Piccolo nodded gravely. Vegeta snorted in agreement, turning towards the gravity chamber with an unprecedented sense of pressure, not only from the enemy, but also from the terrifying potential exhibited by that android son. Training resumed, but the atmosphere was entirely different from before. There was a sense of urgency and less composure. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were almost torturing themselves in the gravity chamber, squeezing out their potential, while Piccolo began to pay more attention to tactical and cunning training, contemplating how to maneuver against an enemy with infinite energy despite being at an absolute disadvantage. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, while assisting Bulma in establishing the tracking model, also began to reassess his training direction. The 410 5 million Super Saiyan combat power was a tremendous advantage, but how to use this power more efficiently, respond to potential special abilities such as energy absorption and Explore whether there was a possibility of surpassing Super Saiyan became his new topic. The cells of Sun Wukong within him seemed to become more active upon sensing the immense pressure from the outside world, transmitting a desire for breakthrough. Days later, Bulma and Sun Wukong's collaboration made initial progress. They successfully isolated a unique energy signal imprint with characteristics of Dr. Gero's technology from the data brought by Trunks, though faint it indeed existed. There is a signal. Bulma excitedly pointed at a flickering light spot on the screen. Although it's quite vague and the position keeps moving, it has indeed been captured. It's in the unmanned desert region of the southwest continent. Finally found it. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. Let's set off immediately. Vegeta could hardly wait. Wait. Piccolo intervened. We cannot all move out. We need someone to stay behind to protect the Earth and Bulma and the others. Moreover, this could be a ploy to draw us away. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo would form a strike team to head to the signal source area. Trunks, Krillin, Tien, Shinin, and others would remain at the Capsule Corporation just in case. The four of them instantly flew away from West City, transforming into four streaks of light rushing toward the southwestern desert. Sun Wukong maintained his Super Saiyan form, his powerful aura like a lighthouse in the darkness, but he deliberately restrained his energy fluctuations to avoid alarming the enemy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta also fully concealed their auras, while Piccolo, as a Namekian, naturally blended more easily with the environment. During their flight, Sun Wukong's analysis panel continuously scanned the target area. Environmental scan, southwestern desert energy, signal, target signal, detected intensity, fluctuating, suspected presence of an energy shielding device. Life response, besides the target, multiple faint life responses exist, suspected to be wildlife or low-level artificial units. Spatial structure, minor signs of spatial distortion detected, cause unknown. Threat assessment, medium-high, unknown factors present. We're almost there. Sun Wukong reminded. There are strong energy responses and signs of artificial structures in the valley ahead. The four of them landed behind a rock at the entrance of the valley, peering cautiously inside. Deep within the valley, several simple, yet technologically advanced metal buildings stood, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. On the open ground in front of the buildings, two figures stood quietly, as if waiting for something. They were two very young individuals, a man dressed in a black bodysuit with a jacket featuring a red satin military insignia, his expression cold, eyes sharp as an eagle. The woman wore a similar outfit, tall, and with a hint of playful disdain on her face. They radiated overwhelming energy fluctuations, unmistakably the androids 17 and 18 described by Trunks. However, their auras were indeed even stronger and deeper than expected. Sun Wukong's analysis panel instantly locked onto the target individual. Analysis panel, target android 17, combat power assessment, approximately 650 million energy, condensed with a natural aura, infinite energy response confirmed. Energy attributes, stable, cold, with a slight energy absorption field. Threat level, high. Individual analysis panel, target android 18, combat power assessment, approximately 580 million energy fluctuations, somewhat active, infinite energy response confirmed. Energy attributes, lively, slightly mocking energy absorption field, similar to 17. Threat level, high. Indeed, they have become stronger, far surpassing Trunks' original timeline level. Android 17 lifted his head, his cold gaze piercing through the rock cover, landing on the direction where Sun Wukong and his companions were hiding. The corner of his mouth, curling into a cold arc, finally arrived. A bit slower than expected, and broadened. Interesting guest. His gaze was firmly locked onto the golden-haired, blue-eyed Sun Wukong. Android 18 chuckled lightly, flexing her wrist. Looks like this won't be as boring as dealing with those small fries. That golden-haired kid looks pretty strong. A battle was about to erupt. The 410. 5 million combat power within Sun Wukong slowly circulated. The Saiyan blood within him began to quietly heat up. The wheels of history were steering towards a completely unknown crossroads at this moment. In the valley of the southwestern desert, the air seemed to be frozen. Android No. 17 and No. 18 stood side by side, exuding a tremendous energy that felt like a tangible pressure far exceeding the strength described by Trunks. However, what intrigued them more was the young man standing in front of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, with black hair and dark eyes, yet an aura as profound as an abyss. Just before landing, Sun Wukong's mind stirred slightly, and the dazzling golden aura around him instantly retracted, his brilliant golden hair reverting to black and his emerald green eyes returning to a deep dark color. He switched back to his base form. On the analysis panel, his battle power stabilized at 821 million. This decision was based on calm strategic considerations. 1. Intelligence advantage. The opponent may already be aware of the existence of Super Saiyans through Dr. Gero or other means, but they know nothing about Sun Wukong's true capabilities. Hiding the Super Saiyan form as a trump card could create an information gap at a critical moment, allowing for a surprising victory. 2. Power assessment. Although the strengths of No. 17 approximately 650 million and No. 18 approximately 580 million are formidable, they still fall within the range that he can handle in his base form. There is no need to reveal all his strength from the start. 3. Tactical probing. Fighting in base form allows for more intuitive collection of battle data. Special abilities of these two enhanced androids, and whether there are any hidden powers behind them. Oh, a slight surprise flickered across No. 17's indifferent face as he keenly sensed the unusual aura surrounding Sun Wukong. Not a Super Saiyan, but this power is much stronger than the Sun Wukong described by Trunks. Who are you? Interesting, you seem much more pleasing to the eye than those two noisy Saiyans. No? 18 remarked, observing Sun Wukong with interest. Little brother, are you also a creation of Dr. Gero? Her tone carried a hint of teasing, but her gaze held an underlying wariness. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta were somewhat surprised by Sun Wukong's sudden return to black hair, they could not afford to ask more questions in the face of the imminent threat. Vegeta was especially enraged by No. 18's remark of noisy, his golden aura exploding as he roared, "Stop talking, woman. Get ready to die." Before his voice faded, Vegeta launched the first attack, transforming into a beam of golden light, rushing straight at No. 18. He wanted to prove himself as the strongest warrior in front of Sun Wukong and Kakarot. No. 18 smirked, her figure flickering as she easily dodged Vegeta's charge, countering with a swift knife hand strike aimed at Vegeta's neck, her speed causing his pupils to constrict. "Vegeta, be careful." Sun Wukong noticed the situation and immediately entered his Super Saiyan state, joining the battle against No. 17. Instantly the valley was lit up with golden light, and energy blasts erupted as the fight escalated. Sun Wukong did not intervene immediately. He stood still, his black hair gently swaying in the turbulent airflow, his eyes calmly observing the battlefield as the analysis panel rapidly recorded data. Battle data: record target android No. 17 combat style, efficient and concise movements, as precise as a machine, adept at utilizing the environment with extremely high energy utilization efficiency. Special ability: confirmed to possess an energy absorption field capable of passively weakening energy blasts. Physical strength is extremely high, regeneration ability under observation. Energy characteristics: stable output of unlimited energy, no significant fluctuations. Battle data: record target android No. 18 combat style, agile and varied with a hint of mockery, active tactical thinking, good at finding opponents' weaknesses. Special ability: also possesses an energy absorption field, exceptional speed. Energy characteristics: unlimited energy output, slightly softer, but with significant follow-through. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta exerted their utmost, they quickly fell into a disadvantage against opponents whose strength far surpassed their own. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan, at approximately 150 million, Vegeta, at about 140 million, and who possessed unlimited energy and energy absorption abilities. Most of their attacks were easily neutralized or absorbed, while the counterattacks from No. 17 and No. 18 were extremely fierce. Each encounter brought them perilously close to defeat. Damn, how can their power be so strong? Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring a heavy punch from No. 17, blood surging from his mouth. This won't do. Sun Wukong was also forced to retreat repeatedly by No. 18, his Kamehameha charge interrupted. At that moment, as No. 17 seized an opening and gathered a high-energy beam at his fingertips, about to shoot it towards Sun Wukong's back, a black figure appeared beside him like a specter. It was Sun Wukong. He didn't even unleash his aura, relying solely on the terrifying physical capabilities and speed brought by his base form of 821 million battle power. He executed a simple, yet lightning-fast side kick that struck precisely at No. 17's wrist. Bang! With a muffled sound, No. 17 felt an irresistible force surge through his wrist, causing the gathered energy to dissipate instantly, and he was involuntarily pushed back several dozen meters, carving deep furrows into the ground. The entire scene was stunned. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were about to provide assistance, were frozen in place. No. 18, who had originally worn a mocking smile, now had her expression solidified. Even No. 17 himself, with his indifferent face, showed significant shock and disbelief for the first time. He was actually pushed back by an opponent who appeared to be in a normal state. Moreover, the tingling sensation in his wrist told him that the opponent's power far exceeded his expectations. "Your opponent is me." Sun Wukong spoke calmly, locking his dark gaze on No. 17, his tone devoid of any ripples, yet carrying an undeniable authority. No. 18 snapped back to attention, her eyes sharp as she instantly abandoned her suppression of Vegeta, transforming into a streak of light that rushed towards Sun Wukong from the side, her fingertips shimmering with dangerous energy. Sun Wukong didn't even turn around. He simply extended his left arm as if foreseeing the attack, accurately blocking No. 18's ambush. At the same time, his right hand formed a blade with his fingers piercing through the air with a shrill whistle aiming directly at No. 18's throat. No. 18 was taken aback, quickly leaning back to evade. The knife hand grazed her neck, the pressure of the wind, causing her skin to tingle. In a single exchange, he repelled No. 17 and forced back No. 18. And all of this was done in his base form. Sun Wukong and Vegeta watched in astonishment. They finally understood what an unimaginable concept Sun Wukong's 821 million base battle power represented. This had completely surpassed their comprehension of normal. Bastard. Vegeta felt a wave of humiliation, realizing that the enemy he struggled against in his Super Saiyan form was effortlessly handled by Sun Wukong in his base state. Incredible. Simply incredible. Sun Wukong could only express pure astonishment. No. 17 steadied himself, shaking off the tingling sensation in his wrist, looking at Sun Wukong with a completely changed expression filled with gravity and unprecedented combat intent. I take back what I just said. You are strong, absurdly strong. It seems that old man Dr. Gero really has created an extraordinary monster. No. 18 returned to No. 17's side, her expression serious. Brother, this guy is not right. His aura feels unlike that of a living person, yet is terrifyingly powerful. Be careful. Sun Wukong ignored their remarks, simply stating, show me your true abilities. Otherwise the battle will end quickly. He needed to force out more data from them, especially whether they had hidden abilities or clues related to the Ouroboros. No. 17 and No. 18 exchanged glances and nodded. The energy fluctuations around them suddenly intensified, clearly indicating they were about to get serious. The battle entered its second phase. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong maintained that unfathomable base form, facing off against the two powerful androids with unlimited energy, using sheer normal power. He was like an iceberg with only a small part of its massive volume visible above the water. The true trump card, a terrifying ice capable of freezing everything, still lay hidden beneath the depths, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Sun Wukong displayed overwhelming strength in his basic form, completely altering the tide of battle. Number 17 and number 18 put aside their initial disdain, their expressions becoming incredibly solemn. The black-haired, black-eyed youth possessed unfathomable power, far surpassing any records of Earth warriors in their database. Brother, this guy is not right. Number 18 lowered her voice, her fingertips flickering with energy. His power is terrifyingly stable, and he seems to have a strong resistance to our energy absorption. Number 17 nodded indifferently, his electronic eye quickly scanning Sun Wukong. The energy response is similar to that of a biological entity, but the structural precision far exceeds natural evolution. Suspected highly modified body, or perfect android. Prioritize collecting combat data and activate that if necessary. The two instantly reached a consensus. In the next moment they moved, no longer probing, but executing a seamless joint attack. Number 17's figure flickered, transforming into dozens of indistinguishable afterimages rushing towards Sun Wukong from all directions, each afterimage carrying sharp energy blades sealing off all escape routes. At the same time, number 18 silently infiltrated underground, the ground slightly bulging, a deadly energy shock piercing upward, directly targeting Sun Wukong's feet. Battle analysis: the target employs advanced tactical coordination. Number 17 feints as the main attacker, creating visual and energy disturbances. Number 18 stealthily ambushes, targeting blind spots. Joint attack efficiency evaluation 92. Threat level high. Data streams flickered rapidly in Sun Wukong's pupils. Faced with this exquisite joint attack, he didn't even move his feet. In the instant the energy blades were closing in, his body vibrated at a speed undetectable by the naked eye, each tremor precisely deflecting the cutting trajectories of the blades, as if he had foreseen all attack paths. At the same time, he gently stomped his left foot on the ground. Boom! A highly condensed shockwave radiated from the center of his foot, and number 18, who had just sneaked beneath him, felt an irresistible immense force, letting out a muffled groan as she was violently blasted from underground, her vital energy surging. What a... Number 18 was horrified at her stealth technique had been so easily unraveled. Meanwhile, number 17's afterimage attacks all fell short as Sun Wukong moved like a prophet, weaving through the afterimages, each movement perfectly avoiding attacks, even using the gaps between the afterimages to counterattack, delivering a precise knife hand strike towards number 17's neck. Number 17 hurriedly blocked his arm, colliding with the knife hand, producing a clang of metal. A force far beyond his expectations surged through, causing his arm to go numb and forcing him to retreat again. Basic form complete suppression. Sun Wukong moved with ease amidst the torrential attacks from the two. His fighting style was extremely efficient with no unnecessary movements. Each dodge, each block, each counterattack was like the optimal solution born from countless simulations by a supercomputer. He was not just fighting, he was also collecting vast amounts of data in real time. Data record update target number 17, I energy absorption field strength, confirmed capable of weakening approximately 30 of remote energy wave energy. Physical resistance is extremely high with joint connections as relative weak points. Combat AI logic tends toward cold efficiency with a fixed attack pattern cycle 7-3 recorded. Target number 18, speed advantage, is evident with extremely strong dynamic visual capture ability. Energy usage is more flexible, possessing short-range energy blinking capabilities similar to low-tier instant teleportation. Emotional fluctuations are somewhat significant, easily provoked by tactical taunts. Combined technique mode detected 3 fixed joint attack patterns countermeasure plan in generation. Damn, this guy is slippery like an eel. Number 18, frustrated by the lack of progress, became increasingly aggressive, inadvertently exposing more flaws. Number 17's eyes turned cold as he suddenly shouted, Number 18. Execute B7 tactic. Number 18 immediately retreated, quickly forming hand seals, her energy highly concentrated. Meanwhile, number 17 lunged at Sun, whooshing, disregarding his own defense, arms outstretched, attempting to forcefully embrace him to restrict his movements. Tactical recognition, B7 tactic, sacrificial grapple combined with high-energy pinpoint explosion. Threat level extremely high. Sun whooshing instantly discerned their intentions. If number 17 managed to hold him, number 18's high-energy explosion would cause tremendous damage, even he would not dare to take it heat in. But he did not choose to retreat. Instead, he charged forward. At the moment number 17 was about to embrace him, Sun Wuxing's body twisted at an incredible angle, slipping through the gaps between number 17's arms, while his fingertips gathered highly compressed energy, pointing towards an energy node at the base of number 17's spine. Sizzle. A light sound echoed and number 17's body abruptly stiffened, his movements momentarily delayed. The energy flow behind him was abruptly cut off. At the same time, Sun Wuxing did not look back, but shot a minuscule, nearly invisible energy bullet towards number 18, who was accumulating energy behind him. This energy bullet did not target number 18's body, but accurately struck the core point of the energy gathering between her hands. Buzz. The energy sphere that number 18 had gathered became extremely unstable due to this tiny external energy interference, emitting a dangerous buzzing sound. Her expression changed dramatically, and she had to forcibly interrupt her skill, pushing the unstable energy sphere into the sky. Boom. The energy sphere exploded violently in midair, its blinding light illuminating the entire valley. Number 17 and number 18 were forced apart, their expressions grim. Their combined technique not only had been unraveled, but they had nearly faced a backlash from it. How is this possible? It seems like he has completely seen through our tactics. Number 18 gasped, incredulous. Number 17 stared intently at Sun Wuxing, data scrolling wildly in his electronic eye. It's not that he sees through. It's calculation. His fighting style is based on real-time analysis of all our movements and probability prediction. Every move we make is within his calculations. Sun Wuxing calmly looked at them and spoke. Your cooperative pattern has 17 predictable patterns. The energy absorption field has relatively weak resistance to pure physical impacts. Additionally, there exists an energy circuit within you that does not conform to Dr. Gero's standards with an 87.3 match to the characteristics of the Ouroboros technique. Your power enhancement comes from the Ouroboros modifications. Number 17 and number 18's pupils constricted simultaneously. Sun Wuxing not only possessed great strength, but also unveiled their deepest secret. You know about Ouroboros? Number 17's voice carried a subtle tremor. A little contact. Sun Wuxing continued to apply psychological pressure. Dr. Gero is nothing but a pawn discarded by Ouroboros. You are merely their new toys. Tell me the purpose of Ouroboros and the details of your enhancements, and perhaps we can avoid unnecessary destruction. Arrogant. Number 18 laughed in anger. So what if you know? Do you think you've already won? Brother, there's no need to hide anymore. Let him witness the true power bestowed upon us by Ouroboros. Number 17's gaze sharpened, nodding his head. The two stepped back simultaneously, their hands forming a peculiar pose, and the aura around them began to undergo a strange transformation. The originally distinct energies began to attract and intertwine as if they were about to merge together. Alert. High-dimensional energy resonance detected. Target energy response skyrocketing. Pattern recognition suspected precursor to fusion technique. Combat power estimate rising continuously 700 million, 800 million, 900 million, breaking 1 billion. Sun Wuxing's analysis panel emitted sharp alarms. He had finally forced out the hidden trump card of his opponents. A technique similar to the Namekian assimilation or metamorph fusion technique, but seemingly more efficient and dangerous. We can't let them complete it. Sun Wukong and Vegeta also felt the heart-pounding energy fluctuations and charged in attempting to interrupt the fusion process. Yet a powerful energy barrier formed around number 17 and number 18, deflecting all of their attacks. There's no time left. Number 17's cold voice rang out as he and number 18's figures gradually blurred and drew closer in the distorted light. Sun Wuxing's gaze sharpened. The time to collect critical data had arrived, but at the same time, he had to prevent the birth of a potentially uncontrollable foe. His energy within began to quietly rise, golden strands of hair rising, without wind, a faint golden aura starting to manifest on his surface. He was preparing to use some of his Super Saiyan power to crush the fusion at the moment of completion and seize the core data during the process. The air in the valley seemed to be drained as a suffocating pressure erupted from the center where the light distorted. The figures of No. 17 and No. 18 completely vanished, replaced by a new being taller and more muscular with a stern face that bore a hint of malevolence. His hair had turned silver gray, his eyes crimson, and dark red flames surrounded him, emanating a ferocious energy far beyond before. Individual Analysis Panel Target Composite Artificial Being temporarily named Azura Combat Power Assessment 3 billion. The energy nature is wild and unstable, possessing dual infinite energy characteristics, energy attributes, a fusion of No. 17's cold efficiency and No. 18's agile transformation, but extremely unstable with signs of energy conflict. Special ability Enhanced Energy Absorption Field Strength, suspected to possess short-term energy burst skills. Threat level extremely high. The energy level has formed absolute suppression on the basic form. Weakness analysis, imperfect composite technology, energy fusion flaws, poor stability, expected duration limited. I did it. Azura Composite Artificial Being clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power surging within him, letting out a hoarse laugh, filled with destructive desire. This is the power that transcends limits. Feeling good. So the first to be crushed will be you, little ghost. His crimson gaze instantly locked on his Sun Wukong, and his figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared before Sun Wukong, his fist enveloped in dark red flames, crashing down with the force to tear through space. The speed and power were like night and day compared to before. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. In his basic form, he could no longer cope calmly against this 3 billion of wild power. He crossed his arms to block. Boom! The terrifying roar shook the valley. The ground beneath Sun Wukong instantly collapsed into a massive pit, and he was knocked back several hundred meters by the sheer force, his arms aching. The analysis panel's alarm flashed. Impact force exceeded basic form defense limit of 120. Suggested to increase energy output. Did you see that? This is our power. Azura laughed maniacally, launching an onslaught. Like a torrential storm, dark red energy blasts raining down on Sun Wukong like meteors. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed in with a roar, trying to help, but their attack struck Azura's energy barrier as if a stone sinking into the sea, unable to shake it even a bit. The gap in strength was too great. Damn, how could this bastard be so much stronger after the fusion? Vegeta roared unwillingly. Sun Wukong shouted anxiously. Faced with Azura's absolute power suppression, Sun Wukong knew he could no longer hide. The testing and data collection in his basic form had been completed. It was time to end this battle. He steadied himself, watching Azura charge again, calmly stating, "The fusion technology is crude, and the energy utilization is inefficient, wasting the advantage of infinite energy. Your failure has long been predetermined." As his voice fell, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and the repressed aura erupted like a dormant volcano. Buzz! The brilliant golden flames surged into the sky, illuminating the valley as if it were daytime. His short black hair rapidly grew visible to the naked eye, turning into a radiant gold, each strand standing upright. His deep black eyes were replaced by cold emerald green. A terrifying energy far more vast and stable than Azura's enveloped the entire battlefield like the cosmos itself. Deep and unfathomable. Super Saiyan transformation activated. Individual Analysis Panel host Sun Wukong current state Super Saiyan 50x amplification combat power 410 5 billion. Energy status absolutely stable, infinite supply. Threat level absolute, crushing against the target. Wah! What a... Azura's forward momentum came to a sudden halt, his crimson pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks, his face filled with utmost horror and disbelief. This energy, how is it possible? Stronger than our fusion by dozens of times. What a joke. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were also completely stunned, mouths agape, watching Sun Wukong standing like a golden war god, feeling the overwhelming power that seemed capable of easily crushing planets, their minds going blank. 410 billion. Vegeta's voice trembled, far exceeding his understanding. Is this The true power of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong murmured, his eyes filled with shock. Sun Wukong's emerald gaze coldly regarded Azura like a deity looking down upon ants. Your performance is over. He moved without leaving an afterimage without a sonic boom, as if directly melding into space, appearing before Azura in the next moment. His speed was so fast that Azura couldn't react at all. Sun Wukong simply lifted his right hand and struck down. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only an absolute sense of control over an irresistible force. Azura fearfully crossed his arms to block. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. Azura's arms broke apart. His entire being was sent flying as if hit by an interstellar battleship crashing through several hills before barely stopping, blood spurting everywhere. Absolute crushing. In the face of the absolute power of 410. 5 billion, the 3 billion of fused Azura was utterly powerless. No. Impossible. Azura struggled to rise, his broken arms beginning to twitch and heal under the influence of infinite energy, but the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. Monster. You are the real monster. Sun Wukong didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, vanishing once more, appearing above him, raising his right foot high before striking down like a battle axe. It's over. Boom. The earth trembled violently, a massive rift several kilometers long appearing in the valley. Azura was directly stomped into the earth's crust, the composite state collapsing instantly under the enormous impact. A flash of light, and he separated back into the severely injured No. 17 and No. 18, lying at the bottom of the rift, barely breathing. Sun Wukong slowly descended from the air, the golden flames around him subsiding slightly, yet still emanating a daunting majesty. He approached the edge of the rift, looking down at No. 17 and No. 18. The battle ended. From the activation of the Super Saiyan form to the conclusion, it took less than 3 seconds. Sun Wukong and Vegeta flew over, staring at the bottomless rift and the two injured androids inside, speechless. For the first time, they felt so intuitively what a despairing gap in strength was. Sun Wukong did not deliver a killing blow. He needed living subjects to gather information. He raised his hand, shooting out several energy beams that formed a confinement force field, sealing No. 17 and No. 18. Is this the true power of Super Saiyan? Vegeta's voice was hoarse, filled with reluctance and a hint of confusion. Incredible! Sun Wukong exclaimed, purely in awe and excitement. Sun Wukong, you are truly amazing. Sun Wukong turned to Sun Wukong, the data streams in his emerald eyes calming, regaining a semblance of tranquility. Father, the crisis is temporarily resolved. However, the threat of Ouroboros still exists. We need to obtain more intelligence from them. His gaze shifted towards the distance, as if piercing through space, seeing the shadow hidden deep within the universe. For the first time, he fully unleashed the power of the Super Saiyan, but whether this power was enough to face even greater storms in the future remained unknown. The Shura fusion android was crushed by Sun Wukong, with absolute power separating back into the severely injured No. 17 and No. 18 and was sealed at the bottom of the rift by an energy confinement field. The valley was filled with the charred scent, and dead silence left after the rampant energy. Once invincible androids now lay like lambs to the slaughter. Sun Wukong and Vegeta slowly descended to the edge of the rift, gazing at the powerless enemies below, their emotions complicated. The victory came so suddenly, yet it made them feel so insignificant. Vegeta's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from an indescribable humiliation and thrill. The power he longed for seemed as insignificant as a firefly competing with the bright moon before Sun Wukong. Is it over? Krillin's voice came from a distance. He, along with Tin Shinhan, Piccolo, and others, had just arrived. They looked at the scene before them, especially the unfathomable rift and the still flickering golden aura around Sun Wukong, all rendered speechless in shock. Sun Wukong released his Super Saiyan form. The golden aura and hair faded, returning to his basic appearance of black hair and black eyes. The battle was over, and maintaining the high-energy form was no longer necessary. He calmly said to the arriving Piccolo, Mr. Piccolo, could you please use your magic to bring them up? We need live captives. Piccolo nodded and cast a spell, lifting the severely injured and unconscious No. 17 and No. 18 from the bottom of the rift. Both were gravely wounded with an unknown number of broken bones, their breaths weak, yet the infinite energy was slowly repairing their bodies. Great. We've got them. Krillin let out a sigh of relief, but then grew worried. But how do we handle them? They possess infinite energy. How can we contain them? Sun Wukong walked to No. 17 and No. 18 squatted down and lightly touched their foreheads with his fingers. 2 streams of highly compressed energy instantly injected into them, temporarily reinforcing the confinement field and setting up an energy circulation suppression device. This confinement field will continuously absorb their leaking energy to sustain itself and suppress their activity. As long as the field is not destroyed from the outside, they cannot escape. Bring them back to the Universal Capsule Company. Miss Bulma should have ways to create more permanent confinement facilities. His methods were calm and efficient, as if he were dealing with malfunctioning machines rather than former foes that posed great threats. This attitude sent a chill down Krillin and the others' spines, yet they had to admit it was the most rational approach. Let's go back for now. Sun Wukong called out, glancing at Sun Wukong, his expression filled with awe yet also a hint of unnoticeable gravity. Sun Wukong's power had surpassed the realm he could comprehend. The group returned to the West City Universal Capsule Company with their captives. Bulma had already seen the battle through satellite monitoring. When Sun Wukong and the others returned with the captives, she immediately instructed the research team to take over, sending No. 17 and No. 18 into specially designed highest-level confinement capsules capable of isolating energy and physical impact. The atmosphere in the laboratory remained tense. Although they had captured the culprits, no one felt relaxed. Sun Wukong, that last form of yours. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong, hesitating, her eyes filled with the enthusiasm of a scientist facing the unknown and a touch of reverence. The Super Saiyan form, a 50-fold increase of my base combat power, Sun Wukong calmly explained. Normal state at 820 million, Super Saiyan form at 41.05 billion. Despite being mentally prepared, the number still made everyone in the laboratory gasp in shock. 41.05 billion. This was a terrifying power sufficient to easily destroy a galaxy. No wonder you could easily deal with them. Bulma murmured, then immediately thought of a key issue. But Sun Wukong will showing such powerful strength. Alert the enemies. The Ouroboros organization, if they are monitoring, will definitely notice you. Sun Wukong nodded. The possibility is as high as 92.3. But this is also unavoidable. Hiding strength may temporarily provide an information advantage, but it cannot fundamentally solve the problem. Demonstrating strength may intimidate the wicked, forcing them to take more cautious actions, buying us more time. At the same time, this is also a fishing operation. Fishing? Bulma asked in confusion. I suspect the Ouroboros is paying far more attention to No. 17 and No. 18 than we imagine. Sun Wukong looked at the confinement capsule. They were enhanced and activated in advance, likely a part of the Ouroboros plan. Now that they have been captured, Ouroboros will likely not sit idly by. They will either attempt to rescue or silence them. In either case, it will expose them to more clues. Piccolo spoke in a deep voice. That makes sense. We need to strengthen our vigilance, especially regarding the custody of these two captives. Leave it to me. Piccolo volunteered. I will use magic and aura surveillance to ensure everything is foolproof. Just then, No. 17 in the confinement capsule seemed to regain some awareness. He struggled to lift his head, staring intensely at Sun Wukong through the reinforced glass, his voice hoarse and filled with hatred. The Ouroboros will not spare you. You have ruined the Master's plan. Sun Wukong walked to the front of the confinement capsule and calmly met his gaze. What is the purpose of the Ouroboros? What are the details of your enhancement? No. 17 let out a cold laugh, closed his eyes, and fell silent. No. 18 remained unconscious. Tough mouth, Vegeta scoffed. Looks like we need some special means. No need. Sun Wukong shook his head. Forcibly reading memories or torture may trigger their self-destruction program or mental defense mechanism. Just maintaining surveillance will suffice. Ouroboros is more anxious than we are. After dealing with the captives, everyone temporarily dispersed to rest and recover. The continuous high-intensity battles and massive information shock left everyone physically and mentally exhausted. Sun Wukong went alone to the observation platform in the laboratory, gazing at the starry sky outside. He called up the analysis panel, re-examining the combat data with No. 17 No. 18 EU and the Fusion Shura. Combat Summary Analysis. Enemy Strength Assessment revised confirmed that Ouroboros possesses technology to greatly enhance androids. Fusion Technology Analysis. The technology is immature. Energy conflicts are severe, but the potential is immense. If optimized, it could create super warriors in a short time. Self-Performance Assessment. Super Saiyan form power overwhelms, but energy control precision has a 0.05 slight fluctuation under extreme output, needs optimization. Tactical application is appropriate. Potential risks. Exposing strength may invite higher-level targeting from Ouroboros. Be wary of unknown attack methods. Although victory was achieved, Sun Wukong felt no relaxation. He knew this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The Ouroboros could easily enhance No. 17 and No. 18 AU, and the hidden power behind them likely far exceeded imagination. Moreover, the opponent held technological and intelligence advantages from the shadows. I need to improve my strength faster, not just relying on the Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong pondered. He thought of the burden of the Kaioken, wondered if there could be forms that surpassed Super Saiyan, and considered whether the Dragon Balls on Namek might offer some assistance. Countless possibilities were deduced in his core logic. At that moment, his communicator vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted message from Bulma. Sun Wukong, come to the third underground level of the confidential database immediately. I have analyzed the encrypted signal remnants sent by No. 17 and No. 18 before their capture and made an astonishing discovery. The signal points to not Earth. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, instantly snapping out of his reverie. A new clue has emerged. Inside the secret database on the third underground level, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. A massive holographic star map hovered in the center, while Bulma's fingers danced rapidly over the control panel, bringing forth a dazzling stream of data. Sun Wukong stood silently to the side, the data light flowing silently in his bright green eyes reflecting the star map. This is it. Bulma suddenly struck the return key, highlighting and enlarging a distant star region on the star map, where a green planet slowly rotated in the void. The final direction of the signal source, after multiple encryptions and interstellar relay jumps, has ultimately locked onto these coordinates. Namek. The name sent a shiver through Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta, who had just arrived. It held too many memories, battles of life and death, and debts of gratitude. Namek. Sun Wukong scratched his head. How are Dondi and Nera doing? Why would the signal of Ouroboros point there? That's the problem. Bulma's expression was serious. According to the analysis of the signal residue, this is not a simple communication signal, but more like a positioning beacon or perhaps feedback from some activation command. Before being defeated by Sun Wukong, androids 17 and 18 seemed to have sent some confirmation message towards Namek, and the other side replied. Piccolo's green face instantly darkened. Are you saying that the tentacles of Ouroboros have already reached Namek? What do they want? The Namekians are peaceful except for... He paused, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. Except for the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong calmly continued, articulating the most terrifying conjecture. The Dragon Balls of Namek Porunga possess far greater power than the Dragon of Earth. If Ouroboros targets the Dragon Balls, the laboratory fell into silence. The consequences of allowing an organization with unclear intentions and terrifying technology to wield the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish would be unimaginable. They could even easily resurrect the Frisia Force or create even more terrifying calamities. We must stop them. Sun Wukong was the first to jump up, filled with fighting spirit. We can't let the bad guys use Porunga for evil. Vegeta snorted coldly, but his gaze was equally sharp. Namek, huh? Humph, just right. I also want to meet those so-called stronger opponents. The overwhelming power that Sun Wukong displayed pierced into his heart, and he yearned to break through himself in a true battle. Calm down. Bulma shouted. Namek is extremely far from Earth. With our current spaceship technology, even using the most advanced warp engine, a one-way trip would take at least 3 months. Moreover, space travel is fraught with unknown risks. Piccolo said solemnly. 3 months. Too long. If Ouroboros has already acted by the time we arrive, it might be too late. Sun Wukong's eyes accelerated with data flow, suddenly speaking up. There's a way to significantly shorten the time. He looked at Sun Wukong. Father, your instant transmission technique can theoretically allow you to reach Namekians directly as long as you sense their ki. Sun Wukong was taken aback and shook his head. No, Sun Wukong. Instant transmission requires extremely focused mental concentration to sense a specific ki, and the farther away the harder it is. Namek is too far away. Oh, I can't sense Danda's ki at all. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. No need to directly sense specific individuals. Sun Wukong pointed to the star map. We can use the unique divine fluctuations emitted by the Dragon Balls of Namek as a beacon. This kind of fluctuation has superspatial characteristics, making it easier to capture over vast distances than biological ki. Miss Bulma, please bring up all the energy spectrum records related to Porunga. Bulma immediately began to operate, and soon a complex and grand set of energy spectrum graphs appeared on the screen. That was the residual data captured by Earth's detectors when Namek summoned the dragon back then. Sun Wukong stared at the spectrum graph, his ultimate learning chip fully activated, starting to build a super long-range perception model targeting this divine fluctuation. I need a little time to analyze the characteristics of this fluctuation and try to couple it with my energy perception system. Estimated success rate 68. 4. Great. There's hope. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Vegeta frowned, relying on such an uncertain method for hope. That's too childish. We must prepare for both options. Vegeta is right. Bulma nodded. I will immediately start modifying a new model interstellar spaceship, equipping it with the strongest engines and life support systems as a backup plan. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, you research the feasibility of instant transmission with all your might. Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, you all continue to train, preparing for any situation. With the plan established, everyone immediately went their separate ways. In the following days, the Capsule Corporation entered an unprecedented state of busyness. Bulma led the research team in tirelessly modifying the spaceship, naming it Hope 2, aiming to shorten the journey to within 2 months as much as possible. In the gravity chamber, training became even more frantic. Upon learning that Namek might face strong enemies, Sun Wukong and Vegeta increased their training intensity, breaking their limits time after time. Piccolo focused even more on concealing his ki tracking and delving into Namek's secret techniques, preparing for a possible homecoming battle. As for Sun Wukong, he immersed himself in a peculiar state of meditation. Instead of feeling with his heart like Sun Wukong, he transformed himself into a super signal receiver, constantly adjusting his energy frequency, attempting to resonate with the divine fluctuations from the depths of the distant starry sky. On the analysis panel, countless complex formulas and waveform graphs rolled by, rapidly simulating every possibility of superspatial perception. Superspatial perception model construction progress 4567. Unknown interference source detected. Signal simulation shows attenuation. Suspected existence of interstellar signal shielding technology. Activate backup plan. Attempt to use King Kai's power as a relay amplifier. Connect to the North Kai signal tower. He even used the secret link with North Kai, trying to enhance his perception range through the King's divine power network. Such a method of crossing the divine realm and technology could only be attempted by a unique existence like him. 3 days later, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. He walked up to Bulma, who was debugging the spaceship engine, and to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were sparring. The model construction is complete. We can attempt the first super long-range instant transmission. His voice remained calm, but those who knew him could detect a subtle difference. An intense focus achieved through calculations. Did we succeed? Bulma exclaimed with delight. How confident are you? Piccolo was more concerned about the risks. The theoretical success rate has increased to 89.7. Sun Wukong replied, but there are unknown variables: the stability of the target point space, possible defensive barriers, and energy dissipation during the transmission process. I suggest conducting preliminary tests with small mass life forms. I'll do it. Sun Wukong volunteered. I'm most familiar with instant transmission, so I can adapt if something happens. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay. Please relax, father. I will guide my perception to share with you. You need to merge my coordinate data with your instant transmission technique. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, clearing his mind. Sun Wukong placed his hand on his shoulder. A stream of precise data containing vast cosmic coordinate information flowed gently into Sun Wukong's consciousness. It was an unprecedented experience. Sun Wukong felt as if he had suddenly acquired a cosmic star map, a clear light point flickering at the location of Namek. I can feel it. So clear. Sun Wukong exclaimed. It's as if Dondi is right in front of me. Sun Wukong, this move of yours is incredible. Begin the transmission. Sun Wukong confirmed. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, focused his mind, and shouted, instant transmission. Buzz. The two figures instantly blurred and vanished from the laboratory. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting. Vegeta clenched his fists, Piccolo opened his senses, and Bulma stared intently at the energy detector. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Just as everyone's hearts sank deeper, a fluctuation occurred in the center of the laboratory, and Sun Wukong's figures reappeared. Sun Wukong wore an excited smile, while Sun Wukong nodded slightly. We made it. We're outside the atmosphere of Namek. Sun Wukong excitedly danced. Although we didn't land directly for fear of startling them, I can clearly sense Dondi and Nera's ki. That starry sky is unmistakable. Sun Wukong's coordinates are spot on. Cheers erupted in the laboratory. The shortcut to Namek was opened. Great. Bulma sighed in relief. This way we can support Namek at any time. Sun Wukong added, this transmission consumed about 0.5 of my total energy. Careful planning is needed for transporting multiple people over super long distances. I suggest using Hope 2 as a logistical and retreat safeguard. His cautious reminder calmed everyone down. Instant transmission is a surprise attack, but not omnipotent. The real challenge still lies on that green planet. Then Piccolo looked towards the starry sky, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Prepare to set off. It's time to go home and see what those guys hiding in the shadows are up to. The journey across the starry sea is about to begin. The warriors of Earth will once again embark on a journey to protect allies and combat evil. And Sun Wukong, the ultimate weapon from the laboratory, will continue to explore the meaning of his existence and the boundaries of power in this vast universe. The successful verification of instant teleportation acted as a powerful stimulant, dispelling some of the shadows that loomed over everyone's hearts. The shortcut to planet Namek was cleared, signifying their newfound ability for swift intervention. However, the joy of victory was soon replaced by the weight of harsher realities. Their opponent, the enigmatic Ouroboros, remained an unknown entity with unclear objectives, strength, and deployments on planet Namek. Rashly teleporting there could lead to a trap rather than a rescue. We must devise a meticulous plan. Piccolo crossed his arms, his green face etched with calmness and vigilance. Instant teleportation is an advantage, but it could also become a trap. If Ouroboros anticipates our actions and sets an ambush on planet Namek, we are likely to fall into a tight encirclement as soon as we arrive. What are we afraid of? Vegeta snorted with Goku around. Even if there's an ambush, what can they do? Yet his tightly clenched fists revealed the gravity of his inner thoughts. Goku's power was formidable, but the universe was vast and full of wonders. The fact that Ouroboros could enhance androids 17 and 18 indicated that there might be even more terrifying capabilities. Goku also put away his smile, seriously stating Piccolo is right. We cannot act recklessly. Planet Namek has Dend and Nail, not to mention Purunga. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. We need to think of a reliable approach. All eyes once again focused on Goku. He was not only the strongest fighter, but also the tactical brain with ultimate analytical abilities. Goku did not speak, but walked to the holographic projection platform at the center of the lab. He extended his finger, quickly operating on the virtual interface. Soon a detailed, three-dimensional model of planet Namek was constructed with mountains, rivers, and even the ruins of the Great Battle clearly visible. Bulma, please connect all historical environmental data energy detection records about planet Namek and the future fragment information brought by Trunks. Goku instructed. Bulma immediately complied, continuously inputting relevant information from the database. The holographic projection of planet Namek became even more vivid, simulating atmospheric flows and energy distributions. Next, Goku projected unit identifiers representing both enemy and ally forces onto the planet model. Blue dots represented known Namekian villages, primarily clustered around the highlands where the Elder resided. A massive red question mark marked a remote canyon area on the planet, indicating a possible stronghold of Ouroboros based on signal source direction and geographical concealment analysis. Several smaller red dots simulated possible patrol units or defensive facilities. The green dots representing their side were assigned various landing coordinates by Goku. Tactical simulation system activated scenario, a direct assault on the stronghold. Route instant teleportation to the center of the red question mark area. Advantage surprise attack, potentially destroying the enemy's command center directly. Risk extremely high. May fall into a heavily fortified ambush or trigger an unknown trap. Estimated success rate 31. 2. Scenario B, peripheral reconnaissance, gradual infiltration. Route instant teleportation to a safe area surrounding the stronghold, lurking for intelligence before taking action. Advantage reliable ample information, gathering controllable risk. Risk time-consuming, may miss the opportunity to act, and could be detected by the enemy. Estimated success rate 65. 8. Scenario C, first rendezvous with the Namekians for a joint operation. Route instant teleportation to a location near the Elder's village, contact Dend and others, and obtain local support before taking action. Advantage gaining intelligence and support a justified approach, and utilizing the Namekians' unique capabilities such as healing and assimilation. Risk could expose the Namekians, making them targets. If the Namekians are already infiltrated or controlled, it would be a trap. Estimated success rate 58. 1. Goku clearly presented the pros and cons of the three plans, accompanied by detailed risk assessments and data support. I lean towards a combined variant of Scenario B and Scenario C. Goku pointed at the planet model first. Send a small elite team instantaneously teleporting to a concealed location about 50 kilometers away from the Namekian village. He marked a spot near the intersection of forest and mountains. This location is easy to conceal and can effectively sense the auras from both the village and the suspicious strongholds. The suggested composition of the team: me responsible for main combat and real-time analysis, Piccolo responsible for aura assimilation, environmental adaptation, and communication with the Namekians, and my father Goku responsible for instant teleportation support and high mobility constraint. Vegeta, you will stay on Earth with Krillin, Tien, and others responsible for protecting the Capsule Corporation and monitoring the containment of androids 17 and 18, while also being on standby as a second wave ready to board the Hope 2 for support at any moment. This is a crucial backup force. Vegeta's expression darkened, clearly displeased with the arrangement, but he understood that Goku's analysis was rational and well-founded. The Earth base indeed needed strong fighters to hold the fort, and given his current strength, he could become a liability in the super-scale battles that might occur on planet Namek. This realization fueled his anger and resentment, yet he could only grit his teeth and accept it. I agree, Piccolo declared. First, I share the same origin as the Namekians and can better integrate into the environment and scout the situation. This plan is the most reliable. Goku nodded yes, quietly checking the situation first is indeed smarter than rushing in for a brawl. Then it settled. Bulma asked, when will we depart? 1 hour from now. Goku decided we need a brief rest, check our gear, and finalize the calibration of the teleportation coordinates. Bulma, please prepare small high-energy communicators for us to ensure smooth communication with Earth, even though there may be delays. No problem. Bulma immediately sprang into action. 1 hour later, on the rooftop platform of the Capsule Corporation, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo stood together. Goku and Gohan maintained their basic forms while Piccolo concealed his aura. Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others stood not far away, their expressions serious. Bulma handed over 3 button-sized hyperspace communicators to them. Be careful. Bulma urged, stay in touch at all times. Don't worry, Bulma. Goku grinned and made a victory gesture. Gohan looked at Goku, and Piccolo, the coordinates are locked. I will guide the stability of the spatial jump. Prepare. Start. The 3 closed their eyes simultaneously. Gohan shared the precise coordinate data with Goku while channeling his energy to create a stable spatial force field enveloping the 3. Goku concentrated, sensing the distant and clear coordinate point. Buzz. A slight spatial fluctuation, and the 3 figures instantly vanished from the platform without a trace. Vegeta watched the spot they disappeared from, his fists clenched tightly, flames of determination burning in his eyes. Kakarot. Gohan. Just you wait. I, Vegeta, will soon surpass you. I will not always be left behind. On the other side of the starry sea, a secret operation concerning the fate of the planet had just begun, and had the lurking Ouroboros already spread its web awaiting the arrival of its prey. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and spatial distortion, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo found themselves firmly on the ground. The surrounding environment instantaneously shifted from the steel jungle of the West capital to a vast forest imbued with alien charm. The air was filled with a fresh yet slightly sweet aroma of plants. The gravity was slightly higher than that of Earth, but it was almost negligible for the 3 of them. Gigantic, softly glowing mushroom-like plants dotted the forest, illuminating the night as if it were day. This was Namek. Sun Wukong immediately entered a state of alert, activating his analysis panel, scanning the surroundings like an invisible radar wave. Environmental scan. Namek, unknown forest area. Atmospheric composition. The nitrogen-oxygen ratio is suitable for human survival, rich in unknown inert beneficial gases. Ecological characteristics. Vibrant life, energy reactions. Plants possess a weak photosynthetic luminescence. Energy background detected. A gentle yet immense natural life energy flow, drastically different from Earth. Detected multiple scattered medium intensity Namekian signatures. Combat power ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Anomalous signal detected. Weak unnatural energy residue matching 35 of the characteristics of the Ouroboros technology with a directional deviation from the target village. The signal is weak, presumably left over from several days ago. Threat assessment. Low current environment, medium, signs of unknown activity. Successfully arrived. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, feeling the unique energy of Namek, a nostalgic expression appearing on his face. The taste here hasn't changed at all. It feels so comfortable. Piccolo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his Namekian cells resonating strongly with the land. His perception spread like quicksilver, more finely attuned to the presence of his compatriots and the pulsations of the planet. Moments later, he opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. The village of the Grand Elder is that way, about 50 kilometers away. I can sense Dandy and Nail, they seem a bit anxious, but overall stable. There's no obvious trace of battle. No trace of battle is a good thing. Sun Wukong sighed with relief. It means we haven't arrived too late. Sun Wukong frowned slightly, pointing to a location slightly off from the village direction. Mr. Piccolo, do you sense anything unusual in that direction? My scan shows there is weak, unnatural energy residue partially matching the characteristics of the Ouroboros technology. Piccolo concentrated for a moment, then shook his head. It's too far. The presence is obscured by the abundant life energy. My perception range is not as precise as your instrument. What did you discover? The residual signal is very weak, like it was left by some small detector or communication relay active about 3 to 5 Earth days ago. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with data streams. The signal points not to the village, but to the more remote southern mountains. There are 2 possibilities. 1, the Ouroboros stronghold is indeed in the southern mountains, and they are conducting perimeter reconnaissance. 2, this is a deliberately left misleading signal. It seems the other side is very cautious, Piccolo said gravely. We cannot go directly to the village. If there is an ambush, it will put Dandy and the others at risk. Shall we scout the signal residue point first? Agreed, Sun Wukong nodded. Father, please restrain your aura. Well, fly low to avoid alarming the snake. Understood. Sun Wukong immediately suppressed his aura to the lowest level, appearing like an ordinary person. The 3 moved through the vast luminous mushroom forest like phantoms, swift yet silent. Sun Wukong flew in the front, relying on the precise navigation of his analysis panel to avoid potential natural traps and energy-sensitive areas. Piccolo was in the middle, better blending into the environment, using his similar aura. Sun Wukong brought up the rear, keeping watch over their backs. After flying for about 10 minutes, Sun Wukong suddenly raised his hand, signaling to stop. They landed at the edge of a rocky area covered in strange purple moss. The signal source is just a kilometer ahead in a cave. Sun Wukong said softly, detecting an extremely weak energy shielding field. There is a non-living energy reaction inside, but the intensity is very low and poses no direct threat. They'll sneak in to take a look, Piccolo said. As a Namekian, he had the strongest stealth capability in such an environment. Piccolo's skin subtly changed color, almost blending into the surrounding rocks and moss, silently sliding towards the cave. A few minutes later, he returned holding a palm-sized, oddly shaped metal device. The surface of the device bore scorch marks indicating it had been damaged. There was only this in the cave, hidden in the cracks of the rocks. No other discoveries. Piccolo handed the device to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took the device, his fingertips glowing softly as he conducted a deep scan. Item analysis, unknown model micro-detector signal relay. Technical characteristics, the energy circuit design style has a 65 similarity with Dr. Gero's technology, but the materials and encryption technology are more advanced with a 72 match to the Ouroboros features. Function speculation, environmental data collection, life sign, monitoring, remote signal forwarding. It has self-destructed the core data storage chip, melted physically. Activity record, last active time 4 Earth days ago. Self-destruction, trigger condition, suspected remote command or automatic activation after detection. Conclusion, confirmed that the Ouroboros forces have arrived on Namek and conducted preliminary reconnaissance. The other side's actions are professional and cautious, possessing counter-reconnaissance capabilities. They have been here, and they were very careful, Sun Wukong informed the two. This detector might just be one of many reconnaissance points. The self-destruct program indicates they did not want to leave any clues. Sun Wukong scratched his head. These guys are like rats, really troublesome. So what should we do next? Go directly to find Dandy. No, Sun Wukong denied. The other side knows the location of the Namekian village. If they have malicious intent, the village may already be under surveillance. If we appear recklessly, we will be exposed immediately. He pondered for a moment and proposed a new plan. We need a more discreet way to contact the Namekians without alarming them. Mr. Piccolo, can you use the telepathic abilities of the Namekians to establish contact with Dandy or Nail from a distance? To gather intelligence without revealing our exact location. Piccolo's eyes sparkled with a hint of light. I can try. There exists a weak telepathic link between the Namekian elders for emergency communication. However, beyond 50 kilometers, the link will be very unstable and easily interfered with by powerful energy fields. I need an absolutely quiet environment to concentrate. No problem, Sun Wukong nodded. My father and I will be on guard for you. Please begin. Piccolo found a flat rock to sit on, closed his eyes, placed his hands on his knees, and entered a deep meditative state. His green skin glowed slightly, resonating with the life energy of Namek, attempting to capture the familiar consciousness of his compatriots from the distant village. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong stood on either side of Piccolo, fully restraining their auras and vigilantly observing every movement around them. The forest was silent, only the soft glow emitted by the luminous plants and the occasional chirp of unknown insects. Time passed second by second. Piccolo's brow occasionally knitted tightly, then relaxed, indicating the communication process was not going smoothly. Suddenly, Piccolo opened his eyes wide, his expression grave. I made contact, but the situation is not good. Piccolo said urgently. Dandy said that about 10 days ago an unfamiliar spaceship crashed in the southern mountains. Several surviving aliens dressed in matching uniforms escaped and behaved sneakily. The Namekians attempted to communicate with them, but they were extremely cautious and possessed considerable combat abilities, injuring several villagers before fleeing into the deep mountains. Aliens? Are they from Ouroboros? Sun Wukong asked. Not sure. Piccolo shook his head. Dandy's description of their appearance is very different from humans on Earth, and the weapons and energy they use are also different from Dr. Gero's style. However, there was a symbol on the crashed spaceship. Piccolo drew a simple pattern on the moss with his finger, a snake biting its own tail. The Ouroboros. Indeed, it is them. Sun Wukong's expression hardened. The spaceship crashed. Survivors hiding. Perhaps this is not a planned invasion, but an accident. Yet the detector indicates they conducted reconnaissance afterward. The situation became complex. Was it the Ouroboros advance team that accidentally crashed, leading to an exposed plan? Or was this itself a disguise to lure the Namekians or any potential reinforcements like them into a trap? What else did Dandy say? Sun Wukong pressed for more. He said the area where those survivors are hiding has become very strange in terms of life energy reactions, becoming aggressive and filled with a sense of death. They did not dare to delve deeper, only monitoring from the periphery. Nail led a team of warriors to establish a defensive line around the mountains. Piccolo paused, his voice becoming more somber. And one more thing. Dandy sensed that near the temple where the Dragon Balls are located there have recently been abnormal energy fluctuations, but very brief, unable to determine what they are. The Dragon Balls. Indeed, they are the key. Sun Wukong quickly integrated the information, the analysis panel rapidly simulating. Situation simulation update hypothesis A accidental crash. The Ouroboros team accidentally arrived, disrupting the plan currently in a state of lurking and self-rescue. Advantage the enemy is weak a chance to eliminate them. Risk may underestimate the enemy's residual strength or hidden means. Hypothesis B disguise trap. The crash is a facade intended to attract attention. Their true strength may have already lurked elsewhere, such as the Dragon Ball Temple. Advantage none. Risk extremely high may fall into a trap. Key targets protect the Dragon Balls confirm the true situation of the survivors. We need to split up into two teams. Sun Wukong made the decision. Mr. Piccolo, please continue to communicate with Dandy, guiding them to strengthen the defenses of the village and the Dragon Ball Temple, but do not act rashly. My father and I will head immediately to the southern mountains to scout the actual situation of those survivors. He looked at Sun Wukong. Father, we may need to be prepared for battle this time. If they are enemies, we must finish them quickly to avoid alerting potential ambushes. Understood. Sun Wukong was full of fighting spirit, the golden aura flickering slightly before retracting. Finally, I can stretch my muscles. Piccolo nodded. Be careful. I will report any abnormalities in the direction of the village through the telepathic link at any time. The plan was set. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, their forms shifting into two blurred shadows, silently rushing towards the southern mountains, shrouded in unknown and danger. Beneath the tranquility of Namek, dark currents surged even more violently. The real contest was about to begin. Sun Wuxing and Sun Wukong darted like phantoms, merged with the night, racing at blinding speed among jagged boulders and grotesquely luminescent flora across the southern mountain range. The closer they drew to their target, the more palpable the ominous silence of death became in the air. The vibrant life energy of Namek, normally abundant and radiant, grew thin and warped here as if devoured by some invisible force. Sun Wuxing's analytical interface pulsed with urgent alerts. In environmental anomaly intensifying, life energy depletion rate escalated to 15 per hour. High concentration, negative energy particle stream detected. Origin the canyon ahead. In residual energy analysis, non-natural energy traces increasing, consistent with detector signal remnants now exhibiting heightened activity. Threat assessment elevated to critical. Signs of high-energy biological entities or active energy fields confirmed. Inwari almost there. Sun Wuxing halted atop a towering ridge pointing downward toward a vast canyon shrouded in roiling black mist. At the canyon's entrance, monstrous stone formations jutted upward like the fangs of a demon. Within, impenetrable darkness reigned, so profound that even the bioluminescent flora failed to pierce its depths, radiating only a chilling, all-consuming dread. The source of the life energy anomaly lies deep within the canyon. In Sun Wukong's usual grin vanished, his expression hardened as he gazed down. It feels deeply unsettling, as though a black hole lurks below, devouring everything. Would survivors truly hide in such a terrifying place? In highly probable, Sun Wuxing replied, data streams flickering across his eyes. This environment severely disrupts sensory perception, ideal for concealment. Prepare for infiltration, maintain maximum vigilance. And silently, the two slid down the sheer cliff face and landed at the canyon's threshold. The ground beneath their feet bore an unhealthy ashen pallor. Rocks surrounding them were coated in a slick, dark purple fungal layer, slowly undulating as it absorbed the last vestiges of ambient energy. Sun Wuxing carefully collected a sample of the fungus for analysis. In sample analysis, unknown parasitic assimilation fungus. Traits feeds exclusively on life energy, secretes acidic compounds capable of decomposing both organic and inorganic matter, possesses rudimentary consciousness centrally governed by a primary maternal entity. Origin hypothesis non-native to Namek. Likely an extraplanetary species, possibly artificially cultivated. In threat profile lethal to low-energy life forms, capable of gradual erosion against high-energy defensive barriers. Caution advised regarding its collective consciousness and neural linkage to the maternal core. An artificially cultivated assimilation fungus. The work of Ouroboros, Sun Wuxing concluded. They are not merely scouting, they are reshaping the environment itself. This canyon has become a trap, and they advanced deeper with heightened caution. Light faded rapidly, the fungal growth thickened, a cloying, sickly sweet stench of decay permeated the air. Occasionally they glimpsed the desiccated remains of Namekian fauna, encased in pulsating fungal membranes rapidly dissolving into sludge. And suddenly Sun Wukong froze mid-step and whispered movement. Sun Wuxing instantly expanded his perception. Beyond a nearby bend, faint energy fluctuations shimmered, and beneath them muffled sobs. The two exchanged a glance and crept forward without sound. Around the bend lay the entrance to a relatively spacious cavern, half obscured by creeping fungal veils. The sobs and fragmented dialogue issued unmistakably from within. Rations are nearly gone. No signal can escape. We'll starve here, in silence. If you hadn't activated that accursed device without authorization, we'd never have been exposed or crashed. But the Elder's orders were to gather data, not deploy energy-devouring fungus. Now the entire canyon is corrupted. The Elder, who knows whose will controls him now? The absolute will of Lord Ouroboros alone is sovereign. We fulfilled our mission. Even in death, ours is glory. And the voices spoke galactic standard, but with a dissonant, unnatural inflection. From their exchange, it was clear these were agents of Ouroboros, trapped here after unauthorized deployment of the fungus led to exposure and crash landing. Sun Wuxing signaled Sun Wukong with a subtle glance, preparing for a swift, silent takedown. Capturing them alive offered the swiftest path to vital intelligence. Yet as they tensed to strike, chaos erupted. A blood-curdling shriek tore from the cavern's depths, followed by violent energy clashes and panicked cries. What in the void is that? And it's coming. Run, Boom. Colossal force shattered the fungal membrane, sealing the cavern mouth. Several alien figures, clad in tattered uniforms and bearing bizarre physiognomies, tumbled out in blind terror, wounded and gasping, fleeing desperately toward the canyon's outer rim. But faster, far more uncanny, a shadow erupted from the abyssal dark. An indescribable entity surged forth. Roughly humanoid in outline, its entire form rippled with viscous oil-black substance. Featureless save for two rotating vortices, where eyes should be each devouring light itself. Its limbs contorted fluidly, shifting between razor-sharp claws, writhing tendrils, or searing energy emitters, while radiating the same nauseating, all-consuming field permeating the canyon. Individual analysis panel. Target unknown. Assimilator in combat. Power estimate 85085 million. Energy signature wildly chaotic and profoundly corrosive. Energy affinity aggregated negative energy, exhibiting potent absorption, matter decomposition, and morphological adaptability. Traits likely evolved from the energy-devouring fungus maternal strain or subordinated to a higher intelligence. Cognitive capacity unknown. Aggression extreme. Threat level extreme. Extremely resistant to energy-based assaults. Physical efficacy remains untested. The assimilator moved with terrifying velocity, closing the gap on one fleeing Ouroboros agent in an instant. Black tendrils lashed out, coiling around him. The agent wailed in utter despair as his life force and ambient energy visibly drained away, his body withering, collapsing into a desiccated husk draped in crawling fungal filaments. A monster. It escaped from the device. The remaining survivors scattered in mindless panic, sprinting blindly into the gloom. The assimilator discarded the husk and lunged toward its next quarry, fixated it seemed on the Ouroboros operatives alone. Save them. Seeing the horror unfold, Sun Wukong abandoned stealth, flaring instantly into Super Saiyan form, golden aura blazing as he launched a thunderous punch toward the creature. He could not stand idle while life crumbled before him, even that of enemies. Boom. Knee's fist struck true, slamming into the assimilator's back, sending it staggering sideways. Yet the impact yielded little effect. The viscous black mass absorbed and dissipated most of the kinetic fury like swamp mud swallowing stone. The assimilator whirled about, its crimson vortices locking onto Sun Wukong, releasing a silent, soul-rending shriek that vibrated through bone and marrow. Father, caution. Its energy absorption trait is extraordinary. Sun Wuxing warned sharply, then likewise ascended into Super Saiyan form, golden radiance, pushing back the encroaching shadows. He had no choice but to engage. This abomination posed a danger far exceeding all prior estimates. In abandoning pursuit of the Ouroboros remnants, the assimilator redirected its full attention toward these two new luminous sources of delicious energy. Its form rippled, arms elongating, hardening into colossal black energy blades that cleaved the air with spatial distortion, striking simultaneously at Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxing. Sun Wukong roared, palms converging as he unleashed a concentrated Kamehameha wave to meet the descending blades' heat. Sun Wuxing meanwhile chose precision over power, vanishing from sight, evading the frontal assault, then reappearing inches from the creature's core nexus. His fingertip crackled with hypercompressed key needles, vibrating at frequencies tuned to disrupt its internal energy flow. Thus erupted a surreal battle within the cursed canyon, golden key and ravenous black void clashing in violent luminous detonations that briefly illuminated this blighted realm. The few surviving Ouroboros agents spared by sheer fortune vanished into the canyon's suffocating darkness, lost to obscurity. Amidst the chaos, Sun Wuxing continued rapid analysis. This assimilator clearly originated with Ouroboros, yet appeared to have broken free of control. What hidden truth lay buried beneath this revelation? And deeper still, in the canyon's unfathomable heart, what greater horror might await? The battle within the Death Valley was extraordinarily fierce. The devouring body resembled an immortal shadow, constantly shifting forms, The black viscous substance sometimes morphed into an indestructible shield at other times became a vortex that absorbed energy and occasionally extended numerous sharp tentacles to launch an all-round attack. Its attack patterns were bizarre and lethal, with a combat power of 85 million, making it particularly troublesome under the influence of its devouring characteristics. Sun Wukong's golden energy wave struck it, but most of the energy was absorbed and dissipated, yielding minimal effect. He had no choice but to rely more on instantaneous movement and close combat, utilizing speed and strength for physical strikes. However, the material structure of the devouring body was exceedingly unique, and the damage from physical attacks was quickly repaired by the flowing black substance. Damn it! How can this thing not die? Sun Wukong smashed the devouring body into several pieces with a punch, yet those black fragments crawled back together as if they had life, their aura barely diminished. Sun Wuxing remained even calmer, his emerald eyes flashing with streams of data, constantly analyzing the energy, operating modes, structural weaknesses, and regeneration mechanisms of the devouring body. He ceased using large-scale energy bombardments and instead highly compressed his power, causing dazzling energy needles to erupt from his fingertips like the core of the sun, each precise jab striking the key nodes of the devouring bodhi's energy flow or its regeneration core. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The highly condensed energy needles possessed tremendous penetrating power, each hit eliciting a silent shriek from the devouring body, its form twisting violently as its regeneration speed significantly slowed. Sun Wuxing was like a skilled surgeon dissecting an unknown monster. Battle data update analysis progress of the target devouring bodhi's weaknesses 78. Confirming that its core is a highly compressed negative energy conglomerate relying on external energy absorption to maintain stability. Physical dispersion is effective, but it needs to be paired with high-frequency energy impacts to disrupt its internal energy balance. Recommended tactic: high-energy shock waves combined with physical tearing. Father. Sun Wuxing instantaneously moved to Sun Wukong's side, speaking rapidly. Its regeneration relies on energy absorption and internal negative energy balance. We attack simultaneously. You use the high-frequency shock wave of the Kamehameha to impact its internal structure, and it'll focus on physical disintegration at the moment. It is structurally unstable. Understood. Sun Wukong comprehended and clasped his hands again, but this time the condensation speed of the Kamehameha was much faster, the energy fluctuations carrying a peculiar tremor frequency. Came, hame, ha. The blue energy torrent no longer struck in a straight line, but displayed a spiral shock wave form, instantly enveloping the devouring body. The high-frequency shock waves violently impacted the internal energy structure of the devouring body, rendering it exceedingly unstable, with countless fine cracks appearing on its black surface. Now's the time. Sun Wuxing zipped forward like lightning, his hands transforming into two golden blades, wielding the power to tear through space as he slashed toward the core area exposed by the shock. Rip! The sound of fabric being torn echoed. The devouring body emitted an extremely sharp, soul-piercing wail as its entire form was cleaved open by the golden energy blades. This time the torn part did not reassemble. Instead, it swiftly dissipated like burnt ashes, revealing a violently pulsating dark red energy sphere at the core. Final strike. Sun Wuxing concentrated the last highly compressed energy bullet at his fingertips, ready to completely annihilate this core. However, just as the energy bullet was about to be fired, both Sun Wuxing and Sun Wukong suddenly felt a strong sense of heart palpitations. An indescribable, vast, and ancient will seemed to cross endless space, suddenly descending upon this valley. This will was not directed at them, but pointed toward a distant direction. Meanwhile, outside the valley, Piccolo, who was on lookout and communication duty, urgently relayed a shocked message through the mental link. Sun Wuxing. Wukong. The Dragon Balls. Purunga has encountered an issue. An exceptionally powerful energy fluctuation is coming from the direction of the temple. Dandy said that the 7 Dragon Balls are glowing and trembling on their own as if they are about to be forcibly summoned. Dragon Balls in motion. Sun Wuxing paused, instantly realizing the source of that vast will. It was the divine fluctuation emitted when the Namekian Dragon Balls Purunga were activated by some force. Something is trying to remotely control or summon the Dragon Balls. Not good. The target of the Ouroboros is indeed the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong reacted, his expression changing dramatically. In that split second when they were distracted, the exposed dark red core seemed to respond to some kind of summoning, suddenly erupting with its final strength, transforming into a blood light, attempting to burrow underground and escape. Trying to run. Sun Wuxing's gaze turned cold, reacting as swiftly as lightning. The energy bullet originally aimed to annihilate the core shifted direction, transforming into a golden energy net that instantly enveloped and constricted that blood light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dark red core thrashed violently within the energy net, producing a piercing sound of energy erosion, but ultimately, it was thoroughly purified and dissipated. The devouring body has been eliminated, but a greater crisis has already descended. We must head to the temple immediately, Sun Wukong said anxiously. Wait. Sun Wuxing stopped him, his eyes filled with rapidly analyzing data. The opponent can remotely activate the Dragon Balls, indicating prior preparation. The temple is likely a trap. We need more detailed intelligence. He immediately contacted Bulma on Earth through the communicator. Miss Bulma, please analyze the abnormal energy fluctuation spectrum of the Namekian Dragon Balls that we just captured. Track its source coordinates. Additionally, closely monitor the confinement chambers of androids 17 and 18 to prevent a diversion. Understood. Analyzing now. Bulma's voice was tense. The spectral characteristics are exceedingly strange, exhibiting strong spatial jump properties. The source coordinates. Oh my goodness. The signal source is not on Namek. It is jumping. The coordinates cannot be locked. A spatial jump signal source. Sun Wuxing's heart sank. Ouroboros technology is more advanced than he imagined. They might be hiding in some mobile base or using spatial technology to interfere with tracking. At this moment, Piccolo sent another message, his tone more grave. Dandy said the Dragon Ball's unusual activity has ceased, but there is an extremely subtle, malicious feeling of surveillance enveloping the entire temple area. The warriors led by Nail have lost contact. The feeling of surveillance, loss of contact. Sun Wuxing instantly connected all the clues: the crash of the Ouroboros squad, the released energy-eating bacteria, the sudden emergence of the devouring body, the attempt to remotely activate the Dragon Balls, and the current anomalies in the temple area. This is a chain scheme. Sun Wuxing calmly analyzed. The crash squad and the devouring body are bait and misdirection meant to draw our attention and combat power. The real kill move targets the Dragon Ball's temple. The opponent may have dispatched true elites to launch a surprise attack on the temple while we are held back here. A diversion. Sun Wukong also understood, astonished and furious. Does that mean Dandy and the others are in danger? We must head to the temple now. Piccolo's voice came through the mental link, resolute. I must return. You all follow quickly. Piccolo. Be careful of ambushes. Sun Wukong shouted, but Piccolo had already cut off the link, evidently rushing back to the village at full speed. Sun Wuxing quickly made a decision. Father, we head to the temple immediately to support Piccolo. But we must act cautiously. I suspect the opponent's target is not only the Dragon Balls, but also Porunga itself, or the opportunity to make a wish. He looked toward the depths of the valley where remnants of Ouroboros and unknown secrets still lurked, but there was no time to consider that. Protecting the Dragon Balls and the Namekians was the top priority. Let's go. Sun Wukong, anxious, instantaneously locked the coordinates to the direction of the temple. Sun Wuxing confirmed once again that the devouring body had been completely purified, and then alongside Sun Wukong their figures blurred and instantly vanished from the Death Valley. Not long after they left, a rock wall covered in energy-eating bacteria quietly slid open, revealing a concealed entrance. A figure dressed in an outfit similar to Android 17's, but with a more exquisite black uniform and a metallic mask covering the face, slowly emerged. He gazed at the direction where Sun Wuxing and Sun Wukong had vanished, with cold light flickering from the electronic eyes beneath the mask. The target has been successfully led to the temple area as planned. The cleaner test data collection is complete, confirming that the God Slayer weapon exhibits significant effects on high-energy life forms. Next step, initiate the net catch plan. He spoke quietly to the communicator on his wrist, his voice devoid of emotion. Received. Authorization granted. Ensure the key is secured. A deeper voice, seemingly echoing with metal, came from the other end of the communicator. The masked figure turned and returned into the cave, the rock wall closing once more as if nothing had ever happened. The Death Valley returned to its eerie silence. Only the omnipresent energy-eating bacteria continued to slowly writhe, devouring all life. Meanwhile, a greater storm revolving around the cosmic treasure, the Dragon Balls, was quietly gathering above the Namekian temple. The demise of the devouring body and the crisis of the Dragon Ball temple ultimately culminated in a breathtaking battle of offense and defense. Sun Wuxing and Sun Wukong arrived just in time, teaming up with Piccolo and the Namekian warriors to thwart the Ouroboros elite team's attempt to seize the Dragon Balls. In the fierce battle, Sun Wuxing, relying on absolute power and precise calculations, severely injured the enemy leader, but the latter activated a spatial jump device at the last moment to escape, failing to be captured. In this confrontation, the conspiracy of Ouroboros was temporarily suppressed, but the advanced technology and strange tactics displayed served as a wake-up call to everyone. After this battle, the Namekians heightened their defenses, and Dandy, on Sun Wuxing's suggestion, set a more complex energy key for the summoning of Porunga. On Earth, Bulma was working tirelessly to decipher the technology from the Ouroboros equipment remnants and upgraded the facilities that contained androids 17 and 18. Time passed quietly over 7 years in a relatively calm, yet turbulent environment of training and preparation. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of energy collisions reverberated under the thousand-fold gravity environment. Two golden figures darted at an incredible speed, their punches and kicks creating shockwaves that caused the specially crafted alloy walls to tremble slightly. It was Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After 7 years of intense training, their strengths had undergone a remarkable transformation. Sun Wukong's base combat power steadily increased to 18 million, and in his Super Saiyan form it soared to 900 million. His control over Chi had become even more exquisite, and he had even touched upon the threshold that transcended Super Saiyans with a profound aura in his presence. As for Vegeta, driven by the pride of a Saiyan prince and his nearly self-torturous training, his base combat power had reached 17.5 million, with his Super Saiyan strength hitting 8.75 billion, only a hair's breadth behind Sun Wukong. He had discarded some flashy techniques, adopting a more incisive and efficient fighting style, seeking ultimate destructive power. Huh, Vegeta, how about this move? Sun Wukong laughed heartily, thrusting his hands forward. The Kamehameha was no longer a mere blue beam, but intertwined with strands of white electric arcs, amplifying its power and speed. Just a minor trick. Vegeta scoffed, not evading, crossing his arms to meet the attack, heat in his aura surging as he forcibly dispersed the Kamehameha. Watch this. Ultimate flash break. He gathered a more condensed golden energy sphere between his palms, which seemed to contain a collapsing star, and launched it with great force. Boom. The entire gravity chamber shook violently, and alarms blared. Their practice was abruptly halted. Oops, seems like I overdid it again. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. You're just too weak, Kakarot. Vegeta retorted, though a hint of acknowledgement for his opponent flashed in his eyes. Over these 7 years they were both rivals and the best sharpening stones for each other. Meanwhile, in an even more terrifying gravity isolation field, Sun Wukong floated quietly in the air, devoid of any aura, his black hair and eyes revealing his base form. Beneath him lay a simulated cosmic nebula with the gravitational constant set to 5,000 times that of Earth. However, not a single corner of his clothing fluttered. Over these 7 years his progress had been even more astonishing. By continuously optimizing his energy circuits and body structure, his base combat power had stabilized at 1.2 billion. This meant that his Super Saiyan form's power had reached a terrifying 60 billion. Furthermore, his control over power had reached a state of perfection with an energy leakage rate of less than 0.001, even allowing him to simulate the aura of an ordinary person, perfectly blending into the crowd. Main body state assessment: base combat power 1.001. 2 billion Super Saiyan combat power 6.060 billion. Energy control perfect level. He could perform molecular level energy manipulation. Skill set: all known key techniques have been optimized and mastered, along with the creation of various efficient combat algorithms and energy utilization techniques. Special state: preliminary analysis of the Super Saiyan Berserk factor has been completed, allowing for limited and controllable activation. Amplification factor 1.5, duration 3 minutes with greatly reduced side effects. Threat assessment poses an absolute strategic advantage to known cosmic civilizations. He slowly opened his eyes, analyzing the panel that displayed the battle data of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Father and Mr. Vegeta are progressing rapidly, nearing the limits of Super Saiyan 1. However, it seems they have encountered a bottleneck, he murmured. Over these 7 years he occasionally sparred with the two, guiding them to breakthroughs, but he also understood that the path of the Super Saiyan was far from over. He himself was constantly deducing the possibilities of higher forms, but lacked the crucial catalyst. A serene life was suddenly disrupted by an unexpected piece of news. On that day, Bulma gathered everyone with a serious expression. Everyone, King Kai has just conveyed an urgent message through mental communication. Bulma's voice carried a hint of unease. He said that a force of extreme evil and unimaginable power is emanating from deep within the universe. This aura's level of evil exceeds even that of Frisia and the demon King Dabura from back in the day. King Kai warned us to remain highly vigilant. Evil and powerful aura. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, but he quickly turned serious. If even King Kai finds it hard to imagine, just how strong must it be? Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. I've been waiting for 7 years, my bones are almost rusted. Vegeta scoffed. Does King Kai have more specific information, like the origin or characteristics of this aura? Piccolo asked in a deep voice. Bulma shook her head. King Kai couldn't accurately pinpoint it either. That aura seems to be shrouded by some force, appearing and disappearing intermittently. However, he sensed that the aura was filled with primal destructive intent and chaos. Moreover, its energy properties are very peculiar, as if it doesn't belong to the conventional life energy category. Sun Wuxing's eyes glinted as data streams accelerated, linking the global energy monitoring network between Earth and Namek, starting to backtrack and analyze the recent abnormal energy fluctuations. Cosmic energy background scan detected multiple weak space-time wrinkle phenomena, suspected residuals of ultra-long-distance space jumps. High concentrations of negative energy clouds detected in the edge regions of the galaxy, partially overlapping with the activity area of Ouroboros 7 years ago. Signs of unknown high-dimensional energy leakage detected, with energy spectra not matching any known races exhibiting strong chaos and regenerative properties. Correlation analysis: the aforementioned phenomena have a 73.8 correlation probability with the evil aura described by King Kai. King Kai's intuition might be correct. Sun Wuxing raised his head, a hint of gravity flashing in his emerald eyes. Indeed, there has appeared an unknown powerful presence in the universe, and its energy characteristics are exceedingly strange, seemingly involving the laws of life, creation, and destruction. Moreover, we cannot rule out a connection to Ouroboros. Laws of existence. Krillin gasped. What does that even mean? It means it might possess abilities akin to Shinran, or even more extraordinary powers, Sun Wuxing explained. For instance, infinite regeneration, energy absorption and transformation, shape-shifting, and even reality alteration. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. If the opponent truly possessed such abilities, it would be an unprecedented challenge. Whatever it is. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. As long as he dares to cause trouble on Earth, we will send him back. Exactly. Vegeta declared proudly. It's the perfect opportunity to test the results of my training over these 7 years. However, an unsettling premonition loomed like dark clouds over everyone's heart. 7 years of peace seemed on the brink of being shattered. A crisis far beyond the past, possibly involving the very survival of the universe, was gradually approaching. Sun Wuxing gazed at the sky outside the window, and within his core logic, the ancient database entries regarding Majin Buu were quietly retrieved, marked with a danger level of world ending. A new storm is about to arrive, and this time the opponent may not merely possess overwhelming power, but rather be a terrifying existence that subverts the rules of logic. Sun Wuxing's full power eruption in Super Saiyan second form was like casting a star onto a tranquil lake surface. The terrifying energy pressure of 82.1 billion battle power instantly froze the entire battlefield. The pink malevolent energy in the sky was dispersed by the pure and domineering golden aura. The ground ceased to tremble, and the air seemed to turn thick and heavy. Majin Buu, fat, whose face was originally filled with mockery and greed, displayed a clear look of shock and a hint of instinctive fear for the first time. He jumped back a small step like a frightened rabbit, his pink body trembling slightly, pointing at Sun Wuxing with a sharp voice. What are you? Your aura is terrifying. It's even worse than Babidi said it would be. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Gohan were deeply shocked by this power, but they felt a sense of reassurance. Though Vegeta was still displeased about being outshone, he had to admit that Sun Wuxing's power was necessary when facing such a monster. But Majin Buu's fear only lasted a few seconds before being overwhelmed by his inherent chaos and mischief. He patted his chubby belly and became excited again. Such powerful energy must be super delicious. I'll turn you into chocolate. Before the words fell, Majin Buu employed his old trick, his figure becoming blurred as he opened his mouth wide, lunging towards Sun Wuxing with an even stronger suction force. This time he even sucked in the surrounding rocks and soil, trying to disrupt Sun Wuxing's movements. However, in the face of absolute power disparity, any technique seemed pale and powerless. Sun Wuxing didn't even move. He simply raised his right hand towards the charging Majin Buu and gently clenched it. Buzz. An invisible, yet overwhelmingly suffocating energy field instantly formed, like a transparent cage, firmly imprisoning Majin Buu in midair. Majin Buu's suction collided against the energy field akin to a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. He struggled desperately, his body twisting and contorting, trying to transform into gas or liquid to escape, but that energy field seemed to cut off all rules, locking all his transformations tightly. Let me go. Majin Buu writhed like a balloon being squeezed, struggling futilely. Sun Wuxing's emerald eyes held no emotion, only a cold stream of data. He was fully analyzing Majin Buu's energy composition and regeneration core. Target analysis depth enhancement. Majin Buu's energy core is being locked. Regeneration rules analysis. Weakness simulation calculation. Useless Buu. Lord Kaioshin, look at this. Kaioshin shouted excitedly. Mr. Sun Wuxing's power surpasses your imagination. Just submit to purification. Purification. Sun Wuxing tilted his head slightly, looking at Kaioshin. Do you have a way to completely eliminate him, Lord Kaioshin? Kaioshin nodded rapidly. Yes. It is said that an extremely powerful energy wave is needed to completely annihilate every cell of Majin Buu, leaving him no chance to regenerate. Or using sealing techniques like the magic seal wave. Understood. Sun Wuxing turned back to the imprisoned Majin Buu. Then let's try Plan 1 cellular annihilation. He raised his other hand, and a small yet brilliantly bright white light point began to condense between his palms. Although the light point was small, it emitted a destructive energy that sent chills down Sun Wukong and others' spines. The surrounding space slightly distorted due to the appearance of this light point. This is the principle of a highly compressed spirit bomb combined with the destructive power of an energy wave. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Has Sun Wuxing's control over energy reached this level?" Majin Buu also sensed the lethal threat. He no longer laughed, and genuine terror appeared on his face as he struggled even harder. "No, don't. Babidi, save me." In the distance, Babidi, hidden in the shadows, saw this scene through the crystal ball and flew into a rage. Useless. This useless fat Buu. How could he be subdued so quickly? No, I can't let him be eliminated like this. I have a backup plan. He began to chant an obscure incantation in a low voice, a dark energy starting to spread towards the battlefield. Sun Wuxing keenly sensed this dark energy, but he judged its strength to be insufficient to break through his confinement field, so he ignored it and focused on the annihilation light ball in his hand. However, just as the light ball was about to be completed, an unexpected change occurred. The imprisoned Majin Buu, due to extreme fear and Babidi's secretly urged evil spell, had his most primal evil essence thoroughly activated. His chubby body violently expanded, black veins seemed to writhe beneath his pink skin, and his once somewhat comical face twisted into a grotesque expression. "Ah! I'm so angry." Majin Buu let out a roar that was not human-like. "I will kill you all. Eat you." Boom. A surge of violent malevolence erupted from within him, filled with brutality, hatred, and the purest desire for destruction. His battle power crazily soared in a short time, breaking through 20 billion. Moreover, a large amount of white steam began to billow from the nozzle-like orifices on his head. Alert! Target energy has undergone violent mutation. Battle power has sharply increased to 22 billion. Regeneration speed and energy absorption efficiency have doubled. Shape is beginning to destabilize. What's going on? His aura has become even more malevolent. Sun Wukong exclaimed. "It's Babidi's doing." Kaishin's face changed drastically. He's stimulating the evil within Buu. Desperate struggle. Sun Wuxing's gaze turned cold, and the annihilation light ball in his hand was instantly completed, ready to be launched. But in that split second, Majin Buu made an unexpected move that caught everyone off guard. Instead of trying to attack Sun Wuxing, he turned his target towards the anxiously observing Kaishin and Jebit. "I'll eat you first." Majin Buu roared, and although his imprisoned body couldn't move, the white steam spouting from his head seemed to have a life of its own, transforming into two massive white hands that shot towards Kaishin and Jebit at lightning speed. The attack was too sudden, and the target was not Sun Wuxing, causing the energy confinement field to exhibit an extremely slight defensive gap against external attacks. Not good. Sun Wuxing immediately became distracted, manipulating the field in an attempt to intercept those two white steam hands. Just that fleeting moment of distraction. Majin Buu's true body sees the faintest fluctuation of the confinement field, concentrating all his power into a single point. Crack. The invisible force field emitted a faint, almost inaudible sound of cracking. Although Sun Wuxing instantly filled the gap, once again imprisoning Majin Buu tightly, those two white steam hands had already seized Kaishin and Jebit. "Lord Kaishin." Jebit gasped, wanting to resist, but the white steam contained Majin Buu's evil will and powerful energy, instantly enveloping them. "No." Kaishin let out a desperate cry. A chilling scene unfolded. The white steam rapidly corroded and devoured Kaishin and Jebit's bodies like strong acid. Their energy, their lives, even their divine essence were being swiftly absorbed. Hee haha, delicious. The power of the gods. Majin Buu laughed maniacally, his evil aura swelling once again, his pink body starting to shift to a dark red color, and his form appeared to become more robust. His battle power directly broke through the 30 billion mark, and it was still rising. Sun Wuxing's gaze had completely turned icy. He hadn't expected that Majin Buu could be so cunning in a desperate situation, using attacks on spectators to create opportunities and devour Kaishin to gain power. "You unforgivable sin." Sun Wuxing's voice was as cold as ancient ice, and the annihilation light ball in his hand no longer hesitated, transforming into a white beam that tore through space, instantly shooting towards the imprisoned Majin Buu. This time he aimed at the latest core node analyzed after Majin Buu's energy mutation. Boom! The white annihilation light completely engulfed Majin Buu. A terrifying energy storm swept through, expanding the entire pit once again. The light lasted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. As the glow faded, the spot where Majin Buu once was now completely empty, leaving not even a speck of dust. Is it over? Son Gohan gasped. Sun Wuxing hovered in the air, the aura of Super Saiyan, second form, slowly receding, yet his brows furrowed slightly. His analysis panel showed that Majin Buu's energy signal had indeed vanished, but target energy signal has disappeared, detecting abnormal energy residue. Restructuring. Warning. Detecting high-purity evil will conglomerate. Just as everyone thought the battle was over, at the center of the explosion, a dark red heart-like irregular flesh mass appeared out of nowhere, pulsating. And it rapidly grew and transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hee haha, useless. A sharper, more sinister voice emerged from the flesh mass. I am immortal. Lord Babidi granted me true power. I should thank you for helping me rid myself of that fat one's weak will. The flesh mass quickly transformed into a leaner, taller, more ferocious Majin Buu, radiating dark red malevolence. His battle power stabilized at 35 billion. Though still far inferior to Sun Wuxing, his immortal nature along with the newly acquired abilities from just devouring Kaioshin made him even more dangerous and troublesome. How could this happen? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Even Sun Wuxing can't completely eliminate him. Sun Wukong also felt it was troublesome. Sun Wuxing looked at the newly reborn Lean Buu, and the data flow in his eyes accelerated again. He realized that simple energy annihilation seemed unable to completely kill this being created by evil magic and rules. A more special method was needed. Lean Buu stared at Sun Wuxing with blood-red eyes, licking his sharp teeth. That hurt a lot just now. Now it's my turn. I will eat you piece by piece. A new battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Babidi let out a sinister laugh of victory. The situation had once again become perplexing. The emergence of Slim Buu marks the complete dominance of the evil essence of Majin Buu. He no longer possesses the childish mischief of Fat Buu, replaced instead by pure unrestrained brutality and murderous intent. With a battle power of 35 billion combined with an almost immortal regenerative ability and a mysterious trait obtained after devouring the Supreme Kai, he has become an extremely dangerous existence. Haha, that hurt so much. Just now, Slim Buu twisted his slender body, dark red malevolence burning like flames, his crimson eyes locked on his son Wukong. I will tear you to pieces. Bit by bit, I'll devour you. Before he finished speaking, Slim Buu's figure suddenly vanished. His speed was several times that of Fat Buu. Only a dark red afterimage remained in the air, and in the next moment, he had already appeared beside Sun Wukong, his arm transforming into a sharp dark red energy blade slicing through the air, with a shriek aimed at Sun Wukong's neck. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. In his Super Saiyan 2 state, his reaction speed was equally astonishing. He did not take the hit directly, but leaned back slightly, the energy blade grazing the tips of his golden hair. Simultaneously, he thrust his right index finger forward like lightning, launching a highly condensed golden beam that accurately struck Slim Buu's elbow joint. Zing! The beam struck home, severing Slim Buu's arm. But at the point of rupture, dark red energy surged, and a new arm regenerated instantly, as if he had never been injured. Moreover, the regenerated arm appeared even more refined. It's useless. Useless. Slim Buu cackled maniacally, his attacks becoming even more frenzied, his hands transforming into numerous afterimages, dark red energy blasts pouring forth like a torrential rain, completely enveloping Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong moved like lightning, weaving through the dense energy blasts, each movement perfectly dodging the attacks, while continually retaliating with finger beams, accurately damaging Slim Buu's body structure. His fighting style was exceptionally efficient, akin to the most precise machinery, with every ounce of strength focused like a blade. The analysis panel operated at full capacity, attempting to uncover the core principles and energy consumption rate of Slim Buu's regeneration. Combat data updated. Target's regeneration speed increased to 300 of its initial form. Energy consumption rate increased by 500. The core of regeneration seems to have formed an unknown fusion with the absorbed power of the Supreme Kai, decreasing stability but enhancing resilience. Weakness regeneration requires vast amounts of energy. Sustained high-intensity destructive attacks may deplete its energy reserves. Father Vegeta, go on. Sun Wukong calmly conveyed instructions during a moment of evasion. His regeneration needs to consume energy. We take turns launching high-intensity attacks to deplete his energy reserves. Be cautious of his absorption ability and avoid close combat. Understood. The three of them immediately sprang into action. Although their individual combat power was far inferior to Slim Buu's, their Super Saiyan 2 strength was sufficient to effectively disrupt and deplete him. Kamehameha Wave Shock. Sun Wukong pushed his palms out, no longer delivering a straight impact, but instead unleashing a Kamehameha wave with high-frequency shockwaves, attempting to dismantle Slim Buu's structure from within. Ultimate Flash Break. Vegeta concentrated all his strength, a golden energy sphere with extreme penetrating power, hurtling towards Slim Buu's head. Demon Flash continuous fire. Gohan waved both hands, unleashing countless energy blasts that rained down like a machine gun, completely covering Slim Buu. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless attacks battered Slim Buu, leaving him riddled with holes, his dark red body constantly exploding, healing, and then exploding again. He let out an enraged roar. Evidently, this continuous harassment was greatly irritating him, and the energy consumed by regeneration was indeed escalating. Annoying insects. They'll devour you first. Slim Buu temporarily shifted his primary target from Sun Wukong, his figure flickering as he dashed toward the greatest threat, Vegeta. His speed was incredible, instantaneously appearing before Vegeta, unleashing a torrent of dark red, corrosive energy breath. Vegeta was taken aback and hurriedly dodged, but the breath had an extensive range, and he was about to be caught. Instant transmission. Sun Wukong arrived just in time, grabbing Vegeta's shoulder, and the two of them vanished from their position, appearing hundreds of meters away. Damn it. Vegeta was both shocked and furious. The opponent's power and bizarre abilities placed immense pressure on him. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong instantly appeared behind Slim Buu, hands coming together as a white energy sphere containing terrifying annihilation power coalesced once more. This time he aimed at the energy conflict node, analyzed which might arise from the fusion with the Supreme Kai's power. Let it end. Sun Wukong shouted coldly, and the white energy sphere transformed into a torrent of destruction, completely engulfing Slim Buu. The light illuminated the world once again, and this explosion of energy was even more intense than before. The entire eastern continent trembled. In the distance, Krillin and others were blown off balance by the shockwave. Did it succeed? Piccolo sensed the center of the explosion anxiously. As the light dissipated, this time even the dark red flesh did not appear. Slim Buu's aura seemed to have completely vanished. Disappeared. Gohan gasped. Did we finally take him down? Vegeta also sighed in relief. However, Sun Wukong's brow furrowed even tighter. His analysis panel emitted a sharp alarm. Warning. High-dimensional spatial anomalies detected. Target energy signal has not disappeared, currently undergoing spatial leap and reorganization. The nature of energy has undergone a fundamental change. Battle power skyrocketing. No, he isn't dead yet. Sun Wukong suddenly looked up at the sky. In the high sky, space rippled like a water surface, and a dark red, more robust figure with muscle lines like chiseled stone, wearing a cruel, sinister smile, slowly emerged. His aura was no longer merely evil and chaotic, but now bore a sense of destructive order. His battle power soared like a rocket. 40 billion, 50 billion, 70 billion, 90 billion, finally stabilizing at 100 billion. Majin Buu evil. Further evolution. Ha ha, ha. Evil Buu unleashed a deafening maniacal laugh, his voice brimming with unparalleled power and a desire for domination. Can you feel it? This is true power. Thank you for your attacks. They have allowed the power within me to fully merge. Now the real game begins. 100 billion battle power has already surpassed Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 forms 82. 1 billion. Everyone was dumbfounded by this terrifying increase. Even on Sun Wukong's face, for the first time, an expression of extreme seriousness appeared. The opponent's evolutionary ability and potential far exceeded what his database recorded. How is this possible? The Supreme Kai now devoured. This is a remnant of consciousness, sensing shouted in despair. 100 billion. How can we fight this? Krillin went pale. Evil Buu looked down at the crowd below, who appeared as if facing a great threat, his gaze finally locking on his Sun Wukong as he licked his sharp teeth. You are the strongest. They'll start by devouring you. With a movement, he vanished in an instant. The next moment he had appeared before Sun Wukong, his speed so fast that Sun Wukong almost couldn't react. With a single punch, the dark red fist carried the power to shatter stars, aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to block. Boom! Like two planets colliding, a terrifying energy storm erupted. Sun Wukong was sent flying backwards several kilometers by this punch. A sharp pain shot through his arms. The analysis panel indicated a slight structural damage to his arms. Absolute power suppression. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted in alarm, immediately rushing in with Vegeta and Gohan to provide support. Get lost. Insects. Evil Buu waved his hand, casually unleashing a massive dark red energy wave that sent all three of them flying. They couldn't even get close. Easily crushed. Evil Buu cackled as he charged again toward the now stabilized Sun Wukong, launching even more ferocious attacks. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Each of Evil Buu's attacks contained destructive power, and the speed, strength, and reflexes completely suppressed Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong could only rely on his extraordinary combat skills and predictive ability to hold on, constantly dodging and blocking, yet still getting hit repeatedly, causing his golden aura to begin to flicker. Analyzing. Need more data. Searching for weaknesses. Despite the torrential onslaught, Sun Wukong maintained absolute calm, the analysis panel operating at overload, attempting to find flaws in Evil Buu's post-evolution form. However, Evil Buu seemed to see through his intentions, becoming even more violent in his attacks, giving him no chance to breathe or analyze. It's useless. Before absolute power, any technique is futile. Evil Buu punched Sun Wukong into the ground, then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a suction force 10 times stronger than before, enveloping Sun Wukong. He aimed to devour Sun Wukong directly. Not good. Sun Wukong and the others' eyes widened in horror as they desperately rushed over, but they couldn't break through Evil Buu's dark energy barrier. At this critical moment, Sun Wukong's eyes locked onto a special analysis result on the data stream. Emergency analysis result: the target's evolution energy fused with the Supreme Kai's power formed an energy vortex node located 3 centimeters to the right of the heart, which has poor stability and is both a power core and a potential weakness. Attacking this node may trigger energy backlash. Suggestion: ultra-high frequency energy pulse strike. Found it. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed brightly. Facing the terrifying suction force, he did not retreat, but advanced, compressing all his energy into the tip of his right index finger, which erupted with a brilliant white light like a supernova. He gambled all his strength on this one strike. Ultra-frequency. Annihilation finger. Whoosh. A beam so fine, yet containing destructive high-frequency pulses shot toward the energy node 3 centimeters to the right of Evil Buu's heart at a speed beyond thought, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Evil Buu's cruel smile froze in an instant. He sensed a deadly threat. He attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The white light silently entered his body. In the next moment, Evil Buu's body suddenly stiffened. Following that, he let out a shriek of the utmost agony. It was as if countless light spears were piercing and exploding inside his dark red body. His battle power began to fluctuate violently and plummet. The energy node was destroyed by the ultra-high frequency pulse, triggering a chain reaction, and the power he had just fused was spiraling out of control. Did we succeed? Sun Wukong exclaimed in delight. However, just when everyone thought victory was assured, an unexpected event occurred. The out-of-control Evil Buu, in extreme pain and rage, made one last desperate move. He locked onto the nearest target with equally strong energy. Gohan. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Evil Buu roared, his body transforming into a dark red stream of light, suddenly enveloping and devouring Gohan amidst his horrified gaze. Gohan. No. Sun Wukong screamed with a heart-wrenching cry. The dark red glow completely submerged Gohan, then began to twist and deform violently. A massive, terrifying aura merging Evil Buu's ultimate evil with Gohan's pure potential surged upward like a volcanic eruption. As the light faded, a brand new, more perfect and more terrifying Majin Buu floated in the air. He had the robust physique of Evil Buu, but bore hints of Gohan's features, his gaze cold and cruel, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark gold and blood red. Majin Buu. Gohan absorbed. Battle power 150 billion. Despair like a cold tide engulfed everyone present. Son Gohan was consumed, transforming into the formidable Majin Buu. Gohan absorbed, and this sudden upheaval plunged the battlefield into a deathly silence and a chasm of despair. The dark gold and blood-red flames intertwined like the death knell, striking at the heart of every onlooker. Gohan! Gohan! Son Goku knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, emitting a beastly wail as tears uncontrollably streamed down. Witnessing his beloved son consumed by evil nearly shattered his will. Bastard! Vegeta clenched his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood flowing freely. He despised his own powerlessness even more than this cursed fate. Piccolo's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly. Son Gohan was a child he had watched grow, akin to a disciple, yet also family. Even Krillin and others watching from afar through their scouters fell into immense grief and fear. Majin Buu. Gohan absorbed, hovered in the air, feeling the surging power within and the perfect coordination brought by Gohan's pure potential, releasing a sigh of satisfaction and cruelty. Perfect. Too perfect. This body, this power. This is the true ultimate form. Now who can stop me? His cold gaze swept over the despairing crowd below, finally locking on his son Goku, who had just surged up from the ground, his breath somewhat disordered. You? That hit just now hurt a lot. Majin Buu touched his chest where he had been struck by Son Goku, and while it had healed, there seemed to be a lingering danger, but this is where it ends. Having absorbed this little brat, my power has completely surpassed yours. You will become the first nourishment for my new body. 150 billion against 82. 1 billion. An almost one-fold difference in strength. This is a despairing chasm. Son Goku steadied himself as data flowed through his green eyes at an unprecedented speed. On the analysis panel, the energy curve representing Majin Buu resembled a ferocious beast exuding suffocating pressure. The Saiyan cells within him were screaming in agony and violent restlessness under the extreme danger and the stimulus of Gohan's absorption. Calculate all possibilities. Son Goku's voice remained calm, but if listened closely, one could detect a trace of extremely subtle trembling. The win rate for conventional tactics is below 0.01. Limit output of Super Saiyan 2. Cannot bridge the gap. Need stronger power. Stronger power. What power can surpass the current Super Saiyan 2? Son Goku suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixated on Son Goku, as if grasping the last straw of hope. Son Goku, can you become stronger? Just like there are realms beyond Super Saiyan. Please, for Gohan, for everyone. Vegeta also looked at Son Goku. Although he said nothing, the last hope burned in his eyes. This person who had repeatedly created miracles might really hold cards they did not know about. Son Goku remained silent. Deep within his database, there was indeed a record of a theoretically existing realm beyond Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. But that was a theoretical model derived from Son Goku's cellular potential, filled with uncertainty and immense risk. Forcing a breakthrough could cause irreversible damage to his body or even a collapse. But is there any choice? Looking at the Majin Buu in the sky, exuding Gohan's aura, yet filled with evil feeling, Son Goku's heart-wrenching pain, the cells within Son Goku that belonged to Father, along with a logical command called protection, overwhelmed all risk calculations. Theoretically, there exists a higher transformation. Son Goku slowly spoke, his voice deep, Super Saiyan 3. But data is insufficient, the risks are extremely high, the success rate cannot be estimated. Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku and Vegeta were both taken aback. They had never heard of this realm. No matter what, give it a try. Son Goku almost shouted, there is no turning back. Son Goku closed his eyes. He no longer relied on the analysis panel, but instead sank his consciousness into the vast ocean of energy within him to touch the most primal Saiyan fighting spirit wrapped in Dr. Gero's technological shell, to guide the violent power hidden deep in his genes, surpassing all limits. Roar. A roar that did not sound like a human voice, as if it came from ancient wilderness, erupted from Son Goku's throat. The golden aura around him was no longer burning, but erupted like a volcanic explosion. His golden hair grew at a visible speed, instantly reaching his waist. Moreover, his eyebrows disappeared, his brow bone protruded, his forehead became broader, giving his entire visage a wild authority. The most astonishing thing was that aura. No longer a simple gold, but transformed into a substantial golden pillar of light, soaring into the sky. Around the pillar, thick golden lightning no longer coiled, but surged like a raging dragon. A breath far more ancient, more domineering, and more filled with destructive force swept across the entire Earth. Super Saiyan 3. Transformation activated. Individual analysis panel, body Son Goku, Super Saiyan 3, battle power, 123100123. 15 billion. Energy state extremely violent. Energy output power surged by 400. Body load increased sharply. Note transformation successful, but stability is extremely poor. Expected duration 3 minutes. Exceeding the time limit risks organism collapse. 123. 15 billion. Although still slightly lower than Majin Buu's 150 billion, the pure sense of power and violent pressure momentarily matched Majin Buu. Is this Super Saiyan 3? Son Goku looked in shock at Son Goku's imposing figure, like a war god, feeling the power that seemed capable of tearing the universe apart, reigniting hope in his heart. Damn, he really did it. Vegeta felt a mix of emotions, both unwillingness and a sense of shock at the sight of the path ahead. Majin Buu, Gohan absorbed, also reigned in the grim smile on his face, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Oh, have you become stronger? Interesting. This is much more enjoyable. Son Goku felt the terrifying power surging within him, almost ready to explode his body, along with the overwhelming tide of fatigue rushing in. 3 minutes. He only had 3 minutes. Father, Mr. Vegeta. Son Goku's voice echoed with thunderous resonance. Buy me some time. I need a chance to unleash my strongest strike. This strike will decide everything. Understood. Son Goku and Vegeta did not hesitate, and once again charged toward Majin Buu. Despite the huge disparity in power, they had to create an opportunity for Son Goku. Annoying flies. Majin Buu impatiently waved his hand, and the dark golden energy wave once again knocked the two back, but Son Goku and Vegeta desperately entangled him, disregarding their injuries, charging again and again. Son Goku hovered in the air, his long hair moving, without wind, golden lightning exploding around him. He slowly raised both hands towards the sky, beginning to gather power. This time it was no longer a highly compressed energy ball, but drawing upon the life energy of the entire Earth. That is, the Spirit Bomb. Son Goku recognized this starting move, but the scale exceeded his imagination. Son Goku was actually going to gather a massive Spirit Bomb capable of annihilating Majin Buu by himself. Useless. In this form you can't hold out for long. Majin Buu also recognized Son Goku's intention, attacking frantically to interrupt him. But Son Goku and Vegeta clung to him like mad dogs. Even if beaten to the point of coughing blood and fractures, they would not retreat. The sky over the Earth began to darken, countless light points rising from various parts of the planet converging towards Son Goku's palms. A gigantic energy ball, enormous and radiating pure life brilliance, began to form. Majin Buu felt the threat and completely erupted with rage. He forcefully shook off Son Goku and Vegeta, recklessly charging towards Son Goku. Die! Majin Buu unleashed a full force strike, a dark golden energy torrent roaring out. At this critical moment, Son Goku's Spirit Bomb was finally completed. It was a gigantic energy sphere as large as an asteroid. Take this, Majin Buu. Son Goku exerted all his strength, pushing the giant Spirit Bomb toward Majin Buu. Light and darkness, life and destruction collided violently at this moment. Boom! An indescribable explosion swept across the entire world. The light devoured everything. As the light gradually dispersed, the bruised Son Goku and Vegeta struggled to look toward the center of the explosion. Majin Buu, Gohan absorbed, had disappeared. Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 aura also extinguished, reverting to his base form, kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily, clearly exhausted. Did we succeed? However, in the next moment, a faint yet tenacious evil aura began to coalesce from the void at the edge of the explosion. The devastating energy storm triggered by the colossal energy bomb gradually subsided, leaving the world in ruins. Son Wukong and Vegeta, battered and bruised, gazed anxiously at the center of the explosion, harboring a faint glimmer of hope. Perhaps this time, it was truly over. However, reality is often cruel. At the edge of the explosion, amidst the energy-torn void, a faint yet tenacious pink mass slowly wriggled and gathered, as if possessed of life. It absorbed the malevolent energy and residual power, dispersing in the air, growing and morphing at a visible rate. Within mere moments, a smaller, more refined figure whose gaze was even purer and more brutal reformed. He no longer bore the human-like features acquired after absorbing Gohan, but returned to his most primal and essential form. Entirely pink, small yet agile, with straight antennae atop his head, his eyes hollow, yet filled with a primal urge for destruction. His aura was no longer vast and chaotic, but had become extremely refined and sharp, like a poisoned dagger. Majin Buu, pure evil form, Kid Buu. His power level seemed to have decreased compared to when he absorbed Gohan, stabilizing around 12 billion, yet that pure evil and undying trait made him feel even more dangerous. He. Kid Buu let out a chilling, emotionless laugh. He touched his unscathed body, tilting his head to look at the exhausted crowd. This is fun. So much fun. Why can't I be killed? Now it's my turn to play right. Despair washed over everyone like a cold tide once again. Even Son Wukong's full-powered Super Saiyan 3 combined with the colossal energy bomb could not eradicate him. Could this monster truly be immortal? How? How could this happen? Son Wukong knelt on one knee, gazing at the reappeared Kid Buu, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. The burden of Super Saiyan 3 and his previous struggle had brought him to his limits. Damn! This cursed monster. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, seething with rage, yet he knew that in their current state, they were utterly powerless to fight. At this moment, Son Wukong was in an even worse condition. Forcing himself to maintain the Super Saiyan 3 form and gathering the colossal energy bomb far exceeded his bodhi's limits. Though supported by an infinite energy core, his biological tissues and high-strength alloy skeleton suffered multiple damages and energy circuit overloads under the violent energy onslaught. He knelt on one knee, his emerald eyes displaying a chaotic data stream, with warning panels continuously popping up. Body damage report, biological tissue fatigue. At 87, multiple energy circuits overloaded, and fused microscopic cracks appeared in the nanoalloy skeleton. The Super Saiyan 3 form was forcibly cancelled, entering a forced cooling and repair mode. Estimated time to restore basic combat power: 5 minutes. 5 minutes. In the face of this world-destroying creature, 5 minutes felt as long as a century. Kid Buu seemed to sense Son Wukong's weakness, locking his gaze on the golden guy who had just caused him significant trouble, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You seem unable to move. Then I'll turn you into chocolate and eat you first. He blurred, instantly appearing before Son Wukong, extending a pink finger that gathered an eerie magical glow at its tip. Not on my watch. Son Wukong and Vegeta roared in unison, rushing forward recklessly to block. Get away. With a casual wave, Kid Buu unleashed a powerful wave of energy that sent both of them flying again, crashing heavily into the distant mountain, rendering them combat ineffective for the time being. As Kid Buu's finger was about to touch Sun Wukong's forehead, in that critical instant, whoosh, a razor-sharp energy slice spinning at an incredibly tricky angle slashed towards Kid Buu's arm. It was Krillin. He and the other Z fighters had finally arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Tien's solar flare erupted suddenly. The blinding white light instantly enveloped the entire area. Now's our chance. Yamcha and Kaiatsu desperately fired energy waves, launching harassment attacks. These attacks felt like mere tickles to Kid Buu, but the sudden blinding light and disturbance caused him to hesitate momentarily. It was in that fleeting moment of pause. Demon Binding Light Cannon. Piccolo's long-prepared full-power attack transformed into a spiraling beam of destruction, accurately shooting towards Kid Buu's back. Boom. Kid Buu staggered from the impact of the Demon Binding Light Cannon, a hole blasted in his back, but he instantly recovered. Angrily, he turned to glare at those bugs who dared to disturb him. So annoying. They'll kill you all first. He abandoned his direct assault on Sun Wukong and charged towards Krillin and the others, preparing for a massacre. No. Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled out from the ruins, their eyes wide with despair, but powerless to stop him. At this most critical moment, Sun Wukong's data stream abruptly stabilized. The analysis panel produced a massive amount of data based on the earlier energy bomb attack and Kid Buu's regeneration process, finally reaching a key and unique conclusion. Ultimate analysis conclusion: the target's immortality stems from a conglomerate of evil will existing at its core, which connects to the negative energy layer of the multiverse, making it impossible for conventional physics or energy attacks to sever this connection completely. The only annihilation method uses extreme positive energy that transcends its evil essence, containing the cosmic life source will to conceptually cover and purify it at the moment its regeneration core manifests. Cosmic life source will concept level purification. Sun Wukong's core logic instantly locked onto the only viable existence that met the criteria, the Dragon Balls of Earth. Or rather, the dragon created by Namekian technology, capable of gathering the power of life wishes. But can the Earth Dragon Balls grant such a wish? Moreover, summoning the dragon requires time and incantations. Kid Buu would never grant them that opportunity. Unless... Sun Wukong's gaze suddenly turned to the distant, injured Sun Wukong. A mad plan formed in his mind in an instant. Father! Sun Wukong exerted all his strength to send a mental message to Sun Wukong. There's another way. The Dragon Balls of Earth. But I need your help. Sun Wukong was taken aback, instantly understanding his son's intention. Use the Dragon Balls to wish for Buu's annihilation. But it's not a simple wish. Sun Wukong spoke rapidly. The dragon's power might not be enough to directly destroy him. It needs guidance. We need to combine the dragon's power with sufficiently strong righteous energy and inject it into his core at the moment I analyze it appears. To achieve purification from a conceptual level. Guide. Combine. Sun Wukong seemed to grasp something. Just like the principle of the Kaioken. But not to enhance the energy, rather to merge the dragon's rule power with your intent to briefly form a purification rule. Sun Wukong articulated this outlandish yet uniquely feasible plan, but this requires you to bear an immense mental burden, and it could potentially be life-threatening. Moreover, we only have one chance. Sun Wukong looked at Kid Buu, who was hunting Krillin and the others, and at the earth on the brink of destruction, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Tell me what to do. For Gohan. For everyone. I am willing to do anything. All right. Sun Wukong forcibly suppressed his Bodis injuries and began rapidly devising tactics. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu. At all costs hold Buu off. Buy us time. Mr. Vegeta, please protect my father while he completes the ritual. Though not fully understanding the specific plan, seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong's resolute expressions, Piccolo and the others unhesitatingly executed the order, charging towards Kid Buu with their lives on the line. Vegeta, though filled with doubts, gritted his teeth and stood beside Sun Wukong. Kakarot, what exactly are you planning to do? There's no time to explain. Trust me. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and began to concentrate all his mental energy, attempting to communicate with a certain existence in the ether. That was the will of all life on Earth he had felt while using the energy bomb. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, operated the repair program with full force, striving to regain some semblance of mobility, while locking onto Kid Buu's energy fluctuations, awaiting the moment the regeneration core manifested. The battlefield was divided into two. One side was Piccolo and the others paying the price of their lives for a fierce counterattack, with many being severely injured and on the brink of death from Kid Buu's strikes. The other side was Sun Wukong conducting an unprecedented mental ritual under Vegeta's protection. His complexion grew paler and his body trembled slightly, clearly under immense pressure. Time passed second by second, each moment feeling like torture. Finally, after Krillin was sent flying by a punch from Kid Buu, his life in the balance. After Piccolo took a hit suffering grievous injuries, the opportunity Sun Wukong had been waiting for arrived. After a series of attacks, a minute fluctuation of energy appeared in Kid Buu's body. A pink heart-like, pulsating energy core flashed briefly in his chest. This was the source of his regenerative power. Now, Sun Wukong's eyes shot open. Father, summon the dragon. Infuse your will into the dragon's power. Targeting Buu's regeneration core. Already prepared, Sun Wukong exerted his last ounce of strength, shouting to the heavens, "Come forth, dragon." The sky darkened instantly, and a gigantic green dragon soared upward. A solemn voice echoed through the world, "State your wish." Dragon. Sun Wukong pointed his hands towards Kid Buu, his will, his longing for his son, his love for Earth, and his commitment to justice all transformed into a pure and overwhelming torrent of intent resonating with the dragon's power. Please turn my will into a light that purifies evil and annihilate Majin Buu. The dragon's massive red eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. It sensed Sun Wukong's vast and pure wish power. The entire dragon transformed into a golden beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. This beam was no longer the rule power of wish fulfillment, but a purifying light fused with Sun Wukong's life, while precisely aimed at the newly revealed regeneration core on Kid Buu's chest. For the first time, Kid Buu let out a terrified scream. He felt a lethal threat. He wanted to evade, but that light seemed to lock onto the essence of his existence. Boom! The purifying light accurately struck the regeneration core. No explosion, no shockwave, only a cleansing force seemingly from the very source of the universe. Kid Buu's body twisted and struggled violently in the light, emitting a wailing cry as his pure evil was gradually stripped away and purified. No! Kid Buu let out his final unwilling roar as his entire body engulfed in the ultimate light dissipated like melting ice and snow. Not a single trace of dust remained. The sky brightened once more, and the dragon vanished. The battlefield fell silent. Majin Buu was finally eradicated. Sun Wukong, exhausted, collapsed to the ground unconscious. Vegeta stared blankly at the sky, seemingly unable to believe it. Injured Piccolo and the others struggled to gaze at the empty sky, tears of relief mingling with blood as they fell. Sun Wukong slowly stood up, looking at the fading Buu as the analysis panel finally provided the ultimate confirmation. Target confirmed. Majin Buu, pure evil, formed the conglomerate of evil, has been thoroughly annihilated by the concept-level purification program. Threat eliminated. He looked up at the sky, a flicker of complexity passing through his emerald eyes. This time they had won. But the victory came at a tremendous cost. Yet in the universe, threats like the Ouroboros still lurked in the shadows. The road ahead remained long and arduous. The complete annihilation of Majin Buu was akin to lifting the last shroud of darkness that enveloped the earth. Sunshine bathed the land once more, and despite the scars of devastation visible everywhere, the suffocating aura of evil finally dissipated. In the silence following the catastrophe, there was a mixture of pain, fatigue, and a fleeting sense of untruthful relief. Sun Wukong lay unconscious from exhaustion and severe injuries, urgently transported to the medical center of the Capsule Corporation. Though Vegeta was also gravely injured, his pride as a Saiyan prince and his resilient physique allowed him to hold on, sitting pale amidst the ruins, gazing at the sky with a complex expression. Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien all bore injuries, while Yamcha and Kairatsu were gravely wounded and in dire need of treatment. The rescue and reconstruction efforts across the Earth swiftly commenced under Bulma's coordination. In the aftermath of this near-apocalyptic crisis, governments from various nations, even former adversaries, temporarily set aside their disputes to focus on the rebuilding of their home. The Earth displayed astonishing resilience. Deep within the Capsule Corporation, the highest-level medical laboratory and monitoring center, Sun Wukong stood silently before a massive nutrient restoration pod inside, which floated Son Gohan, just pulled back from the brink of death. At the very last moment of Majin Buu's purification and annihilation, Sun Wukong, with his extraordinary perception and analysis, accurately captured the pure life imprint of Son Gohan, which was about to dissipate as it detached from the evil will. He forcefully drew upon his remaining energy, binding and preserving this faint yet tenacious imprint at the moment the dragon's light faded. At this moment, under the revitalization device created by Bulma with all the technological power of her company and nourished by the pure energy provided by Sun Wukong's, Son Gohan's body was slowly but steadily being reconstructed. Though consciousness had not yet returned, the vital signs were stable. Gohan's life imprint is severely damaged, but the core remains intact. Sun Wukong said to Chi-Chi, who had red eyes from crying, Son Gohan's mother, and Bulma, who wore a worried expression, the regeneration process will take time. It is expected to fully recover in 3 months. But there will be no after effects. Thank you, Sun Wukong. Really thank you. Shishi said, tearfully gripping the glass of the restoration pod tightly. Bulma also sighed in relief, patting her shoulder. At that moment, the medical room door slid open and Vegeta, bandaged, but with sharp eyes, walked in. He glanced at Son Gohan in the restoration pod and snorted, "Lucky brat." Then his gaze turned to Son Wukong. "How is Kakarot?" "Father is fine. He mainly suffered from excessive mental and energy exhaustion along with some external injuries. He should recover after a few days of rest," Son Wukong replied. Vegeta fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the barely visible damage on Son Wukong's body, which showed as overloaded energy circuits and microscopic cracks under precise instruments, and suddenly spoke. "What about that? Super Saiyan 3. What's going on with it?" This question was also on the minds of everyone present. Piccolo also hobbled in with a cane, clearly concerned as well. Son Wukong did not hide anything, pulling up an analysis panel to showcase the theoretical model and data regarding Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 is an advanced form derived from Super Saiyan 2 based on the latent potential of Saiyan cells. Theoretical amplification is roughly 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, but it places a tremendous strain on the body with energy consumption increasing exponentially. I forcibly initiated it, but the duration was less than 3 minutes and caused structural damage to my body. It is estimated that full recovery will take 10 Earth days. For times Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta murmured, his eyes igniting with fierce flames. So if the normal state is 20 million, Super Saiyan 3 could reach 8 billion. The theory holds. Son Wukong nodded. But the stability is extremely poor, and it is not a conventional combat form. It's more like a high-cost trump card. Vegeta clenched his fist, remaining silent, but everyone understood that this proud prince had already set a new and higher goal in his heart. A few days later, Son Wukong awoke. Upon learning that Son Gohan had been successfully saved, he let out a long sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face though still tinged with fatigue. The Z warriors gradually recovered from their injuries and gathered in the conference room of Capsule Corporation. Surviving the disaster, the atmosphere was heavy. The destruction caused by Majin Buu was catastrophic, with many casualties. The entire Earth needed time to heal its wounds. This time, it was thanks to Son Wukong. Krillin said sincerely, with others nodding in agreement. If it weren't for Son Wukong's breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3 at the critical moment and the nearly gamble-like purification plan he devised, the Earth would have long been lost. Son Wukong chuckled as he put his arm around Son Wukong's shoulder. "He, my son, is amazing, right?" He said this naturally. After numerous life and death experiences, Son Wukong had long considered Son Wukong an indispensable part of his family. Son Wukong stiffened slightly, with an analysis panel indicating target Son Wukong, faction, illogical emotional expression, related term Son. Logical response, default acceptance. He ultimately did not pull away, but nodded calmly. "Don't celebrate too early." Piccolo doused the mood with cold water, his green face still grave. "Though Majin Buu has been dealt with, don't forget the true culprit that brought him to Earth, Babidi, and the possible existence of the snake organization behind him, which remains at large." This statement once again tensed the atmosphere. Indeed, Majin Buu was merely a weapon, while the one wielding that weapon remained hidden in the shadows. "Bulma, have the remnants of Babidi's ship been analyzed?" Son Wukong asked. Bulma pulled up the computer data, her brow furrowed. "Yes, but the results are quite strange. The ship's core database self-destructed at the moment Buu was defeated, leaving behind no useful information. However, we discovered a segment of encrypted star map coordinates in an independent, physically isolated ancient black box." "Star map coordinates?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Yes, the coordinates point to a location that is not within the Milky Way nor within any known galaxy." Bulma projected the star map onto the screen. It was a coordinate point located in an exceedingly remote area of the universe, nearly void of matter. What's more peculiar is that this coordinate is not static. It moves slowly in some pattern, as if it is a mobile base or a giant spacecraft. Son Wukong's analysis panel immediately began computing, comparing the star map with all known astronomical databases. Star map coordinate analysis: location far from known civilized star domains situated in a sparse dark matter region of the universe. Movement pattern consistent with the evasion cruise trajectory of a super large space station or stellar class spaceship. Correlation analysis: there is a 67.3 temporal spatial correlation with the anomalous space folds discovered 7 years ago while tracking the snake signal. Threat assessment: high. Suspected to be an important stronghold or command center of the snake. It is the snake. Son Wukong concluded, a glint of cold light flashing in his green eyes. Babidi is connected to them. This coordinate is likely the target we are seeking. The conference room fell into silence. Just after ending an apocalyptic battle, they were to face an even more mysterious and potentially terrifying cosmic organization. "Are we going?" Tien asked solemnly. "Of course we are going." Son Wukong stood up decisively, his gaze resolute. "Should we wait for them to prepare before they come to fight us? This time we will take the initiative." Humph, just as I like it. Vegeta crossed his arms. I can use them to hone my new power. Piccolo nodded as well. Passive defense is never a solution. We must understand the purpose of the snake and eliminate them. Sun Wukong looked at the spirited group rapidly, devising an expedition plan in his mind. The expedition is feasible, but requires careful planning. The target is extremely distant, far beyond Namek. Instant transmission cannot directly reach unknown coordinates. We need to construct a spacecraft capable of ultra-long-distance interstellar travel. Leave the spacecraft to me. Bulma immediately interjected. With the experience from building the Hope 2 and the reverse research on snake technology over the past few years, I am confident I can create a more advanced interstellar ship. But it will take time, at least a year. A year is acceptable. Sun Wukong nodded. During this year, we need to focus on enhancing our strength, especially our capabilities to deal with cosmic warfare and unknown technologies. Father Mr. Vegeta training for Super Saiyan 3 can move up the schedule, but it must be done cautiously. I will provide optimization plans to reduce risks. The initial plan is set. For the coming year, Earth will enter a phase of recuperation and preparation for war. After the meeting concluded, Sun Wukong went alone to the observation platform, gazing at the vast starry sky, that distant coordinate point highlighted in his view. The snake, he murmured to himself. In his ultimate learning chip, fragments of data regarding this organization began to automatically integrate and deduce. The shadow of Dr. Gero, the enhancements of androids 17 and 18, the technology of the assimilation, Babbidi's magic, and the coordinates pointing deep into the star sea. What secrets lie hidden behind all of this? Within his core logic, a high-priority directive was activated: trace and eliminate threat source snake. A new journey has quietly lit the beacon at the far end of the star sea. Peace is but fleeting, the battle is everlasting. The crisis of Majin Buu was like a nightmare. Though it has passed, the scars and warnings it left are deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Earth is struggling to rebuild amidst the ruins, while the Z fighters have entered a relatively calm, yet urgent period. With a clear objective to forge a blade capable of venturing into the unknown starry seas within a year, and to sharpen it to sever the schemes of the Ouroboros. In the depths of the Universal Capsule Corporation, within the massive dock codenamed Ark, the area is brightly lit. Mechanical arms swing, and welding sparks fly like festive fireworks. A starship far larger and more aerodynamically futuristic than the Hope 2 is beginning to take shape. Bulma, clad in a work uniform stained with grease, stands at the central control panel, her bloodshot eyes sparkling with excitement as she directs hundreds of intelligent robots and research teams in the final assembly and testing. Engine matrix synchronization rate calibrated to 99.8. 0-point energy injected into the warp core. Final pressure test on the shield generator. Bulma's voice echoed through the dock via the loudspeaker. Hurry. We must complete the first ignition test of the Hope 3 within the scheduled time. This Hope 3 embodies Bulma's pinnacle achievement in the reverse engineering of Ouroboros technology over the past 7 years. It employs highly efficient energy conduction technology derived from the energy circuit of Capsule No. 17. The engine thrust is 10 times that of its predecessor. The shield system draws from the principles of energy absorption, fields effectively deflecting and absorbing various energy attacks. Most critically, the navigation system integrates star maps provided by Sun Wukong from Dr. Gero's database and interstellar jump algorithms deciphered from Babbidi's shipwreck, theoretically capable of locking onto and tracking the coordinates of the moving Ouroboros base. Meanwhile, in the supergravity training facility specifically built for this expedition, capable of withstanding Super Saiyan-level battles, rigorous training is ongoing day and night. In Gravity Room A, under extreme pressure, Vegeta stands bare-chested, his golden aura burning like tangible flames as he endures a gravity level of up to 800 times that of Earth in Super Saiyan 2 form. His muscles are taut, veins bulging, each punch carrying the power to shatter mountains as he battles against a high-intensity target simulating energy absorption characteristics. His goal is to stabilize his Super Saiyan 2 power and to touch the threshold of a higher realm. Sweat and blood mix, but the determination and pride in his gaze never wane. Damn it, still not enough. That Kakarot. And Son Gohan. Vegeta growls, his attacks becoming increasingly savage. The power exhibited by Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 3 strikes at his proud heart like a whip. In Gravity Room B, the energy control refinement area, Son Goku, in stark contrast, maintains Super Saiyan 2, but his aura is comparatively reserved, with lightning dancing around him more nimbly. He is not engaging in a test of strength, but performing an extremely delicate operation, drawing complex energy runes in the air with key blasts or manipulating dozens of tiny energy spheres to execute complex trajectories. This is the micro-energy training designed for him by Son Gohan, based on the principles of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques, aimed at enhancing his absolute control over ki, preparing him for potential battles that may require exquisite skill rather than sheer power. Hee, this is quite interesting. Son Goku is having a blast, and although the process is tedious, he feels his understanding of ki deepening continuously. In the core area of the gravity room, the Super Saiyan 3 optimization laboratory. This is Son Gohan's exclusive zone. He hovers in midair devoid of any aura in his base form, while numerous precise energy probes conduct comprehensive scans of him. On the holographic projection complex, human energy models and data streams are continuously refreshing. Super Saiyan 3 form optimization project goal: reduce energy load, extend sustainable duration, enhance stability. Progress by restructuring energy circuit nodes and optimizing explosive energy output modes. The basic energy consumption of the Super Saiyan 3 form has been successfully reduced by 15, theoretically extending the sustainable duration to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. New topic: attempt to achieve controllable microactivation of the Super Saiyan rage factor and fuse it with the Super Saiyan 3 form to seek the possibility of explosive augmentation in a short time, tentatively named Super Saiyan 3 full power mode. Risk level high. Son Gohan is not just training, he resembles a scientist upgrading and iterating on his ultimate weapon. His gaze is calm and focused, every adjustment based on vast data simulations and risk assessments. Aside from the core members, the other Z fighters are also not slacking. Piccolo delves into the ancient secrets of Namek, trying to develop more powerful sealing or purification techniques. Krillin, Tien, and others are focusing on optimizing their combined attack tactics and special skills under Son Gohan's guidance, striving to maximize their effectiveness in team battles. Time flies amidst sweat and data. 6 months later, the Hope 3 successfully completed its first warp jump test with performance far exceeding expectations. As the year approaches its end on this day, everyone gathers once again at the Ark dock. The brand new Hope 3 sits quietly on the launch pad like a silver giant ready to take off. The streamlined hull gleams with a cold radiance, and the massive engine nozzles emit a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Everyone Bulma stands at the spaceship's gangway. Though exhausted, her face is filled with pride and determination. The Hope 3 is ready. It boasts the strongest defenses, the fastest speed, and the most advanced navigation system. It will carry our hopes to the far side of the starry sea. Wow, this is amazing, Bulma. Now we can go settle the score with those guys. Son Goku exclaims excitedly as he gazes at the magnificent ship. Vegeta crosses his arms and snorts, I hope this hunk of metal doesn't drag us down. Son Gohan conducts the final system checks, and the analysis panel shows everything is normal. He looks at everyone and says the spaceship is in perfect condition. Based on the calculated trajectory, the best launch window is in 72 hours. We need to use this last bit of time for final physical adjustments and tactical drills. Just then, Son Gohan's communicator suddenly receives a faint and encrypted intermittent signal from a distant star domain. The signal source seems to be in the direction of the Ouroboros base coordinates. Emergency communication decryption signal content fragment. Test subject. Out of control. Destroyer protocol. Activated. Coordinates. Exposed. Requesting. Assistance. Or. Destruction. Signal characteristics filled with terror and despair. The communication format matches the distress call standards for low-level members of Ouroboros. Analysis conclusion: a major upheaval may have occurred within the Ouroboros base, with risks of test subjects going out of control. Due to internal chaos, the base coordinates may experience temporary instability, presenting an excellent opportunity for infiltration or reconnaissance, but the danger level also rises sharply. Son Gohan presents the information to everyone, and the atmosphere suddenly becomes tense. Internal upheaval. Piccolo frowns. Is it a trap or a real opportunity? Test subject out of control. Destroyer protocol. A bloodthirsty glint flashes in Vegeta's eyes. Sounds like a dog-eat-dog situation. Perfect, we can strike them a fatal blow in the chaos. Son Goku clenches his fists. No matter if it's a trap or not, we can't miss this opportunity. If it's truly their internal conflict, we can clarify their intentions. Son Gohan ponders for a moment and makes a decision. The plan remains unchanged. We will depart as scheduled. However, the tactical adjustment will be upon reaching the target airspace. We will first conduct long-range reconnaissance to confirm the situation. If it is indeed internal strife, we will look for opportunities to infiltrate, gather intelligence, and decide whether to rescue, retrieve the source of intelligence, or annihilate based on the situation. If it's a trap, we will retreat immediately and replan. Agreed. Everyone unanimously approves. The final 72 hours pass in heightened preparations. Everyone is checking their equipment, adjusting their states, and bidding what may be their last farewells to their families. The air is thick with the killing intent and determination of an impending great battle. The moment of departure finally arrives. The engines of Hope 3 emit a deep rumble as the massive hatch slowly closes. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Bulma, who insisted on personally operating the ship as technical support, stand before the porthole, watching Krillin, Chi-Chi, Trunks, Little, and others seeing them off outside. You must come back safely. Shishi cries with tears in her eyes. Dad, Brother Gohan, go for it. Little Trunks waves his tiny fists. Krillin, Tien, and others wave vigorously, their eyes filled with trust and blessings. Son Gohan looks at the familiar faces outside, feeling a warm stir from Son Goku's cells within him. On the analysis panel, emotional variable departure, emotion intensity medium. Associated logic protection. He nods slightly. Let's go. Bulma presses the start button. Virum. The Hope 3 slightly trembles, and in the next moment it transforms into a silver streak of light breaking through the Earth's atmosphere and disappearing into the vast depths of the starry sky. The warriors of Earth have taken the initiative for the first time to embark on an expedition into the universe and face unknown enemies directly. Their goal is the venomous nest hidden in the shadows of the Star Sea. What awaits them is a base fraught with the danger of internal strife, or a meticulously laid death trap. The answer lies beyond those distant stars. The Hope 3 glided silently through the dark veil of the universe like a silver dagger. The warp engine had long been shut down, and the spaceship was gradually approaching the target coordinates, relying on inertia and the carefully designed cloaking field by Bulma. Outside the porthole, no longer was there a familiar sea of stars, but rather an unsettling void. This place was far from any stellar system, with only sparse interstellar dust and the distant distortion of gravitational lensing like a corner forgotten by the universe. In the main control room of the spaceship, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone gathered before the massive holographic star map, where a flickering light point was constantly adjusting its position in the center. That was the real-time coordinates of the Ouroboros base. We have entered the outer alert zone of the target. Bulma stared intently at the sensor readings, her voice low. The cloaking field is functioning normally, but the background radiation in this space is extremely abnormal. Our sensors are severely disrupted, making deep scans impossible. Sun Wukong stood beside her, data flowing from his emerald eyes like a waterfall. He was attempting to penetrate the eerie spatial fog with his energy perception system far surpassing that of the spaceship sensors. Deep perception scan initiated. Anomalous spatial structure detected, large-scale artificial gravity well effects suspected to be a giant space station or modified celestial body. Energy shielding. The target is enveloped in a high-dimensional energy shield with extremely strong shielding effects, making conventional detection ineffective. Life signals unable to accurately detect, but numerous unnatural energy fluctuations have been captured mixed with mechanical, biological, and some indescribable chaotic energy characteristics. Threat assessment extremely high. The environment itself poses a significant risk. The target indeed exists, its size far exceeds our estimates, and it is not a simple spaceship, but rather a moving fortress. Sun Wukong concluded, pointing to the blurry area on the star map. Its shield technology far surpasses that of Dr. Gero. A direct assault is not advisable. What then? We can't just wait around, can we? Vegeta crossed his arms impatiently. Wait, Sun Wukong responded calmly. According to the intercepted distress signals, there is indeed chaos within the base. Chaos will lead to periodic fluctuations in the shield system. We need to wait for a window of shield strength reduction. This wait lasted for a full 6 Earth days. The spaceship hovered like a speck of dust in the universe, quietly suspended in the darkness. Everyone tightened their nerves, cultivating standing guard, analyzing data in a continuous cycle. On the 7th day, a turning point finally emerged. Got it. Bulma suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a sharply fluctuating energy curve on the sensor screen. The shield output power is plummeting. The decay rate exceeds 60. A window has appeared. Estimated duration: only 15 minutes. All personnel prepare. Sun Wukong instantly entered Super Saiyan 2 state, his golden aura flickering slightly. Vegeta and Piccolo also immediately entered battle mode. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intensity. Miss Bulma, calculate the optimal insertion trajectory. Father, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Piccolo, prepare to jump through space for a short distance with me. Miss Bulma, you will stay aboard the spaceship, maintain cloaking, and be ready to assist or evacuate at any moment. Understood. Bulma quickly operated the console. Trajectory calculations completed. Coordinates sent to your navigation system. Be careful. Sun Wukong nodded, approached the hatch, and placed his palms against the cabin wall. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo quickly stood behind him. Sun Wukong's body radiated a faint glow. The ultimate learning chip activated, beginning to analyze the structure of the distorted space ahead, searching for the weakest point of the shield to penetrate. Coordinates locked. Spatial folding. Begin. Buzz. A faint ripple of space passed by, and the four instantly vanished from the spaceship. The next moment they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar metallic space. The lighting was dim, and the air was filled with a strange scent of machine oil, disinfectant, and a faint metallic tang of blood. Surrounding them were endless alloy walls covered in various pipes and cables, and beneath their feet was a cold grid floor. In the distance they could hear the deep rumble of machinery and the faint buzzing of energy. They had successfully infiltrated the interior of the Ouroboros base. This place is enormous. Sun Wukong lowered his voice, fully extending his Super Saiyan 2 senses, but it felt like a stone sinking into the sea. The internal spatial structure of the base was extraordinarily complex, and his energy perception was severely disrupted. Like a giant beehive, Vegeta warily surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp. Piccolo's green perception spread like quicksilver, attempting to blend into the environment. The life signals are very chaotic, some mechanical, some biological, and many are filled with pain and despair. Sun Wukong said nothing as his analysis panel operated at maximum speed, scanning everything around. Environmental analysis inside the Ouroboros base. Structural material, ultra-high strength, unknown alloy mixed with energy conduction materials, exhibiting extremely high physical and energy resistance. Energy flow, multiple energy flows detected, including conventional energy, biological energy, and a highly concentrated negative energy flow directing towards the depths of the base. Monitoring system, various invisible detection waves, discovered countermeasure field activated for interference, limited effectiveness. Path analysis based on energy flow direction and structural characteristics. The core area is inferred to be below negative energy flow convergence point. Recommendation to explore downward. Follow me, Sun Wukong said quietly, his figure like a wraith as he stealthily advanced down a wide passage. The others followed closely behind. Occasionally, closed metal doors appeared on both sides of the passage, marked with various incomprehensible symbols and numbers. Occasionally, chilling roars, mechanical cutting sounds, or explosive energy discharges could be heard from behind the doors. This place resembles a gigantic laboratory or factory, Piccolo said in a low voice, sensing the unnatural atmosphere of modification and pain behind the doors. Suddenly, there came hurried footsteps and panicked shouts from around the corner ahead. Quick, run! The destroyer has gone out of control. It has broken through the 7th containment zone. It's heading towards the energy core area. We can't stop it. We can't stop it at all. All defense systems have been torn apart. Requesting backup from headquarters. Repeat. Requesting. Ah! A chilling scream abruptly ceased, followed by the grating sound of metal being torn apart and something being devoured. Sun Wukong raised a hand to signal everyone to stop and quietly peered around the corner. The corridor beyond the corner was a scene of devastation, with deep claw marks and corrosion traces on the walls, and several bodies in white or black uniforms scattered on the ground, their deaths horrific, as if torn apart and drained of energy by some giant beast. These are the base's internal personnel. Sun Wukong quickly scanned the bodies. Their combat power is generally low, but they are well equipped. The thing that killed them is very powerful and filled with destructive intent. Is it the test subject out of control mentioned in the signal? Sun Wukong asked. The likelihood is very high. Sun Wukong nodded. It seems the internal chaos is real. This may be our opportunity to delve deeper into the core area. They circumvented the bodies and continued downward. The further they went, the higher the concentration of negative energy in the air, and the more intense the nauseating, oppressive feeling became. On either side of the passage, enormous observation windows began to appear, revealing bizarre scenes. Some contained deformed biological specimens, others displayed complex mechanical arrays in operation, and some were void of energy, with flickering lights floating within. They stopped in front of a gigantic observation window. The sight beyond it sent shivers even through the seasoned Z warriors. It was an immensely vast space, densely filled with thousands of cylindrical cultivation tanks. Each tank contained an artificial human. They varied in appearance, but all exhibited a bizarre fusion of mechanical and biological structures, some resembling androids 17 and 18, but rougher and more unstable, their eyes hollow, as if they were soulless shells. These tanks were connected to a central energy core by countless tubes, and that core was radiating a rich negative energy. God! So many artificial humans. Sun Wukong gasped in shock. Is this the army of the Ouroboros? Vegeta's expression darkened. No, these are unfinished, semi-finished products. Sun Wukong analyzed calmly. The energy is unstable, and their consciousness has not been activated. They are like parts waiting to be assembled on an assembly line. Just then, a more terrifying and brutal roar suddenly echoed from deep within the base. The entire corridor shook violently, followed by a series of continuous explosions and alarm sounds. Warning! Warning! The highest threat destroyer has breached the final defense line, approaching the main energy core. All units evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. The cold electronic alarm echoed through the corridor. That out-of-control destroyer is close to the core, Piccolo said. We'll follow it. Sun Wukong decisively said, take advantage of the chaos to strike at the heart. The four accelerated, racing toward the direction of the roars and explosions. Resistance along the way was minimal. Clearly, the base's defenses had been drawn away by the destroyer. After passing through several complex passages, they arrived at the entrance of a massive circular plaza. In the center of the plaza was a massive energy core pulsing with a dark glow, the source of the negative energy. At that moment, the plaza was in turmoil. A gigantic creature, fierce in appearance and seemingly assembled from various mechanical debris and flesh, was frantically attacking the defensive facilities and the arriving guard forces around the energy core. The monster stood 10 meters tall, its body covered in glowing red eyes and energy-spewing cannons, its attacks chaotic, yet filled with overwhelming destructive power, shattering the solid alloy ground with each strike. Its combat power astonishingly reached around 20 billion. This is the Destroyer. On the opposite end of the plaza's high platform, several individuals dressed in ornate black uniforms, clearly different from ordinary guards, coldly observed the chaos below. One of them held a black crystal ball radiating an evil aura, seemingly attempting to control the monster, but to little effect. Those guys, are they the high-ranking members of Ouroboros? Vegeta's fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Sun Wukong's analysis panel quickly locked onto the individuals on the high platform, especially the one holding the black crystal ball. Individual analysis panel: target unknown, suspected high-ranking member of Ouroboros. Combat power assessment: unable to accurately measure energy, shielding. Present estimated individual combat power in the range of 5 billion to 8 billion. The energy properties are cold and eerie, possessing characteristics of mental control. Correlation analysis: the energy fluctuations of the crystal ball in their hand are derived from the out-of-control destroyer, suspected to be a control device. Threat level extremely high. An opportunity has arisen. A glint of cold light flashed in Sun Wukong's emerald eyes. The monster has drawn their main force. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The battle was about to break out, and the deepest secrets of the Ouroboros base seemed to be just within reach. The chaos in the circular plaza reached its peak. The out-of-control destroyer rampaged like a mad dog, wreaking havoc on the facilities surrounding the energy core, its terrifying combat power of 20 billion tearing apart ordinary guards as if they were made of paper. On the high platform, several high-ranking members of the Serpent wore grim expressions, yet they did not appear overly alarmed, as if they had anticipated the chaos before them, or perhaps this was part of their plan. We can't wait any longer. Vegeta growled, his Super Saiyan 2 aura erupting violently. While that monster distracts them, let's take down those pretentious fools directly. He transformed into a beam of golden light, charging towards the high platform first. Vegeta, be careful. Goku followed closely behind, his speed amplified in Super Saiyan 2 form, trying to flank Vegeta. Piccolo remained in place, gathering a powerful energy wave, prepared to provide long-range support or intercept any potential ambush. Sun Wukong did not act immediately. His gaze crossed the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the high-ranking member at the center of the platform, who held a black crystal ball. The analysis panel was prioritizing the energy fluctuations of the crystal ball and the opponent's aura. High-order target, deep scan, target identification, codename guide, tentative energy characteristics, show a 17. 3 similarity to the residual consciousness fragments in Dr. Jiro's database, suspected correlation. Black crystal ball analysis, a conglomerate of high-concentration negative energy and mental control, with an exceptionally complex internal structure containing multiple energy constraint nodes. Currently in a semi-activated state, the energy connection with the destroyer is unstable. Behavioral pattern analysis, its calm demeanor in the face of the destroyer's rampage suggests possible intentional indulgence or manipulation. True intentions unknown. Threat reassessment extremely high. Its danger may far exceed its apparent combat power. Just as Vegeta and Goku were about to charge the high platform, a strange smile curled at the corner of the guide's mouth. He did not look at the approaching duo, but instead directed his gaze towards Sun Wukong, who was observing from a distance. I've finally been waiting for you. The original creation. A cold voice, seemingly resonating with a metallic friction, echoed directly in Sun Wukong's mind. It was a mental communication. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted. The other party recognized him, and even called him the original creation. Guide continued to transmit his tone, carrying a condescending scrutiny. That fool Jiro thought he created the perfect weapon, but he doesn't realize that what he's opened is a Pandora's box that even he cannot control. Your existence is a mistake in itself, a variable that needs to be corrected. Before the words faded, the black crystal ball in Guide's hand suddenly erupted with blinding, ghostly light. A powerful mental shockwave mingled with negative energy, surged towards Sun Wukong like an invisible tsunami. At the same time, with a casual wave of his other hand, a dark purple energy barrier instantly appeared at the edge of the high platform, effortlessly blocking Vegeta and Goku's full-force charge. Boom, boom. Vegeta and Goku's golden energy waves collided with the barrier, merely creating ripples, while the barrier remained utterly unmoved. What? The two men's expressions changed. The strength of this barrier exceeded their imagination. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong faced the oncoming mental shock. Streams of data flashed wildly in his emerald eyes, and an invisible mental barrier composed purely of logic and data formed in an instant. Buzz. The mental shock hit the barrier, producing a soundless explosion. Sun Wukong's body trembled slightly, but the barrier successfully repelled the attack. However, the negative emotions embedded within that shock, despair, fear, madness, sought to erode his core logic like a virus. Useless. The voice of Guide echoed again, tinged with mockery. Your logical defenses can withstand energy, but can they withstand chaos itself? Let me show you the true power of the serpent, which is not about creating crude toys. The ghostly light from the crystal ball intensified once more. This time the target was no longer Sun Wukong, but the destroyer below, which was wreaking havoc. The massive body of the destroyer suddenly stiffened, its crimson electronic eyes flashing erratically, emitting a painful howl. The mechanical and flesh connections on its body began to rupture, and a primitive chaotic energy that seemed to originate from the very birth of the universe was forcibly drawn out from within it. This chaotic energy had no fixed form or color. It twisted space, devoured light, and wherever it passed, even metal was decomposed into its most basic particles. Its target was unmistakably the pulsating negative energy core in the center of the plaza. What does it want to do? Piccolo exclaimed, sensing extreme danger. Not good. That monster is about to collide with the core's energy. Goku also sensed something amiss. Guide laughed maniacally. Let it be destroyed. Then, reborn in chaos. This is the true ritual of Lord Serpent. This base, these defective products, including this out-of-control beast, are merely sacrifices to welcome the arrival of the true deity. The chaotic energy and the negative energy core collided violently. No explosion, no loud noise, only an eerie wailing, as if the laws of the universe were being forcibly twisted and torn apart. A pitch-black, ever-expanding spatial vortex formed at the point of collision. A terrifying suction power emanated from it, starting to devour everything around. Metal, energy, even light. It's a spatial singularity. He's creating an artificial black hole. Sun Wukong analyzed the situation in an instant, his expression graver than ever. This guide is a madman. He intends to destroy the entire base and may even affect the surrounding star regions. We must stop him. Goku roared, attacking the dark purple barrier with Vegeta, but the barrier was unyieldingly solid. Piccolo also unleashed his full power, bombarding the barrier with his special beam cannon, yet it remained ineffective. Sun Wukong knew that conventional attacks could not breach the barrier quickly. He had to tap into greater strength and needed to seize that guide. Father, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Piccolo, buy me 3 seconds. Sun Wukong communicated telepathically, and at the same time the vast energy within him began to operate in an unprecedented manner. Though the three of them did not understand, they executed without hesitation. They elevated their energy to the utmost, merging their Super Saiyan 2 auras into a thick golden beam, continuously bombarding a single point of the barrier. Guide sneered, a dying struggle. He increased the output of chaotic energy, and the spatial vortex expanded even faster. At that moment, Sun Wukong moved. He did not enter Super Saiyan 3, but compressed and reconstructed the energy in his base form with unimaginable precision. Countless fine circuit-like golden patterns appeared on the surface of his body. The ultimate learning chip operated at overload, analyzing the energy structure of the barrier, the generation laws of the spatial vortex, and the energy nodes of the guide's crystal ball. Overclocking computation mode activated. Tactical plan generated. Utilized the instability of the spatial vortex for precise spatial folding, bypass the barrier, and target the objective. Now's the time. Sun Wukong's figure instantly blurred. He did not dash in a straight line, but instead utilized a fleeting gap twisted by the gravitational pull of the spatial vortex, executing an astonishing short-distance spatial jump. Buzz. Sun Wukong's figure appeared like a ghost directly inside the dark purple barrier, right in front of the guide on the high platform. What? The mockery on the guide's face froze, instantly replaced by disbelief and horror. He had never anticipated that the opponent could break through the barrier in such a manner. Your ritual ends here. Sun Wukong's cold voice resonated as he opened his right hand, the fingertips gathering a highly compressed purification pulse, targeting mental control and negative energy structure, striking towards the black crystal ball in Guide's hand. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a blade-like gesture, piercing directly towards the Guide's brow with a logical strike that could tear apart all data and souls. You won't get away with this. The Guide was indeed a high-ranking member, reacting swiftly amidst his shock. He abruptly pulled the crystal ball back, while hurriedly blocking Sun Wukong's logical strike with his other hand. Swish! The purification pulse grazed past the crystal ball, causing its ghostly light to flicker violently, and the connection with the destroyer became extremely unstable in an instant. The logical strike was blocked by the guide's arm, but the data streams emitted from Sun Wukong's fingertips instantly infiltrated the opponent's arm like a virus. Oh, the guide let out a wail. Chaotic patterns appeared on his arm, as if the system was collapsing. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he actively severed parts of the mental connection with the crystal ball, abruptly throwing it towards the expanding spatial vortex below. Since I can't obtain it, then let's perish together. The black crystal ball transformed into a ghostly light, plummeting towards the all-consuming spatial vortex. Sun Wukong's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he flickered and pursued the falling crystal ball. It might contain the coarse secrets of the serpent and must not be lost. With the suppression of the crystal ball gone, the destroyer below went completely berserk, dragging its broken body and roaring towards the nearest Goku and Vegeta. The spatial vortex also accelerated its expansion, and the whole base began to collapse. On the high platform, the injured guide watched Sun Wukong chase towards the vortex, a mad and eerie smile appearing on his face. Useless. Original creation. The moment you touched chaos, you have already lost. The battlefield plunged into utter chaos. Seizing the crystal ball, battling the mad beast, preventing the spatial collapse, chasing the fleeing enemy. Multiple fronts erupted simultaneously. Yet the greatest crisis remained, that ever-expanding spatial vortex capable of swallowing everything. Sun Wukong dashed toward the ever-expanding, all-consuming spatial vortex like a moth drawn to a flame, resolutely pursuing the black crystal ball cast by the guide. What lay within that crystal ball might be the key to unveiling the Ouroboros. Sun Wukong. Danger. Sun Wukong watched in horror from below, the destructive aura emanating from the vortex, sending chills down his spine. He wanted to rush over to help, but the out-of-control destroyer roared forward, forcing him and Vegeta to exert all their strength against its overwhelming 20 billion power. Kakarot, don't lose focus. Vegeta shouted angrily, unleashing the ultimate flash with all his might, striking the destroyer on the head, temporarily halting its assault. Piccolo also unleashed his full power, employing the light of death from the side to restrain. On the high platform, the figure of the guide had turned semi-transparent, sneering as he watched Sun Wukong's back, initiating the escape protocol. Goodbye, primal creation. I hope you find the answers you seek in the embrace of chaos, or return to oblivion. Before he finished speaking, his figure completely vanished, leaving only a trace of spatial distortion. Sun Wukong had no time to consider the guide's escape. All his attention was focused on the fallen crystal ball and the terrifying spatial vortex. The analysis panel was alarmingly active. Spatial vortex, real-time analysis, nature and artificially induced temporal and spatial singularity, possessing a strong gravitational field and material energy decomposition characteristics. Stability extremely low. Internal energy conflicts are severe, on the brink of collapse. When it collapses, it will unleash a destructive energy shockwave. Devouring range rapidly expanding, expected to cover the entire central square in 45 seconds. Threat level: world ender localized. Target crystal ball tracking status: being pulled by the vortex's gravity, accelerating downward. The surface control runes are flickering in an unstable activation state. Interception window 3. 2 seconds remaining. Exceeding this time, the crystal ball will enter the irreversible zone of the vortex. 3. 2 seconds. In a critical moment, Sun Wukong pushed his speed to the limit, his body in basic form bursting with astonishing energy, tracing a twisted path of light through the distorted gravitational field. He had to accurately calculate the gravitational gradient, using centrifugal force to counteract part of the suction to approach the crystal ball. 2 seconds. He narrowly avoided a ripping spatial fissure. 1 second. His fingertips nearly brushed the dark glow of the crystal ball's surface. In this final moment, an anomaly occurred. The crystal ball seemed to come alive, suddenly activating on its own. The runes on its surface erupted with blinding light, and a powerful repulsive energy field instantly expanded, knocking Sun Wukong's hand away. Simultaneously, a malicious psychic message from the remnants of the guide echoed from within the crystal ball. Want it? Then, come down and get it yourself. Ha 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 ha. The crystal ball seemed to be propelled by an invisible hand, suddenly accelerating and plunging into the deepest center of the spatial vortex. Oh no. Sun Wukong's heart sank. The crystal ball actively entered the vortex, either triggering a self-destruction sequence, or was there support in the depths of the vortex? There was no time to hesitate. The crystal ball could not be lost. A glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he unleashed the fiery aura of Super Saiyan 2. The golden light temporarily dispelled the surrounding darkness as he forced his posture to stabilize against the terrifying suction, closely following the crystal ball into the vortex that could annihilate everything. Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong, struggling below, cried out in anguish upon witnessing this scene. Boom. In the very next second after Sun Wuxing's figure vanished into the vortex, the entire vortex became extremely unstable due to the violent interference of external energy. The internal energy conflict reached a critical point, resulting in a violent implosion. Rather than expanding outward, it rapidly contracted inward. An indescribable dark sphere swallowing light and sound formed in an instant, then collapsed violently, releasing a silent, yet reality-warping spatial shockwave. Virum. The shockwave spread like ripples. Wherever it passed, the alloy walls crumbled like sand, energy facilities overloaded and exploded, and the entire structure of the Ouroboros base began to collapse. The ceiling caved in, and the ground cracked. Quick retreat. Piccolo shouted, unleashing a powerful protective shield with both hands barely shielding Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but the shield flickered violently under the impact of the shockwave on the verge of shattering. Destroyer also appeared insignificant before the might of this world, being flung by the shockwave and crashing heavily into the ruins, momentarily unable to move. Bulma. Emergency evacuation. The base is collapsing. Sun Wukong shouted frantically into the communicator. Far away in the cloaked spaceship, Bulma also detected the terrifying energy readings and promptly activated the engines. The Hope 3 transformed into a streak of light racing towards the designated rescue coordinates. The central square was a scene of apocalyptic devastation. The implosion point of the spatial vortex left behind a bottomless black void radiating disturbing residual waves. Sun Wuxing. Vegeta looked at the void, his face grim. Falling into such a place, the chance of survival was nearly zero. He won't be. He must be okay. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, unwilling to believe it, but the worry in his eyes could not be concealed. Just then a faint golden light suddenly erupted from that black void. In the next moment, a golden figure shot out from the void like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the still-standing metal platform in the distance. It was Sun Wuxing. His current state was extremely dire. The aura of Super Saiyan 2 was dim and nearly extinguished, his body covered in fine cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain figure with golden energy, liquid simulated blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In his right hand, he tightly gripped the black crystal ball, but the surface of the crystal ball was riddled with cracks, its ghostly glow faint. Sun Wuxing. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were both astonished and overjoyed, rushing over immediately. Sun Wuxing coughed violently, struggling to sit up, and handed the crystal ball to the arriving Sun Wukong. Father. The crystal ball. I've got it. But the internal data is severely damaged. Needs urgent analysis. His analysis panel was filled with red warnings. Body status report: energy circuit overload, damage 78, biological tissue, simulation system collapse 45, nanoalloy skeleton structural damage 32, ultimate learning chip computational ability decrease 60, overall assessment serious injury. Desperate need for energy replenishment and deep repair. To seize the crystal ball and escape during the moment of the spatial vortex's implosion, he had nearly exhausted all his power and endured immense spatial tearing damage. Don't talk. We need to leave here immediately. Sun Wukong took the crystal ball and carried Sun Wuxing on his back. Vegeta and Piccolo also quickly gathered around, vigilant against the continuously collapsing environment and the possibility of the destroyer rising again. This way, Piccolo, leveraging his Namekian sensitivity to energy, pointed toward a relatively stable escape route. The four did not dare to delay, rushing out through the passage at the fastest speed. Behind them were continuous explosions and the sounds of collapse as the entire Ouroboros base was heading towards destruction. Minutes later, they finally burst out of the main body of the base, arriving at the external metal platform. In the distance, the Hope 3 was opening its hatches, waiting for them. Yet just as they were about to board the ship, an anomaly struck again. The destroyer, flung by the spatial shockwave, actually crawled up from the ruins. Though battered and missing an arm and half a head, its chaotic desire for destruction burned even fiercer. Its crimson single eye locked onto Sun Wuxing, who was boarding the ship, especially the crystal ball in his hand, letting out a roar mixed with greed and fury, charging over without a care. Damn persistent thing. Vegeta cursed angrily, turning to confront it. It's too late. It's moving too fast. Piccolo's expression changed as the destroyer was about to collide with the spaceship. In a moment of crisis, Sun Wuxing, lying on Sun Wukong's back, raised his left hand with the last bit of strength he had. At his fingertips, a faint yet uniquely resonant golden light gathered. It was not an offensive energy, but rather a resonance frequency signal. The target of the signal was not the destroyer, but the chaotic energy within it that had yet to completely settle, which was of the same origin as the black crystal ball. Buzz. The destroyer's crashing motion suddenly stilled, its remaining chaotic energy stirred by that faint signal instantly going out of control. Boom. Its massive body erupted violently from within, ultimately transforming into a mass of twisted metal and flesh debris, completely dissipating. The crisis was temporarily resolved. The four quickly boarded the Hope 3. The hatch closed, and the spaceship accelerated away, escaping from this area on the brink of total collapse. Inside the cabin, Sun Wukong carefully placed Sun Wuxing on the medical bed, and Bulma immediately activated the highest level of repair program. Sun Wuxing closed his eyes, entering a state of forced hibernation for repair. Sun Wukong looked at the cracked black crystal ball in his hand, then glanced at the unconscious Sun Wuxing, clenching his fist. Vegeta crossed his arms, leaning against the cabin wall, gazing out at the gradually shrinking wreckage of the Ouroboros base, which was continuously exploding, and snorted coldly. The mission can be considered half completed. At least they destroyed an important enemy stronghold and brought back a potentially vital item. However, the escape of the guide, the potential hidden secrets within the depths of the base, and the true nature of the Ouroboros organization, still shrouded in mystery. This expedition, rather than being a victory, was more of a brutal contact battle. They witnessed the enemy's madness and strength while paying a heavy price. The road ahead seemed to be even more arduous. The Hope 3 carried the battered warriors, sailing toward the path home. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cosmos, the pair of eyes known as Ouroboros perhaps coldly watched them from another corner. The Hope 3 sailed steadily through the silent sea of stars, embarking on a long warp jump towards Earth. However, the atmosphere inside the cabin was far from the tranquility of the outside. In the medical area, the most advanced regeneration and repair device was operating at full capacity, wrapping Sun Wukong's severely injured body in a light green nutrient solution with delicate energy flows resembling countless tentacles, repairing the damaged energy circuits and bionic tissues within him. The red warning entries on the analysis panel were slowly decreasing, but the overall status still displayed as severe injury, repair in progress, estimated completion time 71 hours. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo stood outside the medical pod, their expressions grave. Bulma was at the control panel, carefully operating the mechanical arm to perform the most basic physical scans and energy isolation on the black crystal ball retrieved from the brink of destruction. The surface of the crystal ball was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, its dark internal glow flickering intermittently like a dying candle in the wind, yet still emanating a disturbing and sinister aura. This thing is still alive. Krillin looked at the crystal ball through the communication screen, feeling a surge of anxiety. He and Tien Shinhan were stationed on Earth, monitoring the expedition team's status through encrypted channels. The energy response is very weak, but the structure is extremely complex. Bulma set her gaze fixed on the scanning data, her brow furrowed. Its manufacturing technology exceeds my understanding, and it seems to have multiple layers of encryption and self-destruction mechanisms. If we forcefully crack it, we might get nothing and end up with a pile of scrap instead. We must crack it, Vegeta said decisively. The words of that guide and the existence of this cursed object indicate that the Ouroboros has grand ambitions. We must know their intentions. But Sun Wukong is now. Sun Wukong looked worriedly at the medical pod. Clearly, Sun Wukong was the best candidate to crack such a high-tech object. We wait for him to wake up, Piccolo said in a deep voice. Acting rashly now would only cause trouble. Moreover, we also need time to recover. The next 3 days passed in silence aboard the ship. Sun Wukong and Vegeta utilized the ship's simulated gravity chamber for restorative training, digesting their experiences from encounters with the destroyer and guide their power steadily improving. Piccolo continued to meditate, attempting to capture more clues about the Ouroboros from the chaotic aura he had sensed earlier. Bulma raced against time to analyze the limited debris data and energy spectrum collected from the perimeter of the Ouroboros base, trying to find a breakthrough for cracking the crystal ball. Finally, at the 72nd hour, the indicator light on the medical pod changed from red to green. The cabin door slid open, the nutrient solution receded, and Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. In his emerald green eyes, data streams flickered calmly. Although his aura was still weaker than in his prime, that profound feeling had returned. System self-check, complete body damage repair at 92. 3 main energy circuits have been reconnected, combat capability restored to 75 of normal. Ultimate learning chip computational power restored to 88. Capable of executing high-load analysis tasks. Sun Wukong, how do you feel? Sun Wukong was the first to rush forward. No problem, father. The repair process was very successful. Sun Wukong sat up, moved his arms, and immediately focused his gaze on the black crystal ball in the isolation pod. What about the crystal ball? Just waiting for you. Bulma sighed in relief and quickly shared the analysis data. This thing is too tricky. Conventional methods are completely ineffective. Sun Wukong walked up to the isolation pod, his fingertips glowing faintly as he conducted a deep scan of the crystal ball. Moments later, a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. The core encryption of the crystal ball is based on a chaos algorithm and a negative energy mental key, Sun Wukong explained. The guide's mental imprint is one of the keys, but before the crystal ball self-destructed, most of his imprint had dissipated. However, when I briefly came into contact with its energy core in the spatial vortex, I captured a trace of the residual chaos characteristics. I will attempt to use this simulated frequency to resonate with the internal structure of the crystal ball, guiding out fragmented information without triggering self-destruction. Sun Wukong said seriously, the success rate cannot be guaranteed, and the process may involve risks. What do we need to do? Sun Wukong asked. Protect me, Sun Wukong replied succinctly. Once there are signs of energy loss control or mental backlash, immediately sever my connection. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo immediately formed a triangular formation surrounding Sun Wukong, and the crystal ball, their energies locked and fully on guard. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and slowly injected the simulated chaos energy into the energy guiding interface of the isolation pod. At the same time, his ultimate learning chip was operating at full power, constructing a virtual decryption environment attempting to synchronize with the chaotic data streams inside the crystal ball. The crystal ball in the isolation pod suddenly shook violently. Dark mist seeped from the cracks on its surface, and the internal dim light flickered violently, as if a dying beast was struggling. Sun Wukong's body trembled slightly, his brows furrowed, clearly engaged in a struggle against a powerful and chaotic will. Time ticked by, the cabin remained silent, only the eerie humming from the crystal ball and Sun Wukong's occasional labored breathing could be heard. Suddenly Sun Wukong let out a muffled groan, a trickle of golden energy liquid oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained sharp as he shouted, "First layer of encryption breached. Data stream extracted." Buzz. A fragmented, flickering holographic image projected from above the isolation pod. The image was filled with twisted symbols, shattered star maps, and some indescribable, terrifying experimental scenes that seemed to combine biological tissue and machinery. Data fragments being analyzed. Fragment 1, a fragmented star map pointing to several unknown star systems, with one coordinate marked prominently accompanied by the blurred words, hatching grounds. Fragment 2, a segment of experimental records showing a process of forcibly merging high-purity life energy with chaotic negative energy. With an extremely high failure rate, the image is filled with the horrific cries and disintegration of the test subjects. Fragment 3, a blurred audio log, the voice distorted but recognizable as that of the guide. The awakening of the divine being requires sufficient chaos nourishment and a perfect vessel. Earth, science, original creation, key. Fragment 4, an extremely brief image showing a vague humanoid silhouette connected by countless energy pipelines submerged in a massive container with a black Dragon Ball embedded at the position of its heart. But the color of that Dragon Ball was pitch black. The amount of information was vast, yet fragmented, resembling the shadow of a nightmare. Hatching grounds. Chaos nourishment. Vessel. Sun Wukong was bewildered but felt a chill. What do they want to do with the Dragon Balls? Piccolo stared at the dark Dragon Ball image, a sense of ominous premonition rising within him. Indeed, their targets include the Scions and also Sun Wukong. Vegeta's expression darkened. Sun Wukong endured the discomfort on a mental level and continued to push the decryption process. There is still deeper information. Attempting to break through. Just then an unexpected change occurred. The residual evil thought of the guide within the crystal ball was fully ignited, transforming into a sharp mental shock that rushed back towards Sun Wukong's consciousness along the energy connection. Simultaneously, the crystal ball itself suddenly brightened, its internal structure becoming extremely unstable, clearly on the verge of self-detonation. Be careful. Sun Wukong and the others acted simultaneously, three powerful energy waves rushing towards the isolation pod, not to attack the crystal ball, but to forcibly sever the energy connection between Sun Wukong and the crystal ball. Bang! The mental shock was interrupted, and Sun Wukong's body swayed, being supported by Sun Wukong. Within the isolation pod, the crystal ball, having lost its energy guidance, flickered rapidly a few times, and finally, with a crack, it shattered completely, turning into a pile of black powder, all energy fluctuations dissipating. It ended up self-destructing anyway, Vegeta said with dissatisfaction. Are you alright? Sun Wukong asked Sun Wukong with concern. Sun Wukong shook his head, wiped away the energy liquid from the corner of his mouth, his expression more serious than ever. I'm fine. Key information has been obtained, although it's incomplete. He pulled up the previously analyzed data fragments, especially the star map coordinates marked hatching grounds, and the vague humanoid submerged in the container with the black orb embedded in its chest. From the available information, we can preliminarily deduce that the Ouroboros is an extremist organization dedicated to awakening or creating a so-called divine being. They employ methods to collect or manufacture chaotic energy, possibly related to negative energy and evil intentions, as nourishment and search for suitable vessels. He glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The Scion's powerful life force and potential Super Saiyan genes are likely viewed by them as candidates for premium vessels. As for me as the original creation of Dr. Gero's technology, I may contain some key element they need. He finally pointed at the vague humanoid and the black Dragon Ball, and the Dragon Balls, especially the Namekian Purunga, with the power of wish fulfillment contained within, may be an indispensable part of their ultimate ritual. Or they might want to create some sort of controlled evil Dragon Ball. This speculation sent chills down everyone's spines. Controlling the Dragon Balls. That would be a power that could overturn the universe's order. What about the coordinates of the hatching grounds? Piccolo asked. The coordinates point to a distant, uncharted star region. Sun Wukong enlarged the star map. Based on the residual navigation log markings on the star map, it could be an important stronghold of the Ouroboros, possibly conducting some large-scale breeding or transformation plan. The cabin fell silent. The enemy was larger and more insane than they had imagined. Their goals were no longer simple conquest or destruction, but a terrifying conspiracy involving the fundamental laws of the universe. We must go to that hatching grounds. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his gaze determined. We cannot let them succeed. Exactly. Taking the initiative while they are still unprepared, Vegeta said with high spirits. But we need to be more thoroughly prepared. Piccolo reminded, the battle at the base was already so difficult, and that hatching grounds as an important stronghold will definitely have stronger defenses. Sun Wukong nodded yes. We need to formulate a more detailed plan, enhance our strength, and gather as much intelligence as possible about the hatching grounds. Upon returning to Earth, we need to consolidate all our forces. He gazed out at the boundless starry sky through the porthole. Although the shattered crystal ball had vanished, the mystery and shadow it left behind were heavier than the entire universe. Ouroboros, what kind of divine being are you trying to create? And why have you specifically chosen us? The return journey of the expedition was not filled with joy of victory, but with deeper worries and challenges. The real battle might just be beginning. They Hope 3 traced a silver trajectory through the vast sea of stars, its return seemingly calm. However, the atmosphere within the cabin felt like the surface of the sea before a storm, oppressive and rife with undercurrents. The fragmented information deciphered from the black crystal orb weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like enormous boulders. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the rest cabin, appearing to meditate, yet his brow was tightly furrowed. Words like hatching ground, chaotic nourishment, and container echoed incessantly in his mind, an unprecedented sense of unease lingering. The Saiyan's fighting spirit still boiled within them, but this time the enemy was not merely powerful, it exuded a nauseating aura of malevolence and madness. Vegeta was even more direct, investing nearly all his time into training within the gravity chamber. The aura of Super Saiyan 2 burned fiercely under 800 times gravity as he repeatedly pushed against his limits, attempting to touch the threshold of a higher realm. The strength exhibited by Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan 3, as well as the potential existence of a stronger enemy in the Ouroboros, stimulated his proud nerves. He would never allow himself to become a character in need of protection again. Piccolo stood silently before the observation window, gazing at the stars flying by. As a Namekian, his sensitivity to life, energy, and evil presences was particularly acute. The vague humanoid figure immersed in the container with a black orb embedded in its chest evoked a chilling sense of evil that felt both familiar and alien. The Dragon Balls of Namek Purunga were sacred creations, while the Ouroboros seemed to desecrate this sanctity, attempting to create some twisted, dark existence. This filled him with a deeper sense of anger and responsibility than when facing Majin Buu. Sun Wukong entered the deepest state of sleep analysis. He spent most of his time lying in a specially designed energy replenishment chamber, accelerating the repair of his body's final injuries, while his ultimate learning chip processed all the data obtained from this expedition at peak efficiency, from the structure of the Ouroboros, base, the equipment of the guards, to the energy composition of the destroyer, the combat methods of the guide, and most importantly, the fragmented pieces of information. Data Integration Simulation Project. Objective: construct a model of the ultimate purpose of the Ouroboros. Input data: crystal, orb fragment, information base, observation data, remnants from Dr. Gero's database, characteristics of Babiti's magic. Preliminary simulation results. Core hypothesis: the Ouroboros aims to awaken, create a deity based on chaotic energy, tentatively named God of Chaos. Necessary conditions. 1. A significant amount of chaotic nourishment potentially collected by instigating large-scale wars, disasters, or special rituals to harvest negative energy. 2. A stable container requires a powerful life form capable of withstanding and harnessing chaotic energy, Saiyan's special androids or synthetic beings they create. 3. The power of rules requires tools like Dragon Balls that contain universal rules to stabilize rituals or grant specific authorities to the deity. Associated speculation: Majin Buu may be a byproduct or early experiment of chaotic nourishment collection. Dr. Gero's android technology may be part of the container research. Threat level assessment world-ending universal scale. If the god of chaos successfully manifests, the current cosmic order may collapse. The simulation results were chilling. This was no longer merely a planetary power struggle, it was a battle for survival involving the fundamental order of the universe. Just as the spaceship was about to enter the solar system, Bulma, who had been monitoring the communication channels, suddenly received an urgent message from Earth heavily encrypted. The sender, Mr. Satan, that comedian. Vegeta scoffed upon hearing this. How does he know our encrypted channel? Sun Wukong also felt puzzled. The message was brief, but it changed everyone's expressions drastically. Return quickly. There is a disturbance on Earth. Dragon Balls are acting up. The temple is being sealed by an unknown force. Den the Namekian god senses an evil will attempting to corrupt the dragon. The Dragon Balls are in turmoil. The temple is sealed. An evil will is corrupting the dragon. This sudden news instantly connected with the conspiracy of the Ouroboros. Could their claws have already reached Earth? And their target is the Dragon Balls. Full speed ahead. Bulma immediately pushed the engine power to the max, and the Hope 3 transformed into a streak of light racing towards Earth. Indeed, their targets include Earth's Dragon Balls. Piccolo's voice was low, his green face etched with frost. Bastards. How dare they set their sights on the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong was filled with rage as the Dragon Balls carried too many memories and hopes for him and his friends. It seems we don't have time to prepare slowly. Vegeta's eyes flashed with intensity. Let's go back and fight directly. Sun Wukong sat up from the energy chamber, data streams flashing rapidly in his eyes. Information confirmed. Earth's Dragon Balls are a key component of the Ouroboros plan. They may want to use Earth's Dragon Balls for experiments or use them to influence Purunga on Namek. Must be stopped immediately. He quickly analyzed the temple being sealed and evil will mentioned in Satan's message. Tactical simulation. Possible enemy combat power capable of sealing the temple at least possesses the power of a Kaioshin or special technology for sealing. The evil will may be similar to the spiritual contamination of the guide. Our advantage's known intelligence allows for targeted tactical planning. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's newly achieved Super Saiyan 3, though not fully mastered, could serve as surprise troops. Risks: the enemy may lie in wait and set traps. If the Dragon Balls are contaminated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suggested plan: upon reaching Earth, split into two teams. One team, Sun Wukong Vegeta, will launch a strong assault on the temple to attract attention and break the seal. The other team, Sun Wukong and Piccolo, will infiltrate the temple to find and protect the Dragon Balls, eliminating the source of contamination. Agreed. Everyone unanimously approved. A few hours later, Earth's blue outline appeared before the viewport. However, unlike before, a faint, barely perceptible dark purple energy membrane enveloped the outer atmosphere of Earth, creating an ominous feeling of oppression. Weak energy barrier detected at Earth's perimeter. Bulma reported nature analysis is consistent with the shield of the Ouroboros base, but the intensity is much lower, seemingly only serving as a warning and interference. They've already begun. Sun Wukong's eyes were cold. The spaceship silently broke through the atmosphere and landed in the secret hangar of the Capsule Corporation. Krillin, Tien, and others who had been waiting here immediately surrounded them, their faces filled with anxiety and concern. Wukong, you finally returned. Krillin hurriedly said, the situation is dire. About 3 days ago, the direction of the God Temple was suddenly shrouded in a strange black mist, and no one could get close. Even Dend couldn't teleport inside. Mr. Satan was filming a show nearby and used a high-priced special communicator to relay the message. What about Dend? Sun Wukong asked. Dend is inside the God Temple. He said he sensed an extremely evil while gathering deep within the temple, attempting to corrode the Dragon Balls. He is currently struggling to resist with his divine power, but he won't last long. Krillin's voice trembled with emotion. It was just as I thought. Piccolo clenched his fists. There's no time to waste. Vegeta was already impatient. Let's act according to plan. Wait. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were stopped by Sun Wukong, who took out two small, softly glowing white chips from his portable device. These are temporary, mind guardian talismans, developed based on the spiritual attack characteristics of the guide, and can resist spiritual contamination to a certain extent. Stick them on your forehead. Sun Wukong and Vegeta took the chips and followed his advice, feeling a refreshing sensation enter their minds, invigorating their spirits. Then, let's go. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he exchanged a glance with Vegeta, and the two transformed into streaks of golden light, shooting skyward towards the God Temple shrouded in black mist. Sun Wukong and Piccolo concealed their auras, blending into the surroundings, silently creeping in another direction. Their goal was to find the weakness of the sealing barrier or a hidden path leading to the temple's interior. The crisis on Earth had already descended. This time the enemy was no longer a brazen monster, but a serpent lurking in the shadows intent on tainting the source of hope. Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into two streaks of golden thunder unabashedly charging towards the distant area of the Divine Palace shrouded in ominous black mist. Their Super Saiyan 2 aura stood tall like a lighthouse in the night, instantly drawing all potential attention. According to their plan, they were the visible hammer tasked with breaking the tough shell and drawing fire. Indeed, just as they approached the edge of the black mist, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several dark, purple energy beams shot out from the black mist, precisely intercepting them ahead. The beams were not a direct attack, but quickly unfolded into a massive energy net covering the sky, flowing with thick, mind-confusing negative energy fluctuations. Trivial tricks. Vegeta snorted coldly, accelerating instead of slowing down, his hands gathering ultimate, shining energy. A violent golden energy torrent fiercely collided with the energy net. Sun Wukong also struck simultaneously. The Kamehameha wave with high-frequency vibrations slammed into the nodes of the energy net from the side. Boom, boom. Two loud explosions. The energy net twisted violently, dark purple light clashed and annihilated against the golden energy waves. However, the energy net was exceptionally resilient. Although dimmed by the attacks, it did not shatter immediately, instead writhing, as if alive, attempting to envelop the two. Quite interesting. Vegeta's battle intent surged even higher, the Super Saiyan 2 aura skyrocketing again, his assault becoming fiercer. Sun Wukong also went all out, the two resembling a golden storm, engaging in fierce counterattacks against the energy net. The massive energy fluctuations spread like ripples, shaking the forests below, startling the birds and beasts. A feigned approach while secretly advancing. Just as Sun Wukong and Vegeta were locked in fierce combat, with the energy net, Sun Wukong and Piccolo, like two phantoms merging with the shadows, silently arrived at the other side of the area covered by black mist. The terrain here was even more complex, with jagged rocks and dense vegetation, and the fluctuations of the energy barrier seemed to be relatively weaker. Sun Wukong's emerald eyes calmly scanned the energy barrier with a data stream, his analysis panel working tirelessly. Energy barrier analysis composition: high concentration of negative energy, mixed with a psychic pollution field possessing dual effects of physical isolation and mental interference. Intensity: non-uniform distribution, with periodic weak points formed by energy flow. Weak point prediction: 300 meters to the left front at the junction of the rock wall and the energy field. A continuous energy decay window will appear for about 0.5 seconds after 3 seconds. Penetration plan: utilize the window period to perform pinpoint piercing with highly condensed pure energy, creating a temporary passage. Now's the time, Sun Wukong whispered, gathering a point of life energy, so pure it contained no attributes, at his fingertips, piercing precisely at the predicted weak point like a surgical knife. Sizzle. A faint sound reminiscent of a bubble bursting. The dark purple energy barrier was pierced, creating a tiny hole just big enough for one person to pass through, with energy fluctuations at the hole's edge rapidly healing. Sun Wukong and Piccolo's figures flickered, instantly passing through the hole. Less than half a second after they entered, the hole completely vanished and the barrier restored itself. Inside the barrier was an entirely different world. The sky was shrouded in dark purple energy fog, sunlight unable to penetrate, and everything around was dim. The air was thick with a nauseating foul odor and a whisper that pierced the soul, as if countless vengeful spirits were screaming in their ears. The Divine Palace, once filled with a sacred aura, was now covered by a thick, writhing black substance, the faint light emitted by the palace itself dimming under this black substance's erosion. Most unsettling was the deep within the palace. A series of dull and sinister energy fluctuations resembling a heartbeat echoed. The source of that fluctuation was precisely where the Dragon Balls were located. Evil will is corroding the Dragon Balls. Piccolo's expression was extremely grim. As a former deity, he was all too familiar with this aura, yet now felt an immense strangeness and disgust. Energy pollution has reached 37, and it's continuing to rise, Sun Wukong calmly analyzed. We must quickly find and eliminate the source of the pollution. The two suppressed their auras, moving quickly like shadows across the eerily strange Divine Palace plaza. Along the way, they could see several temple guards, servants of the deity, lying on the ground, ensnared by black filaments, unconscious, their life forces faint. Suddenly, a commotion and Dandy's urgent shouts came from ahead. Stop! You can't desecrate the sacred Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances and immediately accelerated towards the source of the sound, the main hall of the palace. Inside the main hall, the scene was even more horrifying. 7 Dragon Balls were carelessly discarded on the ground, their originally translucent surfaces now crawling with spiderweb-like black patterns, the light within them obscured. Dandy was being besieged by several people dressed in black uniforms, their expressions vacant and eyes hollow. These people moved stiffly, yet possessed immense strength, seemingly puppets controlled, without fear of pain. Although Dandy fought valiantly, he was clearly at a disadvantage and was already injured. Above the Dragon Balls, a shadow formed from pure negative energy was continuously twisting and morphing. Within the shadow, a vague and grotesque face could be seen extending countless black tentacles, incessantly injecting filthy energy into the Dragon Balls. This was the source of the pollution. It's the mental pollution of the Ouroboros materialized. Sun Wukong quickly identified the target. Mr. Piccolo, go help Dandy deal with those puppets. Leave the source of pollution to me. Understood. Piccolo immediately plunged into the fray, unleashing a powerful energy wave that repelled several puppets, protecting Dandy. Mr. Sun Wukong, you've come, Dandy exclaimed upon seeing reinforcements, his spirits lifting. Sun Wukong wasted no words, his gaze locked onto the negative energy shadow. He could sense that this shadow was not a tangible entity, but a projection of some powerful Wooloo. Direct energy attacks might have limited effectiveness. More targeted methods were needed. He recalled his previous experience battling Majin Buu, where he combined forces with the dragon's power. Purifying evil required the opposing forces of light and order. Sun Wukong slowly raised his hands, not gathering an energy wave, but beginning to guide and gather the life, energy, and hopeful beliefs that still lingered in the remnants of the temple space, not yet fully polluted. This was the faint light formed from the countless beings on Earth who trusted and wished for the Dragon Balls. Dots of shimmering white light floated from the void, as if summoned, converging into Sun Wukong's palms. Gradually, a white sphere radiating a gentle, yet firm light began to take shape. This sphere lacked overwhelming destructive power, yet was filled with the essence of cleansing and purification. The negative energy shadow seemed to sense the threat, emitting a sharp shriek, more black tentacles shooting towards Sun Wukong like venomous snakes. Protect! Sun Wukong shouted, pushing the gathered purification sphere towards the shadow. Buzz! The white sphere collided with the black tentacles, not exploding, but emitting a sizzling sound reminiscent of melting ice and snow. The black tentacles rapidly dissipated under the purifying light. The sphere surged forward, crashing directly into the core of the negative energy shadow. Azo! The shadow let out a shrill scream, twisting and contracting violently. That vague face became clear for a moment, filled with malice and reluctance, before completely collapsing and dissipating in the pure white light. The evil aura within the main hall was instantly cleansed. The speed of the black substance enveloping the palace noticeably slowed, and the black patterns on the surface of the Dragon Balls began to gradually fade. We did it! Dandy exclaimed in delight. It's not over yet, Sun Wukong said, glancing at the Dragon Balls on the ground. Although the pollution has been halted, the Dragon Balls themselves have been corroded and need thorough purification. He walked over to the Dragon Balls, placing his hands on two of them, slowly infusing his pure energy, mixed with the life light he had guided into them. Piccolo and Dandy also stepped forward to assist, each casting their Namekian healing and purification spells. While they were focused on purifying the Dragon Balls, none of them noticed a highly concealed pinhole-sized surveillance device in the corner of the main hall, coldly recording everything. On the other end of the surveillance device, in the distant depths of the universe, a pair of cold eyes were observing the scene within the palace, a meaningful curve forming at the corner of the lips. Indeed, the primordial creation possesses the potential traits to guide and purify chaos. Excellent data. Then the next step of the experiment can begin. The crisis on Earth was temporarily averted, but the shadow of Ouroboros once again loomed in another form. The true storm may have just begun to unfurl its corners. The filth of the divine temple was purified, and the 7 Dragon Balls gradually regained their former luster with the combined efforts of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Dandy, though a trace of imperceptible shadow seemed to linger within, requiring time to slowly dissipate. The dark purple energy barrier enveloping the temple gradually collapsed with the disappearance of the pollution source, as sunlight once again fell upon this sacred place, yet it could not disperse the heaviness that weighed on everyone's hearts. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta dealt with the external energy net interference, they rushed into the temple only to find that the battle had already concluded. Looking at the temple guards on the ground, entangled by black filaments and unconscious, as well as the faint black markings that had yet to fully fade from the Dragon Balls, both of their expressions turned grim. We still arrived a step too late. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, who, although the enemies were repelled, the feeling of having their home invaded filled him with immense anger. Sneaky little rodents. Vegeta snorted, coldly scanning the temple in search of more clues, but aside from the lingering evil aura, he found nothing. Sun Wukong stood quietly beside the Dragon Balls, his fingertips gently brushing over one, sensing the faint discord within. His analysis panel was working tirelessly to trace back the data remnants of the negative energy shadow from earlier. Pollution Event Analysis Report. Nature of the attack: non-physical intrusion, a projection of high-dimensional spiritual pollution. The will of the pollution source is extremely strong, possessing interstellar precise positioning capabilities. Purpose of the attack, not to completely destroy the Dragon Balls, but to conduct pollution testing and data collection. Main objectives. 1. Test Earth's Dragon Ball's resistance to chaotic negative energy and the effects of pollution. 2. Collect the energy characteristics and response patterns released by Sun Wukong the entity during the purification process. 3. Evaluate the overall reaction speed and combat power level of the Z fighters. Conclusion: this incident was a strategic reconnaissance and probing by the Ouroboros organization. Some of our intelligence has been exposed. Correlation speculation: the enemy's research on containers and rules of power has entered the practical stage. Both Earth and Namex Dragon Balls are on their target list. We have been schemed against. Sun Wukong raised his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his emerald eyes. This attack feels more like a waystone. Waystone. Krillin and the others had just arrived at the temple and felt a sinking feeling upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. Does it mean they have a larger conspiracy? Tian Jinhan's expression turned serious. Exactly. Piccolo took over, sensing the lingering evil will with a somber tone. The enemy's goal is not merely to destroy the Dragon Balls, they seem to be researching the Dragon Balls, researching us. That negative energy shadow was merely a probe. Dondi sat wearily on the ground, fear evident on his face. I can feel that evil will is very ancient and powerful. It merely exerted a trace of power, and it almost, if you hadn't arrived in time. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive. The enemies were no longer mindless destroyers, but cunning schemers with advanced technology and devious methods. They lurked in the shadows, observing the Z fighters like lab specimens. We must enhance our strength as soon as possible. Vegeta broke the silence, his voice resolute. Next time it may not be such a trivial test. Vegeta is right. Sun Wukong nodded emphatically, burning with fighting spirit in his eyes. We need to become stronger. Strong enough that they dare not provoke us again. In the following days, Earth entered an unprecedented high-intensity state of preparation for battle. The Capsule Corporation became the de facto command center and technological stronghold. Bulma led a team of the world's top scientists, tirelessly analyzing the technological remnants obtained from the Ouroboros base and this pollution incident, attempting to decode the enemy's technology and upgrade Earth's defense system. Based on research on the negative energy shield, she began designing a global positive energy deflection field. Though the project was monumental, it at least provided a direction. Training in the gravity chamber became even more frantic and targeted. Sun Wukong no longer solely pursued an increase in power, but began to deeply study the rudiments of ultimate freedom, a realm of combat that relies on bodily instinct and the flow of chi devoid of thought. This was a breakthrough he sought after realizing the limitations of the pure power path following the immense burden of Super Saiyan 3. His movements became increasingly elusive and his energy more difficult to grasp. Vegeta, on the other hand, took a different path. Combining the Super Saiyan 3 data provided by Sun Wukong with his own proud and unyielding will, he began experimenting with a more extreme transformation path focused on absolute destructive power, the embryonic form of Super Saiyan Blue SSGSS. Though he had not yet succeeded, flickers of blue energy occasionally burst forth from his body, displaying immense power, yet extreme instability. After fully recovering, Son Gohan also joined the training. Having undergone the life-and-death trial of being devoured, and then rescued, his mind matured further, and his potential was further unlocked. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, he attempted to perfectly combine the mysterious state potential unleashed with the power of Super Saiyan 2, developing a form that was uniquely his own, more stable and powerful. As for Sun Wukong himself, he entered a deeper level of seclusion. He needed to resolve two core issues: first, to completely repair the physical risks brought by Super Saiyan 3 and optimize its energy model. Second, to thoroughly investigate why the Ouroboros considered him a key element, and whether there were undiscovered backdoors or special characteristics within him. He connected himself to the Capsule Corporation's supercomputer, engaging in a near-infinite cycle of self-analysis and deduction. Earth seemed like a gigantic war machine, silently operating at high speed. Ordinary people continued their peaceful lives, but they could sense that the heroes guarding the world were doing their utmost to prepare for some unknown massive threat. An oppressive feeling like the calm before a storm enveloped the entire planet. However, the tranquility before the storm did not last long. A month later, astonishing news arrived from interstellar merchants, like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. An ancient and relatively primitive planet at the edge of the Milky Way, Babel star, had its civilization mysteriously vanish overnight. Not destruction, but disappearance. The surface of the planet showed no signs of battle. The cities remained intact, but all life forms, including flora and fauna, had mysteriously evaporated. Only in the planet's atmosphere was an extremely weak trace of negative energy residue similar to that of the Ouroboros base detected. When the news reached Earth, the Z fighters were in a meeting. Babel star. Life evaporated. Negative energy residue. Sun Wukong stared at the star map, his brow furrowed. Was it the work of the Ouroboros? Krillin's voice trembled. They are collecting chaotic sustenance. Sun Wukong's analysis panel instantly linked this information to previous speculations, a sharp glint flashing in his emerald eyes. I'm afraid. It is. He pulled up the Milky Way star map marking the location of Babel star and the previously discovered hatching ground coordinates. Babel star is located on the outskirts of the hatching ground route. This is likely a live extraction experiment of life energy. He looked at everyone, his tone heavy. If my speculation is correct, the Ouroboros has begun large-scale implementation of their plan. Babel star is just the first victim. Their goal may be countless life planets. A dead silence fell over the conference room. The enemies were no longer satisfied with probing and laboratory research. They had begun to act, harvesting life in the universe in a silent, yet more terrifying manner. We must stop them. Sun Wukong suddenly stood up, anger blazing in his eyes. We can't wait any longer. Vegeta was also filled with killing intent. But we are in the light while the enemy is in the dark, Piccolo calmly reminded them. We need more accurate intelligence. We must know their specific action patterns and next targets. Sun Wukong nodded, the data flow in his eyes accelerating. I have a plan. We can use this incident to take the initiative. Take the initiative? How? Bulma asked. Babel star is the crime scene. Although life has disappeared, there may be some clues we have yet to detect. Sun Wukong pointed to the star map. We can dispatch a small reconnaissance team to conduct an on-site investigation of Babel star. At the same time, he paused, looking at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. We need a bait. A bait strong enough to attract the Ouroboros' interest and prompt them to reveal themselves. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, instantly understanding Sun Wukong's meaning. Are you saying the two of us should openly operate in the Milky Way to draw their attention? Sun Wukong asked. Exactly. Sun Wukong nodded. Showcase your power, especially the power of Super Saiyan 3 and the blue embryonic form. The Ouroboros is extremely eager for high-quality containers, and they will likely be unable to resist taking action. This is a bold and dangerous plan, but it is also the only way to break the deadlock and gain the initiative. All right, let's do it. Sun Wukong agreed without hesitation. Just as I like it. Vegeta's lips curled into a fighting spirit. The horn of the storm has sounded. The Z fighters were no longer passively defending, but prepared to actively step into the stars and confront the darkness lurking deep in the universe. A grand hunt and counterhunt surrounding the survival of life and civilization was about to unfold. The Hope 3 set sail once again, this time targeting the star region that had just undergone the tragic evaporation of civilization, Babel star. The atmosphere in the cabin was even heavier than during the last expedition, with a nearly palpable sense of oppression hanging in the air. Last time they took the initiative to seek out enemy strongholds. This time, they were heading towards a graveyard where all life had just been erased by some unknown terror to uncover the chilling truth. As the spaceship entered warp speed, the view outside the porthole was a dazzling path of stars, yet no one had the heart to appreciate it. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were making final adjustments in the gravity chamber, tuning their states to their peak. Piccolo closed his eyes in meditation, attempting to sharpen his perception to capture any potentially existing non-physical traces. Sun Wukong connected to the ship's main computer, collaborating remotely with Bulma to analyze all publicly available data about Babel star and the limited intelligence provided by interstellar merchants. Babel star's technology level is equivalent to the early 21st century on Earth, with the primary race being humanoid Babel people known for their gentle nature, primarily engaged in agriculture and basic interstellar trade. There is no military threat or special resources. Bulma's voice came through the communicator, carrying a weight of gravity. On such a peaceful planet overnight, all life signals completely vanished. When the interstellar patrol arrived, they saw only empty cities and a deathly silence. Sun Wukong pulled up the remote, sensing images of Babel star. From space, the planet still appeared blue and beautiful, shrouded in clouds, but upon closer inspection, the urban areas that should have been brightly lit were now engulfed in darkness, showing no signs of activity. No smoke, no ruins, only an eerie, complete emptiness. What are the results of the energy scans? Sun Wukong inquired. Very strange, Bulma replied. The energy background on the planet's surface is extremely clean, so clean it's abnormal. All biological energy, heat energy, and even most electromagnetic signals have disappeared. Only within the global atmosphere were we able to detect a faintly distributed, nearly non-existent residue of negative energy particles with an extremely low concentration, but properties similar to those we detected at the Ouroboros base. Evenly distributed. Globally, data flowed rapidly in Sun Wukong's eyes. This means that the energy extraction or annihilation process was completed instantaneously or in a way we cannot comprehend, covered the entire surface of the planet. What kind of immense energy and technology would that require? A few days later, the Hope 3 exited warp speed, hovering in synchronous orbit around Babel star. Observing the planet up close, the sensation of deathly silence became even more suffocating. The spaceship slowly descended to the outskirts of the capital city of Babel star. As the hatch opened, Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Wukong, and Piccolo emerged. The sight before them sent a chill even through the battle-hardened Z warriors. The city was intact. Towering buildings loomed, streets were clean, vehicles were neatly parked by the side of the road, and store windows displayed goods. The sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze blew, yet no sound could be heard. No traffic noise, no conversations, no birds chirping or insects buzzing, not even the sound of the wind felt anything but hollow. The entire city, no, the entire planet, seemed to have been muted, leaving only the sound of their breathing and footsteps. This is too eerie. Son Wukong looked around, his Super Saiyan 2 senses fully extended, yet he felt no life fluctuations, only a void. Really, there's not a single person left. Vegeta crouched down, touching the ground, then glancing at a still green but lifeless plant by the roadside. No signs of battle, no signs of struggle. It's as if everyone vanished in an instant. Piccolo's green perception spread like quicksilver, meticulously probing the surrounding environment. He frowned. I sense a residual void. It's neither evil nor energy, rather a mark left behind after existence was forcibly erased. This feeling resembles a complete extraction of the spirit. Son Wukong remained silent, data flowing through his emerald eyes at unprecedented speed. The analysis panel operated at full power, scanning the air, soil, buildings, and even every speck of dust. Environmental deep scan, capital of Babel star, physical aspect, no signs of destruction, material structure intact. All electronic devices were in standby or suddenly interrupted state. Energy aspect, biological energy, fields completely vanished. The concentration of negative energy particle residue in the environment is extremely low, 0.00013, but distributed absolutely evenly with no gradient differences. Information aspect, detected traces of large-scale data deletion. All storage media, hard drives, chips, even remnants of biological brain waves had their information entirely erased by an unknown algorithm, unable to be recovered. Spacetime aspect, detected extremely weak residual spacetime ripples, suspected aftershocks of supermassive spatial teleportation or energy transfer, but the technological level far exceeds existing understanding. Preliminary conclusion, non-physical annihilation, suspected to be a form of concept-level or rule-level life information extraction annihilation technology. Execution efficiency is extraordinarily high and the technological depth is unfathomable. Rule-level life information extraction. Son Wukong repeated this conclusion in a low voice, feeling a tremor even within his logical core. This was no longer a mere energy absorption, it was a terrifying method that touched upon the essence of life itself. Did you find anything? Son Wukong asked. Son Wukong briefly informed the three of the analysis results. Concept level. What does that mean? Son Wukong scratched his head. It means they may not have killed the Babel people, but rather deleted them from the concept of existence. Piccolo explained in a more straightforward manner, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. This explanation sent a chill up everyone's spine. This was far more terrifying and incomprehensible than mere slaughter. Let's see if we can find more clues. Vegeta suppressed the discomfort in his heart and began searching the city. The others also dispersed, looking for any possible anomalies. Son Wukong made his way to a tall communication tower in the center of the city. According to the scan, this was the place where the energy fluctuations were the most abnormal, though in a negative sense. He floated up, his fingertips glowing softly as he gently touched the signal transmitter at the top of the tower. Deep information residue extraction initiated, target core database, physical layer of the communication tower. Even if data is deleted, the physical medium may retain extremely weak magnetic traces or quantum imprints. Risks, high precision operation may damage the remaining traces. Progress 1. 5. 15. This was an extremely delicate and time-consuming process. Son Wukong felt like an archaeologist searching for traces in the ashes of time. Suddenly, his fingertips received an extremely faint, non-continuous signal feedback, like a photo that had been burned, leaving only a few charred fragments. Data residue extraction successful. Partial fragment 1, a blurry surveillance image showing the last few frames. A massive eye-like dark purple energy vortex appeared in the sky, with an invisible beam of light projected from its center, enveloping the city. The crowd in the image showed no reaction, continuing their daily activities, but their bodies were becoming semi-transparent. Fragment 2, a distorted audio log seemingly recorded by some engineer in their final moments. Energy readings. Abnormal. Not an attack. It's harvesting. God, it's harvesting us. Ah! The voice abruptly cut off. Fragment 3, an extremely brief energy frequency spectrum matching the Ouroboros technology characteristics with an 89.7 accuracy. Next to the spectrum was a blurry mark. Harvester Protocol Trial Run. Harvester Protocol. Trial Run. The truth was unveiled. The tragedy of Babel's star was indeed caused by the Ouroboros. Moreover, this was merely a trial run. They were testing the terrifying technology known as the Harvester. Sun Wukong shared the extracted data fragments with the others. Looking at the chilling image and the words Harvester Protocol, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Trial Run. Vegeta's voice was icy cold. Does that mean they will soon have a second third? Until this technology matures. We must stop them. Sun Wukong's eyes burned with fury. We absolutely cannot let this tragedy happen again. Just then Sun Wukong's analysis panel sounded an alarm again. Alert. Detected hyperspace fluctuations. Source unknown. Coordinates locking onto this area. Not good. Sun Wukong suddenly looked up at the sky. Something is coming. It could be a follow-up reconnaissance from the Ouroboros, or a cleanup squad. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 small battleships, shaped like black blades, suddenly appeared in the sky above them. The surface of the battleships flowed with dark purple energy, and their cannons were already aimed at the city below, as well as the Z warriors within it. A new battle was about to unfold in this silent graveyard. And this time they faced a merciless enemy that wielded rule-level extermination weapons. The emergence of 3 Black Blade warships was akin to 3 venomous fangs descending from the sky over a silent graveyard, instantly shattering the absolute tranquility of Babylon's star. They issued no warnings. The dark purple energy cannons at their bows blazed brightly, unleashing 3 destructive energy beams capable of obliterating cities like spears of judgment towards Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Wuxing, and Piccolo below. Scatter! Sun Wukong roared, his Super Saiyan 2 aura erupting as he activated instant transmission, narrowly evading the beams. Vegeta and Piccolo also employed their techniques to dodge swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beams struck the ground, not exploding, but rather dissolving all materials they touched, alloy, concrete, soil, into their most fundamental particles, leaving behind 3 bottomless black holes. This method of attack was reminiscent of the Reaper Protocol, filled with a sense of annihilation at the level of rules. It's the Ouroboros cleanup squad. They are here to destroy evidence and test the practical effects of new weapons. Sun Wuxing analyzed the attack patterns calmly, data streams flashing wildly in his eyes. Then let them come and go without return. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his ultimate flash towards one of the warships. The golden energy torrent crashed against the warship's dark purple shield, causing intense ripples, but failing to break through. The shield's strength is extremely high. Its energy properties counter ours. Sun Wukong also sensed the problem, as his Kamehameha wave was similarly blocked with ease. The warships seemed to have targeted the most significant threat, as all 3 turned their cannons towards Sun Wuxing. Clearly, they had marked him as the highest priority target from their previous encounters. 6 beams of destruction intertwined to form a net, sealing off all escape routes for Sun Wuxing. The speed was astonishing, and the power was far beyond before. In this critical moment, a flicker of resolution flashed in Sun Wuxing's eyes. The conventional Super Saiyan 2 form could not cope with this level of siege and rule-based attacks. He needed stronger power, a force capable of transcending energy properties and touching the essence of rules. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from ancient wilderness erupted from deep within Sun Wuxing's throat. He no longer suppressed the most primal and savage nature belonging to the science within him. Under the precise guidance of the ultimate learning chip, he actively steered the violent energy of Super Saiyan 3 into an unprecedented deep fusion with the vast life force from his base form. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy erupted explosively around Sun Wuxing. No longer merely golden flames, it transformed into a substantial blood-red column of violent energy soaring into the sky. Around the column, thick golden lightning surged like a frenzy, yet upon closer inspection, the core of that lightning bore a hint of crimson. Sun Wuxing's body underwent an astonishing transformation. He was enveloped in a layer of crimson fur, his muscles swelling and bulging, radiating a primal sense of power. His black hair grew denser, cascading down to his waist, and a tail generated by Dr. Gero's simulation of Saiyan genes re-emerged, whipping behind him like a steel whip. His face remained stern, yet his gaze now held an original majesty that looked down upon the world. Super Saiyan 4. Form activated. Individual analysis panel entity Sun Wuxing Super Saiyan 4. Combat power 1231501. 23 trillion. Energy properties: the ultimate fusion of life essence and Saiyan savagery. It combines the destructive power of Super Saiyan 3 with the vast stability of the base form. The energy level underwent a qualitative change, possessing initial capabilities of interfering with rules. Special ability greatly enhanced energy absorption resistance with certain purification properties against negative energy chaotic energy. Physical defense and regeneration capabilities skyrocketed. Note perfect form. Energy consumption rate is lower than Super Saiyan 3, significantly extending combat duration. 1.23 trillion. This is power capable of shaking stars and overturning rules. Facing the interwoven web of destruction, Beam Sun, whooshing Super Saiyan 4, did not even move. He raised his right hand, covered in crimson fur, fingers spread wide. The space in front of his palm twisted slightly, and a crimson-gold energy vortex formed instantly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The 6 beams of destruction entered the vortex like a cow entering the sea, not even stirring a ripple before being completely devoured and purified. What a... Members of the Ouroboros within the 3 warships screamed in terror. Their strongest attack had been so effortlessly neutralized. It's my turn now. Sun, whooshing Super Saiyan 4, uttered coldly, his figure shifting, leaving only a crimson afterimage in place. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of the first warship. Without using energy blasts, he simply threw a direct punch. Bang! The crimson punch energy erupted like a supernova, shattering the warship's sturdy dark purple shield like glass. The momentum of the punch did not diminish, directly penetrating the warship's hull. Boom! The first warship transformed into a massive fireball in the air, utterly obliterated. Instant kill. The other 2 warships were so terrified they fled in a panic, immediately changing direction and attempting to initiate a space jump to escape. Can you escape? Sun, whooshing Super Saiyan 4, narrowed his eyes, hands clenched, 2 massive crimson gold energies appearing like giant hands out of thin air, grasping the 2 warships tightly. Purify. The crimson gold energy infiltrated the interior of the warships, and before all the Ouroboros members could even scream, they were completely evaporated in the pure and violent energy. The 2 warships also transformed into cosmic dust. The battle concluded in a flash. The sky over Babylon Star returned to silence, leaving only subtle ripples in space from the energy collision. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo stared in shock at Sun, whooshing, who hovered in the air, emanating a terrifying aura akin to that of an ancient behemoth. The power of Super Saiyan 4 had completely surpassed their understanding. This is a stronger realm. Sun Wukong muttered, filled with longing. Damn, he's left us far behind again. Vegeta clenched his fists, a mix of reluctance and awe in his heart. Sun, whooshing Super Saiyan 4, slowly descended, the crimson flames around him receding, yet the majestic aura still sent shivers down the spine. He gazed towards the distant starry sky in the direction of the hatching grounds coordinates. The cleanup squad has been wiped out. The Ouroboros will know soon. Sun, whooshing, analyzed calmly. They will either hide away or resort to their final means. We must take the initiative and strike at their heart. Exactly. Take advantage of their weakness and strike hard. Vegeta declared with high spirits. This time we must completely eliminate them. Sun Wukong also resolved firmly. The 4 no longer hesitated, immediately returning to the Hope 3, setting their course and speeding towards the coordinates of the hatching grounds. After several days of warp travel, the spaceship arrived at the target star region. The sight before them made everyone gasp in astonishment. It was not a planet, but a colossal artificial celestial body. Its size was comparable to that of a star, its surface covered with dark purple energy armor, and countless menacing turrets and energy launchers stood tall, surrounded by several layers of powerful energy shields and spatial distortion fields. On the surface of the celestial body, countless gigantic pipes and cultivation tanks could be seen. Submerged within them were various bizarre creatures and mechanical hybrids. This was the Ouroboros' lair, hatching grounds, detecting ultra-high-intensity energy reactions. An entity of immeasurable energy level exists within the celestial body. Bulma's voice came through the communicator, filled with panic. It is awakening. The energy levels are escalating exponentially. Just then, a grand, cold mental wave seemingly formed from countless fused wills swept across the entire star region, also reaching the Hope 3. Welcome, the original creation, and delectable containers. Your arrival is the final offering of the ritual. In the center of the celestial body, a dark, purple beam shot into the sky, piercing through the universe. Within the beam, a massive, twisted figure composed of countless vengeful spirits, machinery, and chaotic energy slowly coalesced. Its presence made the space in the entire star region tremble. The chaotic god Pseudo has descended. Its combat power astonishingly reached 1.5 trillion, surpassing Sun Wuxing's Super Saiyan 4. Finally out. Sun, whooshing Super Saiyan 4, felt a surge of excitement, his eyes blazing with crimson light. Father Mr. Vegeta Mr. Piccolo, you handle the minions and disrupt the structure of the celestial body. This pseudo-god is mine to tackle. Before his voice fell, he transformed into a crimson shooting star charging directly towards the terrifying chaotic god. The final battle has begun. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo hesitated, not rushing towards the surface of the celestial body, engaging in fierce combat with the tide-like Ouroboros army and synthetic monsters. In the starry sky, the crimson Super Saiyan 4 faced off against the dark purple chaotic god in a world-shaking showdown. The brilliance of energy collisions illuminated the dark universe as space was continuously torn apart and reformed. Sun Wuxing unleashed the power of Super Saiyan 4 to its utmost, the crimson gold energy wave embodying both purification and destruction, relentlessly bombarding the core of the chaotic god. The chaotic god roared, unleashing devouring chaotic energy, attempting to pollute and assimilate Sun Wuxing. But the life source power of Super Saiyan 4 inherently countered the chaotic energy, and Sun Wuxing stood firm like a reef in a furious sea. The battle raged on for a long time, and Sun Wuxing realized that the chaotic god's power seemed connected to the entire hatching ground's celestial body, continuously replenishing. The core of the celestial body must be destroyed. Father, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Piccolo, attack the energy convergence point directly beneath the celestial body. Sun Wuxing communicated. On the battlefield below, Sun Wukong and the others immediately gathered their full strength, combining Super Saiyan 2, Ultimate Flash, and Magic Attack Beam into a radiant energy torrent, violently striking towards the core of the celestial body. Boom! The celestial body trembled violently, the core energy supply cut off. The chaotic god let out a heart-wrenching wail as its power diminished instantly. Now is the time. Sun Wuxing Super Saiyan 4 seized the opportunity, concentrating all his power in his right fist, compressing the crimson light to the extreme as if holding a miniature star. Ultimate Purification Fist. He punched out. The crimson fist light pierced through the defenses of the chaotic god, directly hitting its core of evil will aggregation. No. The chaotic god let out its final desperate scream, its massive form beginning to disintegrate from the inside, as the dark purple energy was swiftly neutralized and obliterated by the crimson purification light. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the starry sky, the chaotic god completely vanished. Along with it, the hatching ground's celestial body beneath it was transformed into cosmic dust in a series of explosive sacrifices. The Ouroboros organization, along with its insane god-creating plan, was utterly annihilated at this moment. The star region returned to peace. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo flew to Sun Wuxing's side, gazing at the floating debris of the celestial body, feeling as if they had crossed into another world. Is it over? Sun Wukong gasped. Yes, it's over. Sun Wuxing Super Saiyan 4 slowly withdrew his aura, reverting to his base form, a hint of relieved fatigue on his face. The formidable enemy was vanquished, but whether other threats still lurked in the universe remained unknown. Yet at least at this moment peace returned. Let's go home, Sun Wuxing whispered. The Hope 3 altered its course, carrying the victorious warriors towards the path of return. The starry sea remained vast, but this time the cabin was filled with tranquility and hope after surviving a calamity. Time flowed quietly, 7 years slipping by beneath a tranquil surface. Earth, under the vigilant guardianship of the Z-Fighters, savored a rare and precious peace. Son Gohan fulfilled his dream of becoming a scholar and built a loving family with Videl. Trunks and Bulma were born, in turn infusing new warmth and color into Bulma and Vegeta's lives. Krillin and Android 18 lived a serene, unassuming life. And Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu continued their austere cultivation deep within the mountains. Goku, ever restless in his pursuit of greater challenges, frequently dragged Vegeta to intense, earth-shattering sparring sessions on King Kai's planet or even farther across the cosmos. During these 7 years, Son Gohan further consolidated his Super Saiyan 4 power, refining it into a stable, fully controllable ultimate form. He spent much of his time serving as Chief Technology Advisor to Capsule Corporation, assisting Bulma in developing interstellar exploration and planetary defense systems. While silently observing the world, he was gradually coming to call home. The emotional resonance emanating from Goku's cells within him grew steadily stronger, yet the ultimate learning chip's rational core preserved in him a distinctive calmness and objective clarity. Yet this serenity was shattered by a dream, a vision from a distant corner of the universe. That night, Beerus, the destroyer god of Universe 7, awoke from a slumber spanning decades. He had dreamed of a strange and wondrous battle against a crimson-haired warrior radiating sacred divine aura, the Super Saiyan god. The dream reawakened his long-dormant thirst for combat and a subtle, almost imperceptible thread of anxiety. The realm of the destroyer gods floated suspended in the infinite void, an enigmatic domain beyond mortal comprehension. Beerus himself, a lithe feline-like being of pale violet hue, lounged lazily upon his towering divine throne delicately licking his claws. Beside him stood his attendant Whis, an angel of unfathomable grace and power, staff held elegantly in hand. Whis, Beerus yawned, his violet eyes flashing with sudden sharpness. I dreamed of an intriguing opponent. What was it called again? Super Saiyan God. Have you heard of it? Whis smiled, faintly tapping his staff gently against the floor. Lord Beerus, the Super Saiyan God, is but an ancient legend. It is said that when 5 righteous Saiyans channel their spiritual energy into a single Saiyan, a transcendent divine state, beyond all known limits, is awakened. Yet such a phenomenon has not occurred in millennia. A legend. Beerus narrowed his eyes. But the sensation in my dream felt utterly real. Investigate, are there any Saiyans still alive in Universe 7? Whis closed his eyes, his immense perception swept across the entire cosmos in an instant. Opening them again, he murmured with quiet surprise, "My, how fascinating. On a remote planet called Earth, not only do 2 pure-blooded Saiyans survive, but there is also, an exceptionally unique being who appears to possess the essential Saiyan traits. Their current power levels are quite frankly extraordinary. Earth, Saiyans." Beerus perked up, his destructive impulse and combative hunger stirring anew. "Let us go, Whis. Let us see for ourselves. If this Super Saiyan God truly exists, let him fight me. If not, well, that planet shall have no further reason to exist." Meanwhile on Earth, Mount Pozu, Goku sat at the dinner table, joyfully sharing a meal with Gohan's family, when suddenly, he dropped his chopsticks and bowl, his face alight with exhilaration and solemn intensity. "What's wrong, Dad?" Gohan asked. "He's here. An unimaginable presence. Overwhelmingly powerful. I've never sensed anything like this before." Goku trembled with excitement. "And it's laced with pure destruction. Gohan, take Videl and Pan to Bulma's immediately. Hurry." Gohan too felt that vast cosmic scale aura, cold, boundless, and steeped in annihilation. His expression hardened. Without hesitation, he teleported away with his family. Goku burst from the house, gazing skyward as his Super Saiyan 2 aura blazed forth instinctively, ready, resolute, and unwavering. Vegeta, sensing the terrifying energy, instantly materialized beside Goku atop Mount Pozu from West City, his face etched with unprecedented gravity. "Kakarot, this aura, could it be?" Vegeta's voice was dry and strained. "Yes, there's no mistaking it. The soul-chilling dread, its destroyer god, Beerus." Goku spoke, gravely recalling fragments of the destroyer god legends told by King Kai. At that very moment the sky seemed to tear open, and Beerus and Whis appeared soundlessly in midair. Beerus cast a languid glance downward at Goku and Vegeta, then curled his lip disdainfully. "Oh, so it's you two. Hardly impressive. Where is the Super Saiyan God?" Goku drew a deep breath, suppressing his fear as battlelust ignited within him. "Lord Beerus, I am Goku. The Super Saiyan God is only a legend, but we will fight you with everything we have." "Everything?" Beerus chuckled, as if amused, then flicked his wrist carelessly. An invisible force enveloped Goku and Vegeta in an instant. Before they could even react, their Super Saiyan 2 auras snuffed out like candle flames, and both collapsed unconscious to the ground. With a single thought, he had incapacitated 2 Super Saiyan 2s. Beerus yawned again, bored. "How dull. Whis, it seems the legend is just that, a legend. Let's destroy this planet." "Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus." Whis tapped his staff lightly, his gaze drifting toward Capsule Corporation in the distance, and a curious, intrigued smile touched his lips. "I sense a far more interesting presence." At Capsule Corporation's observation deck, Son Gohan stood motionless, gazing toward Mount Pozu. His analytical interface flooded with rapidly updating data on Beerus and Whis, yet most entries registered as unanalyzable or energy level exceeds detection threshold. Target analysis: Beerus energy, nature, divine law, destruction, combat power assessment, incalculable, threat level, existential, annihilation, absolute. Target analysis: Whis energy, nature, divine law, angel, combat power assessment, incalculable, threat level, unknown, higher. Son Gohan's core logic processed every conceivable countermeasure at blinding speed, yet each conclusion converged on the same immutable truth: victory probability 0.000000001. This was an absolute disparity in power, unbridgeable by technique, strategy, or will alone. Then Whis's voice resonated directly within his mind. "An intriguing young one. You are not a natural life form, yet you bear the essence of a Saiyan, and something far more complex. Care to meet in person?" Son Gohan paused, then vanished in a flash, reappearing atop Mount Pozu before the fallen Goku and Vegeta, meeting Beerus and Whis in the sky with serene composure. "Oh, another Saiyan. Feels rather odd." Beerus arched a brow, mildly intrigued. "I am Son Gohan," he said, bowing slightly, neither subservient nor defiant. "Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, the Super Saiyan God is indeed only legend, but Earth offers many exquisite delicacies. Perhaps they might soothe your wrath." "Food, eh?" Beerus's eyes gleamed, his gourmet instincts instantly awakened. Thus began the original arc of Dragon Ball Super Bulma's birthday party, Beerus's fury over stolen pudding, Goku's desperate summoning of the Super Saiyan God, via the heart energy infusion of 5 Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and infant Trunks, and the ensuing cataclysmic battle. Though ultimately defeated, Goku earned profound respect and appeased the destroyer god with Earth's culinary wonders. Throughout it all, Son Gohan remained a detached, lucid observer. He did not partake in the ritual. He was not a naturally born Saiyan, and he refrained entirely from the battle, fully aware that before true divinity his strength remained woefully insufficient. Beerus and Whis' arrival had opened a new door for him, the threshold to the divine realm. Watching Goku shatter his limits in combat, feeling the sacred transcendent aura of the Super Saiyan God, an aura distinct from raw power, both his Saiyan cells and the ultimate learning chip resonated with intense curiosity and yearning. Once the crisis passed, Beerus and Whis departed Earth, but left behind an invitation through Whis' sponsorship. Goku and Vegeta gained the rare privilege of training in the realm of the destroyer gods, mastering deeper applications of energy, such as the divine variant of Ki God Ki. Father Mr. Vegeta, this is an unprecedented opportunity, Son Gohan told the two, preparing to depart. The divine realm concerns the fundamental nature of law and energy itself. Please cherish it. Don't worry, Son Gohan. Goku grinned, cracking his knuckles eagerly. I'll become stronger than ever, and then we'll have a proper match. Needn't tell me. Vegeta retorted, though his eyes burned with unmistakable hunger for greater power. Their ship, guided by Whis, vanished into the star-strewn abyss. Son Gohan stood rooted to the earth, watching the vessel recede into the stellar depths. His emerald eyes, once shimmering with cascading data streams, now settled into profound, silent contemplation. Destroyer gods, angels, Super Saiyan gods, God Ki. A vaster, more mysterious world unfolded before him, like a celestial scroll slowly unfurling. His path too had found a new direction. Peace endured, but the challenge had ascended to the divine, and his own adventure had only just begun. Son Wukong and Vegeta followed Whis to the God of Destruction realm for training, ushering in a relatively calm, yet expectant period for Earth. Everyone understood that when these two warriors returned, they would inevitably step into a brand new domain belonging to the gods. Meanwhile, Son Wukong did not halt his own progress on Earth. The appearance of Beerus and Whis was like a seed about higher dimensional power being planted in the core of his meticulously calculated logic. In the deepest analytical laboratory of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Son Wukong floated at the center, surrounded by countless energy conduits and data lines. On the gigantic holographic projection screen, the details of Whis effortlessly deflecting Beerus' destructive energy, and every energy fluctuation in the battle between Beerus and Super Saiyan God Son Wukong were being replayed at an extremely slow speed. This data was collected and integrated through Son Wukong's Perception, Earth's global energy monitoring network, and the deep space probe urgently launched by Bulma. Although it was vague and fragmented, it contained unprecedented information. High-speed data retrospective analysis target Whis Angel. Energy flow pattern detected energy trajectories that completely violate known physical laws, presenting a multidimensional superposition state. Energy does not propagate in a straight line, but instantaneously jumps and cycles through different dimensions. Energy in nature non-destructive, possessing characteristics of absolute order and perfect control. Suspected to be a visualization of the fundamental rules of the universe, temporarily named divine power. Action analysis: all actions exhibit 100 efficiency with no energy dissipation or redundancy. There is a possibility of predicting future trajectories or synchronizing with the flow of time. Probability 67. 8. Conclusion: the power of angels transcends the concept of energy accumulation, involving a deep understanding and manipulation of the basic rules of the universe. The existing combat model is completely ineffective. High-speed data retrospective analysis target Beerus, God of Destruction. Energy flow pattern: energy is highly condensed, possessing absolute destruction properties, capable of fundamentally disintegrating matter, energy, and even certain information structures. Energy nature violent, yet controlled. The concept of destruction acts on the target even before the energy itself. Analysis of the Super Saiyan God battle: the energy of the Super Saiyan God, sacred life, sublimation, fundamentally opposes the energy of the God of Destruction. Destruction rule: erasure. Beerus did not exert his full strength. His power is unfathomable. Conclusion: the power of the God of Destruction is a rule-level attack, rendering conventional defense methods ineffective. One must understand the rules of destruction itself, or grasp powers of the same level of rules to counter it. In Son Wukong's emerald eyes, data streams surged with unprecedented complexity. He was attempting to construct a brand new power model, divine power model. This was no longer a simple accumulation of combat power values, but a deep analysis of energy essence and rule interactions. A completely different realm. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. His Super Saiyan 4 form at its core was still the ultimate explosion of life energy and Saiyan potential belonging to the domain of force. The power exhibited by Beerus and Whis, on the other hand, touched upon the level of principles being a part of the laws governing the universe. Miss Bulma. Sun Wukong contacted the busy Bulma through the communicator. I need to utilize the full computational power of the Hope 3 deep space detection array, as well as all foundational databases on cosmic constants, quantum field theory, and superstring theory. What are you going to do? Bulma asked curiously, already beginning to operate, trying to analyze the underlying logic of divine power. Sun Wukong replied, I need to understand how energy combines with rules. This was a monumental and nearly impossible task. But Sun Wukong possessed an ultimate learning chip and an infinite energy core. What he lacked the least was time and computational capacity. Days passed by. Sun Wukong entered a sort of meditative state, oblivious to the outside world, fully immersed in the ocean of data. He simulated various models of energy interacting with rules, from microscopic particles to macroscopic cosmic scales, attempting to find a path to the divine realm. Meanwhile, subtle changes were occurring on Earth. Perhaps stimulated by the battle of the Super Saiyan gods and the arrival of the god of destruction, the chi of Earth itself seemed to become more vibrant. Warriors like Krillin and Tien Shinhan made significant progress in their training, and even ordinary people felt much lighter and healthier. Bulma shifted her research focus to how to utilize chi or similar energies as clean energy and develop equipment capable of detecting reactions from higher dimensional energies. Months later, Sun Wukong's research achieved preliminary theoretical breakthroughs. Divine Power Model Derivation Stage Results. Hypothesis 1. Divine power is not merely energy, but rather an interference phenomenon generated from a high resonance between consciousness and universal rules. Hypothesis 2. To master divine power, one must refine their will to perfection and deeply understand one or more universal rules, such as destruction, creation, time, space, etc. Inference. The state of the Super Saiyan God may be a preliminary manifestation of the collective will of the Saiyans resonating with positive rules, such as life, sublimation, and protection, but has yet to reach the level of autonomously controlling the rules. Feasible paths. Theoretical 1. Extreme emotional and will forging, high risk, uncontrollable. 2. Deep understanding and simulation of rules, high difficulty, requiring long accumulation of time. 3. Finding the key or guide to existing divine power, the most practical, akin to Whis guidance. Will. Rules. Sun Wukong pondered. His core logic was absolute rationality, lacking Sun Wukong's fiery emotional explosiveness. The first path seemed unviable. The second path required time, and the enemy would not wait. Therefore, the most feasible option was the third path, waiting for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to bring back direct experiences from Whis and learning from them. However, he was not completely passively waiting. He began to attempt to use his infinite energy to meticulously simulate and perceive the most fundamental physical rules around him. The subtle variations of gravity, the interactions of electromagnetic forces, and even the microscopic unevenness of time's passage. This was a clumsy yet solid accumulation. On this day, Sun Wukong was simulating changes in spatial curvature in the laboratory, when suddenly he sensed a faint yet extremely unique spatial fluctuation coming from a very distant direction. The source of the fluctuation was the god of destruction realm. Ultra-long-distance spatial sensing detected high-intensity energy collision aftershocks coming from the direction of the god of destruction realm with energy characteristics, including god of destruction power proficiency, increased Super Saiyan god energy stability enhancement, and a new wild and destructive dark red energy, suspected to be the result of Vegeta's training. Father and Mr. Vegeta's training has made progress. A glimmer of light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He could sense that the aftershocks of the collision contained a deeper understanding and application of the power of the rules. He immediately focused all his perception on that spatial fluctuation, like the most precise radio attempting to capture the fragments of information contained within. This was difficult. The distance was too great, the signal was extremely weak and filled with interference. But Sun Wukong had sufficient patience and precision. After several hours, he successfully extracted a strand of useful information. Energy aftershock analysis fragments. Information 1 detected a highly condensed application method of Qi with energy utilization efficiency nearly reaching 100 in a form between matter and energy, suspected to be the primary form of divine power. Information 2 detected shallow counter techniques against the destruction rule, not through direct confrontation, but utilizing energy frequency resonance to deviate or delay destructive effects. Information 3 in Vegeta's dark red energy, a strong self-will drive was detected attempting to forcibly control or even distort the rules with absolute, while posing high risks but with immense potential. These fragmented pieces of information gave Sun Wukong a more concrete concept of the divine realm. He immediately integrated this data into his divine power model for derivation and optimization. The ultimate control of energy, understanding and interaction of rules, strength of will. Sun Wukong mused. He seemed to have found a path suitable for himself approaching the divine realm based on absolute rationality and precise calculation. By simulating rules through infinite energy and ultimate learning ability, then understanding the rules, ultimately attempting to influence or even create rules. This was a longer yet possibly more stable path. Just as Sun Wukong was immersed in new derivations, Bulma hurriedly rushed into the laboratory, her face filled with excitement and tension. Sun Wukong, come quick. The detector has captured a new signal. It's not coming from the direction of the God of Destruction realm, but from a completely unfamiliar cosmic coordinate. The signal characteristics are very strange, full of life, vitality, yet feel very powerful. Sun Wukong immediately shifted his attention to the data brought by Bulma. On the analysis panel, a faint signal from the sixth universe rippled outward like a stone tossed into water. A new adventure and new opponent seems to be on the verge of making an entrance. The new signal brought by Bulma alerted Sun Wukong. He immediately gathered all detection resources to conduct a thorough analysis of the unfamiliar cosmic coordinates. The source of the signal did not come from within the seventh universe, but from a parallel and adjacent universe, the sixth universe. The life energy contained in the signal was exceedingly vast, imbued with an ancient and sacred charm. Yet it also carried a hint of a destructive aura akin to that of Beerus, though it felt more laid back and gluttonous. Cross-universe signal analysis source from the sixth universe. Signal characteristics: high concentration of life energy fluctuations mixed with residual energy of a god of destruction. The energy properties leaned toward creation and vitality, contrasting with the destruction theme of the seventh universe. Signal content: no communication intent, suspected to be a large-scale energy activity, such as the birth of planets, explosive life, or culinary production. Natural radiation generated. Associated speculation: the sixth universe may possess a highly advanced civilization and abundant life planets. Its god of destruction's personality may differ from Beerus. Threat assessment: tentatively assessed as neutral observation. However, the existence of cross-universe signals implies that dimensional barriers may be penetrable, warranting caution. The sixth universe. Sun Wukong pondered. Whis had briefly mentioned the existence of other universes, but this was the first time he had received a signal so clearly from a parallel universe. This signified that the seventh universe was not an isolated existence, or a broader stage was emerging. Just as Sun Wukong and Bulma were delving into the study of this signal, the space above Earth began to twist oddly once again. This time it was not Beerus and Whis who arrived, but two entirely new figures. One was a plump, light blue feline creature dressed in a style reminiscent of Beerus' god of destruction attire, bearing a lazy and gluttonous expression. The other was a tall and elegant female angel holding a long staff, exuding an aura similar to Whis, but with a more flamboyant hairstyle. It was the god of destruction of the sixth universe, Kampa, along with his angelic guide and attendant, Vados. Kampa sniffed the air greedily, his eyes shining on. This is the flavor. Vados right. This planet called Earth has the legendary super delicious food. Vados smiled and nodded. Yes, Lord Kampa. According to the accidental revelation from Lord Whis, the Earth of the seventh universe indeed harbors many universe-level delicacies. Their arrival instantly alerted the Z warriors of Earth. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Piccolo, and others immediately gathered, sensing Kampa's unabashed aura of destruction, each feeling a sense of impending danger. Another god of destruction. Krillin's voice trembled. This feeling is very similar to Lord Beerus, but seems even more gluttonous. Piccolo keenly sensed the difference. Sun Wukong and Bulma arrived at the scene immediately. Sun Wukong calmly analyzed the two newly arrived deities. Individual analysis: Kampa, god of destruction of the sixth universe, energy level comparable to Beerus, rule attribute destruction, leaning towards energy absorption and transformation. Personality traits: lazy, gluttonous, irritable. Threat level high. Individual analysis: Vados, angel of the sixth universe, energy level unfathomable, rule attributes creation order originating from the same source as Whis. Personality traits: elegant, intelligent, slightly devious. Threat level unknown, extremely high. Hey, you Earthlings, Kampa bellowed, hand over your best food. Otherwise I'll destroy your planet. Faced with this brazen demand, the Z warriors felt both angered and helpless. The power gap was simply too vast. At that moment the sky rippled again, and Whis appeared with an excited Sun Wukong and a somewhat displeased yet sharp-eyed Vegeta before everyone. They had just completed their initial training in the god of destruction realm. Oh my Lord Kampa, Miss Vados, what brings you to the seventh universe? Whis greeted with a smile, evidently having anticipated their arrival. Whis, you really are here. Kampa, seeing Whis, was filled with rage. It's all your fault. You flaunted the delicious food of the 7th universe in front of me, causing me to come all this way. Sun Wukong curious-eyed Kampa, wow. So you are the god of destruction of the 6th universe. You seem quite similar to Lord Beerus. Want to have a fight? His aura became more restrained yet subtly flowed with a sacred scent, clearly indicating his mastery over Super Saiyan god power had improved. Vegeta snorted coldly, a faint dark red aura flickering around him, attempting to harness the rules of destruction with absolute will, a form still unstable but filled with aggression. Vados spoke gracefully. Lord Kampa has come not only to taste food, but also with a proposal. The 6th universe and the 7th universe are twin universes with many similarities. Why not engage in a friendly competition? Competition? What kind of competition? Beerus' languid voice interrupted as he appeared at the scene, clearly attracted by Kampa's aura. Vados smiled, very simple. Each side will send out 5 warriors for 5 unknown battles. The stakes are one of our treasures from the 6th universe, the Super Dragon Balls, and the 7th universe will wager Earth. How about that? Super Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were both taken aback. They had heard that those were far more powerful wish orbs than the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek scattered across the 2 universes. Betting Earth? Bulma, Krillin, and others exclaimed in shock. No way. Absolutely not. Bulma firmly opposed. Beerus stroked his chin, glancing at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then at the opposing camp. Vados hinted that the 6th universe also had powerful warriors. The god of destruction's competitive spirit was piqued. Sounds a bit interesting. Alright, I agree. Lord Beerus. Bulma urged anxiously. Don't worry, Bulma, Sun Wukong said confidently. With Vegeta and me around, it will be fine. Moreover, it's just the right opportunity to test our training results. Vegeta also proudly said, Kakarot is right. It's just the chance to face the opponents from the 6th universe. Sun Wukong observed the situation calmly. This sudden competition, seemingly stirred by Kampa's gluttony, might actually hold deeper reasons. The 2 angels, Vados and Whis, seemed intent on facilitating interaction between the 2 universes, or perhaps to give their respective gods of destruction something to do. At the same time, this was an excellent opportunity to closely observe the power system of the 6th universe, especially any applications possibly related to divine power. Father Mr. Vegeta, please be cautious. The energy properties of the warriors from the 6th universe may differ from ours, and their application of rules might also be distinct. I will collect and analyze data from the sidelines to provide you with tactical support. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded. Unnecessary. Vegeta huffed in response, but accepted with his gaze. Thus a cross-universe combat competition betting Earth and the Super Dragon Balls was set. Both sides agreed to select 5 warriors each to compete on a special arena created by Whis and Vados. The roster for the 7th universe was quickly determined: Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Monaka, an ordinary delivery man mistakenly believed by Beerus to be a hidden master, purely a product of Beerus' superstition and bad taste. The warriors of the 6th universe were also about to make their appearance. This new battle was not only about the survival of planets, but also the first direct collision of the power systems of the 2 universes. Sun Wukong's analysis panel was ready, and a journey of observation and learning about divine power and the different rules of the universes was about to begin. The battle tournament between the 6th universe and the 7th universe concluded amidst a somewhat comical, yet profoundly meaningful atmosphere. With the results of their training in the realm of the destroyers, Sun Wukong and Vegeta easily defeated the warriors of the 6th universe, such as Kaba and Hit, showcasing the tremendous power of Super Saiyans and their initial grasp of the destruction rules. Piccolo and Son Gohan also performed admirably. The farce involving Monaka, the secret weapon, ultimately ended in a childish tussle between the 2 destroyers, Beerus and Kampa. In the end, the 7th universe emerged victorious, saving Earth and obtaining a Super Dragon Ball from the 6th universe. Throughout the tournament, Sun Wukong remained in a state of heightened analysis. He not only recorded the progress of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in harnessing divine power, but also focused on observing the energy characteristics of the 6th universe warriors. He discovered that the Saiyans of the 6th universe, like Kaba, possessed a more tranquil energy leaning towards life and creation, transforming into blue-haired forms instead of golden-haired Super Saiyan God state. Yet their fundamental potential was astonishing. Moreover, Hit the assassin utilized the technique of time skip, which involved a superficial application of temporal rules, providing Sun Wukong with immense inspiration. Cross-universe power system observation report: the Saiyans of the 6th universe exhibit energy properties leaning towards life, sublimation, and pure chi, with a more stable Super Saiyan God form that resonates poorly with destruction power, yet has potential resonance with the angel's creation rules. Hit time skip creates local temporal flow differences through a unique aura, not truly controlling time flow, but rather utilizing discrepancies in time perception for attacks. The technical principles involve higher dimensional spatial folding and consciousness synchronization, allowing for analytical learning extremely difficult. Conclusion: there are significant differences in the evolutionary paths and rule adaptability of life across different universes. The combination of destruction and scion wildness in the 7th universe may yield more extreme offensive power, while the combination of creation and peace in the 6th universe may lead to a more stable evolutionary path. After the match, although Kampa lost, he quickly calmed down when Beerus presented the already prepared delicacies from the 6th universe, which were indeed stunning in flavor. The two destroyers began to bicker while discussing how to gather the Super Dragon Balls for their wish, such as wanting more delicious food. However, just as this seemingly peaceful exchange was about to conclude, an unexpected event occurred. Without any warning, the sky, no, the entire space where Earth resided, seemed to be pressed by a pause button. The wind ceased, the clouds settled, and even sound vanished. An indescribable and absolute sense of existence surpassing all things enveloped everyone. The two reckless destroyers, Beerus and Kampa, instantly turned pale, their earlier jesting and quarreling disappearing without a trace, replaced by utmost reverence and fear, even involuntarily bowing slightly. Whis and Beerus also retracted their relaxed expressions, their demeanor becoming exceedingly solemn. This is... Sun Wukong felt the oppressive force that seemed to freeze his very soul, his voice dry. Master Zeno. Beerus' voice trembled like never before. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, two small, oddly dressed figures resembling children quietly appeared in midair. They had large heads, round eyes, and no apparent expression on their faces, yet radiated an absolute authority that made the entire cosmic order submit. They were the supreme deities overseeing all 12 universes, Zeno. And there were two of them. Zeno and future Zeno. Beerus: Kampa, what are you doing here? The Zeno on the left, Zeno asked with a childish yet undeniable voice. It seems quite interesting, the Zeno on the right, future Zeno echoed. Beerus and Kampa, terrified, stuttered an explanation that they were merely conducting friendly inter-universal exchanges. The Zenas seemed to show interest in the recent tournament, especially the battles of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Zeno suddenly said, having only 2 universes play is quite boring. Let's call all the universes together for a bigger tournament. The universe that loses the tournament will just disappear, future Zeno nodded. This casual remark sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. Disappear? Does that mean completely annihilating the entire universe? Beerus and Kampa nearly collapsed to the ground. Whis and Beerus' expressions also turned grave. The Zenas had nothing more to say, their figures slowly fading away, ultimately vanishing. The terrifying pressure also dissipated and space returned to normal. Yet the scene was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the Zenas' seemingly innocent, yet world-destroying words. Disappear. Krillin sat on the ground devoid of color. What a joke. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his fists turning white. Sun Wukong also sobered his brow, furrowing tightly. Master Zeno. Is he serious? Sun Wukong, standing to the side, had data flowing in his emerald eyes, surging at an unprecedented speed. The appearance of the Zenas completely exceeded his database's comprehension range. On the analysis panel, the data concerning the Zenas was almost entirely composed of question marks and garbled text. Zeno existence analysis, extremely incomplete, energy level unmeasurable, surpassing all existing detection limits. Suspected to be the embodiment of the multiversal rule aggregate. Rule authority possesses absolute life and death power over the respective universes. Their disappear order may involve completely erasing the existential concept of the entire universe from the informational level. Threat level super doomsday level multiversal scale. Uncontrollable. Unpredictable. Response plan: no direct confrontation possible. The only feasible path: strictly comply with their rules and win the upcoming power tournament. Power tournament. The losing universe will disappear. Sun Wukong murmured, the logical core rapidly deducing various possibilities. This is not a tournament. This is a survival selection of the multiverse. He glanced at the terrified Beerus and Kampa, then at the serious Whis and Beerus, realizing that these two angels probably already knew of the Zenas' existence and their modus operandi. This contest between the two universes was perhaps a rehearsal and power assessment for a potentially greater crisis. We must win. Sun Wukong's voice was calm, yet undeniably resolute, shattering the silence. For all the lives of the 7th universe, we cannot lose. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his gaze regaining its determination. That's right. Who cares about the Zenas? As long as we win the tournament, that's all that matters. We must grow stronger. Strong enough to defeat all the opponents from the universes. Vegeta snorted coldly. Him perfect. Fighting against the strongest in the entire universe, just what I've been looking for. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances, seeing the fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. It had come to this, and they could only place their hopes in these mortal warriors. Beerus said solemnly, fully assist them in their training. We must select the strongest 10-man team. Whis and Beerus bowed in compliance. A crisis far exceeding imagination in speed and scale had descended. It was no longer about a single planet or a galaxy, but rather the very existence of the entire universe hinging on the outcome of a battle. Sun Wukong gazed at the starry sky, the data flow in his eyes gradually calming, replaced by a profound seriousness. The appearance of the zenith made him realize that the peak of personal power he had previously pursued was still insignificant in the face of true supreme rules. Yet this also sparked a stronger thirst for knowledge and motivation for evolution within him. Update analysis targets Xenosystem power tournament rules data of other universe powers. Survival path only through continuous evolution until touching the shores of the rules. The warriors of the 7th universe were about to embark on a brutal path to survival, competing against the strongest of the entire universe. And Sun Wukong, the ultimate weapon from the laboratory, would also seek the ultimate meaning of his existence amidst this calamity. The rules of the power conference set forth by the Omni King with a casual tone weighed heavily, like an invisible mountain on the hearts of all informed individuals in the 7th universe. To lose means the complete annihilation of the entire universe. This is no longer a matter of personal or planetary survival, but an ultimate test concerning whether countless beings and civilizations can continue to exist. The God of Destruction's realm, a unique training ground where the rules of time and space are distorted by Whis. Beerus could no longer maintain his usual lazy and sleepy demeanor, pacing back and forth anxiously, his purple tail flicking restlessly. This is troublesome. This is really troublesome. How could the Omni King suddenly have such an idea? Whis, what is the strength of the other universes? Do we have a chance in the 7th universe? Whis maintained his elegant smile, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Lord Beerus, according to the latest cosmic survival level rating, our 7th universe's ranking is not optimistic, as it falls within the lower tier among the 12 universes. Lower tier. Beerus nearly jumped up. How is that possible? We have Son Goku and Vegeta, and that strange Son Gohan. Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta indeed have immense potential, but the other universes also possess exceptionally talented warriors. The voice of Badatz came through inter-universe communication as she was with Kampa in the 6th universe, especially those universes with a high average human level and a long history of peace. Their warriors have a more solid foundation and their abilities are more diverse. Son Goku and Vegeta stood aside, listening solemnly. They had just experienced a battle with the 6th universe. Although they had won, they had also witnessed the eerie and troublesome powers of Hit, fully aware of the vastness of the universe and the multitude of formidable warriors. It seems our training is far from sufficient, Vegeta said in a deep voice, the blue aura of Super Saiyan God swirling around him, yet he felt an invisible barrier that was difficult to break through. That's what makes it more interesting. Son Goku remained as optimistic as ever, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned brighter. To battle against the strongest in the universe. Just thinking about it is exciting. Exciting, my foot. Beerus shouted irritably. If you lose, there won't even be a chance to be excited. You must become stronger. Stronger. Do you understand? So Lord Beerus, what do you think they should focus on in their training? Whis inquired at the right moment. Beerus paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Son Goku and Vegeta. You two, even though you have grasped the power of Super Saiyan God and even touched the edge of destruction, you have gone down the wrong path. He pointed at Son Goku. You Kakarot. You rely too much on your instinctive combat abilities and sudden flashes of inspiration. The power of Super Saiyan God lies in the mastery and stability of the God level, not in reckless fighting. What you need is ultimate unity of body and mind, allowing your body to transcend the constraints of consciousness. He then pointed at Vegeta, and you Vegeta, you have gone to another extreme. You are too deliberate, too obsessed with power and so-called royal dignity. The energy of destruction is pure will absolute focus after letting go of all obsessions. The more you try to control it, the more it will backfire against you. Son Goku and Vegeta fell into contemplation. Beerus' words struck home, pinpointing the bottlenecks in their respective training. Whis, Badatz, Beerus looked at the two angels. It's time to give them that trial. Whis and Badatz exchanged smiles and nodded. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta. Whis stepped forward, lightly tapping his staff on the ground. Next, we will guide you into deeper levels of training. Goku, your direction is to pursue the ultimate realm of being in consciousness first, which we call the prototype of the Zizai Ji Gong. Zizai Ji Gong. Son Goku repeated curiously. Yes, that is a supreme realm that even the gods find difficult to master. Whis smiled and Mr. Vegeta, your path is to deeply understand the essence of destruction, attempting to truly integrate your will with the power of the God of Destruction, forging your own ZGG Gong path. Two entirely different divine paths lay before the two Saiyans. I want to learn that Zizai Ji. Son Goku decisively chose, instinctively feeling it suited him better. The power of destruction suits me perfectly. Vegeta also made his choice, wanting to use absolute strength to prove the pride of the Saiyan Prince. Training began in a more brutal and focused manner. Under Whisk's guidance, Son Goku was thrown into a strange space filled with countless energy currents and invisible attacks. He could not rely on sight or ki perception. He had to completely empty his mind and let his bodis instincts respond to all attacks. At first he was battered and bruised, but gradually his movements became erratic, evading and countering attacks more naturally, a silvery aura beginning to flicker around him. Meanwhile, Vegeta was undergoing a trial of will under the dual torment of Badats, guiding him remotely through communication and Beerus. He needed to condense destructive energy from nothingness using his will and precisely control its annihilation of designated targets. This required extreme focus and the abandonment of all emotional distractions. Vegeta failed time and again, unable to condense the destructive energy or losing control of it, yet he repeatedly started over with astonishing willpower, the dark purple glow belonging to destruction in his eyes becoming increasingly stable. While Son Goku and Vegeta were grinding through their training in the God of Destruction's realm, Son Gohan on Earth was also busy. In the laboratory of the Universal Capsule Company, a holographic projection in front of Son Gohan was simulating the energy operation models of Son Goku's ZI-G and Vegeta's CGG. This was based on the snippets occasionally leaked by Whis and Badats, and his remote monitoring of the fluctuations in their ki conducted through reverse deduction. Divine Path Simulation Deduction, ZI-G Gong Core Principle, the complete separation of consciousness and physical body, allowing combat to be conducted through the bodis instincts in sync with cosmic consciousness or subconsciousness. The energy operation path is extremely simplified, maximizing efficiency. Energy form manifesting as a silvery aura possessing characteristics like automatic evasion, automatic counterattacks, and extremely low energy consumption. Learning difficulty requires breaking free from established thought patterns to reach a state of no self. This poses a fundamental challenge to Son Gohan's existence, which is logic-centered. Estimated success rate below 0. 1. Divine Path Simulation Deduction, ZGG Gong Core Principle, to harness and reshape energy rules with an absolutely powerful self-will emphasizing extreme control and destructiveness. The energy operation path is highly complex and personalized. Energy form manifesting as dark energy such as deep blue or dark purple, highly aggressive, possessing characteristics of rule annihilation. Learning difficulty requires a steadfast, almost obsessive self-will. While there is a certain compatibility with Son Gohan's relatively rational logical core, the contradiction between emotion-driven and logic-driven must be resolved. Estimated success rate 15. 7. The deduction results were clear. ZI-G was almost in direct opposition to the foundation of Son Gohan's existence, while ZGG held a slight possibility. Emotion-driven. Son Gohan fell into contemplation. His emotional simulation system could simulate states like anger and calmness, but that was ultimately simulation, not the reality that comes from the essence of life. How to generate a genuine, powerful self-will that can drive ZGG from the logical core is an unprecedented challenge. He brought up all the original data on the artificial human emotion module from Dr. Gero, as well as the energy spectra he had observed and recorded when Son Goku, Vegeta, and others experienced intense emotional outbursts over the years. Perhaps he needed to undertake a dangerous upgrade of his core logic, attempting to merge simulated emotions more deeply with logical decision-making, even allowing a certain degree of uncontrollable emotional variables to emerge. This was an extremely risky choice that could shake the stable foundation of his existence as the ultimate weapon. But in the face of the ultimate threat posed by the Omni King and the Power Conference, he had to seek every possible breakthrough. Just as Son Gohan was preparing for a deep system adjustment, Bulma brought in urgent communication from the Supreme Kai. On the communication screen, the old Supreme Kai's face was filled with anxiety. Son Gohan. This is bad. According to the latest news from the Omni King's palace, the official date for the Power Conference has been set. It will take place in just 40 hours. What? 40 hours? Everyone in the laboratory was stunned. So soon? Goku and Vegeta haven't returned yet, Bulma said anxiously. Time suddenly became incredibly pressing. The warriors of the 7th universe must complete their teams, formulate strategies, and be ready to face the top warriors of the entire universe within just 40 hours. A storm was already upon them. The news of the Strength Conference to be held in 40 hours, set by the Omni King, exploded like thunder within the decision-making circle of the 7th universe. They originally thought they had several more years to prepare, but they never expected the deadline to be so urgent. Upon hearing the news conveyed by Whis, the god of destruction, Beerus was so shocked that he nearly jumped up, his purple hair bristling. 40 hours. What a joke. Lord Omni King wants us to die. Son Wukong and Vegeta were forcibly awakened from their deep meditation. Son Wukong's silver-white aura flickered unsteadily a few times before gradually stabilizing. Vegeta's deep violet destructive intent receded like a tide, his brows tightly furrowed. Only 40 hours. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, feeling the new power within him that he had not yet fully mastered, his face showing both excitement and seriousness. The time is too short. I haven't fully grasped the freedom ultimate yet. That's enough. Vegeta snorted coldly, though his self-ultimate was far from mature. His pride would never allow him to admit the urgency of time. It's just right to use the guys from other universes to test our results. Test my ass. Beerus yelled in frustration. If we lose, the entire universe will be gone. Do you think we're playing house? Whis, calculate the strongest 10-person team of the 7th universe immediately. Include everyone who can fight. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis lightly tapped his staff, and a light screen unfolded rapidly, listing the information of all life forms in the 7th universe with certain combat capabilities accompanied by complex energy assessments and potential prediction data. On Earth at the Capsule Corporation, the atmosphere was equally tense. After receiving an urgent communication from the King, Kai Bulma immediately activated the highest level of global alert and contacted all Z fighters through special channels. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, Gohan, and others gathered at headquarters as quickly as possible. Everyone knows the situation. Bulma said succinctly, her face lacking the usual ease. In 40 hours, the strength conference begins. The losing universe will disappear. We must select the 10 strongest individuals to represent the 7th universe in battle. 10 people. Krillin swallowed hard, looking at the crowd. Sun Wukong in the God of Destruction realm, Vegeta in the God of Destruction realm, Sun Wuxing, Piccolo himself, Tin, Gohan, Yamcha, and Dent. Counting them all, there were only 9, still 1 short. I also notified Frieza. Bulma's words were shocking. What that guy? The crowd was astonished. There's no choice. Bulma said helplessly. According to Whis' assessment, Frieza's golden form has extremely high combat power and is an important boost to our strength. Moreover, at this moment, concerning the survival of the universe, he should temporarily not cause trouble. Even as she said this, she herself found it hard to believe. At that moment, the laboratory door slid open and Sun Wuxing walked out. His aura seemed even more restrained, but the flickering speed of the data streams in his eyes was astonishingly fast, clearly indicating he had just finished high-intensity calculations. The preliminary analysis of the 10-person list is complete. Without wasting words, Sun Wuxing directly summoned a holographic projection. Based on existing combat power, special abilities, teamwork, and potential for growth, the optimal team composition is as follows. Suggested list for the 7th Universe Representative Team. 1. Sun Wukong Core Combat Power Super Saiyan Blue Preliminary Form of Freedom Ultimate. 2. Vegeta Core Combat Power Super Saiyan Blue Preliminary Form of Self Ultimate. 3. Sun Wuxing Special Combat Power Super Saiyan 4 High Dimensional Analysis and Tactical Support. 4. Piccolo Tactical Core Namekian Assimilation Potential Wisdom and Regeneration Ability. 5. Gohan Potential Stock Considerable Combat Power after activating Mysterious State. 6. Frieza High Risk, High Reward Golden Form Combat Power meets Standards, requires close monitoring. 7. Android 17 Unlimited Energy Key to Prolonged Battles, needs to be released from confinement and negotiated. 8. Android 18 Same as above, possesses certain tactical flexibility. 9. Krillin Peak of Earthling skills like Solar Flare and Key Round Slash have tactical value. 10. TN4 Demon Fist, New Key Blast, etc. can create opportunities. Strong will. The 10th person is controversial. Sun Wuxing pointed to the vacancy on the list. Mr. Yamcha, Mr. Dent, or Master Roshi each has their pros and cons. It is suggested that the final decision be made by Lord Beerus or Mr. Whis. Seeing Frieza and Androids 17 and 18 prominently listed, the expressions of everyone varied. Do we really have to release Frieza and those 2 androids? Son Gohan voiced his concerns. This is the optimal solution. Sun Wuxing replied calmly. Survival takes precedence over everything. We need all available combat strength. I have formulated an emergency plan regarding the control of Frieza and androids 17 and 18. Just then a disturbance rippled through space, and Whis along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared in the laboratory. Beerus did not come personally, clearly still busy communicating with other Kaioshins in the God of Destruction realm. We basically agree with the list. Whis glanced at the list proposed by Sun Wuxing and nodded. For the 10th person, Lord Beerus suggests choosing Master Roshi. Although his combat power is slightly inferior, his rich combat experience and special skills like the Evil Containment Wave may prove effective in special situations. Master Roshi. This choice surprised everyone, but considering Master Mutant's unfathomable depth, it seemed reasonable. Good. That's settled. Bulma declared. Start acting immediately. Krillin, Tien, you 2 go pick up Master Roshi. Sun Wuxing, Piccolo, you are responsible for negotiating with androids 17 and 18. As for Frieza, she looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It can only be left to you. After the task distribution was complete, everyone immediately sprang into action, and time ticked away, the atmosphere tense as a drawn bowstring. At Capsule Corporation in the underground highest confinement level, Sun Wuxing and Piccolo stood before the special energy capsules containing androids 17 and 18. Sun Wuxing released part of the confinement, directly communicating mentally with the two inside the capsule. This is the situation. Sun Wuxing stated emotionlessly about the strength conference and the crisis of the universe's survival. If you want us to help you fight. Android 17 sneered, on what basis? If you lose, you will disappear too, Sun Wuxing pointed out directly. This is cooperation the only choice. Android 18 glanced at Android 17, then at the serious-faced Piccolo, curling her lips. Sounds exciting. Well, I'm just idle anyway. However, once the battle is over, we want complete freedom. Agreed, Sun Wuxing readily accepted. As long as you adhere to the conference rules and do not betray us. A life-and-death deal was struck before the cold confinement capsule. In the depths of the universe in Frisia's hideout, Sun Wukong and Vegeta went directly to confront him. Golden Frieza saw the two and was initially furious, but after hearing about the strength conference and the universe's survival, a twisted and excited smile appeared on his sinister face. Interesting. The fate of the entire universe lies within my hands. Frieza let out his iconic laugh. I can help you, but afterward the seventh universe will be ruled by me, Frieza. In your dreams. Vegeta flatly rejected him. Frieza, this is not the time for bargaining, Sun Wukong said sternly. If we lose, everything is over. If we win, we can have another round later. Frieza squinted his eyes, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, fear of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's strength, coupled with the desire to show power in front of the gods, temporarily suppressed his ambitions. Alright, I will play with you once. However, don't expect me to follow your orders. Thus, under immense external pressure, the former enemies were forced to form a temporary alliance. Final 24 hours, God of Destruction Realm. All 10 team members had gathered. Whis utilized the last bit of time to conduct emergency training and tactical guidance for everyone, focusing on explaining the rules of the strength conference. Falling out of the arena counts as a loss, no killing, no weapons, etc., and the types of abilities they might encounter from other universes. Sun Wukong and Vegeta made the most of the remaining time to adapt to their new realms. Sun Wuxing continuously optimized the team's cooperation data model. Piccolo and Gohan were conducting tactical drills. Androids 17 and 18 were familiarizing themselves with the use of unlimited energy within the constraints of the rules. Krillin and Tien were honing their teamwork. Master Roshi was calmly adjusting his state, while Frieza watched from the sidelines, keeping his thoughts to himself. The atmosphere was heavy and the air was thick with the impending tension of battle. Everyone knew that the 40 hours of preparation was far from enough, but they had no other choice. Countdown 3, 2, 1. When the final tick echoed, an irresistible great power enveloped the 10 members of the 7th Universe representative team. Their figures instantly vanished from the God of Destruction realm and were transported to an enormous magical arena floating in the endless void, the battlefield of the Strength Conference. Looking across at the other end of the arena, 80 powerful warriors from the other 7 universes, each with distinct forms and auras, were already on high alert. The grand melee that would determine the fate of the 12 universes was about to commence. The dizziness from the time-space transition instantly vanished as the 10 warriors of the 7th universe found themselves firmly grounded on a vast and peculiar arena. The arena was composed of an unknown transparent material with a deep swirling galaxy beneath it, surrounded by an invisible energy barrier forming a colossal spherical battlefield. Here lies the ultimate stage that determines the fate of the universe, the battlefield of the Tournament of Power. Almost simultaneously with their appearance, powerful auras erupted from all directions of the arena like signal fires. 80 warriors from the other 7 universes, universes 2, 3, 0, 4, 6, 9, 10, and 11, were also in position, each with distinct forms. Some were as sturdy as mountains, while others were as agile as the wind, some radiating scorching light energy, and others pulsating with dark eerie energy. 80 hostile and battle-ready gazes converged upon the 10 members of the 7th universe, in overwhelming pressure crashing down upon them. Wow, there are really so many powerful guys. Sun Wukong looked around, his Super Saiyan blue aura igniting involuntarily excitement and gravity, filling his expression. No matter how many there are, they are still just fodder. Vegeta snorted coldly, his deep blue aura enveloping him, emitting a more intense sense of oppression than ever before. Frieza licked his lips, the golden forms glow shimmering his eyes, betraying unmasked cruelty and greed. Ho ho ho. So many delectable prey. Number 17 and number 18 stood back to back, their expressions vigilant, as infinite energy quietly circulated. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Master Roshi quickly formed a defensive formation, their faces serious. Sun Wukong stood slightly behind the team, his emerald eyes displaying data streams updating at an unprecedented speed, his analysis panel entering an overload state in an instant. Battlefield environment scan, arena structure, unknown, high-dimensional material, extremely high physical resistance, excellent energy conductivity. Randomly generated small obstacles and terrain variations exist. Rule force field detected, the rules set by the Omni King, no killing, no weapons, etc. Violation will result in immediate disqualification. Energy barrier strength absolute, level unbreakable. Enemy unit scan preliminary detected more than 30 distinctly different energy systems. These include, but are not limited to, pure physical power types mostly from Universe 3, energy manipulation and transformation types Universe 4, light and holy types Universe 2, assassination and eerie abilities Universes 9 and 10, as well as extremely dangerous special individuals Universe 11, target Jiren. Threat level preliminary ranking annihilation level highest Universe 11, Jiren energy level unquantifiable presence akin to a black hole. Universe level very high Universe 2's magical warrior group Universe 3's fusion giants Universe 4's energy manipulators and Universe 6 known strong beings such as Hit. Galaxy level high most of the remaining warriors. Attention! Sun Wukong immediately shared the analysis results with all teammates. Priority target Universe 11's Jiren. Next, remain wary of the group combat capabilities of Universes 2, 3A and 4. Universe SIX's Hit's time abilities are particularly troublesome. Just as Sun Wukong finished speaking, a solemn voice echoed from the heavens. The tournament of power begins. Without further ado, the battle erupted instantly. Like cold water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, the entire arena was thrown into utter chaos in an instant. 80 warriors surged like a tide toward the center of the arena, the sounds of energy collisions, roars, and screams blending into one cacophony. Destroy the 7th universe. They are outnumbered. A mechanical giant from Universe 3 roared, leading several similarly massive warriors charging towards the 7th universe's position. For love and justice, purify them. The magical girls from Universe 2 chanted spells, brilliant, yet deadly beams raining down like raindrops. The warriors from Universe 4 transformed into energy forms, darting like phantoms, launching eerie sneak attacks. Assassins from Universes 9 and 10 concealed themselves, searching for a chance to deliver a lethal strike. Act according to plan. Piccolo shouted as the tactical core. He quickly directed, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Shin and Master Roshi, we will form a defensive circle to withstand the frontal assault. Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong, you are responsible for flanking counterattacks, eliminating threatening targets. Number 17, Number 18, Oa provides support on the flanks, utilizing infinite energy for a war of attrition. Frieza, you handle it yourself. Frieza sneered, completely disregarding Piccolo's command, unleashing his golden form and charging into the densest part of the enemy formation like a bolt of golden lightning, attacking wildly. Ho ho ho, disappear all of you. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and instantly charged out. Sun Wukong's figure flitted about, his silvery aura flickering, attempting to apply the essence of the Ultra Instinct in combat, weaving effortlessly through the dense attacks, each dodge and counterattack executed with exquisite precision. Vegeta, on the other hand, was more direct, his deep blue aura radiating with destructive power, sending enemies flying out of the arena wherever he passed with powerful energy blasts. Sun Wukong did not immediately join the melee. He hovered in midair, his Super Saiyan 4 crimson aura restrained, like a calm hunter, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. His analysis panel was updating each enemy's data at an unprecedented speed of billions of times per second, searching for the best entry point and weaknesses in the enemy formation. Real-time tactical analysis. Universe 3's fusion giant, strong in power, but slow in movement, the joints are weak points. Recommendation: Sun Wukong should launch a high-speed assault, while Vegeta provides heavy fire suppression. Universe 2's magical beams energy attributes lean towards purification and binding, effective against evil auras, need to be cautious of Frieza. Recommendation: Sun Wukong Super Saiyan 4 life energy or Gohan mystical state for a tribute counteraction. Universe 4's energy form, poor effect against physical attacks, requires high-frequency energy impacts or rule interference. Recommendation: Piccolo's special beam cannon focus penetration or Sun Wukong's energy purification pulse. Universe SIX's hit position is elusive, currently entangled with a secondary target from Universe 11. High threat level, avoid confrontation. Universe 11's Jiren standing at the edge of the battlefield, yet to make a move, his aura like an abyss, extremely dangerous. Recommendation: to be handled collectively at the end. Father. 3 o'clock direction, the left knee of the giant, from Universe 3. Sun Wukong instantly transmitted this message to Sun Wukong. Understood. Sun Wukong grasped the intent, his figure flashing as he dodged several beams of light, instantly appearing at the giant's left knee's side, delivering a precise strike imbued with the essence of ultra instinct. Crack. Boom. The armor on the giant's left knee shattered, its massive body losing balance, kneeling on one knee. Mr. Vegeta. The giant's head. Sun Wukong commanded simultaneously. No need for your commands. Vegeta retorted, but his actions were decisive, unleashing his final flash with all his might, striking fiercely at the exposed head of the giant. Boom! The fusion giant from Universe 3 was eliminated. In just a few minutes, under Sun Wukong's precise command and the team's efficient cooperation, the 7th universe surprisingly stabilized its position against the onslaught of 80 strong foes, even eliminating several opponents first. However, this was merely the beginning. More enemies began to take notice of the 7th universe, a tough nut to crack, and started to consciously encircle them. Meanwhile, the ever-still Jiren slowly opened his eyes, his gaze solid as substance, locking onto the most active Sun Wukong and the calmly analyzing Sun Wukong in midair. The real challenge has just begun. Jiren's gaze was like two invisible mountains crashing down upon Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxing. In that moment, time and space seemed to freeze. The sounds of battle from other universe warriors and the explosions from energy collisions seemed distant and blurred, leaving only the suffocating presence emanating from the strongest warrior of Universe 11. The blue aura of Super Saiyan God around Sun Wukong fluctuated violently, like a flickering candle in the wind. The excitement on his face vanished, replaced by an instinctual terror he had never felt before. His body was in a frenzy of alarm, every cell screaming danger. This was an absolute oppression, even greater than facing Beerus, stemming from the disparity in their life levels. Sun Wuxing hovered in midair, the crimson aura of Super Saiyan 4 remained stable, but the data streams in his emerald eyes flickered with sudden chaos and an overload of garbled information. On the analysis panel, the energy readings for Jiren skyrocketed, ultimately freezing on a string of despairing error and data overflow warnings. Analysis target: Jiren energy level unmeasurable, exceeded detection limits. Suspected to reach or be close to the level of Destroyer God Beerus full power. Energy nature extremely restrained, as refined as the core of a star. Neither divine nor evil, it is a pure self-power achieved through countless trials. Predicted combat style: absolute power, absolute speed, absolute technique. No frills, a return to simplicity. Threat level: world-ending, individual. Recommendation: extremely dangerous. Avoid direct confrontation. Team cooperation required to find potential non-power weaknesses. Probability below 0.001. So strong. Sun Wukong managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, the blue aura stabilizing again as his fighting spirit reignited, though with greater gravity. Is this the peak power of other universes? Vegeta also sensed Jiren's terrifying aura, staring intently at the rock-solid figure. His deep blue self-ultimate aura surged violently, pride preventing him from accepting such a stark power gap, as he roared, "You trickster. Let this prince test your weight." Before his words faded, Vegeta transformed into a deep blue comet, all his power condensing in his right fist, charging fiercely towards Jiren with the intent to shatter stars. This was his full power strike, shaped by the essence of his self-ultimate. Jiren didn't even look at Vegeta. He casually raised his right hand and lightly swiped in the direction of Vegeta's charge. The motion was as gentle as brushing away dust. But the next moment, Vegeta was sent flying back at a speed even greater than his approach. The deep blue aura dissipated instantly, and he crashed into the distant hard arena floor like he had been hit by a high-speed train, creating a deep pit. Blood gushed from his mouth. After just one hit, he was grievously injured. Vegeta. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in anguish. Mr. Vegeta. Sun Wuxing's expression tightened, the analysis panel instantly calculating Vegeta's injury data: 73 rib fractures, internal organ shock, energy circuit disruption, temporarily lost combat ability. Too easy to defeat. Jiren finally spoke, his voice deep and calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. His gaze once again fixed on Sun Wukong. "You are slightly stronger than the last one, but still not enough." Sun Wukong took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and anger. He knew that facing such an opponent, any reservation was futile. Huh? Sun Wukong roared towards the sky, the blue aura of Super Saiyan God surging once again, beginning to shift into a more ethereal and divine silver color. His eyes became hollow, his aura seemingly merging with the entire arena. Zizai Ji Gong Zhao. Sun Wukong moved. His figure completely vanished, and the next moment appeared at Jiren's side, his attack as elusive as an antelope's horns, leaving no trace. Speed, angle, and power reached a whole new realm. Yet Jiren merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly avoiding Sun Wukong's seemingly certain attack. He didn't even retaliate, simply observing Sun Wukong's Zizai Ji with calm, all-seeing eyes. relying on instinct and synchronized evasion with the universe. Interesting, Jiren commented lightly. But your intention is not yet free enough. Your body is moving, but your heart is still fixated on the thought of defeating me. With that, Jiren was the first to take the initiative. His movement was simple and direct, just a punch. But that punch seemed to lock on to all possibilities of Sun Wukong existing in this space. No matter how Sun Wukong evaded, that fist appeared to have already waited for him on his evasive path. Bang! Sun Wukong's state of Zizai Ji was forcibly interrupted. The silver aura collapsed. He took the punch, heat in his body blasted away like a cannonball, spitting blood in the air, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. The disparity was too great. Even the Sun Wukong, who had just begun to grasp Zizai Ji, appeared as powerless as an infant before Jiren. Wukong! Krillin and the others gasped, wanting to rush forward to help, but were entangled by warriors from other universes. Frieza observed this scene, the brilliance of his golden form dimmed, slightly a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes, as he instinctively took a half-step back. This Jiren was shockingly powerful. The battlefield seemed to fall momentarily silent due to Jiren's intervention. The two strongest warriors of Universe 7 suffered one injury and one fall after just one exchange. A sense of despair began to spread. At that moment, a scarlet figure stood in front of the struggling Sun Wukong, facing Jiren Heden. It was Sun Wuxing. He maintained the form of Super Saiyan 4, the crimson aura burning steadily, and though the data streams in his emerald eyes still operated at high speed, there was an unprecedented resolve. On the analysis panel, all plans regarding avoiding battle and retreating were completely deleted, leaving only one highest priority: command, guard, and breakthrough. Your opponent is me. Sun Wuxing's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. For the first time, Jiren's gaze was formally directed at Sun Wuxing. A slight flicker of surprise crossed his tranquil face. You are quite special. Not purely alive, yet possessing a powerful life energy and a cold logic. Your strength seems to follow a different path. Sun Wuxing did not respond, instead raising the output power of the infinite energy core within him to critical levels, combining the power of Super Saiyan 4 with the computational ability of the ultimate learning chip, beginning to construct a highly risky tactical model. Using the ultimate life energy of Super Saiyan 4 to simulate the frequency of destruction rules for pinpoint breakthroughs. This was the only possible method he deduced to pose a threat to Jiren after observing Vegeta's self-ultimate and Jiren's absolute power, though the success rate was pitifully low and would impose an enormous burden on him. Roar! Sun Wuxing let out a deep growl, the crimson aura suddenly contracting and condensing on his right fist. The brilliance was no longer merely crimson, but subtly revealing a hint of dark golden destructive hue. The surrounding space slightly warped due to this power. He moved. Though his speed could not match Sun Wukong's Zizai Ji, and his power perhaps did not surpass Jiren's absolute strength, this strike embodied his understanding of the rules, his ultimate control over energy, and the determination to protect his companions. The dark golden fist light tore through space, directly striking towards Jiren's face. Jiren watched this punch, and for the first time a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. He no longer responded with one hand, but raised both hands crossed before his chest, adopting a defensive posture. Boom! An unprecedentedly massive explosion engulfed the entire arena. The dark golden energy collided violently with Jiren's invisible, yet indestructible aura. The blinding light temporarily blinded everyone. A terrifying energy storm spread like a tsunami, directly sweeping away several other universe warriors who were engaged in battle nearby. As the light dissipated, the scene re-emerged. Sun Wuxing maintained his punching stance, suspended in midair, but the crimson fur on his right arm was shredded inch by inch, revealing the nanoalloy skeleton beneath, sparking with electric fire, golden energy liquid spilling continuously from the corner of his mouth. The aura of Super Saiyan 4 had dimmed to its lowest point, and Jiren still stood in place, slowly lowering his crossed arms. He was completely unharmed. He hadn't even moved his feet by a fraction. But upon closer inspection, one could see that his blocking arms were covered with a faint, almost invisible residue of dark golden energy slowly dissipating. Jiren looked down at his arm, then raised his gaze to the fatigued Sun Wuxing calmly, stating, mimicking the rules of destruction. A clever idea. Unfortunately, it is merely a facade lacking its essence. Your power is still far from enough. The absolute disparity was once again laid bare. Sun Wuxing's desperate strike merely left a negligible mark on Jiren's defense. Universe 7 found itself in the greatest crisis since the beginning of the battle. The strongest combatants were nearly incapacitated, while Jiren seemed yet to unleash his true power. Sun Wukong's desperate strike left only a barely perceptible trace on Jiren's defense. The absolute gap stood like a chasm, separating the 7th universe from victory. Vegeta lay heavily injured on the ground, while Sun Wukong's energy circuits were damaged, his aura waning. Jiren, however, remained as unchanging as an ancient mountain, his presence calm and unfathomable. The shadow of despair loomed over every individual in the seventh universe. Is it over? Krillin, fending off an attack from a warrior of Universe 4, caught a glimpse of the distant battlefield, his heart sinking to the depths. Even Goku and Sun Wukong. Tien Shinhan's new Kikaho barely repelled the enemy, his face etched with unwillingness. Frieza's golden form flickered uncertainly as he stared intently at Jiren, genuine fear and retreat evident in his eyes for the first time. This monster is simply invincible. Piccolo and Son Gohan stood back to back, struggling against the onslaught, but the situation was perilous. Jiren's gaze swept across the battlefield, finally landing on Sun Wukong, who was desperately trying to rise. Is this all there is for the seventh universe? How disappointing. His voice was flat, yet carried a sense of finality. He slowly raised his hand, gathering a terrifying energy capable of obliterating stars, aimed directly at the powerless Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. If this strike lands, the seventh universe will instantly lose two core combatants, sealing their defeat. Goku, Sun Wukong. Piccolo roared, wanting to rush forward, but was firmly entangled by several enemies. Damn! Vegeta pounded the ground at the bottom of the pit, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, an overwhelming sense of unwillingness and powerlessness nearly consuming him. In this critical moment, ugh, Aya, a roar seemingly from the depths of his soul mixed with pain, defiance, and an ultimate desire erupted from Sun Wukong. His gaze, previously scattered from the heavy blow, suddenly burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. That brilliance was no longer the blue of Super Saiyan God, nor the silvery white of Ultra Instinct, but a purer, more ethereal silver, as if transcending the boundaries of the material world. Buzz! An indescribable strange wave radiated explosively from Sun Wukong as its center. It was no longer the burning of aura, but a fundamental change in his entire form of existence. His hair turned silver white like snow at a visible rate, standing upright, yet displaying a natural rhythm. His eyebrows disappeared, brow bones protruded, his pupils turned silver, losing focus, as if reflecting the entire universe. There was no longer a dazzling aura around him, only a faint flowing silver radiance reminiscent of Mercury. Ultra Instinct, complete form. Sun Wukong knew at this moment he resembled a phenomenon moving in accordance with the will of the universe. He slowly straightened his body, his movements fluid and natural, as if the earlier severe injuries had never existed. The energy blast Jiren was about to unleash suddenly came to a halt. On his calm face, for the first time, a clear expression of surprise appeared. He stared fixedly at Sun Wukong, sensing the completely different aura. This is the separation of body and mind, consciousness entirely entrusted to the body and the universe itself. True Ultra Instinct. You actually broke through at such a moment. Not only Jiren, but the entire battlefield, every warrior who sensed this aura involuntarily stopped their movements, staring in shock at the silver figure. It was a transformation that transcended the realm of power, touching the essence of the divine domain. What form is this? Krillin was dumbfounded. Mr. Wukong. Number 17's eyes flashed with disbelief. Kakarot. Vegeta propped himself up, gazing at the silver-haired Sun Wukong, and even he, proud as he was, felt an indescribable shock rise within him. This was no longer a mere increase in power, but a leap in realm. Frieza's golden form dimmed completely as he muttered, What has this Saiyan monkey turned into? Even Sun Wukong, who had always remained calm and analytical, saw an unprecedented flood of data erupt in his emerald eyes. Target analysis, Sun Wukong, Ultra Instinct, complete form, energy, nature, unanalyzable. Energy and material boundaries blur, highly synchronized with cosmic background energy. Energy consumption rate, nearly zero. Combat mode, absolute evasion, anticipates all attack trajectories, absolute efficiency, movements without redundancy, automatic counterattack, bonus instincts, surpass thought speed. Rule interference, suspected, preliminary touch upon the law of causality, level attacks are guaranteed to hit, evasion is guaranteed provided the energy level disparity is not excessively vast. Threat level reassessment, threat level to Jiren elevated to high. Theoretical possibility of countering exists. Note this state places a great burden on body and mind, duration unknown. A crucial variable. Father, you did it. Sun Wukong felt a tremor within. He understood this was not a simple enhancement of power, but a temporary elevation of life form. It provided the most direct and precious sample for the path of the divine he had long sought to analyze. Jiren, the silver-haired Sun Wukong spoke, his voice ethereal and calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Now it's my turn. Before his words even fell, Sun Wukong's figure vanished. Not through instantaneous movement, but through an incomprehensible manner, merging with the space itself. In the next moment, he appeared before Jiren, delivering a simple yet direct punch. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no explosive energy, only a physical attack that was pure and incredibly fast. Jiren's eyes narrowed, no longer daring to underestimate, and met the strike with all his strength. Boom! The clash of fists produced not the explosive sound of energy collision, but a deep resounding roar, as if the very structure of space was shaken. A visible ripple spread through the space around them. For the first time, Jiren's body took half a step back. Silence enveloped the entire arena. Everyone held their breath. Jiren, that seemingly invincible existence akin to a demon, had actually been repelled. Interesting. Now this feels like something. Jiren laughed instead of getting angry, his eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. Finally, a worthy opponent to take me seriously. In the next moment, both moved simultaneously. The silver streak and the dark red figure intertwined wildly on the stage. Their speed surpassed the limits of the naked eye. All that could be seen was space being continuously torn apart and restructured, the deafening sound of collision echoing endlessly. Their battle was no longer a simple exchange of energy, but an ultimate contest involving speed, technique, and the application of rules. Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct was pushed to the extreme. Each evasion was flawless, and every counterattack struck at the heart, as if he could foresee the future. Jiren, on the other hand, relied on absolute strength and honed battle skills to break through finesse, his fists and feet imbued with the terrifying power to shatter rules. This was a true clash of dragons and tigers. The pinnacle of skill colliding with the extreme of strength. The warriors of the 7th universe reignited their hope. Great! Wukong is holding strong. We still have a chance. Everyone hang in there. Piccolo shouted, rallying their spirits, leading everyone to fiercely counterattack the enemies from other universes. Sun Wukong was hurriedly repairing his injuries while fully recording and analyzing every detail of the battle between Sun Wukong and Jiren. This invaluable practical data was crucial for his understanding of Ultra Instinct and higher levels of power. However, amid the fierce battle, Sun Wukong's silver pupils flickered slightly. Maintaining the complete Ultra Instinct placed a burden on his mind and body far beyond expectations. He felt his consciousness like a small boat tossed on a stormy sea, ready to be swallowed at any moment. I can't fall yet. Sun Wukong held on with fierce will, but he knew his time was running out. He must find a way to defeat Jiren in this extreme state. The silver-haired legend shone on the battlefield of the power tournament, but how long could this brilliance last? The fate of the 7th universe still hung by a thread. The battle between the silver-haired Sun Wukong and Jillian has transcended the realm of common understanding. Each collision between them seems to redefine the limits of speed and strength. Silver streaks of light and dark red shadows intertwine, distorting and lamenting the very fabric of space beneath their fists and feet. The perfect evasion and absolute efficiency of the Zizai Ji Gong allow Sun Wukong to move like a specter amidst Jillian's tempestuous attacks, consistently avoiding lethal strikes by mere inches and delivering precise counterattacks. However, Jillian is too powerful. His strength is like a vast ocean of stars, unfathomable in its depths. Even though Sun Wukong can predict and evade the majority of attacks, the pure and extreme energy radiation and the residual force of Jillian's punches continue to erode his body. More critically, maintaining the perfect Zizai Ji Gong is an unimaginable torment for Sun Wukong's spirit. His consciousness hangs by a thread, severely depleted in the tug-of war between the absolute rationality of no self and his own emotional instincts. The silver glow begins to flicker subtly and erratically. Your Zizai is starting to waver. Jillian keenly detects Sun Wukong's abnormality, and his attacks grow increasingly ferocious, sweeping across the battlefield like a cosmic storm, attempting to forcibly shatter Sun Wukong's enigmatic state. Relying on instinct and synchronizing with the universe ultimately has its limits. When the opponent's power far exceeds the cosmic norm, how long can your Zizai hold on? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, a trace of barely perceptible fatigue flashing in his silver pupils. He knew Jillian was right. Zizai Ji Gong is not invincible. When the disparity in absolute power is too great, the superiority of technique will be gradually compressed. He must find a breakthrough, or defeat is merely a matter of time. At this critical moment, Sun Wukong, who had been floating in midair fully repairing himself and conducting analysis, suddenly erupted with sharp light from his emerald eyes. After high-speed calculations of thousands of battle data between Jillian and Sun Wukong, his analysis panel finally captured an exceedingly minute but persistent pattern. Deep analysis of Jillian's energy operation mode. Significant discovery: energy core stability. Jillian's energy is vast and stable, yet its output is not a perfect flawless flow, but exhibits extremely subtle periodic pulsations. Pulsation pattern: after approximately 3.7 seconds of extreme energy eruption, there will be a continuous energy receding gap lasting about 0.05 seconds. During this gap, the energy defense layer on his surface will exhibit momentary structural weak points. Weak point location located about 3 inches below the center of his shoulder blade, corresponding to one of the core nodes of the energy circuit. Attack window only within the 0.5 seconds of energy receding. Must a sufficiently strong energy deliver a precise piercing strike to potentially disrupt his defense and affect his energy core. Feasibility analysis. Sun Wukong in Zizai state can capture this window, but the attack intensity may be insufficient to break through. Another person is needed for a coordinated attack. Best candidate Vegeta self-extreme intent. His ultimate concentrated destructive energy possesses the strongest single-point penetration capability. Father, Mr. Vegeta. Sun Wukong immediately transmitted the analytical results and tactical plan through a mental link to the struggling Sun Wukong, and the heavily injured Vegeta. The attack window is at 3.7 seconds after Jillian's eruption, with only 0.5 seconds available. Target location 3 inches below the center of the shoulder blade. Mr. Vegeta will be the main attacker, while Father will hold him off and create opportunities. In the midst of his struggles, Sun Wukong's spirit surged. A glint of determination flashed in his ethereal silver eyes. Understood. In the deep pit, Vegeta, who had originally sunk into despair due to injuries and a sense of helplessness, was momentarily stunned upon receiving Sun Wukong's precise data and tactical plan, and then his eyes rekindled with fierce flames. This was not merely a fighting spirit, but a self-will that erupted after being precisely guided. 0.05 seconds. Back. Core node. Vegeta muttered as the excruciating pain seemed to be suppressed by a more powerful will. That guy Kakarot is giving his all. How could Prince Vegeta possibly fall behind? Roar. Vegeta let out a suppressed roar, the deep blue aura erupting from within him once more. But this time the color of the aura grew deeper, nearly black, with swirling energies that were no longer chaotic, but were instead a concentrated destructive will of dark purple light. His hair stood on end, turning deep purple, and the energy radiating from him was no longer just an aura, but a tangible, chilling domain of destruction. Self-extreme intent, deep blue evolution. Vegeta struggled to rise, though still heavily injured. His eyes were sharp as an eagle fixed firmly on Jillian's figure in the air. He began to mentally count down, frantically calculating that lethal 3.7 second cycle. All his will coalesced into the next strike. This was the path of destruction chosen by the proud Saiyan prince, forged in the face of despair. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong sensed the distinctly powerful aura emanating from Vegeta, affirming in his heart. His silver figure became even more elusive, no longer attempting to clash head-on with Jillian, but instead maximizing the evasion and control capabilities of the Zizai Gong, like silver threads continually entwining and obstructing Jillian's movements, forcing him to continuously erupt with energy, creating that fleeting opportunity for Vegeta. Jillian also sensed the change in Vegeta's aura and the shift in Sun Wukong's tactics, his brow furrowing slightly. He intensified his assault, trying to swiftly overwhelm Sun Wukong, but the perfect Zizai Gong, when focused on evasion, proved to be more troublesome than imagined. 3.6 seconds. 3.65 seconds. 3.7 seconds. Now is the time. In the moment after Jillian's heavy punch missed, with old power just dissipating and new power yet to arise, Sun Wukong's silver figure appeared before Jillian, like a prophet, hands pressing forward, creating a flexible, invisible wall of energy that temporarily obstructed Jillian's vision and movements. Now is the time. Vegeta, Sun Wukong shouted in his heart. The already primed Vegeta transformed into a dark purple meteor that tore through space. He condensed all his pride, unwillingness, anger, and desire for victory into the tip of his right index finger. At the tip of that finger, a point of ultimate dark light flickered, as if concentrated into a miniature black hole containing the absolute destructive power of shattered rules. Self-extreme intent, ultimate flashing finger. Whoosh! The dark purple beam, silent, yet faster than thought itself. It precisely penetrated the remaining 0.5 seconds of energy weak point on Jillian's back, directly striking the core node beneath his shoulder blade. A faint yet chilling sound echoed, as if something was pierced. Jillian's body, as solid as a boulder, trembled violently. For the first time, pain and disbelief appeared on his usually impassive face. His boundless energy field experienced momentary violent chaos and fluctuations. Though it lasted only for an instant before he forcibly suppressed it, this strike had indeed wounded him. Did it succeed? The bystanders, including Krillin, could hardly believe their eyes. Mr. Vegeta, amazing, Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Frieza's pupils contracted, staring hard at Vegeta, this wild monkey. Actually, well done, Vegeta. Sun Wukong seized the moment of Jillian's energy turmoil, delivering a hand strike infused with the essence of Zizai to the side of Jillian's neck. Though most of the force was blocked by Jillian's hurriedly gathered defense, it still caused him to stagger. Jillian stabilized himself slowly, turning to look at the panting, yet sharp-eyed Vegeta, then glanced at the visibly unstable silver-haired Sun Wukong, finally directing his gaze to the calmly analyzing Sun Wukong in midair. A perfect tactical coordination, precise weak point strikes, and an incredible analytical ability. Jillian's voice remained calm, but there was a hint of gravity and a barely perceptible appreciation. Seventh Universe. I admit I underestimated you. The dawn of breaking the deadlock has appeared. Yet Jillian's aura after a brief chaos did not weaken. Instead, it grew deeper and more dangerous. He seems to be starting to get serious. The climax of the final battle is about to arrive. After a brief turmoil, Jiren's aura not only remained unweakened, but instead simmered like a dormant volcano brewing an even more terrifying eruption. His eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through everything, scanned in turn the flickering silver-haired Sun Wukong, the swirling dark purple flames of Vegeta, and the floating Sun Wuxing, whose emerald eyes overflowed with streams of data. A rare emotion known as seriousness finally appeared on the face of the strongest warrior of Universe 11. Tactical analysis. You three have indeed surprised me. Jiren's voice was deep, and the energy that had previously been restrained around him began to expand outward, as if it were a tangible force, the dark red glow illuminating the surrounding distorted space. However, if you think this is enough to defeat me, you are gravely mistaken. True power is far beyond what techniques and cooperation can compensate for. With that, Jiren moved. This time his speed was more than doubled. No longer were there simple afterimages, it was as if he existed simultaneously at multiple points in space. A tremendous pressure akin to the overwhelming force of a collapsing star sea instantly enveloped Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wuxing. So fast. Sun Wukong's silver pupils constricted sharply, and as he fully activated his ultra instinct, his body instinctively attempted to evade, but Jiren's fist seemed to have anticipated his prediction, grazing past his cheek and leaving a shallow cut as the fist's wind sliced through the air. Vegeta roared, condensing his self-mastery's dark purple energy into a shield to withstand a shockwave Jiren casually unleashed. Boom. The energy shield shattered instantly, and Vegeta was once again sent flying, blood gushing forth, his injuries worsening. At the moment Jiren moved, Sun Wuxing's analysis panel emitted the highest level of alarm. The energy of Super Saiyan 4 erupted with full force, enveloping his body in a scarlet flame, and he rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding Jiren's energy lock aimed at him. The gap was still an utterly despairing one. Even if they found a weakness and seized an opportunity, they remained powerless in the face of absolute strength and speed. With just a slight bit of seriousness, Jiren rendered the advantage created by the three of them utterly non-existent. No, fighting individually is completely futile. Sun Wukong, in the midst of his extreme evasion, looked towards Vegeta and Sun Wuxing with his silver eyes, transmitting a thought: we must combine our powers. Do you really need to say that? Vegeta wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with indomitable fire. Although proud, he was acutely aware of the situation at hand. Sun Wuxing's analysis had already pointed the way. A personal pride must be set aside in the face of the universe's survival. Agreed. Sun Wuxing's response was concise and calm. Initiate the highest level cooperative combat protocol, with me as the core, link tactics and guide energy. At this moment, the three warriors, flowing with Saiyan blood, set aside all barriers and differences. In the face of desperation, their wills united. Sun Wukong's ultra instinct, insight and evasion, Vegeta's self-mastery, ultimate destruction, and Sun Wuxing's ultimate analysis, tactics and energy control, began to attempt an unprecedented deep fusion. In Sun Wuxing's emerald eyes, the data streams transformed from mere analysis into real-time interaction with Sun Wukong's ethereal combat instinct and Vegeta's ferocious will to destroy. On his body, the scarlet energy of Super Saiyan 4 began to undergo strange changes. Flowing silver data ribbons and dark purple energy patterns surfaced like circuits, subtly connecting his aura with those of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Triune collaborative mode activated. Sun Wukong Ultra Instinct provides absolute evasion capability and control over combat rhythm, sensing the subtle changes in Jiren's energy flow. Vegeta's self-mastery provides the strongest single-target destructive power, condensing the energy core for the ultimate strike. Sun Wuxing's Super Saiyan 4 ultimate analysis acts as the tactical brain and energy hub, calculating the best attack paths, in real-time coordinating the energy output of the two, and using his infinite energy core as a backup power source. It's coming, Sun Wuxing whispered as the analysis panel locked onto the predicted node of Jiren's next energy explosion. Sun Wukong understood instinctively, his silver figure twisting like a phantom, no longer attacking, but instead using his exquisite movements to continuously interfere with and guide Jiren's actions, forcing him to release energy according to the predetermined rhythm. Vegeta took a deep breath, compressing and condensing all his anger, pride, and unwillingness into his right fist. The dark purple glow was deep enough to seem to swallow light itself, and the rules of self-mastery's destruction were pushed to their limits. Jiren clearly noticed the changes in the three of them. His brow furrowed and his attacks became even more ferocious, attempting to disrupt this strange synergy. Yet every one of his attacks was either evaded by Sun Wukong in an incredible manner or anticipated by Sun Wuxing, deflected with minimal energy cost using barriers. The three of them seemed to form a perfect closed loop, neutralizing Jiren's tempestuous attacks one by one. 7 seconds. Now is the time. Sun Wuxing reported the time precisely. Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered brightly as he pushed his ultra instinct to its limits. No longer evading, he thrust both hands forward, instantly unfolding an incredibly flexible silver energy field that bound Jiren's movements momentarily like an invisible quagmire. Jiren, take this. Vegeta roared, launching an ultimate strike that embodied the will and power of the three. The dark purple energy beam no longer followed a straight line. Instead, under Sun Wuxing's energy guidance, it traced a bizarre arc, bypassing Jiren's frontal defenses and accurately targeting the weakness in his back. This time, Jiren's expression truly changed. He sensed the power contained in this strike, one that threatened his very essence. He let out a roar, unleashing all his energy without reservation, attempting to forcefully break free from Sun Wukong's binding and turn to defend. But it was too late by 0.01 seconds. The combined attack, infused with Ultra Instinct's restraint, self-mastery's destruction, and Super Saiyan 4 energy guidance, hit Jiren's energy node in his back with full force. Boom! This explosion far surpassed any previous one. Dark purple, silver, and crimson energies intertwined, forming a destructive torrent that completely engulfed Jiren. A terrifying energy storm swept through the entire center of the arena, forcing even the other universe warriors engaged in battle at a distance to retreat repeatedly. The brilliance continued for several seconds before gradually dissipating. In the center of the arena, Jiren knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. His back was torn, skin charred, and a trickle of golden blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. And not just lightly. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone who witnessed this scene was so shocked they could not utter a word. The seemingly invincible Jiren, akin to a god, had truly been injured by the combined attack of the three Saiyans from Universe 7. Did we succeed? Krillin's voice trembled with tears. So amazing. Son Gohan was so excited that he was shaking all over. Frieza was dumbfounded, the glow of his golden form completely extinguished, murmuring these three Saiyans. Actually, however, just as the members of Universe 7 thought victory was within reach, the kneeling Jiren slowly began to stand up bit by bit. He wiped the blood from his mouth and lifted his head. In his eyes there was no longer calmness or surprise, but rather a burning, unprecedented fury and fighting spirit that seemed ready to incinerate everything. Very well. Quite good. Jiren's voice was hoarse, yet carried a chilling essence that sent shivers to the soul. I haven't felt such pain in a long time. You deserve me to use my true power. A wave of dark red energy, tenfold or even 100-fold more terrifying than before, erupted from Jiren's body like a cosmic explosion. The very space of the arena trembled violently, as if it could not bear this power. Dark red patterns flowing like magma appeared on Jiren's body. At this moment, his aura completely surpassed all previous limits, reaching an unimaginable realm. Forcing me to use my full strength is your greatest misfortune. Jiren's voice sounded like a harbinger of doom. Now the game is over. The true despair has only just begun. Jiren's words struck like a glacial verdict, accompanied by a cataclysmic energy storm, vastly more terrifying than before, that swept across the entire arena, instantly quenching the seventh universe's newly kindled flame of hope. He slowly straightened his posture. The dark crimson energy no longer flared as mere aura, but flowed and congealed over his body like viscous magma, solidifying into a tangible obsidian red battle armor etched with grotesque sinuous patterns. His eyes blazed with molten golden crimson fire. His presence was no longer merely formidable. It radiated an absolute sovereign authority that scorned all laws and unraveled reality itself. This was Jiren's true power, transcending ultra instinct, surpassing even ultra ego, the ultimate crystallization of raw, unadulterated strength forged through millennia of relentless refinement. Its energy magnitude approached, indeed in certain dimensions, even brushed, the full domain of the god of destruction, Beerus. No, Silver-haired son Goku's Ultra Instinct state violently fluctuated beneath that overwhelming absolute pressure. His silvery radiance flickered erratically, while his very body screamed in primal agony. A chasm of disparity so vast that no technique could possibly bridge it. Damn it! Is this truly his power? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his ultra ego's indigo aura barely clinging to him like a tattered shroud. Even his indomitable pride now recoiled before an abyss of despair so profound it defied comprehension. Son Gohan's analytical interface exploded with unreadable data, error, and overflow warnings flooded the screen until at last it rendered only one chilling, ambiguous conclusion: energy level incalculable. Threat level ultimate. Recommendation: immediate evacuation. Yet evacuation was impossible. Such an option did not exist within the rules of the Tournament of Power. It is over. Jiren's voice held no inflection, no emotion. He raised his right hand and gently closed his fist toward the trio's position. No light, no thunder. Yet the space surrounding Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan twisted, compressed, and fractured, as though gripped by an invisible titan's fist. An unbearable omnidirectional crushing force descended, threatening to pulverize them, and the very fabric of space they occupied. Ultra Instinct, evade! Goku roared, his silver form flickering desperately to escape the spatial entrapment. Yet his movements grew agonizingly sluggish, as if mired in primordial tar, the effortless grace of Ultra Instinct utterly shattered. Break free! Vegeta bellowed, unleashing the full destructive might of Ultra Ego. Indigo light surging against the warped spatial barrier, only to dissipate like pebbles cast into an endless sea, stirring faint ripples at best. Son Gohan pushed Super Saiyan Blue evolution and the infinite furnace core to their absolute limits. Scarlet aura and silvery data streams intertwined, forming the strongest defensive field imaginable. Yet it groaned, cracked, and splintered under the spatial compression. Crack! Bang! Their defenses shattered simultaneously. Goku's silver hair vanished, reverting to Super Saiyan Blue, god blood erupting from his mouth as he hurtled backward. Vegeta's Ultra Ego collapsed entirely, his deep blue aura dissolving as he crashed violently onto the arena floor. Son Gohan's energy shield imploded, crimson fur tore away, exposing fragmented cybernetic chassis, while volatile energy fluid spurted from ruptured conduits. One strike, one clenched fist. The combined might of the three Saiyans, their pinnacle state, was crushed beneath Jiren's absolute, overwhelming force. Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan. From afar, Piccolo, Gohan, and others, locked in desperate combat against fighters from other universes, watched in utter horror, their hearts freezing in terror. It's over. Krillin's face drained of all color. Frieza's golden form dimmed completely, only stark dread and desolation remained in his eyes, a monster, a true monster. Jiren's gaze swept coldly over the fallen trio, then fixed upon Goku, struggling, trembling, yet striving to rise. Scion, your instinct is intriguing, but insufficient. In the end it remains but a mirage. He lifted his foot, not swiftly yet instantaneously bridging the gulf of space, and brought it down toward Goku's skull. If that blow landed, Goku would be irrevocably eliminated. Stop! Vegeta's eyes bled crimson with fury. Ignoring his grievous wounds, he forced every last shred of ki into motion, becoming a streak of azure light, hurling himself at Jiren. Son Gohan activated emergency repair protocols. The scarlet aura reignited, and he launched a devastating punch at Jiren's flank. Pathetic resistance. Jiren didn't even glance back. With two casual offhand strikes, one left, one right, he sent Vegeta and Son Gohan hurtling backward at speeds exceeding their approach, slamming into the distant arena barrier, utterly incapacitated. Jiren's foot continued its inexorable descent, at that razor-thin precipice of annihilation. Kamehameha! A brilliant blue Kamehameha, charged with every ounce of defiance, wrath, and unwavering resolve to protect, slammed into Jiren's calf from the side. It was Gohan. He had endured a brutal hit from his opponent, broken free from the melee, and unleashed his absolute final assault. Simultaneously, Piccolo's special beam cannon, Krillin's Destructo Disc, Tien Shinen's Neo Tri-Beam, and energy blast from androids 17 and 18, all warriors of the 7th universe still capable of movement, unleashed their full power upon Jiren in that single unified moment. They fought, not for victory, but for a single fleeting chance to save Goku's life. A torrent of converging energies engulfed Jiren, momentarily obscuring his form. Yet, when the light faded, Jiren stood unmoved, untouched, and scathed. Not a single attack had so much as made him sway. He turned his gaze upon the battered warriors, cold, detached, indifferent, as one might regard insignificant insects. Futile struggle. With a single dismissive sweep of his arm, an invisible shockwave rippled outward. Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, androids 17 and 18, all who had dared strike, were hurled away like leaves caught in a hurricane, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The seventh universe lay nearly decimated. Across the entire arena, only Jiren remained upright, and beneath his foot Son Goku breathing faintly on the verge of oblivion. In the spectators stands the seventh universe's Kaioshin, and even the god of destruction Beerus paled, closing their eyes in silent, hopeless resignation. Fighters from other universes paused mid-battle, staring in awe and terror at that godlike, demonic figure. Victory seemed irrevocably destined for Universe 11. Jiren raised his foot once more, this time unimpeded, inevitable. Farewell, Saiyan. At the very instant his foot began its descent, an anomaly erupted. Goku's previously unfocused eyes snapped into razor-sharp focus. From the deepest, most shattered recesses of his failing body surged an energy, vastly surpassing even his silver-haired Ultra Instinct state, an ineffable primordial force like the awakening of a slumbering titan of chaos and creation. Aa. Jiren's foot, bearing the will of annihilation, was poised to shatter Son Goku's last flicker of hope. Warriors of Universe 7 lay fallen or stared in helpless fury, powerless to intervene. A pall of despair descended upon every soul. Yet at that razor-thin threshold between life and death, transformation erupted. Goku's gaze, previously dulled by grievous injury and depleted energy, suddenly blazed with an unprecedented radiance, not the azure light of Super Saiyan God, nor the ethereal silver glow of Ultra Instinct Sign, but a primordial pure brilliance, searing white as if drawn from the very wellspring of life itself. A guttural roar tore from Goku's throat. Not human, but the primal bellow of a primordial beast breaking free from all chains. The dim azure aura surrounding him vanished, instantly replaced by an indescribable searing white energy, not burning outward, but surging like molten liquid across his skin, churning and boiling with raw vitality. His hair stood rigidly on end, shifting to a gleaming metallic silver, sharper, colder, more incisive than the gentle silver of before. His eyebrows vanished entirely, his brow ridge sharpened dramatically, while his pupils contracted into two intensely focused points of incandescent white light. Most astonishing of all was his aura. It bore no resemblance to any prior energy signature, a paradoxical presence simultaneously imperceptible yet pervading all space. His movements defied all martial structure, every microshift fluid, untamed, and utterly unpredictable, wildness refined into seamless grace. Ultra Instinct, instinctual awakening. This was no perfected Ultra Instinct achieved through discipline and will, but a desperate evolutionary surge when faced with total erasure. The body shed all thought and technique, reverting to pure unmediated combat instinct, the feral Ultra Instinct. At the very instant Jiren's killing kick hovered mere millimeters from Goku's skull, a hand wreathed in searing white energy seized his ankle, firm, unyielding, absolute. Jiren's pupils contracted sharply. He felt immense, incomprehensible strength in that grip, and more unsettling still, utter unpredictability in its force application. This was no technique. It was pure reflex, faster than cognition itself. What a shock crashed through Jiren's mind as he strained to break free, only to find that hand immovable like the universe's most unbreakable fetter. Goku, now embodying instinctual Ultra Instinct, lifted his head. His searing white eyes held no emotion, only the most primal, unadulterated hunger for battle and survival. With a sudden, brutal downward swing, Goku hurled Jiren's leg downward. Boom! Jiren slammed into the arena floor with cataclysmic force. The indestructible platform fractured, instantly erupting into a vast spiderweb-like crater. But it did not end there. Goku granted no respite. Still gripping Jiren's ankle, he swung him like a colossal maul, smashing him violently left and right. Thud! 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 A sickening barrage of heavy impacts echoed across the arena, each collision sending violent tremors through the entire platform. The dark red energy armor encasing Jiren groaned under intolerable stress, fissuring audibly. Silence fell, absolute, stunned silence, as the crowd reeled from this impossible reversal. What is that form? Krillin gaped. Mr. Son Goku. He looks like a wild beast. Android 17 stared, disbelief flooding his eyes. Kakarot. Vegeta struggled upright, gaze locked on Goku, now radiating raw, savage ferocity, and felt a storm surge within his chest. This state stood in stark opposition to his own pursuit of perfect self-control, Ultra Instinct self, but unleashed power beyond comprehension. Son Gohan's analysis interface flooded with data streams scrolling at unprecedented speed, yet most collapsed into garbled symbols and indecipherable glyphs. Target analysis, Son Goku instinctual Ultra Instinct. Energy nature unanalyzable. Energy fused inseparably with life's primordial source, existing in chaotic resonance. Logical frameworks have failed. Combat pattern purely instinct-driven. No prediction, no strategy. Only instantaneous optimal response to threat and attack. Attack and defense are unified, efficiency reaches theoretical maximum. Reality interference detected likely operating at the level of causal inversion. Strikes manifest before intent arises, evasion occurs before attacks land. Threat reassessment extreme temporarily against Jiren. This state is profoundly unstable. Duration unknown of physiological and psychological strain unknown risk of irreversible damage. Grah. In his instinctual state, Goku roared low then hurled the dazed Jiren skyward, vanishing in an instant only to reappear above him. Clenching both fists, he gathered searing white energy into a devastating sphere and brought it crashing down. Jiren stabilized midair, confronting the inescapable blow, his eyes for the first time narrowed with profound gravity and a flicker of exhilaration. He crossed his arms, dark red energy condensed to its absolute limit, bracing for impact. Boom! Searing white and dark red energies collided midair, annihilating each other in a maelstrom of raw destruction. The shockwave erupted like a tsunami, engulfing the entire arena, rippling even the distant barrier with violent concentric waves. As the light faded, Jiren hovered in midair, breathing heavily. Cracks webbed across the dark red armor on his arms. He was wounded, struck down once more by Goku's feral, unrestrained onslaught. Goku landed lightly on the ground, crouched low, his searing white eyes locked onto Jiren, low guttural growls rumbling from his throat like a predator fixated on prey. His state teetered on the edge. Searing white energy flared and dimmed erratically. His frame trembled faintly. This instinctual awakening exacted a crushing toll upon his very being. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Jiren descended slowly, gaze steady on Goku, voice layered with complex reverence. To discard thought, to revert to the battle instincts of a beast, and thereby elevate instinct to an entirely new zenith. You are indeed an incomprehensible warrior. He flexed his aching arms, a dark red energy surged anew, sealing the fractures in his armor. Yet, how long can you sustain this? Instinct grants lightning reflexes, but no strategy. Once I discern its rhythm, or your body collapses first. Jiren's words struck the heart of the matter. Instinctual ultra instinct, though formidable, was a double-edged sword without a hilt, devouring its wielder even as it shattered enemies. Goku seemed to grasp Jiren's meaning. His searing white eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. With another guttural roar, he lunged forward, initiating the assault anew. His form blurred into streaks of searing white afterimages, striking Jiren from impossible angles with relentless ferocity. Jiren abandoned direct confrontation, instead relying on millennia-honed combat intuition and absolute physical supremacy to maneuver and evade. He became a master hunter, patient observant, studying this beast, searching for the subtlest flaw, the faintest pattern within its instinctual onslaught. The battle entered a new phase. Goku's assault raged like a typhoon, each strike capable of shattering stars, while Jiren stood immovable as bedrock, defending flawlessly, countering with surgical lethal precision. Across the arena, searing white light and dark red afterimages wove a frenzied tapestry. Crashes thundered without pause. This was the ultimate clash, absolute instinct versus absolute power. Universe 7's warriors held their breath, hope rekindled, yet laced with deepening dread. How long could Goku endure this unprecedented perilous state? And if he fell, who in Universe 7 could possibly stand against Jiren? Son Gohan gritted his teeth against searing pain, emerald eyes fixed unblinkingly on the battlefield. His analytical interface overloaded frantically, sifting through chaos, not merely seeking a way to stabilize Goku's volatile state, but hunting for the final decisive opening to defeat Jiren. The fate of the cosmos hung suspended, undecided, unresolved, trembling on the edge of revelation. The instinctual awakening of the Zizai Ji Gong within Sun Wukong resembled a frenzied beast unleashing absolute power and pure combat instinct to their utmost limits. The blazing white light flashed wildly in the arena, each strike carrying a wild force that shattered rules, forcing Jiren to continually retreat with cracks spreading across his dark red armor. However, as Jiren anticipated, this state of abandoning all thought and relying entirely on instinct was devastating to Sun Wukong's body and mind. Though his attacks were fierce, they began to show subtle, inconsistent sluggishness, the blazing white energy fluctuating violently, like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His body began to show fine cracks on the surface, golden blood seeping from the fissures, an omen of impending collapse. His body is reaching its limit. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, the data streams in his emerald eyes surging wildly with the alarm on the analysis panel indicating the highest level of red for Sun Wukong's physical condition. Overload 97. Energy core unstable. Mental link on the verge of collapse. Estimated remaining time less than 60 seconds. That fool cockroach. Vegeta struggled to stand watching Sun Wukong's aura begin to falter, his eyes filled with anxiety and reluctance. He knew all too well that once Sun Wukong fell, the seventh universe would have no chance of victory. Though his own Ziji was also heavily injured, a stronger will sustained him, the pride of a Saiyan prince along with the heart to protect his comrades. We can't wait any longer. In an instant, Sun Wukong made a decision, pouring all his remaining energy into the analysis core, overloading the ultimate learning chip to perform a final fusion of the chaotic data from Sun Wukong's instinctive attacks, Jiren's defenses and counterattacks, and the destructive characteristics of Vegeta's Ziji. An extremely risky, yet the only possible miraculous tactical plan instantly took shape in his mind. Father, Mr. Vegeta. Sun Wukong exerted his last strength to transmit the tactical plan and mental link request to both of them. This is our last chance. Trust me. The collapsing Sun Wukong's blazing white eyes flickered with a faint glimmer of his own will. He felt Sun Wukong's resolute belief in victory at all costs, along with the glimmer of hope contained within the tactical plan. For the first time, the beast-like instinct hesitated momentarily, only to be forcibly suppressed by a stronger will known as trust and protection. Wukong. Vegeta. Together. Let's go. Sun Wukong's mental waves were intermittent, yet incredibly firm. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply upon receiving the tactical plan. This plan was extremely insane, requiring him to compress the destructive energy of his Ziji to an unprecedented degree and to completely trust Sun Wukong's guidance and Sun Wukong's restraint. It went against his usual combat philosophy, but seeing Sun Wukong's form on the verge of collapse, Vegeta clenched his teeth. Humph. Just this once I'll trust you. Wild monkey, don't hold this prince back. At that moment, the wills of the three Saiyans reached an unprecedented level of unity in the face of despair. No longer mere cooperation, but true trinity. Now is the time. Sun Wukong roared, his emerald eyes merging the streams of data with the crimson energy of Super Saiyan 4. He no longer floated, but landed back on the ground, slamming his hands against the surface of the arena. The crimson energy spread like a spider's web, not as an attack, but constructing an incredibly complex energy resonance field. At the same time, Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar, forcibly guiding his instinctual Ziji, no longer performing indiscriminate frenzied attacks, but gathering all the blazing white energy between his palms, transforming it into a remarkably flexible silver energy vortex that contained ultimate pulling power and abruptly enveloping Jiren. This was not an attack, but the strongest binding. Jiren's complexion changed slightly as he sensed the surrounding space becoming incredibly viscous, severely restricting his movements. This desperate strike from Sun Wukong was not meant to harm the enemy, but to create an extremely brief, unavoidable absolute target. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong shouted in unison. Vegeta, who had long been poised to strike, compressed, condensed, and recompressed all his pride, anger, reluctance, and desire for victory. The dark purple aura of his Ziji was forcibly pressed into his body, with countless fine cracks appearing on his surface as if he could shatter at any moment. In the end, all his power converged on his right fist, no longer emitting light, but becoming an ultimate darkness that absorbed all light. This was the self-destructive Ziji, final destruction. Jiren, take my final blow. Vegeta transformed into a black lightning that tore through everything, following the absolute path, guided by Sun Wukong's energy resonance field, avoiding all space folds and energy turbulence, and with a punch that gathered the will and power of the three, struck Jiren, who was tightly bound by the silver vortex. For the first time, a true sense of crisis appeared in Jiren's eyes. He felt the terrifying power within that punch, enough to threaten the core of his life. He roared, unleashing his entire dark red energy, without reservation, attempting to break free from the silver vortex's binding and directly withstand the blow. But how could the binding created by Sun Wukong at the cost of burning his life be so easily escaped? Moreover, the resonance field constructed by Sun Wukong at the expense of his energy circuit collapsing further enhanced the power and penetrative force of Vegeta's punch to its theoretical limit. The dark fist silently penetrated through the layers of energy defenses that Jiren hastily gathered, precisely imprinting on Jiren's chest, the core of his vast energy system, confirmed by Sun Wukong's ultimate analysis, which was also the most vulnerable energy node. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. No earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling light. Only a faint sound that echoed deeply within the souls of all beings, a sound of shattering. Crack! Jiren's body shook violently, frozen in place. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. There, a clear fist imprint was deeply indented, the dark red armor spiderwebbed with cracks radiating from the imprint, quickly spreading across his entire body. The vast energy within him, as boundless as a sea of stars, began to spiral out of control, chaotic and rampaging like a flood breaking through a dam. No. Impossible. Jiren's voice was filled with unprecedented weakness and confusion. The dark red energy surrounding him completely collapsed and dissipated, revealing his bronze skin. That invincible figure appeared for the first time to be on the verge of collapse. Thud! Jiren knelt on one knee, golden blood gushing from his mouth, his aura flickering like a candle in the wind, rapidly declining. They did it. The combined attack of the three Saiyans, surpassing their limits, finally defeated the invincible Jiren. However, the cost was also tremendous. After unleashing the silver vortex, Sun Wukong's blazing white energy completely extinguished, returning to normal, and he fell from the air like a puppet with its strings cut lifeless. After unleashing final destruction, Vegeta's ZG completely dissipated, covered in blood, half kneeling on the ground, lacking even the strength to stand. Sun Wukong, maintaining the energy resonance field, had hands that were already charred and shattered, his emerald eyes dim and devoid of light, the Super Saiyan 4 form dispelled, and the core energy reactor's overload alarm blared sharply. The three strongest warriors of the 7th universe, after creating a miracle, simultaneously lost their combat ability. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left speechless by this final outcome that reversed and reversed again. Did we win? Krillin's voice trembled with disbelief and emotion. Jiren has fallen. Piccolo murmured, his green face etched with fatigue and relief. Just then a solemn voice came from the heavens. Warrior of Universe 11, Jiren has lost combat ability. The tournament of power has ended. The victor, 7th universe. As the voice fell, a gentle yet powerful force enveloped the entire arena, beginning to heal all warriors' injuries and transporting them back to their respective universes. In the audience of the 7th universe, a euphoric cheer erupted after surviving a catastrophe. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong were enveloped in a gentle light, their injuries rapidly healing. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, looking at the weakened, yet smiling Vegeta, and Sun Wukong by his side, grinning with a tired but immensely happy smile. Vegeta scoffed and turned his head away, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curve into a slight arc. Sun Wukong's emerald eyes regained a hint of vitality, and the final instruction on the analysis panel task, completed universe survival, slowly solidified. The tournament of power ended with the 7th universe's bittersweet victory. Yet the will, trust, and power that the three Saiyans exhibited in the face of despair became a legend that would be passed down through all universes. And their journey was far from over. The smoke of the tournament of power has finally cleared, and after experiencing an unprecedented crisis of survival, the 7th universe has ushered in a long-awaited and genuine peace. The Omni King fulfilled his promise, not only preserving all universes, but also feeling pleased with the splendid tournament, temporarily setting aside thoughts of erasing a universe at a moment's notice. For the warriors of the 7th universe, this is undoubtedly the best outcome. Earth Bowsy Mountain. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled spots of light, while birds sang on the branches, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and earth. Sun Wukong lay on the grass outside his home, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the azure sky with a satisfied and languid smile. Although his body had recovered under wish treatment, the energy expended during the tournament of power still required time to recuperate. Oh, that was a close call this time. Sun Wukong smacked his lips, reminiscing about Jiren's terrifying power, still feeling a lingering fear, but more so an excitement and gain from clashing with a strong opponent. However, the feeling of being in the state of Ultra Instinct. It's truly splendid, although I still can't quite control it. Nearby, Vegeta was rigorously performing basic physical training, his movements precise as sweat trickled down his sharply defined cheekbones. The bitter victory of the tournament of power, especially the fact that they barely defeated Jiren through a combined effort, deeply stimulated him. His path to mastering Ultra Instinct was still long, and he absolutely would not allow himself to become a character in need of protection again. Bulma held little Bra in her arms, watching with a mixture of concern and pride. West City Capsule Corporation. The highest-level laboratory had been fully repaired, even more advanced than before. Sun Wukong stood quietly in the center, connected to even more sophisticated energy conduits. His body had suffered severe damage during the tournament, particularly the energy circuits and bionic tissues, which required deep repair and upgrades. In his emerald eyes, data streams flowed calmly, conducting the final archiving and analysis of the massive data from the Tournament of Power. Tournament of Power Data Summary Report. Core findings: obtain the complete combat data models for Ultra Instinct, Full Body Instinctual, Awakening, and Self Instinct. Deep Blue Advancement, Accuracy 87. 3. Acquired Partial Energy Operation Rules. Samples of Jiren Full Power State. Resolution 11. 5. Collected practical data from various universes with different energy systems. Self-evaluation: the potential of Super Saiyan Blue has nearly reached its limit, and a new evolutionary path must be sought. Current combat power benchmark 1. 8 trillion Super Saiyan Blue form. Understanding of the rules of the God's destruction ultra instinct has increased to 15. Conclusion: the efficiency of conventional energy accumulation paths is low. Next evolutionary direction: deeply analyze and attempt to fuse the cosmic synchronization characteristics of ultra instinct and the rule mastery characteristics of self instinct, combining his own infinite energy and ultimate learning ability to explore a unique evolutionary path temporarily named logic instinct. Threat warning: although Jiren was defeated, his existence proves that there are life forms in the universe with individual powers close to or even reaching the level of destroyers. Vigilance must be maintained. Sun Wukong knew that peace was temporary. The vastness of the universe was beyond imagination, and no one could guarantee that a foe stronger than Jiren would not emerge or that organizations like the universe survival would not rise again. He must use this precious time to become stronger. Other Z fighters returned to their own lives. Son Gohan continued his scholarly pursuits, but after experiencing the baptism of the Tournament of Power, he paid more attention to balancing his studies and training, becoming increasingly adept at utilizing the powers of his mysterious state. Piccolo, while guarding Son Goten and Pan, also reflected on the deeper mysteries of the Namekian assimilation method. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others cherished their time with family even more, while their training never slackened, steadily increasing their strength. Even Frieza seemed to have settled down temporarily after the Tournament of Power. He had witnessed the power of true top-tier warriors, especially Sun Wukong, in his perfected Ultra Instinct, which forced him to temporarily restrain his ambitions of dominating the universe and instead invest in a more secretive power enhancement plan. Of course, everyone knew that this cosmic emperor would never truly settle for peace. Time passed calmly for several months. Earth and even the seventh universe enjoyed this hard-won tranquility. However, the ripples of fate always stir at the most unsuspecting moments. One day, Sun Wukong was joking around with King Kai and North Kai while using the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet for rehabilitation training, when he suddenly received an urgent communication from Galactic Patrolman Jocko. "Hey, Sun Wukong. This is bad." Jocko's voice sounded flustered through the communicator. "What happened, Jocko? Did some snack get stolen from another planet?" "Not a snack. It's a criminal. The most dangerous criminal imprisoned in the depths of galactic prison. Moro has escaped." "Moro? Who is he? Is he strong?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Strong? That's an understatement. He is an ancient demon that was imprisoned 1,000,000 years ago. He has the terrifying ability to absorb a planet's energy. Wherever he goes, the vitality of the planet is drained, turning it into a dead star. It took the combined efforts of the Galactic Patrol and the Grand Kai to seal him away back then. He has escaped and is now rampaging through the universe. Several planets have already been harmed. We must stop him." Absorbing planetary energy. Sun Wukong put away his joking expression, his face becoming serious. This reminded him of the previous evil key, but from Jocko's description, this Moro seemed even more terrifying and ancient. "I understand, Jocko. I will keep an eye out." After ending the communication, Sun Wukong immediately shared the news with Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo. "A creature that absorbs planetary vitality." Vegeta snorted coldly. "Sounds like a pest that needs extermination. An inmate from 1,000,000 years ago, sealed only by the intervention of the Grand Kai." Piccolo pondered, his green face filled with solemnity. "This is definitely an extremely dangerous character." Sun Wukong immediately searched the database for information on Moro, but records were very scarce, existing only in some ancient legends of the Galactic Patrol indicating its age. Threat assessment: Moro, preliminary information, ability, planetary energy absorption, rule level. Ancient magic details unknown. Background: imprisoned for millions of years, contemporaneous with the Grand Kai. Threat level: extremely high, potential planet-destroying level. Further intelligence is needed. Recommendation: heightened vigilance, proactive reconnaissance. It seems that peaceful days are coming to an end again. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, but his eyes shone with anticipation rather than fear. "Just in time. I haven't had a good workout since the Tournament of Power. A new adventure, a new formidable enemy has begun. This time they would face not just opponents in the arena, but an ancient demon that survives by devouring planets. The warriors of the seventh universe are once again ready for action." The news brought by Galactic Patrolman Jack was akin to a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. The rumor of the ancient demon Moro breaking free from prison swiftly spread within the core power circle of the seventh universe. Absorbing planetary energy. This ability immediately alerted the Z warriors who had experienced the battles on Namek and the Majin Buu incident to the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary enemy. In the command center of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma mobilized all available deep space probes and shared databases with the Galactic Patrol, attempting to track Moro's whereabouts. Sun Wukong was fully engaged in analyzing the scattered ancient legends and data fragments regarding Moro. Moro intelligence analysis, updated ability, confirmed planetary energy absorption verified. The target can extract the core life energy of planets, leading to rapid desertification and extinction of life. The absorption efficiency is proportional to the strength of the planet's life. Activity trajectory based on the coordinates of energy-depleted planets. The target is moving at superluminal speed towards densely populated areas of the galaxy. Next target predicted Namek, a planet with a high concentration of life energy. Threat level increased, planetary extinction level confirmed. Its ability poses an absolute restraining force on civilizations that rely on planets for survival. Conventional physical energy attacks, maybe ineffective energy, will be absorbed. Urgent recommendation: proceed to Namek immediately for interception and defense. Namek. Piccolo's face changed drastically upon seeing the analysis results. That is his hometown, home to his fellow Namekians and the precious Dragon Balls. We must stop him. Sun Wukong immediately stood up, his gaze sharp. The fatigue from the tournament of power had not yet fully dissipated, but protecting friends and the weak was his instinct. Just the opportunity to test my new power against this demon. Vegeta crossed his arms, the deep blue aura of his ultra instinct subtly flowing around him. Without delay, Sun Wukong used instant transmission to bring Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo to Namek in the first instance. When they arrived, Namek still appeared peaceful. The enormous bioluminescent mushroom forest emitted a gentle glow, and the green Namekians lived happily in their villages. Dandy and Nail sensed the energy of Sun Wukong and the others and immediately approached. Mr. Wukong, what brings you here? Dandy asked in surprise. There's no time to explain, Dandy. Sun Wukong said solemnly. A very dangerous being may be coming here, and he can drain the energy of the planet. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to confirm Sun Wukong's words, an extremely uncomfortable energy fluctuation, filled with greed and decay, swept down from the sky like a plague. The clouds in the sky began to distort, the sunlight dimmed, and the life energy field of the entire Namek experienced violent disturbances. It's here. Sun Wukong's emerald eyes locked onto the distant sky. A dark green meteor-like wicked light was rushing through the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, plummeting towards the most populous village of the Grand Elder on Namek. Wherever the wicked light passed, the forests and grasslands below rapidly lost vitality, turning yellow before the naked eye. Stop him! Piccolo shouted angrily, charging ahead and unleashing the full power of his special beam cannon. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately transformed, their Super Saiyan blue and Ultra Instinct auras soaring into the sky, flanking the wicked light from both sides. However, facing the full force attacks of the three, the wicked light neither dodged nor avoided, instead letting out a deep hoarse laugh that sounded like the wails of countless wronged souls. What abundant life energy! Such a nostalgic delicacy. The wicked light dissipated, revealing Moro's true form. He was a tall and robust humanoid creature with skin resembling withered tree bark, dark green in color. Horns like those of a goat twisted from his head, his face aged and fierce, and his eyes sparkled with greedy crimson light. Most striking was the dark purple gem embedded in his chest, pulsating and emanating an eerie gravitational pull. Piccolo's special beam cannon, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, and Vegeta's final flash, three powerful energy attacks, struck Moro almost simultaneously. But a shocking scene unfolded. The gem on Moro's chest suddenly lit up, creating a massive dark purple energy vortex. The energy from the three Kamehameha waves was swallowed cleanly by the vortex, as if it were mud sinking into the sea. Moro's aura visibly expanded slightly. The pupils of Sun Wukong and the others constricted. Our energy was absorbed, Vegeta said in disbelief. That's right. Just like that. More. Give me more energy. Moro licked his lips, his crimson eyes scanning the vibrant land below and the terrified Namekians, revealing a cruel smile. He spread his arms wide and the gem on his chest shone brightly. Buzz! A terrifying suction force erupted from Moro, the land, forests, rivers below. Even the life energy in the air transformed into visible green light spots, frantically rushing towards Moro like rivers returning to the sea. The ground began to crack, plants rapidly withered, and even some nearby weaker Namekians felt their vitality draining away, collapsing in pain. Stop! Dandy and Nail shouted desperately, trying to use Namekian magic to resist, but their energy was like fireflies compared to the bright moon before Moro. At this rate, the entire planet will be drained. Piccolo roared, launching another attack, but the energy was still easily absorbed. Physical attacks. Sun Wukong's calm voice rang out as he instantly concluded that energy attacks were ineffective. The crimson figure of Super Saiyan 4 shot towards Moro like a cannonball, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying physical power towards his head. Moro seemed to take physical attacks seriously. He halted his energy absorption and raised his arm covered in a hard keratin layer to block. Boom! The impact of their arms colliding produced a dull thud. Moro was pushed back several steps and cracks appeared on the keratin layer of his arm. But he became even more excited. Oh, such powerful physical strength. Interesting. But your life energy is equally delicious. The gem on his chest aimed again at Sun Wukong, and a terrifying suction force surged forth. Sun Wukong immediately felt his energy and vitality uncontrollably draining outward. The aura of Super Saiyan 4 became unstable. You won't get away with it. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately abandoned their energy attacks, resorting to close combat to interrupt Moro's absorption. A bizarre battle unfolded in the skies above Namek. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong engaged in fierce physical combat, with Moro wary of using large-scale energy attacks for fear of being absorbed to enhance him. Meanwhile, Moro utilized his strange energy absorption ability and formidable hand-to-hand combat skills to engage with the three, occasionally seizing opportunities to absorb planetary energy or steal a hint of life force from the trio, growing stronger with each clash. This won't do. Piccolo watched anxiously from the side, noticing that Moro seemed particularly focused on the direction of the Dragon Balls in the temple. His target might also be the Dragon Balls. Just then, Moro withstood the combined attack of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, leveraging the force to propel himself backward, charging directly towards the temple. His target was indeed the Dragon Balls, which contained immense divine power. Block him. Sun Wukong attempted to teleport in an effort to intercept, but Moro seemed to have anticipated this. The gem on his chest targeted Sun Wukong, and a suction force far exceeding before erupted. Sun Wukong's teleportation was interrupted, his body stiffened, and a massive amount of energy was extracted. Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong rushed to his aid. Taking advantage of this gap, Moro had already reached above the temple. He gazed at the faintly glowing Dragon Balls below, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Purunga, the Dragon Balls that grant wishes. Once I obtain it, I can restore my peak strength and even surpass my former self. Ha ha. He stretched out his bony claw towards the Dragon Balls. Dandy and Nail desperately tried to block him, only to be easily swatted aside. The Dragon Balls were about to fall into Moro's hands. In a moment of crisis, a gentle, yet immensely powerful holy energy descended from the heavens, like a heavenly curtain blocking the path between Moro and the Dragon Balls. The energy contained pure will for creation and protection, temporarily nullifying Moro's absorption ability. Is this the power of the Grand Kaishin? Dandy exclaimed in surprise. In the sky, the figures of the elder Kaishin Shin and Kibito appeared, their expressions exceedingly grave. Moro, you shall not wreak havoc upon the universe again. The elder Kaishin said sternly, his staff radiating with divine brilliance. Moro looked at the suddenly appeared Kaishin, momentarily stunned, then let out an even more frenzied laugh. Kaishin. Hee. 1,000,000 years ago you managed to seal me by sheer luck. Now with your measly residual divine power, do you think you can stop me? Perfect. I'll absorb your divine power along with it. The battle escalated. The clash between the ancient demon and the cosmic deities unfolded once more. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others must find the true way to defeat Moro in this bizarre battle where energy is rendered ineffective. The sudden appearance of the King of all gods and Jebet, along with the divine energy barrier they released, temporarily blocked the demon lord's coveting of the Dragon Balls. The pure divine power containing the rules of creation and order seemed to have a restraining effect on the demon lord's greedy and decaying devouring ability, dimming the brilliance of the gem on his chest. The demon lord halted his movements, his crimson eyes fixed fiercely on the old King of all gods in the air, revealing a mixed expression of hatred and fear. It has been 10,000,000 years. You lingering gods. The old King of all gods raised his staff, his divine power shining even brighter. Your sins stop here, demon lord. This time you shall not escape. Just the two of you broken remnants. The demon lord scoffed, but the vigilance in his eyes did not diminish. He understood well that while the divine power of the King of all gods may not be strong in direct combat, its purifying and sealing effects at the level of rules were precisely the nemesis of such evil beings. Seizing the opportunity while the demon lord was restrained by the King of all gods, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wuxing quickly adjusted their stance and surrounded the demon lord once more. Piccolo also flew over to join Dandy and Nail, watching the demon lord with caution. Lord King of all gods, this guy's energy absorption is too troublesome. Sun Wukong shouted, our key attacks are completely ineffective against him. I know, replied the old King of all gods, his expression grave. The demon lord's devouring ability originates from the core gem on his chest. It is his innate evil talent capable of distorting certain cosmic rules. Regular energy attacks will only serve as his nourishment. Then what should we do? Vegeta asked impatiently. We must destroy that gem, or use a power that far exceeds his absorption limit and possesses purifying or rule-erasing characteristics to instantly obliterate it, the old King of all gods explained. Purifying power that exceeds the absorption limit. Everyone's heart sank. The Demon Lord had just easily absorbed the combined attack of Sun Wukong and the others, and his absorption limit was unfathomable. As for powers with purifying characteristics, the divine power of the King of all gods seemed effective, but judging by the old king's expression, it was clearly insufficient to immediately obliterate the Demon Lord. Could it be that we have to use that? Sun Wukong thought of something and looked at the King of all gods. The old King of all gods understood Sun Wukong's meaning, shook his head, and said bitterly, "The demon sealing wave." It was with this that the great King of all gods sealed the Demon Lord back then. However, casting the demon sealing wave requires time, and I likely no longer have enough power to wield it against the fully powered Demon Lord. The situation fell into a stalemate. The divine power of the King of all gods could temporarily restrain the Demon Lord, but could not defeat him. The physical attacks of Sun Wukong and the others could inflict damage but not fatal wounds, and could instead give the Demon Lord opportunities to absorb energy. The Demon Lord, wary of the divine power of the King of all gods, did not dare to make a rash move on the Dragon Balls, but he was constantly looking for a flaw. It seems you all have no good solutions. The Demon Lord saw the predicament of the group and let out a hoarse chuckle. In that case, I shall play with you for a while, and by the way, absorb a bit more of this planet's sweet life energy. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly moved, no longer trying to attack the Divine Temple, but instead pounced towards the village where the Namekians were gathered below. He intended to slaughter and absorb the life energy of the Namekians to further restore and enhance his own power. Not good. Dandy and Nail's faces changed drastically as they rushed down to save their kin. Bastard. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately followed, attempting to intercept the Demon Lord. A chaotic battle erupted above the village. The Demon Lord rampaged through the crowd with his energy absorption and powerful physique, every swing of his hand causing the Namekians to scream as they were drained of their life force. Sun Wukong and the others were hesitant to use large-scale energy attacks, forced to rely on close combat, just to barely restrain him, putting them in an extremely passive position. Sun Wuxing hovered in midair, streams of data flowing through his emerald eyes at unprecedented speed. He was analyzing the momentary data of the Demon Lord's energy absorption with all his might, trying to find the patterns and limits of the Core Gem's operation. Core Gem deep analysis absorption mechanism, not passive absorption. There exists an active activation and energy selection process. The absorption efficiency is highest for high density and high purity energy. Energy conversion rate, not 100. There is energy loss approximately 15. The theoretical peak of instantaneous absorption limit exists, calculated based on gem volume and energy density. Rule resistance, there is a significant rejection and weakening effect against the divine power of the King of all gods creation order rules. Resistance against destruction rules is unknown. Potential weakness, there exists an extremely brief synchronization delay, approximately 0.001 seconds between the gem and the Demon Lord's body energy. After absorbing high-density energy, the gem's defense will drop to its lowest. There is a chance. Sun Wuxing immediately shared the analysis results with everyone. Within 0.001 seconds after he absorbs high-density energy attack, the gem itself. That is the only window to potentially destroy it. High-density energy. Vegeta frowned. Isn't our key wave high-density energy? But it will be absorbed by him. No, we need a type of energy that he cannot completely absorb, or that will cause severe interference after absorption. Sun Wuxing quickly said, for example, the divine power of the King of all gods. Or another type of rule power that is entirely opposite. Everyone's gaze turned once again to the old King of all gods. The old King of all gods smiled bitterly. My divine power is insufficient to seriously injure him instantly. It can only serve as an interference. Another type of rule power. Sun Wukong murmured, thinking of Beerus' destruction energy, but the god of destruction obviously would not easily intervene in such matters. Just as everyone was at a loss, no one noticed that in the distant sky a faint purple light, almost blending into the sunlight, was quietly hovering there. In the light, a tall figure holding a staff could be vaguely seen. None other than Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. He had arrived at some point, but had not shown himself, quietly observing the battle below. Whis' gaze mainly fell on Sun Wukong, and Sun Wuxing, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Demon Lord. Truly a troublesome fellow. Lord Beerus is still asleep, so it seems they must rely on themselves. However, Sun Wukong's growth in dire situations always brings surprises. And that artificial human named Sun Wuxing. He also seems to be searching for his own path. Interesting. The battle below grew increasingly fierce. After absorbing part of the Namekian's life energy, the Demon Lord's aura turned even more ferocious and his attacks became increasingly violent. Although Sun Wukong and the others fought desperately, they continued to get injured, and the situation was precarious. Is there really no way out? Piccolo looked at the fallen kin, filled with a sense of helplessness. In this moment of despair after being struck away by the demon Lord Sun Wukong's gaze suddenly turned vacant in midair. Memories of his battle with Jiren at the Tournament of Power flashed through his mind, as did scenes of Whis teaching him Ultra Instinct, and the moment the gem flickered when the demon lord absorbed energy. Energy. Rules. Absorption. Interference. Fragmented thoughts collided in his mind. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, looking at the demon lord who was attacking Vegeta with abandon, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Vegeta? Sun Wuxing, Lord King of all gods. Sun Wukong shouted with all his strength. I have a way. It may require betting everything. Please trust me. Everyone turned to look at Sun Wukong, unsure of what solution he could come up with in this desperate situation. Even Whis far in the distant sky wore a knowing smile. Oh, is it finally about to begin? Sun Wukong took a deep breath, beginning to gather the remaining ki within him in an unprecedented manner. Sun Wukong's resolute shout brought a surge of spirit to the weary fighters. Although they were unaware of his exact intentions, this scion had repeatedly created miracles in countless desperate situations. Kakarot, what trick do you have up your sleeve this time? Vegeta bellowed as he struggled to fend off the increasingly frenzied attacks of Moro, his tone laced with impatience, yet tinged with a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Mr. Wukong, please speak. Sun Wukong responded calmly, the analysis panel already prepared to record any potential data. Old Kai and Jebet also cast their attentive gazes, maintaining the divine barrier at full strength to buy time for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes, hovering in midair as a marvelous change enveloped his aura. The Super Saiyan blue energy did not intensify. Instead, it began to retract inward, becoming extraordinarily gentle and warm. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing upwards, no longer condensing a destructive energy wave, but instead beginning to guide and gather a distinctly different kind of energy. This was neither his own energy nor the divine power of the Kaioshin, but rather the faint glimmer of life's prayers and hopes that permeated the air of Namek, the earth, and even the hearts of every Namekian. It was the essence of the spirit bomb, yet purer and gentler. What is he doing? Dondi asked in surprise, sensing the flow of life energy around him. It's the initiation of the spirit bomb, but it feels different. Piccolo frowned. He was familiar with this move by Sun Wukong, yet the nature of the energy being gathered was more serene, lacking the dominating force of the spirit bomb. Moro also sensed something was amiss. His crimson eyes flickered towards Sun Wukong, feeling the flow of that pure life energy. Instead of being cautious, a greedy expression emerged on his face. Oh, pure life energy. Do you intend to use this against me? Foolish. This will only become my finest supplement. The gem embedded in his chest faintly shimmered, already prepared for absorption. However, Sun Wukong's next move caught everyone off guard. He did not compress the gathered life energy into a massive spirit bomb. Rather, he refined it into countless minuscule energy seeds that radiated a gentle white light. These energy seeds floated away silently, as if they possessed life, guided by Sun Wukong's thoughts, not aimed at Moro but instead merging into the bodies of Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and every Namekian below who was battling Moro. What is this? Vegeta felt a warm and vibrant energy flowing into his body, surprisingly alleviating some of his injuries and fatigue. Even the chaotic energy of his self-destruction seemed to stabilize. Sun Wukong's emerald eyes flickered with data streams, received high-purity life energy infusion, repair rate increased by 28, energy stability enhanced. Energy nature analysis, non-aggressive, possesses nourishing and harmonizing properties. Piccolo and the other Namekians felt as if they were bathed in gentle rain, their depleted stamina and energy rapidly recovering. This isn't an attack. Old Kai's eyes lit up as he seemed to understand Sun Wukong's intention. He intends to nourish us with the purest life energy, enhancing our strength and resistance to Moro's devouring ability. At the same time, this type of energy may have some purifying effect on Moro's evil essence. Moro also sensed that something was off. The life energy seeds that had merged into Vegeta and others did not provide a direct energy boost, but made their auras feel denser and more solid, as if coated in a layer of invisible protective film. When he attempted to absorb Vegeta's energy again, he found the efficiency had significantly decreased. Moreover, when that pure life energy came into contact with the evil energy within him, a faint sense of repulsion and purification arose. Though not strong, it made him very uncomfortable. Damn little insect. What trickery is this? Moro roared in anger, his attacks becoming even more frenzied as he attempted to quickly eliminate Vegeta and Sun Wukong before turning his attention to Sun Wukong. However, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, nourished by the life energy seeds, coordinated more harmoniously and their defenses became more solid. Though they were still at a disadvantage, they no longer faced the same imminent dangers as before. And Sun Wukong, having completed all this, did not stop. His Super Saiyan blue aura completely retracted, his gaze becoming ethereal and focused. He did not enter the absolute instinct state of silver-haired Ultra Instinct, but rather a more peculiar state. His consciousness seemed to connect with the scattered life energy seeds, allowing him to clearly perceive the status positions and even the battle intentions of every person who had received an energy seed. This was not control, but rather resonance and guidance. Vegeta, move 3 steps to the left, evade his onslaught, and strike his right flank. Sun Wukong, adjust the energy pulse frequency to resonate with Kaioshin's divine power, disrupting Moro's absorption rhythm. Piccolo, aim the special beam cannon at Moro's left foot, where Vegeta just struck a previous injury. Sun Wukong's calm voice echoed in the minds of Vegeta and the others. His commands were not based on visual observation, but rather on the immediate battlefield information flow provided by the feedback from the energy seeds. He was like an outsider chess player, yet he could clearly grasp the state and optimal moves of every piece on the board. Despite being annoyed by the orders, Vegeta had to admit that Sun Wukong's directives accurately predicted Moro's movements each time, allowing him to create effective disruptions or damage at minimal cost. Sun Wukong executed the orders perfectly, combining his calculations with Sun Wukong's macro guidance, resulting in excellent tactical outcomes. In an instant, the tide of battle began to subtly turn. Moro felt as if every attack he launched was striking against cotton or was predicted in advance, while the counterattacks from his opponents always landed in the most uncomfortable places for him. That sensation of being manipulated by an invisible hand left him feeling frustrated. Is this the strategy Mr. Wukong devised? Dondi looked on in delight at his compatriots who were gradually stabilizing their footing, applying the principles of the spirit bomb for support and tactical guidance, combining his perception of energy with a kind of premonition similar to Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong analyzed the nature of Sun Wukong's state rapidly. While battling, this isn't merely a pure enhancement of power, but a tactical form of Ultra Instinct. In the distant sky, Whis observed the changes on the battlefield below, a look of approval spreading across his face. Ho-ho, turning life energy into seeds, nourishing allies, and connecting consciousness for tactical guidance. Truly an interesting idea. This indeed represents another form of interpretation of Ultra Instinct, not merely allowing the body to be at ease, but enabling tactics and teamwork to flow freely. Sun Wukong, you always manage to surprise people. However, Whis' gaze soon shifted to Moro, whose energy began to grow restless and increasingly dangerous. However, this clever method might be effective against ordinary enemies. In the face of ancient demons like Moro, who possess absolute power and special abilities, it may still fall far short. The true test has only just begun. As if to validate Whis' words, Moro, who had been struggling to make progress, completely lost his patience. He threw his head back and let out a deafening roar, the gem in his chest erupting with an unprecedented dark purple evil light. Enough, you annoying ants. I will devour you along with this planet. The dark purple evil light rapidly expanded, forming a massive energy vortex that enveloped the entire battlefield. This time Moro would not hold back. He intended to launch a true planet-destroying attack. Moro was utterly enraged, and the dark purple gem on his chest erupted with a devouring light that engulfed the entire battlefield in a massive energy vortex. This time he was no longer satisfied with sporadic absorption. He intended to unleash a star-destroying devour, swallowing the entire Namek star along with all its resistors in one go. The terrifying suction fractured the earth, the air wailed, and even light began to warp. Not good. He is going all out. The old Kai's face changed drastically as the divine barrier pulsated violently under Moro's full-force explosion, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were tugged by the powerful suction, struggling to maintain their footing, their attack rhythm completely disrupted. Below, the Namekians fell in droves, their life force pouring towards Moro like a flood breaching a dam. In the midst of despair, Sun Wukong remained unusually calm. The Super Saiyan blue aura surrounding him had completely retracted. His eyes were ethereal and profound, reflecting the energy flow of the entire battlefield. The life energy seeds he had distributed swayed like flickering candles in the violent, devouring force field of Moro, but did not extinguish. Instead, they resonated more profoundly with Sun Wukong's essence. Energy, flow, devour, rules. Sun Wukong's consciousness seemed to merge with the energy veins of this world. He felt the core of Moro's devouring ability, an overbearing and evil force that forcibly distorted the flow of life energy. In contrast, his life energy seeds contained the most primal essence of life, leaning towards growth, connection, and symbiosis. To resist the devour is not to clash with greater strength. Sun Wukong's mind was enlightened as he recalled Whis' teachings during his training in Ultra Instinct. To flow with it, guide the change, and find the gaps in the rules. He no longer attempted to hard resist Moro's devour with his chi seeds, but aimed to guide them. On the battlefield, those life energy flows that had been violently tugged by Moro began to change subtly upon encountering the chi seeds Sun Wukong had scattered, as if imbued with sentience. They no longer surged straight towards Moro but began to spiral and intertwine along a more complex trajectory, one that resonated more harmoniously with the natural rhythm, forming an invisible net that, while unable to completely block the devour, significantly slowed the energy loss and redirected some of the flows into Vegeta and Sun Wukong, replenishing their depletions. What is this? Vegeta felt a surge of pure life energy flowing and alleviating some of the weakness from being devoured, and looked at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Sun Wukong's green eyes flashed with data. Energy loss rate decreased by 35. Environment energy being absorbed back. Analysis. Mr. Sun Wukong is using himself as a pivot to reconstruct the local energy field, interfering with and diverting Moro's devour rules. The efficiency is astonishing. Moro immediately sensed something was amiss. He felt as though his devour had sunk into a viscous swamp. Efficiency drastically reduced, and the energy he absorbed became muddled and impure, even carrying a trace of a vibrant essence that repulsed him. What is happening? Moro was both shocked and furious, his crimson eyes fixed on Sun Wukong. Is this your doing? What have you done? Sun Wukong did not answer. He had entered a mysterious state. His body automatically evaded the scattered attacks fired by Moro. In anger, his movements fluid and natural, carrying a hint of the grace of Ultra Instinct, yet the essence was no longer pure combat instinct, but rather a perception and guidance of the energy rules. He elevated the application of Ultra Instinct to an interference level with the very flow of energy itself. Ultra Instinct resonance of Qi. This was a new realm where the perception and predictive abilities of Ultra Instinct merged with the essence of communicating and guiding life energy through Spirit Bomb. It was not about pursuing extreme attacks or evasions, but about achieving a high degree of synchronization and harmonious resonance with the surrounding energy environment, thereby influencing the battle on a rules level. Damn it! Break for me! Moro roared, concentrating his devouring power into a dark purple energy torrent, charging towards Sun Wukong like a giant python, intending to completely swallow this source of interference. Faced with this concentrated, terrifying attack, Sun Wukong still did not attempt to resist Hedon. He traced profound trajectories with his hands before him, and those life energy flows guided by the chi seeds rapidly gathered and swirled, forming a massive soft white-green energy vortex. The dark purple devouring torrent crashed into the white-green vortex. Instead of exploding, it was as if a mud cow had entered the sea, being gradually weakened, decomposed, and transformed by the vortex's flexible and life-filled power. Some of the evil energy was purified and dissipated, while the pure energy was absorbed by the vortex, which in turn enhanced Sun Wukong's ability to maintain this energy field. Using his own methods against him. Using the energy devoured by Moro to counter Moro's devour. How is this possible? Moro was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation. His devouring ability had for the first time failed. No, not just failed, but was resolved by a more sophisticated method. Well done, Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed with renewed vigor, his self-optimized blue aura surging again. Now's our chance. Attack him. Sun Wukong also immediately coordinated the energy of Super Saiyan 4, highly concentrated, analyzing the flaws exposed by Moro due to the disruption of his abilities. The old Kai and Jebet seized the opportunity to push their divine power to the limit, pure creative light piercing towards Moro like a sword, further disrupting his evil essence. Moro instantly fell into an unprecedented passive situation. His devouring ability was restrained by Sun Wukong's bizarre methods, while close combat was tightly entangled by Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and he also had to divert his attention to fend off the purifying effects of the old Kai's divine power. He roared repeatedly. Although his offensive was fierce, he was already flustered. We did it. Mr. Wukong has subdued Moro. Dondi shouted in delight. This fighting style is simply unheard of. Piccolo watched Sun Wukong, who skillfully guided energy, appearing as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth, feeling an immense shock within. However, just as the seventh universe thought victory was in their grasp, an unexpected change occurred. After a prolonged struggle, without success, Moro, who was instead being restrained, flashed a glint of extremely sinister and cunning light in his eyes. He suddenly abandoned his continuous attack on Sun Wukong, braced himself against a heavy punch from Vegeta, using the momentum to fly back. At the same time, the gem on his chest glowed, but his target was not anyone. It was the corpses of the Namekians he had previously drained of life force lying in the distance. Sun Wukong sensed the abnormal shift in the energy flow and was taken aback. What is he trying to do? Vegeta frowned. Moro's chest gem shot out a dark ray enveloping the corpses. The next moment, a chilling sight occurred. The corpses suddenly stood up, their eyes hollow, their skin rapidly turning gray and hard, radiating an evil aura identical to Moro's. They had been resurrected and controlled by Moro with evil energy. Go, my puppets, Moro commanded with a sinister grin. The Namekian puppets immediately let out hoarse roars and charged recklessly towards Sun Wukong, who was maintaining the energy vortex and unable to move easily. Meanwhile, Moro himself erupted with full strength, charging towards Vegeta and Sun Wukong, not allowing them the chance to intervene. Moro's tactics were extremely vicious. He exploited Sun Wukong's new form's need to focus on guiding energy using puppets for a suicidal distraction. Once Sun Wukong's energy vortex was interrupted, the devouring ability would recover and the situation would instantly reverse. Despicable! Vegeta roared, wanting to assist, but was fiercely blocked by Moro. Sun Wukong was also restrained by Moro's fierce attacks, unable to spare any effort. As the puppets were about to reach Sun Wukong, either self-destruct or attack, Sun Wukong's brow furrowed, and while maintaining the energy vortex, he could not effectively evade or counterattack. The Ultra Instinct state was indeed powerful, but it was still not perfect, with weaknesses that could be targeted. In a critical moment, a figure as fast as lightning suddenly burst out from the side. It was Piccolo. He had been waiting for the right moment. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo's fingers formed a circle, and the long accumulated spiral beam shot out accurately, instantly piercing through and obliterating the two leading puppets. But the remaining puppets were already within reach. Wukong, be careful, Piccolo urgently called out. Sun Wukong looked at the puppets charging at him, a glint of determination flashing in his ethereal eyes. He could not give up the energy vortex, or all would be lost. Should he resist Hedon? In this critical moment, a distant pale purple light that had been quietly observing finally moved. Whis' figure appeared like a ghost silently, and without a sound, between Sun Wukong and the puppets. He didn't even look at the puppets, he simply raised his staff casually and gently tapped. Buzz. An invisible and intangible force, yet containing the highest rules, rippled outward. The frantically charging puppets froze midair as if a pause button had been pressed, and then they disintegrated into the most basic particles, vanishing without a trace. Whis turned to look at Sun Wukong, whose face was filled with surprise, revealing his signature smile that carried a hint of profound meaning. Well done, Wukong. You've already touched upon the threshold of rules. However, true Ultra Instinct is not just about guiding energy so simply. The angel has finally made his move. The appearance of Whis was like a stabilizing needle cast into the tumultuous undercurrents. He effortlessly deflected the puppet assault of Moro, and that nonchalant demeanor instantly changed the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. Moro's frenzied, devouring force field seemed to meld away under Whis' intangible, yet omnipresent presence, like ice and snow under the blazing sun, rapidly dissipating and calming down. TT, the angel Whis! Old Kai and Jebet exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly bowing in respect. Whis! Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and a relieved smile spread across his face. Vegeta and Sun Wukong also temporarily halted their attacks, vigilantly watching Moro while casting glances at Whis filled with awe and curiosity. Moro, facing a formidable opponent, had his crimson pupils violently constrict as he stared fixedly at Whis, involuntarily taking a half-step back. From this unexpectedly elegant individual, he sensed a pressure that far surpassed that of the Kaioshin, even deeper and more irresistible than during his prime. It was an absolute gap on the level of life. Well, it seems I arrived just in time. Whis smiled as he surveyed the battlefield, his gaze lingering on Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong's successor for a moment, offering praise. Wukong, your method of combining life energy with combat awareness is quite interesting. You've just scratched the surface of the rules. However, he shifted his tone, lightly gesturing his staff towards Sun Wukong. Your freedom still relies on borrowing external energy. The true essence of freedom is to make oneself the source and center of the rules, achieving the state of I am the universe. You still have a long way to go. Sun Wukong scratched his head, somewhat understanding, but Whis' words were like seeds buried in his heart. Whis then turned to Sun Wukong's successor, his emerald eyes meeting his. As for you, the android Sun Wukong's successor, your analytical ability and energy control are impressive. You can even simulate frequencies similar to destruction. However, you rely too much on logic and data. In the realm of gods especially, in freedom, intuition and resonance often transcend logic. Try to trust your feelings, not just calculations. Sun Wukong's successor's emerald eyes flickered with data streams, falling into deep thought. Logic and intuition. This was a completely new topic for him. Finally, Whis' gaze landed on the formidable Moro, his smile unwavering, but his tone carrying a hint of undeniable authority. As for you, Moro, relying on devouring others' lives to strengthen oneself is a grave violation of the laws of cosmic balance. As an angel, I should not directly interfere in the conflicts of the lower realms, but your actions have severely threatened the stability of Universe 7. Now you have two choices: surrender and return with me to the realm of destruction for judgment, or I will purify you right now. Weiss' tone was calm, but the word purify made Moro tremble all over. He felt the deadly threat. He had no doubt that this self-proclaimed angel had the ability to annihilate him in an instant. TT the angel. Moro's voice was hoarse, filled with fear and resentment. He had just escaped from imprisonment, regained some power, and was on the verge of obtaining the Dragon Balls to restore his peak, even going further. How could he fail here at the last moment? A strong desire to survive and ambition overwhelmed his fear of the angel, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. You want to catch me? It's not that easy. Moro roared, and the gem on his chest emitted a final evil light, not attacking Weiss or anyone else, but abruptly shooting towards the ground of Namek. He was determined to forcibly extract the core energy of the entire planet at any cost for one last gamble, even to perish together. Stubborn and unyielding. Weiss lightly shook his head, seeming a bit regretful. He raised his staff, about to take action. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Just as Moro's evil light was about to touch the crust deep within Namek in a secret place sealed by ancient powers that even the Grand Elder might not know, a faint yet extremely pure green light, carrying the breath of primordial life, seemed to be activated by Moro's evil energy and shot up into the sky. In the light, a glimpse of a fragmentary seed-like ancient rune flickered and vanished. This green light surged ahead, precisely intercepting Moro's evil light. When the two forces collided, there was no explosion. Instead, the green light, as if alive, quickly entwined and permeated Moro's evil light. Off. What is this? Moro let out a shrill scream. He felt that his devouring energy not only failed to absorb the planet's core energy, but was instead being violently countered by that green light. The light contained not ordinary life energy, but a more ancient, more domineering force, as if it could devour the devourer, the power of primordial rules. The gem on Moro's chest emitted a sound of shattering under pressure. His own evil energy was being rapidly assimilated and absorbed by that green light. His body shriveled at a visible rate, and his breath rapidly declined. No, this is my power. Give it back to me. Moro roared in despair, trying to break free, but that green light clung to him like a parasite. Seeing this sudden change, Weiss raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of surprise. Oh, this is the primordial source of life of ancient Namek. I didn't expect there to be remnants. It seems that Moro's greed has activated the planet's own defense mechanism, bringing disaster upon himself. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong and the others stared dumbfounded at Moro, struggling and wailing in the green light, his breath growing weaker. However, just as Moro was about to be completely devoured and obliterated by that green light, another change arose. A look of utter unwillingness and madness flashed in Moro's eyes as he made a frenzied decision. He abruptly reversed the gem on his chest, no longer resisting the devouring of the green light, but instead actively injecting all his evil essence and soul core into the green ancestral source power that was consuming him. Since I cannot devour you, let us merge into one. Moro let out his final distorted roar. Boom! The green light and the dark purple evil light clashed violently, merging and mutating. An indescribable chaotic energy, mixed with extreme life vitality and extreme evil decay, erupted explosively. When the light dissipated, what appeared was no longer Moro nor the green light, but a new existence larger in stature, with skin interwoven in dark green and purple, and a pulsating emerald purple evil eye embedded in its chest. His aura was no longer merely evil devouring, but transformed into a more bizarre and dangerous combination of life plundering and evil proliferation. The energy level was even higher than that of the previous Moro. Ha! Ha ha ha! The newly reborn Moro let out a hoarse and frenzied laugh, feeling within himself a power both familiar and unfamiliar, filled with contradictions, a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. This new body is perfect. Not only can it devour life, but it can also distort life, create monsters that belong to me. Ha ha! Weiss watched this unexpected transformation and lightly exclaimed, his smile fading slightly. It seems things have become a bit troublesome. The newly reborn Moro's gaze swept over Weiss' son Wukong and the others, filled with ferocity and greed, yet he seemed extremely wary of Weiss and did not immediately attack. Instead, he grinned sinisterly and transformed into a green-purple evil light, instantly breaking through the atmosphere of Namek and disappearing into the depths of the universe. He escaped. He got away. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling reluctant. Moro, having absorbed the power of the primordial source, has become even more dangerous. Old Kai's expression was incredibly grave. Sun Wukong's successor quickly recorded, and analyzed the energy data generated during Moro's transformation. Frowning slightly, the nature of the target's energy has undergone fundamental changes, and the threat level has significantly increased. New abilities: life distortion and creation. Specific effects unknown, extremely dangerous. Weiss looked in the direction where Moro had disappeared, lightly tapping his staff against his palm, seemingly in no hurry to pursue. He turned around and said to Sun Wukong and the others, "All right, the troublesome guy has temporarily escaped. However, he has absorbed the ancestral power of Namek, and his connection to this planet has deepened. He will inevitably return." Before that, his gaze fell once more on Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong's successor. "You two seem quite interested in the realm of gods. Just so happens that Lord Beerus is still asleep. I have free time. Would you like to come with me to the realm of destruction for some little guidance?" Sun Wukong's eyes instantly sparkled like stars. "Really? Weiss, I want to go. I want to go." Sun Wukong's successor's emerald eyes also flashed with a sharp light, bowing slightly. "Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss." Vegeta snorted coldly, though he didn't speak. His desire was evident in his gaze. Weiss smiled. "Then let's go together. As for Earth and Namek, with the Kaioshin and Galactic Patrol watching over, there shouldn't be any issues for now." Thus, after the thrilling encounter with Moro, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong's successor obtained the precious opportunity to follow the Angel Weiss to the realm of destruction for training. Meanwhile, the now even more bizarre and powerful Moro lurked like a shadow, ready to return at any moment. New challenges and opportunities awaited them. Weiss' proposal was like a star cast upon the calm surface of a lake, instantly illuminating the path ahead for Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong to venture into the realm of destruction and receive direct guidance from an angel. This was the opportunity they had longed for. "Really? Weiss, I want to go. I want to go," Sun Wukong exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, his Super Saiyan blue aura flickering uncontrollably, his face radiating pure and fervent desire. He felt that the fatigue from his recent battle with Moro had been overshadowed by this surge of excitement. Although Sun Wukong's expression remained calm, the flow of data in his emerald eyes surged to an unprecedented level. Weiss' personal guidance, database access elevated to the highest level, efficiency in analyzing the rules of divinity expected to increase by 472. The logical core swiftly deduced that this would be an unparalleled opportunity for evolution. He slightly bowed, responding with the utmost seriousness, "I am deeply grateful, Mr. Weiss. This will be a pivotal moment on my path to evolution." Vegeta crossed his arms, snorted coldly, turning his head aside, but the tightness of his lips and the slight twitch at the corner of his eyes betrayed his own desires and unwillingness. Prince Vegeta could not fall behind Kakarot and a mere android. Weiss observed the reactions of the three, wearing that signature, seemingly all-knowing, mysterious smile. "Ho ho ho. It seems everyone is quite motivated. Let's go. Lord Beerus is still asleep, and we can quietly train for a while." He elegantly raised his staff and gently pointed at the void. Without any grandiose spectacle, everyone felt the scenery around them instantly blur and distort, as if viewing the world through rippling water. In the next moment, the solid ground beneath their feet confirmed that the scenery before them had completely transformed. The lush forests of planet Namek and the azure sky had vanished without a trace, replaced by an indescribably strange space. The ground was a smooth surface like a mirror, emanating a soft glow extending to the horizon. Above, there were no sun, moon, or stars, but a uniform and bright radiance permeated the space, as if the entire area was a source of light. The air flowed with an energy so dense it felt almost tangible. Each breath revealed the purity and vastness of that power. Strangely, the air pressure and gravity here were indistinguishable from Earth, causing no discomfort. "This is the realm of destruction." Weiss' voice shattered the silence. "It is one of the places in the universe where the rules are clearest and the energy is purest. Training here will yield twice the results with half the effort." Sun Wukong curiously stomped his foot, feeling a solid response from the ground, yet it made not a sound. "Wow, what a peculiar place. I feel so light, yet so grounded." He attempted to mobilize his energy and was astonished to find that the flow of energy was several times smoother than outside, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. Sun Wukong instantly entered a state of full power analysis. In his emerald eyes, data flowed like waterfalls. Environmental scan stability of spatial structure exceeds comprehension. Physical constants show signs of fine-tuning. Energy concentration 105 times that of standard cosmic space. Energy nature neutrally inclined towards order, possessing high activity and plasticity. Degree of rule manifestation detected. Temporal energy and material circulation rules have manifested wave patterns. Resolution insufficient at 1. Just standing here, he felt an unprecedented information shock, and his ultimate learning chip emitted a pleasant overload hum. "Stop looking around." Weiss clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back. Time is precious, let's begin directly. First it's Wukong and Vegeta. He looked at Sun Wukong. Wukong, the way you quantified life energy into seeds to guide battles is quite fascinating. It shows that you are unconsciously trying to interact with the rules. However, that is cleverness borrowing the external momentum. The true ultimate freedom is to make yourself the center of momentum. It is the essence of no moves surpassing moves. What you need to do is completely empty your consciousness, allowing your body and breath to perceive, react, and become part of this cosmic rules flow. Next, he looked at Vegeta. Vegeta, your self-ultimate, has taken a different path. Extreme control extreme will trying to overpower all other rules with the rules of I. This path is not wrong. The essence of the power of the god of destruction is also this. However, your I is not strong enough nor pure enough. Your will is tainted with too much anger, pride, and unwillingness. These emotions will hinder your control over greater power. You need to find that purest origin that only desires to grow stronger. Lastly, he looked at Sun Wukong, his gaze carrying a special inquiry. As for you, Sun Wukong, you are the most unique being I have ever encountered. Your power derives from logic and calculation, making you precise and efficient, but it has also become your greatest shackle. The divine realm, especially freedom, is often illogical. It is intuition, resonance, a flash of insight that transcends causality. You need to try temporarily shutting down your logical core to feel rather than calculate. In just a few words, Weiss pinpointed the greatest bottleneck and direction in the trio's current training. Sun Wukong needs to empty, Vegeta needs to be pure, and Sun Wukong needs to feel. Shut down the logical core. Sun Wukong repeated this phrase, which for him was almost equivalent to temporarily giving up thinking, a highly risky endeavor. Ho, it's just a metaphor. Weiss smiled. You can start with the simplest things. For example, try to use your energy senses instead of data analysis to touch the flowing energy here and listen to the voice of the rules. After laying out the initial direction, Weiss tapped his staff again. The space around the three subtly rippled, as if isolated, forming three independent training zones. Sun Wukong's training, the ripples of freedom. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, striving to empty his thoughts as Weiss had instructed. But this was too difficult for him. His mind could not help but wander to thoughts like Jiren's punch was incredible. How should I dodge next time? And where did that Moro guy run off to? Every time he forcibly suppressed these thoughts, he became even more anxious. Weiss' voice echoed in his mind. Don't think about emptying, instead go feel. Feel the support of the ground beneath your feet, the flow of energy in the air, the breath of your own aura, like falling asleep, but remain awake. Sun Wukong seemed to understand, attempting to focus his attention on his breathing. Gradually, his Super Saiyan blue aura began to fluctuate, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting, shifting colors between blue and a faint silver. His body unconsciously swayed slightly, as if swaying in the wind. Suddenly, he instinctively tilted his head, and an almost invisible breeze made of pure energy brushed past his ear. That was the trajectory of the natural energy flow in the realm of destruction, and he had unconsciously dodged it. I got it. Sun Wukong thought joyfully, but as distracting thoughts arose, that mysterious state vanished. He scratched his head, having to continue trying. It was a long and repetitive process. Vegeta's training, the pure edge. Vegeta's approach was entirely different. He directly entered the self-ultimate deep blue form, with dark purple flames burning fiercely. He did not attempt to sit still, but began executing a series of fierce punches, concentrating all his mental energy on each movement, trying to refine all distractions. His defiance against Kakarot, his hatred for Frieza, his obsessions with the past, leaving only the purest will to become stronger. His attacks became faster and more refined, the deep blue aura gradually transforming into a deeper, more restrained indigo, emanating not fury, but an extreme sharpness and coldness. However, he frowned. Whenever his aura was about to undergo transformation, a nearly imperceptible fluctuation would interfere, stemming from the pride deeply rooted within him as a Saiyan prince. He still could not achieve true purity. Sun Wukong's training, the barrier of logic and initial perception. Sun Wukong faced the greatest challenge. He floated in the air, attempting to follow Weiss' advice, shutting down most data analysis functions, retaining only the basic energy perception. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of fuzziness and uncertainty enveloped him. Without precise data feedback, the vast energy around him transformed into a chaotic sea of light. In his perception, the sounds of rules became countless chaotic whispers. He instinctively wanted to activate the analysis panel to clarify everything, but forcibly suppressed that urge. He tried to feel as Weiss had instructed. He extended a thin strand of weak energy outwards like a tentacle, cautiously touching the flowing energy light bands around him. At first there were no gains, only chaos. But as time passed, and he concentrated intensely, he gradually began to capture some extremely subtle rhythms. Some energy flows seemed to have a cyclical pulsing with weak attractive or repulsive forces between energies of different attributes. These sensations were extremely faint and intermittent, entirely unlike the precise data obtained through instruments, yet carried a sense of vitality. At that moment, the Saiyan cells belonging to Sun Wukong within him seemed to resonate with this primitive mode of perception, sending a faint warm flutter through him. This feeling could not be described by any data but existed in reality. Record unknown perception mode activated. Data cannot be quantified. Information entropy extremely high. Related item activity level of Sun Wukong's cells increased by 0.3. Temporarily named initial perception. His logical core continued to silently record everything in the background, but for the first time the recorded content included unquantifiable items. Training continued for an unknown duration. The realm of destruction did not have alternating day and night. When Weiss gathered the three once more, each had preliminary, yet crucial experiences. Alright, the initial feelings end here. Weiss looked at the three. Next we will conduct practical training. However, it will not be a battle between you three. With a wave of his staff, three blurry humanoid targets made of pure energy appeared in front of the three. But these three targets emitted energies and auras that simulated Jiren's absolute power, Moro's devouring characteristics, and some of Weiss' own rule rhythms. Use the insights you just gained to attack them. Remember, it is not about destroying with strength, but using your intention to find their rhythm, then merge with it, guide it, or disrupt it. This was a higher-level challenge. The three exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with fighting spirit. The true training in the divine realm was just beginning. Little did they know, in the distant depths of the universe, the transformed Moro was casting a greedy gaze toward the next target, rich in immense life energy. The three energy targets created by Weiss resemble mirrors reflecting the deepest obstacles on the cultivation paths of the three individuals. The target simulating Jillian emanates an absolute sense of power, immovable as a mountain. The target simulating Maluo pulsates with a greedy, twisted field of devouring energy, while the target simulating Weiss himself radiates an almost imperceptible, yet omnipresent rhythmic rule akin to flowing water that offers no openings. Let's begin. Weiss' calm voice rang out, announcing the start of this special trial. Sun Wukong, the collision of free ripples and stubborn rocks. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, striving to recall the feeling of emptying oneself and merging with the flow of energy. He closed his eyes, the Super Saiyan blue aura not burning fiercely, but rising and falling gently like breathing. He approached the target simulating Jillian. Instead of charging in, as usual, he moved slowly around the target, his hands unconsciously gesturing in front of him, as if touching an invisible stream of water. His movements carried a peculiar rhythm, sometimes synchronizing with the power fluctuations emitted by the target, and at times cleverly diverging. Occasionally, he would suddenly pivot or lean back, avoiding the energy radiation that the target emitted. Though not sharp, it was filled with a sense of oppression. Is he dancing? Vegeta glanced over, frowning as he whispered. In his eyes, Sun Wukong's actions seemed chaotic, even somewhat ridiculous. But Weiss nodded slightly. No, he is listening. Listening to the rhythm of power, seeking out the gaps within it. Suddenly, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, and in them there was no longer a hint of battle intent, but a transcendent focus. He had caught it. Within the seemingly unified field of power of the target, there existed an extremely fleeting, almost imperceptible relaxation point that arose with the natural pulse of its energy. Now is the moment. Sun Wukong's figure abruptly blurred, not teleporting, but gliding in with a near smoothness. He did not employ any lethal techniques, merely executing a simple hand chop, the tip of his fingers gathering a highly compressed, yet restrained silver aura, piercing precisely toward that relaxation point. Swish! A soft sound like a needle piercing a balloon echoed. The target simulating Jillian shook violently, and its solid energy barrier was actually cut open with a fine crack. Though the target began self-repairing immediately, the significance of this successful breach was monumental. This was Sun Wukong's first time purely relying on freedom of perception rather than brute force to find a breakthrough in absolute defense. I did it. Sun Wukong landed and excitedly looked towards Weiss. Haha, this is just the beginning. Weiss chuckled. You found the point, but connecting the point to form a line and ultimately a plane to completely shatter your opponent is a long road ahead. Moreover, the real Jillian won't stand still like the target, allowing you to find flaws. Vegeta, pure edge and his own shadow. Vegeta faced the target simulating Maluo. The continuously rotating, devouring vortex instinctively repulsed him. Unlike Sun Wukong, he did not maneuver around, but instead erupted with indigo self-will aura, pushing his power to its peak. This sinister technique can simply be crushed with absolute power. Vegeta growled, transforming into an indigo arrow that pierced straight at the core of the target. He concentrated all his will on the thought of destruction as the indigo aura gathered at his fist, radiating the breath of annihilating everything. However, just as his fist was about to hit the center of the target's devouring vortex, the rotation speed and direction of the vortex suddenly changed. A strange pulling force arrived, attempting not only to absorb his energy, but also to disrupt the flow of his aura. Vegeta felt as if his will had collided with a thick mire, causing his relentless momentum to stall. Oomph! Vegeta grunted, forcibly stabilizing his form as the indigo aura surged once more, trying to break through the obstruction with greater force. But the harder he pushed, the more pronounced the interference from the devouring vortex became. How it acted like a mirror, amplifying and rebounding the subtle emotions contained in his attack. Those beyond destruction, such as the aversion to devouring abilities and the eagerness for victory, becoming a force that hindered him. Your purity is still insufficient, Weiss' voice echoed in his ear. Your will is like a knife attempting to cut through flowing water, but water is formless, rendering the blade futile. You need to become the absolute zero will that freezes the flowing water. Vegeta glared at the target veins bulging on his forehead. He understood Weiss' meaning, but his innate pride and combat style were not so easily changed. This battle was less about opposing the simulated Maluo, and more about confronting the obsession deep within himself. Sun Wuxing, the barrier of logic and Weiss nothingness. Sun Wuxing stood before the target, simulating Weiss. This was the most unique one. It had no powerful energy fluctuations, no aggressiveness, and even lacked a fixed form, merely an ever-changing gentle aura that seemed to follow some deeper laws. He tried to use the recently understood initial sensation to connect with it. When he extended a thread of perception, it felt as if he had thrust his hand into the void, grasping nothing and sensing nothing. The aura seemed to exist, yet also to not exist. Its rules exceeded Sun Wuxing's current grasp of initial sensation. He instinctively wanted to activate the analysis panel, but forcibly held himself back. He recalled Weiss' words, feel it rather than calculate it. He closed his eyes, no longer attempting to understand or capture, but completely emptied his core consciousness built on logic, allowing that faint initial sensation to float aimlessly like dust, merging into that aura. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time quietly passed. Just when Sun Wuxing felt he was making no progress and was on the verge of giving up, an extremely subtle, non-logical touch arrived. It was not data, not an image nor a sound, but a confirmation of existence. He felt that deep within the seemingly void aura there was a point, the point that was both the starting and ending point of all rule flows. It remained unchanged, yet all transformations arose from it. He could not describe or analyze it, but he knew that it was the key. He mobilized all his energy not to attack, but to simulate that non-logical state, condensing the energy highly, yet not attributing any fixed form or property to it, merely allowing it to become a pure existential intention, then cautiously guiding it toward that perceived point. No light, no sound. When Sun Wuxing's condensed existential intention touched that point, the entire aura target, simulating Weiss like a popped soap bubble, silently dissipated. Not destroyed, but as if it had never existed. Sun Wuxing opened his eyes, staring at the empty front, his emerald eyes filled with unprecedented shock. He succeeded, but he completely did not understand how he had succeeded. His logical core ran frantically, yet could only record a blank space and the conclusion of unknown rules intervening. Weiss observed the distinctly different performances of the three and revealed a satisfied smile. Very well. You have all touched the next door on your respective paths. Wukong, you found the point. Oh, Vegeta, you saw your shadow. Sun Wuxing, you touched the nothingness. With a wave of his staff, the three targets vanished. But touching the door and pushing it open to step inside are two different matters. The upcoming training will be even more arduous. At that moment, Weiss seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked up at the eternally bright sky of the Destroyer realm, his gaze seemingly penetrating countless spaces. That guy named Maluo is quite fast. It seems your holiday is about to end early. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others immediately snapped out of their training state, their expressions turning serious. Maluo, what has he done now? Sun Wukong hurriedly asked. Weiss withdrew his gaze and looked at the group. He has just devoured the entire life force of a planet located at the edge of the galaxy, known as Adralat Star, which possesses ancient life civilizations. Moreover, it seems he gained some sort of special inheritance regarding spirit and time from this devouring. Adralat Star. Sun Wukong's heart trembled. He had heard this name before, a planet renowned for its incredible psychic power and teleportation technology. Maluo devoured it and obtained a spiritual inheritance. This undoubtedly elevated his threat level once again. We must stop him, Vegeta said fiercely. That's right. We can't let him continue his destruction. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Sun Wuxing quickly retrieved data on Adralat Star, and the analysis panel immediately updated. Maluo's threat assessment target has acquired high-dimensional psychic power and spatial technology inheritance potential abilities, mind control, cloning technique, spatial blockade. Threat level sharply increased. Recommendation: take immediate action. Weiss nodded. It seems it's time to test the results of your training over these past few days. I will send you to the approximate star region where Maluo is currently located. Remember, when facing the transformed Maluo, your previous methods may no longer be effective. You must truly apply what you have just comprehended in actual combat. The tranquility of the Destroyer realm was shattered, and the warriors who had just touched the threshold of the Divine realm were about to embark on their journey again, facing an ancient demonic entity that had absorbed ancient wisdom and become even more bizarrely powerful. The true test is only just beginning. Weiss' words rang like a warning bell, shattering the tranquility of the Destruction realm. Moro not only escaped but also devoured the planet Adratlat at an astonishing speed, acquiring its mysterious spiritual legacy. This news instantly burdened the three who had just touched the threshold of the Divine realm with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Adratlat, the home of instant transmission. Sun Wukong muttered, his previously relaxed expression replaced by gravity. He knew better than anyone the depth of the Adratlat people's mastery in spiritual and spatial technology. Moro obtaining this legacy was akin to adding wings to a tiger. A scum that can only steal the power of others. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, the indigo aura around him flickering uncontrollably, revealing his inner turmoil. The speed of Moro's growth filled him with a strong sense of threat. Sun Wukong remained silent, but the data stream in his emerald eyes surged like a storm. Retrieving data from Adratlat, simulating the model of spiritual inheritance, predicting Moro's ability evolution, high probability of obtaining advanced spatial manipulation, mental interference, and even the ability to create clones. Reconstructing threat model. Conclusion, must intercept before he fully digests the inheritance. Weiss said, no more, tapping his staff lightly. The mirror-like floor beneath them rippled, and the surrounding space began to distort and blur once more. This time it was not the comfortable and peaceful transmission. Sun Wukong could distinctly feel the violent jolts and pulls of space, as if traversing through a highly unstable energy vortex. Moro's aura is moving at high speed, and it's very blurred. Weiss furrowed his brow slightly, seeming to concentrate on locating him. It seems he is using his newly acquired ability to disrupt spatial perception. After a few breaths, the feeling of solid ground returned, and the scenes around them stabilized. They had not directly arrived on any planet, but instead appeared in a silent void of space. In the distance, a planet was visibly losing its luster. What should have been a blue ocean turned gray, and lush continents became barren, while the planet's atmosphere peeled away like shattered glass. It was the wreckage of Adratlat, recently ravaged by Moro. And in the deeper backdrop of space, a faint emerald-purple evil light streaked like a meteor towards a certain direction. We've arrived too late. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, looking at the lifeless planet with eyes full of anger and sorrow. He went in that direction. Vegeta instantly locked onto the evil light, ready to unleash his self-ultimate aura to pursue. Wait, Vegeta. Weiss raised a hand to stop him, his gaze solemnly fixed on the direction the evil light had vanished. That direction. If my perception is correct, his next target is Namek. What? Namek? Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong simultaneously exclaimed. Piccolo and Dandy were still there. Moro clearly coveted the massive life energy contained within Namek as well as the Dragon Balls. He just devoured Adratlat and needs time to digest. Heading to Namek at this moment may not just be about consumption, but he likely intends to use the Dragon Balls for something. Sun Wukong analyzed quickly. We must hurry back immediately. Sun Wukong was extremely anxious. Don't rush, Weiss said calmly. Moro has acquired spatial abilities, and pursuing directly may lead to his trap. Moreover, I need some time to accurately pinpoint his distorted spatial coordinates. You should first use instant transmission to prepare defenses on Namek, and I will follow. Sun Wukong nodded immediately, placing one hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder and extending the other towards Vegeta. Though Vegeta was displeased, he understood the urgency and huffed without refusal. The three of them locked their auras on the direction of Namek and vanished from the void. Namek. It had not been long since Moro's attack, and the planet was slowly recovering its vitality. Before the Grand Elder's village, Temple Dandy and Neru were leading their people in daily prayers and repairs. Piccolo hovered in midair, his green aura scanning the entire planet like a radar, remaining vigilant for any potential threats. Suddenly, Piccolo's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze sweeping the sky. A powerful aura is approaching. It's moving at incredible speed. It's Moro's aura. But it feels different. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong appeared on the temple plaza in an instant. Mr. Wukong, you're back. Dandy greeted them with surprise, but upon seeing the grave expressions of the three, his heart sank. Moro is coming, and he has grown stronger. Sun Wukong stated succinctly, we need to prepare immediately. He devoured Adratlat and gained spiritual power. Sun Wukong added, quickly scanning the energy field of Namek, starting to deploy defensive energy nodes. We need to create a mental interference barrier, otherwise his mental attack will deal a devastating blow to ordinary Namekians. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but a suffocating sensation that seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul, enveloping the entire planet. An emerald purple evil light like ink dripping into clear water rapidly spread across the sky, and Moro's distorted and massive figure slowly coalesced within the evil light. Compared to last time, his form seemed more solid. The dark green and purple patterns on his skin writhed as if alive, and the emerald purple evil eye on his chest emitted a chilling spiritual wave. Hee. We meet again, insects. Moro's voice echoed directly in everyone's minds, carrying an invasive mental force. This time, I will not give you any chances. The energy of this planet along with the Dragon Balls will become the cornerstone of my ascendance to perfection. He looked down at the prepared crowd, his gaze lingering particularly on Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong, a glint of greed and wariness flashing in his eyes. It seems you have also grown. Just right, I'll use you to test my newly acquired powers. Moro did not directly initiate the devouring as he did last time, but slowly raised both hands. The evil eye on his chest suddenly glowed with a bizarre light, and an invisible mental storm swept down in an instant. Be careful. It's a mental attack. Sun Wukong immediately activated the energy nodes he had just deployed, and a layer of light blue mental barrier opened above the temple. However, Moro's mental assault did not directly crash against the barrier, but transformed into countless sharp mental phantoms. Before Sun Wukong appeared the horrific scene of Shishi and Gohan being devoured. Vegeta's mind echoed with Frieza's taunts and the explosion of planet Vegeta. Even Piccolo and Dandy saw the phantom of Namek, once destroyed by climatic disasters. These phantoms struck at the most vulnerable parts of their hearts, laden with intense negative emotions and energy interference, attempting to shatter their fighting spirit and energy control. Ugh! Sun Wukong groaned, the Super Saiyan blue aura fluctuating chaotically, his movements momentarily stiffening. Just a petty trick. Vegeta roared, the indigo aura of his self-ultimate form surging as he forcibly crushed the phantoms with absolute willpower, though his complexion paled slightly. This direct attack on the mind particularly affected him, given his reliance on highly concentrated mental focus. Sun Wukong's logical core was violently impacted, a plethora of garbled warnings popping up on the analysis panel, but he forcibly stabilized the system, a flicker of silver data flow flashing through his emerald eyes as he began to reverse analyze the frequency and patterns of the mental attack. Analyzing phantom core frequency. Attempting to construct phase inverse interference. While everyone was distracted by Moro's mental phantoms, his true killing move had already been unleashed. His figure flickered, splitting into three identical Moros, each exuding the same powerful aura, charged towards Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the temple. Clone technique, not an afterimage. Piccolo's pupils constricted, feeling that each clone possessed substantial energy and threat. It's the advanced clone technique of Adratlat. Each clone possesses a portion of the main Bodhis power and independent consciousness. Sun Wukong quickly deduced his Super Saiyan 4 aura, erupting as he faced the clone charging towards him. The battle erupted instantly. Sun Wukong endured the mental interference, engaging fiercely with one of the Moro clones. He discovered that this clone was not only powerful, but also unpredictable in its movements, alternating between solid and elusive, launching mental strikes from incredible angles, making it extremely difficult to utilize the freedom sensation he had just comprehended. Vegeta was locked in a hard-hitting confrontation with another clone. While the clone's devouring ability was weaker than the main body, it was still troublesome, requiring Vegeta to maintain absolute control of his self-ultimate form to prevent his energy from being drained, leaving him feeling constrained. The third clone charged directly towards the temple, targeting the Dragon Balls. Piccolo, Dandy, and Naru desperately attempted to block him, but the strength of Namekians appeared so feeble against Moro's clone. This can't continue. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, knowing he must quickly find the weakness of the clones, or locate Moro's main body. While battling, Sun Wukong's mind raced, analyzing the energy flows and mental connections of the three clones. Common energy source. The mental link points have delays. The main body must be nearby, controlling them. I must find its precise location. Just as the battle situation grew tense, Weiss' silhouette quietly emerged in the high sky. He did not intervene immediately, but observed quietly, his gaze primarily fixed on Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong, as if waiting for something. In the face of powers that transcend the ordinary, can you truly transform the understanding of the destruction realm into the key to break through the predicament? Weiss murmured softly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn. Using the spiritual inheritance of the Adralat star, Moro unleashed a bizarre clone technique. The three clones not only possessed immense power, but also carried soul-piercing mental illusions, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta overwhelmed and unable to unleash the essence they had comprehended in the God of Destruction realm. The third clone charged like a raging storm, and despite Piccolo, Dondi, and Nairis' desperate resistance, they were as powerless as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot in the face of overwhelming strength. Boom. Piccolo's fully concentrated demon convergence light cannon was effortlessly dispersed by the clone's casual strike, and the immense recoil sent him flying, spitting blood. Guard the temple. Dondi and Nairis' eyes turned bloodshot as they drained the last of their energy, forming a weak green barrier, which was shattered by the clone's punch, sending them plummeting like kites with severed strings. The clone grinned wickedly, its gaunt claws reaching towards the center of the temple, where the softly glowing Dragon Ball Palunga awaited. Not good. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with rage as he attempted to rush to the rescue, only to be firmly entangled by his opponent. The mental illusions gnawed at his will like a parasite, causing the aura of Super Saiyan Blue to flicker uncertainly. Bastard. Vegeta roared repeatedly, his indigo aura violently surging, yet he could not break through the clone's devouring force field. In his impatience, his energy became increasingly chaotic. At that critical moment, Whis, who had been observing from the sky, finally moved. He did not intervene directly, but instead focused on the beleaguered Sun Wukong. A calm yet soul-piercing voice resonated clearly in Sun Wukong's chaotic mind. Wukong, do you remember the feeling in the God of Destruction realm? The enemy you face is not the illusion before you nor the clone itself, but the fear and anxiety stirred within your heart. Let go of them, forget your techniques, forget victory and defeat, even forget yourself. Allow your body to listen to the original voice of this world. This voice, like a clear spring, instantly extinguished parts of the restless flames in Sun Wukong's mind. He suddenly froze, awakened by Whis' words. He wanted to win too much to protect his companions too desperately, and this intense obsession became a shackle hindering his entry into the state of freedom. He closed his eyes forcefully, ignoring the screams of Chi-Chi and Gohan illusions in his ears, disregarding the turbulent energy within him due to anxiety, and sank all his consciousness deep into his heart, striving to recall the profound feeling of unity with the flow of energy in the God of Destruction realm. Forget yourself, he murmured as the Super Saiyan Blue aura began to slowly converge with a peculiar rhythm, not extinguishing, but settling inward, as if merging into every inch of his skin, every single cell. His movements slowed, no longer fixated on attacks and evasions, but instead becoming like willow catkins floating in the wind, naturally adapting to the changes in airflow brought about by the clone's attacks. The fierce mental thrust from the Moro clone rushed in again, but this time Sun Wukong did not use his eyes to see, nor did he sense with his chi. His body instinctively shifted at an almost imperceptible angle just before the attack reached him perfectly, allowing the deadly mental spear to graze his temple. His gaze became hollow and profound, reflecting the sky, yet seemingly seeing nothing. Moi. The Moro entity controlling the clone hidden in the shadows expressed surprise. He sensed that Sun Wukong's aura had become extremely strange, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment, and the influence of the mental illusions was rapidly diminishing. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's counterpart was also embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. His opponent not only possessed overwhelming power, but also continuously released distorted reality through mental waves, attempting to disrupt his logical core. Frequent alarms rang on the analysis panel, with a deluge of garbled text and error messages flooding and severely hampering his operational efficiency. Warning: undergoing high-dimensional mental pollution attack. Logical circuit stability decreased by 30. Target energy trajectory unpredictable, probability cloud model invalid. Suggestion: activate emergency logical firewall and enter safe mode. Safe mode means giving up most of my analysis and combat abilities. Unacceptable. Sun Wukong calmly dismissed the system's suggestion. Whis' teachings echoed in his core. Feel, not calculate. He knew that conventional logical analysis could no longer cope with this mental attack that transcended the laws of reality. He made an exceedingly risky decision, actively reducing the computational power of his logical core by 70, dedicating the massive energy and bandwidth saved to that vague, illogical initial feeling. In an instant, the world appeared entirely different to his eyes. Precise data streams vanished, replaced by a chaotic ocean of information brimming with countless possibilities. The attacks from the Moro clone transformed from clear trajectories into distorted, malicious information ripples. Though blurred, he could feel the source intensity and diffusion pattern of these ripples. He no longer attempted to calculate the clone's next move, but guided the energy of Super Saiyan 4, using that initial feeling, navigating through the malicious information ripples like a surfer using them for leverage to counterattack. His movements lost their previous precision and efficiency, but gained an unpredictable strangeness and agility, barely allowing him to withstand the clone's mental assault. Oh, this android is also trying to break free from the constraints of logic. Whis, hovering in the sky, displayed a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. In the center of the battlefield, Sun Wukong's state became increasingly marvelous. He completely abandoned active offense, as if transforming into a formless shadow drifting freely amidst the storm of the clone's attacks. Each of the clone's punches and mental shocks seemed to penetrate the illusion, unable to touch him at all. His silver hair began to move of its own accord, and within the repressed aura surrounding him a faint pure silver radiance, distinct from Super Saiyan Blue, began to circulate. Moro's main body finally felt a strong sense of unease. He realized he had to eliminate this Saiyan who was undergoing bizarre changes immediately. Stop your tricks. Die for me. Moro's main body no longer hid, controlling the clone to unleash a surge of power. A concentrated malevolent energy beam shot forth from his emerald red eyes, locking onto every possible escape route for Sun Wukong, vowing to erase his soul completely. This strike was fast, fierce, and precise. The malevolent spiritual power contained within it sent shivers down the spines of Vegeta and Sun Wukong's counterpart from afar. However, facing this lethal blow, Sun Wukong in that profound state seemed to have foreseen it. He did not attempt to evade, nor did he gather energy for a counterattack. He simply raised his right hand slowly, and naturally fingers spread wide, meeting the destructive beam. In his palm, the swirling silver radiance instantly coalesced into a tiny vortex that seemed to contain the cosmic laws of celestial motion. The spiritual annihilation beam struck the silver vortex, yet there was no explosion, no shockwave, not even a sound. The malevolent energy capable of annihilating souls was absorbed, decomposed, and transformed into the purest energy particles by the silver vortex, dissipating without a trace. Perfect freedom, extreme intent. Body merged with heaven and earth, impervious to all laws. At this moment, Sun Wukong's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Those pupils had transformed into pure, flawless silver, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, only absolute tranquility and depth. The Super Saiyan Blue aura around him completely vanished, replaced by a gentle and sacred silver light. This light was not dazzling, yet it resonated with the rhythm of the entire Namekian world. He succeeded. This is perfect freedom, extreme intent. Vegeta looked at that silver figure, overwhelmed with shock. He could sense that Sun Wukong's aura at this moment was entirely different from any previous form of state, that transcended the level of power and touched the very source of rules. On Sun Wukong's counterpart's analysis panel, the data regarding Sun Wukong refreshed instantly. Target Sun Wukong status update: energy form perfect freedom, extreme intent, initially stabilized energy, nature rule synchronized, type energy, consumption rate reduced to the limit, exhibiting efficient energy conversion and immunization characteristics. Combat power assessment: unable to measure accurately interference at the rule level. Threat level reevaluation: extremely high, has a decisive influence on the current battlefield situation. The form of Moro's main body finally revealed itself, hovering in the distance, visibly grim, with disbelief and a hint of fear in his crimson eyes. His strongest mental attack was effortlessly neutralized. Sun Wukong, perfect freedom, extreme intent, slowly turned his head, his silver-white eyes calmly gazing at Moro's main body, devoid of any killing intent, yet imposing upon Moro a terrifying pressure of isolation and rejection from the entire world. Your attack is filled with unnatural distortions. Sun Wukong spoke, his voice ethereal and calm, as if stating a fact. Now it is time to end this. The silver figure instantly vanished from its position. It was not teleportation, but a movement that transcended the concept of speed, as if directly merging with space itself, appearing before Moro's main body. The final showdown is about to unfold. This time the tide of attack and defense has completely reversed. The silver radiance flowing around Sun Wukong seemed to condense the light of the moon, devoid of any trace of mortal essence. His silver-white pupils reflected the horrified face of the demon, yet they remained as calm as a mirror. The initial manifestation of the perfect freedom ultimate art effortlessly resolved the strongest mental annihilation beam of the demon with absolute superiority. In this moment he appeared as the arbiter of this realm, governed by his heart, impervious to all laws. No, it's impossible. The demon's voice was dry, and the emerald purple evil eye on his chest pulsated violently, emitting chaotic energy waves. He had calculated everything, believing that by devouring the spiritual arts of the Anrat star, he could crush all opposition, yet he never expected that his opponent would step into such an incomprehensible realm in the face of despair. The oppressive feeling that the silver figure brought him surpassed even that of the great king who had sealed him millions of years ago. Sun Wukong ignored the demon's horror, his silver gaze sweeping over the other two avatars still entangled with Vegeta and Sun Wukong's disciple. With just a slight movement of his thoughts, the silver radiance around him spread silently, like mercury spilling on the ground. The movements of the two demon avatars suddenly froze as if caught in an invisible quagmire, and then, like ice and snow under the sun, they began to disintegrate and dissipate from head to toe without even stirring a ripple of energy. The mental link between the avatars and the main body was utterly fragile in the face of higher-level rules. Vegeta and Sun Wukong's disciple felt an instant reduction in pressure and quickly withdrew, looking uncertainly towards the silver figure at the center of the scene. Vegeta's clenched fists trembled slightly, his eyes filled with extreme unwillingness and a hint of shock that even he was reluctant to admit. The analysis panel of Sun Wukong's disciple was crazily refreshing data about Sun Wukong's current state, most of which displayed as rule-level interference data unquantifiable, which was a tremendous shock to his logic-dependent core. Your power stems from plunder and distortion filled with the discordant noise of disharmony. Sun Wukong Perfect Freedom Ultimate finally refocused on the demon's main body, his ethereal voice resounding as if stating a fundamental law of the universe: it ends here. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, not gathering an energy wave, but merely pressing down on the demon with a gentle motion as if brushing away dust, yet the entire space of Namek trembled slightly. An invisible yet immensely powerful force of rules descended from the heavens, as if the entire sky had transformed into an intangible millstone aiming to utterly crush the demon along with its evil essence. No, I will not be sealed again. The demon let out a desperate roar, his survival instinct overwhelming everything. The evil eye on his chest erupted with a glaring emerald-purple light, frantically burning the spiritual energy of the Anrat star he had just devoured, as well as the residual primal power of Namek. A chaotic energy column mixed with evil life and a sense of time and space distortion shot into the sky, violently crashing into the invisible rule millstone. Boom! This collision far surpassed any previous energy clash. There was no dazzling light, only the distortion and wailing of the very space itself that made one's teeth ache. The ground of Namek trembled violently, the sky cracking like a spider's web, as if the entire world could not bear such a level of rule conflict. The silver radiance and the emerald-purple evil light were at a standstill. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. This life-and-death strike from the demon gathered various utterly different and even conflicting forces of rules, and its chaos and complexity momentarily withstood the pure and singular rule pressure of Perfect Freedom Ultimate. A desperate struggle. Sun Wukong's silver-white eyes remained calm, just about to increase his power output to completely shatter the opponent's resistance. However, just at this critical juncture where victory and defeat would be decided, an unexpected change occurred. A glimmer of treacherous cunning flashed deep within the demon's crimson eyes. Knowing he could no longer contend in strength, he transformed the last remnants of his mental power into an intangible, malicious mental spike, bypassing the direct confrontation of rules and silently stabbing at the most profound and weakest link in Sun Wukong's seemingly invulnerable ultimate freedom state: his deep-seated attachments to family and friends. This was not an attack on the body, but a direct ambush targeting the soul's soft underbelly. Wukong, be careful. In the distance, the heavily injured Piccolo seemed to sense something shouting hoarsely. But it was too late. The mental spike hit its target with precision. Sun Wukong's silver-white pupils suddenly contracted. The previously absolute calmness of his heart, devoid of sorrow or joy, was suddenly disrupted like a lake's surface thrown into chaos by a massive rock. Uncontrollable images exploded in his mind: Shishi's gentle smile as she prepared meals for him, Goten stumbling toward him as a child, the smiling faces of Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and other companions battling alongside him, even Vegeta's awkward yet reliable silhouette. These emotions, which he had temporarily buried to maintain a state of no-self, surged forth like a flood, instantly collapsing the precise and fragile balance of Perfect Freedom Ultimate. Ugh! Sun Wukong let out a painful groan, the silver radiance around him flickering violently like a malfunctioning light bulb. The oppressive force of rules began to dissipate. The harmonious state where he merged with the universe was forcibly shattered, his aura becoming chaotic in an instant. In battles between experts, a single moment can change everything. The demon awaited this opportunity. Indeed. Emotions are your greatest weakness. The demon laughed maniacally, seizing the moment of his rule backlash and mental disarray to transform the emerald-purple evil light, which condensed all his remaining power into a hideous mental plundering spear, stabbing ruthlessly towards Sun Wukong's unguarded chest with lightning speed. The mental spear was not a physical attack, but directly penetrated the silver radiance, burying itself deep within Sun Wukong's sea of consciousness. It did not cause direct harm, but began to crazily extract and pollute his currently unstable perception of ultimate freedom and his sacred energy. Not good. Whis high in the sky frowned, realizing the crucial moment. The demon's strike was extremely malicious, aiming not to kill Sun Wukong, but to pollute his Tao foundation, twisting the Perfect Freedom Ultimate he had just comprehended into a variant power controlled by the demon. Kakarot. Vegeta, seeing this, was furious and disregarded his pride, unleashing his indigo aura to rush forward desperately to save him. Sun Wukong's disciples' analysis panel blared alarms as Super Saiyan 4's aura surged, attempting to interfere with the demon's mental connection with energy pulses, but the effect was minimal. But the speed of the demon's desperate strike was too fast. The evil mental power, like poison, had already begun to erode Sun Wukong's core. In that moment of utmost crisis, Sun Wukong, in a state of mental chaos, suddenly saw a flash of inspiration deep within his drowned rationality in his silver-white eyes. It was Whis' teachings from the destruction of the divine realm echoing again. True freedom is not devoid of feelings, but rather having feelings without being bound by them. It's about mastering emotions, not being consumed by them. Like a lightning bolt piercing the dark sea of consciousness. Mastering, not consuming. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Sun Wukong's chaotic gaze. He no longer forcibly suppressed the tidal wave of worries for his family and concerns for his friends, but instead embraced them. He no longer saw these intense emotions as impurities obstructing no self, but as the driving force to protect everything. Anger, worry, and determination to protect. These powerful emotional energies not only did not further disrupt the balance of perfect freedom ultimate, but under his epiphany's guidance began to fuse with the pure silver radiance of the rule power in an unprecedented manner. The silver light was no longer pure, as strands of warm golden light began to flow within it, the color of emotions. The originally cold absolute rule power seemed to be infused with the warmth of life, becoming more agile, more humane. The demon's manic laughter abruptly froze as he felt that the spiritual plundering power he injected could no longer erode the opponent, but was instead enveloped, purified, and devoured by a force that was grander, more inclusive, and seemed to contain the joys and sorrows of the entire world of life. Sun Wukong slowly lifted his head, his eyes interwoven with silver and gold, calmly gazing at the horrified demon. Though his aura was no longer as perfect as before, it became heavier and deeper, as if from the unreachable Tao of heaven transformed into a deity rooted in the earth. "Thank you, demon." Sun Wukong spoke, his voice no longer ethereal, but carrying a profound calmness that seemed to comprehend everything. "You have made me realize that true freedom is not about abandoning anything, but learning to bear." He raised his hand, no longer crushing with rules, but gathering a swirling sphere of energy interwoven with silver and gold in his palm, which seemed to contain the rhythm of life and the order of rules. "This strike carries my heart of protection." The energy sphere was gently pushed forward, not fast, yet it seemed to lock onto every possibility of the demon's existence. The demon let out a desperate wail. All his means appeared pale and powerless in the face of this newly fused power of emotions and rules. The light devoured everything. The silver-golden energy sphere bearing the heart of Sun Wukong's protection silently merged into the chest of the demon Luo. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding light, only a serene stillness reminiscent of melting spring snow. The extreme terror and unwillingness on the face of the demon Luo solidified. He opened his mouth, seemingly trying to utter a final curse, but his emerald-purple evil eye lost all its luster first, like a burnt-out ember, quickly dimming and shattering. His massive body began to crumble from within, not turning into dust, but transforming into countless tiny particles of energy, flickering with the last traces of sinister light, like a sandcastle scattered by the wind, silently dissipating into the sky of Namek. Along with the life energy he had devoured from the planet Adralat and Namek, it too seemed to break free from its bonds, turning into pure light points, like a river of stars flowing backward, gradually returning to the battle-scarred earth beneath. In the world, the suffocating sense of evil and greed finally vanished completely. Silence persisted for several seconds. Then the relief of surviving the tribulation and the ecstasy of victory surged through every person present like a flood breaking a dam. "Is it over?" Dandy slumped to the ground, gazing at the now clear sky, his voice trembling with disbelief. "We won. We really won." Neru and the other Namekians supported each other, letting out choked cheers. Piccolo let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in his nerves easing, his green face etched with exhaustion, yet his eyes held a hint of satisfaction. He looked towards the figure slowly descending from the sky. Sun Wukong's silver-golden radiance gradually retracted, ultimately returning to his usual form. He landed back on the ground, his steps slightly unsteady, his complexion somewhat pale. The perfected ultra instinct, especially the emotional surge at the critical moment, placed a burden on his mind and body far beyond his expectations. Yet he wore an unprecedented, gentle, and profound smile, as if, after this baptism, certain persistent troubles within him had finally found resolution. "Kakarot." Vegeta rushed forward, grabbing Sun Wukong by the collar, his face still angry. "You fool. Having clearly won, why did you expose such a fatal flaw at the last moment? If it weren't for your luck." He halted mid-sentence upon seeing the calm and understanding look in Sun Wukong's eyes, a gaze that seemed to say, "I understand, but I have no regrets." Vegeta snorted coldly, releasing his grip and turning his face away, but the tension in his shoulders also relaxed. Regardless, the outcome was good. Sun Wukong stepped forward, his emerald eyes scanning Sun Wukong's condition carefully. Energy circuits severely overloaded, mental fluctuations stabilizing, but showing signs of fatigue, cellular activity moderately declined. Overall assessment seriously injured and in urgent need of rest. He extended his hand, a gentle white light emanating from his palm, as pure life energy slowly flowed into Sun Wukong, helping him stabilize his breath. "Thank you, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong smiled, feeling the nurturing warmth within him. "That last moment was thanks to you and Mr. Whis." Reminders. Whis slowly descended from the sky with a look of approval, saying, "Ho ho ho. Well done, Wukong." Though the process was perilous, your realization that emotion and rules are not opposed, but can complement each other at the critical moment is far more valuable than merely mastering the perfected Ultra Instinct. Your path has already become extraordinary. He then looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "Your performances also exceeded my expectations. Vegeta, if you're pure, can advance further. Your future is limitless. Sun Wukong, your willingness to temporarily set aside logic in dire circumstances and embrace intuition is a key step in breaking through your own barriers." Receiving the angel's affirmation, Vegeta's lips twitched slightly in response. Sun Wukong, however, slightly bowed, saying, "There is still much to learn." "All right, this matter is settled." Whis lightly tapped his staff and a gentle light enveloped everyone. "I will first send you back to Earth for a good rest. The restoration work on this planet will be left to the Supreme Kai and the others." As the light flashed, everyone disappeared from Namek. Earth Bowsy Mountain. The lingering glow of the sunset dyed the sky a warm orangerd, and a gentle breeze swept through the forest, bringing with it the fragrance of grass and soil. In Sun Wukong's yard, the aroma of the dishes meticulously prepared by Chi-Chi wafted through the air. Upon hearing that her husband had returned safely, Chi-Chi finally relaxed her worried heart. Though she couldn't help but scold him while wiping her tears for going on another adventure, she still managed to prepare a sumptuous feast. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Sun Wufan, Krillin, Tien Shin'en, and the other Z warriors gathered together for a rare moment free from tense training and imminent threats, simply enjoying a meal, chatting, and savoring this hard-won peace. The children Wooden Trunks and Xiaofang chased and played in the yard, their laughter ringing out continuously. Sun Wukong ate heartily, his face radiating with contentment and happiness. From time to time, he glanced at his family and friends beside him, his resolve to protect them growing stronger. He understood that the meaning of strength lies in sustaining such moments. Though Vegeta still maintained his proud demeanor, sitting alone in a slightly distant corner, watching Trunks and Xiaofang play, the sharpness in his gaze softened, revealing a hint of subtle warmth. Sun Wukong did not partake in the meal. He quietly stood under the eaves, his emerald eyes gazing at the distant sunset, as the ultimate learning chip within him processed the vast data from the Tournament of Power and the battle against the demon Luo for final archiving and deep analysis. He could feel that after these consecutive battles, especially the breakthrough during the final mental attack from the demon Luo, his logical core seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, significantly enhancing his ability to process unstructured information and deepening his understanding of rules. System self-check report: logical core optimization, non-logical information processing bandwidth increased by 18. 5. Fuzzy logic reasoning capability enhanced. Energy control precision rule level energy simulation error rate reduced to 0.007. New module loaded emotional variable assisted decision-making system preliminary construction completed based on Sun Wukong's emotional eruption data model stability pending verification. Conclusion: the feasibility of the evolutionary path logical ultimate has increased to 41. 3. He knew that his journey was still long, but at least the direction was much clearer now. In the realm of destruction, Beerus finally awoke from his long slumber, yawning and stretching. Whis appeared at the right moment, presenting him with exquisite snacks, while briefly reporting on the happenings during his absence. "Oh, the demon Luo. Did that old fellow really come out? And was taken care of by Wukong and the others?" While eating pudding, Beerus listened nonchalantly, perfected Ultra Instinct, even fused with emotions. Those Saiyan monkeys always managed to come up with new tricks. He licked the cream from his claws, a glimmer of interest flashing in his purple eyes. "It seems I missed quite a show while I was sleeping. Whis, if there's ever another opponent of that caliber, remember to wake me up." "Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, you were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to disturb you," Whis replied with a smile. "But the universe may grow increasingly lively in the near future." Beerus grunted non-committally, continuing to enjoy his meal. For him, as long as it does not threaten the balance of the universe, how the warriors grow is always an interesting matter. in a dark corner of the universe unknown to most. Deep within the remnants of a planet that had just been devoured by the demon Luo, a nearly imperceptible piece of emerald purple energy debris flickered slightly, as if it possessed life, blending seamlessly with the background radiation. It was too weak enough that even Whis and the Supreme Kai could not perceive it. This fragment of consciousness, bearing the last extreme greed and unwillingness of the demon Luo, slowly drifted in the cold void, as if waiting for something. We're searching for a new host. Peaceful times are warm and precious. Yet the shadows of the universe have never truly dissipated. New adventures may quietly brew with the next dawn. The threat of Moro was like a nightmare sweeping across the universe, ultimately dispelled by the silver light in the heart of guardianship. The seventh universe welcomed a long-awaited and truly genuine tranquility. This tranquility was not dead silence, but rather filled with vitality and hope, like the exceptionally fresh air after a storm, nurturing every living being. On Earth at Baozi Mountain, daily practice and reflection. As dawn broke, the chirping of birds in the forest was crisp and melodious. Sun Wukong did not indulge in sleeping late. Instead, he arrived early at the familiar clearing on the back mountain. He did not immediately engage in intense sparring. Rather, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and breathed slowly and deeply. He was reviewing the final battle with Moro. It was not about recalling techniques, but rather savoring the profound sensation of merging intense emotions with the cold power of rules in the face of despair. The perfect freedom, extreme intense skill had not disappeared, it simply was no longer as difficult to control as it once had been. It seemed to have integrated into the fundamental essence of his life, becoming a more stable and down-to-earth state. The silver-white brilliance no longer manifested outwardly, but was contained within the depths of his eyes, only manifesting as a faint, almost invisible silver glow that would appear when his thoughts flowed. Emotion is fuel, rules are the path. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, casually picking up a fallen leaf from the ground. As he focused his thoughts, the leaf was not enveloped by chi, yet it seemed to possess life, gracefully spinning and rolling at his fingertips, tracing a natural path unaffected by the wind. This was a manifestation of his meticulous control over power, as well as a change brought about by a new realm, not merely relying on the strong chi, but beginning to understand and apply the principles that constitute the world on a deeper level. Not far away, Vegeta was also undergoing his own training. His approach remained fierce and aggressive, with indigo flames of his self-ultimate intent blazing brightly under the rising sun. But unlike before, his attacks no longer solely pursued extreme destructive power. Instead, with each punch and every burst of energy, he sought to find the most precise and effective point. He was honing the pure will akin to absolute zero, as described by Whis, attempting to refine away all distractions, making becoming stronger the only driving force. Occasionally, when he was completely immersed, the edges of that indigo flame would flicker with a nearly transparent luster, a manifestation of extreme control. Sun Wukong's son Sun Wuxing spent most of his time at the Capsule Corporation. He assisted Bulma in repairing and upgrading the global monitoring network damaged during the battle with Moro, while also inputting the data he recorded about Moro's energy characteristics, especially that strange trait that blended life and evil and the spiritual heritage of the Adrat star into a supercomputer for deep modeling analysis. This was not only for research purposes, but also to prepare for potential future enemies with similar abilities. His logical core quietly digested the gains from the great battle amidst the calm of daily life, and the emotional variable assisted decision-making system was continuously conducting simulations. Although it still couldn't fully comprehend Sun Wukong's state, at least a mathematical model for reference had been established. In West City at the Capsule Corporation, the boundaries of technology, Bulma's laboratory was brightly lit. The tournament of power and the Moro incident made her acutely aware that the threat dimensions facing Earth and even the seventh universe far exceeded mere energy confrontations. She focused her research on two aspects: first, conducting reverse research based on the Ouroboros technology and the residual energy of Moro, attempting to develop a conceptual shield capable of resisting attacks at the rule level. Second, using the cross-universe coordinate data provided by Sun Wuxing to construct a new generation of spacecraft capable of ultra-long distance and even cross-dimensional travel. The blueprint for hope had already taken shape in her mind. Being able to fight is not enough, we need to see further, run faster, and understand more. Bulma spoke to the complex designs on her computer screen, her eyes sparkling with the unique challenge of a scientist. In the God of Destruction realm, the daily life of the gods, Beerus finally woke up completely and began to take a keen interest in Sun Wukong's new form, occasionally pulling him to spar in the realm of destruction. Of course, Beerus had yet to unleash his true power. He was more like a cat, toy testing and guiding Sun Wukong's mastery over the fusion of emotion and rules. Whis continued to play the role of mentor and observer, occasionally giving pointers to Vegeta or discussing some technical issues regarding cosmic constants and the essence of energy with sun whooshing. The sacred land of the god of destruction was rarely filled with a relatively relaxed atmosphere. In a corner of the universe, a faint yet persistent signal. However, beneath the surface of peace, subtle ripples were undulating in the depths unnoticed. At the edge of the galaxy, within a deep space monitoring station belonging to the Galactic Patrol, but located in an extremely remote and nearly forgotten area. On the old instrument's screen, a series of extremely weak and intermittent abnormal signals suddenly flickered. The signal source did not originate from any known star region, and its frequency and modulation method did not conform to the technological characteristics of any civilizations in the universe it resembled. Some natural phenomenon, yet carried an inexplicable sense of regularity. On duty was an old patrolman named Mori who was about to retire. He was dozing off when the beeping of the instruments startled him awake. He mumbled, rubbed his eyes, and leaned closer to the dust-covered screen. It must be interference from interstellar dust again. This broken machine should have been scrapped long ago. Mori thought nothing of it, casually picking up his notebook, ready to mark it as cosmic background noise anomaly as usual. But just as he was about to press the confirmation button, the signal suddenly strengthened for a moment, clearly transmitting a brief non-pulse-like information structure. In his youth, Mori had been an excellent signal analyst. His murky eyes widened, suddenly fixated on the fleeting waveform displayed on the screen. This structure is impossible. His fingers trembled as he dug out an ancient file, nearly eaten away by moths, which had been buried in a box for decades. The label of the file bore a few indistinct characters: pre-era observation, record cosmic pulsation, unexplained. He compared the waveform segments from the ancient file with the signal he had just captured. Although incomplete, the core frequency characteristics were surprisingly similar. According to the records, the last time a similar signal was captured was over 10 million years ago. Morris' aged face displayed extreme shock and confusion. He knew that this was no simple coincidence or equipment malfunction. He immediately tried to contact the Galactic Patrol headquarters, but due to the monitoring station's remoteness, the signal transmission was extremely unstable and several attempts failed. I must get the message out. Mori struggled to stand up, deciding to activate the nearly falling apart old communication ship of the monitoring station and personally report to the nearest patrol station. He did not know what this signal meant, whether it was a blessing or a curse, but the reemergence of a cosmic phenomenon with a cycle of millions of years was enough to shake the entire galaxy. He was unaware that as he piloted the rickety communication ship, swaying into the vast sea of stars, a barely perceptible fragment of emerald purple energy, as if drawn by some call, was slowly drifting towards the source of the signal in the void that even the star maps had not marked. The tranquil daily life continued. Sun Wukong solidified his realm through practice. Vegeta tempered his will through challenges, and Sun Wuxing sought truth through data. Yet a current had already begun to surge in the dark depths of the universe. This was no longer a threat from a specific enemy, but rather the prelude to the opening of some grand cycle, or a sign that an ancient existence long dormant was about to awaken. The old patrolman Mori piloted the nearly falling apart liaison boat, much like an aged knight riding a gaunt old horse struggling to traverse the sparse clouds of matter between the stars. The anomalous signals captured by the deep space monitoring station were like a thorn piercing his increasingly sluggish, yet still keen nerve endings. A cosmic phenomenon with a cycle spanning millions of years. He dared not dwell on it, only wanting to deliver the news to the nearest patrol station as quickly as possible. The engine of the liaison boat emitted a weak, sputtering hum, each leap resembling a final gasp. With the eternal darkness and distant stars outside the window, the feeling of loneliness seeping into the small metallic cabin like the cold cosmic background radiation. Meanwhile, Earth was basking in a warm atmosphere that was completely opposite, filled with the aroma of cooking. Bowsy Mountain, the Sun family. The noisy dinner time. Sun Wukong's voice boomed, almost lifting the roof off. In front of him, the bowls and dishes had piled up into a small mountain, and his chopsticks flew rapidly, as if in another fierce battle. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the divine form he had during the battle with the demon, shining with silver radiance and governed by his will. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Chi-Chi chided him, while serving him a full bowl of rice, her gaze revealing a mix of helplessness and hidden affection. She secretly observed her husband, who, although she did not understand terms like ultimate freedom or fusion of rules, she could feel that since Wukong returned there was a calm and profound essence in his gaze that was previously absent, which eased her anxious heart. Xiaofeng sat beside Trunks, the two little ones chattering about interesting events at school, occasionally bursting into giggles at Sun Wukong's eating antics. Sun Wuxing sat quietly at a corner of the dining table with no food in front of him. He did not need to eat, yet his presence felt entirely natural. His emerald eyes quietly watched the noisy scene as his logical core ran multiple processes analyzing the subtle energy fluctuations and emotional correlations during Sun Wukong's meal, recording the complex chemical and energy conversion models embedded in Kiki's cooking and assessing the life signs and growth curves of Xiaofang and Trunks. But strangely, the cold flow of data did not bring the usual sense of control. Instead, it evoked an inexplicable feeling of redundancy, as if there were some things that data could not fully describe. Observation record target family dinner. Atmosphere parameters high noise decibels, disorderly energy flow, and extremely high information entropy. Logical efficiency assessment low. But emotional correlation variable module feedback positive fluctuation exists. Note this phenomenon contradicts the principle of efficient logical operation and requires further study. Brother Sun Wuxing, aren't you eating? Xiaofang noticed he hadn't moved and blinked her big eyes curiously. Sun Wuxing came back to his senses and replied in a calm, yet no longer cold tone, my energy source is different. I do not require food. However, observing you during your meal is quite fascinating. Fascinating. Xiaofang tilted her head. Sun Wuxing pondered and attempted to explain in a more understandable way. It's like watching a very complex, yet perfectly functioning machine. Everyone at the table paused for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Sun Wukong slapped the table. Well said. Kiki's cooking is the best machine. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at Sun Wukong in exasperation, but did not refute him. Instead, she added a serving of vegetables to Sun Wuxing's empty bowl, saying, even if you don't eat, it's good to just have it there to look at and smell. Sun Wuxing looked at the enticing dishes in his bowl, paused for a moment, and nodded slightly. Thank you, Miss Chi-Chi. The logical core silently recorded the social etiquette significance that this gesture might entail. West Capital Bulma's home. A tech-savvy night discussion. Unlike the homely atmosphere of Bowsy Mountain, the dinner at Bulma's house resembled a technical discussion after a high-tech product launch. So based on the data brought back by Sun Wuxing, the mixed energy structure of the demon can theoretically be neutralized by specific frequency order waves. In theory, yes, the virtual image of Sun Wuxing participating via remote communication projected in a corner of the living room, but generating sufficiently strong order waves requires a massive energy source and extremely precise control, which Earth's current technology cannot achieve. The energy source is not a problem. We can tap into the sun or design a more efficient antimatter reactor. Bulma bit on the pen, her eyes sparkling. Control precision is key. Perhaps we can utilize a nanoscale quantum entanglement array. Vegeta sat with his arms crossed on the other side, seemingly uninterested in the technical discussion, his gaze falling on Trunks and Bra playing with building blocks on the carpet. However, if one observed closely, they would notice his ears occasionally twitching slightly, clearly not entirely oblivious. Dad. Trunks raised a crooked structure made of blocks resembling a robot and exclaimed, look, this is my future self, just as powerful as brother Sun Wuxing. Vegeta snorted, but the corners of his mouth barely lifted. You're still far from it. First, stabilize your building blocks. Bulma shot a glance at her husband, chuckling to herself, and continued discussing with Sun Wuxing. If we optimize this parameter further, we might be able to reduce the size of the device and make it portable. As the night deepened, the discussions of technology and the warmth of family flowed quietly in different spaces. Deep Space Patrol Station. The delayed alarm. Days later, the old patrolman Mori finally, after much hardship, docked the liaison boat at the L7 patrol station located at the edge of the galaxy. He nearly stumbled into the station master's office, panting as he slammed the chip containing the anomalous signal data onto the table. Urgent intelligence. Anomalous signals from deep space. The cycle could exceed millions of years. Mori gasped for breath. The young station master took the chip with suspicion and inserted it into the reader. The data waveform appeared, and the station master frowned. Senior Mori, this signal is very weak and the characteristics are vague. It could very likely be interference from interstellar medium or aging equipment. No, you don't understand. Mori excitedly pointed at several inconspicuous peaks in the waveform graph. Look here, and here. They match closely with the remnants of the pre-epic observation records in the archive. That is the legend of the cosmic pulsation. Cosmic pulsation. The station master chuckled. Senior, those are just things from myths and legends. We haven't even figured out the Milky Way yet. All right, you've worked hard. Go rest for now, and I will report the data as per the process. Mori looked at the station master's indifferent expression, and his fervor and worries cooled down instantly. He knew that such a vague signal in the absence of more evidence would indeed be difficult to take seriously. He slumped into a chair, gazing out at the busy port, a feeling of powerlessness welling up within him. Unbeknownst to him, just hours before his arrival, the main control computer of the patrol station had briefly received a signal from even deeper space, which was slightly stronger, but still classified as unknown interference. This signal contained an extremely faint emerald-purple frequency fluctuation that was of the same source as the residual energy of the demon, yet the automatic filtering system categorized it as background noise and failed to trigger a high-level alarm. Earth Deep Night. A premonition of intuition. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong lay in bed, his hands behind his head, gazing out at the starry sky. He was not asleep. The warmth of family during the day and the tranquility of the starry sky at this moment put him in a very relaxed state. Suddenly a thought stirred within him, and an indescribable feeling surfaced, as if he had heard a distant voice from the depths of the universe, not through his ears, but directly affecting his perception. That voice was very faint, unclear, yet carried an ancient and grand sense of rhythm, causing ripples in his calm heart lake. He sat up, looking at Sun Wuxing, who was sleeping in the small bed next to him. Sun Wuxing did not need sleep, but would enter a low-power silent repair mode. Sun Wuxing, Sun Wukong said softly, "Do you feel anything? It seems like the stars are saying something." Sun Wuxing's eyes instantly lit up as he entered full-power scanning mode. Seconds later, he replied, "No abnormal energy fluctuations or information transmissions detected. Father, it might be the cosmic background radiation harmonics received after your recent realm elevation and enhanced perception, which is a normal phenomenon." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and lay back down, but that strange feeling did not completely fade. He trusted Sun Wuxing's judgment, but had more faith in his own intuition. This intuition had saved him many times at critical moments. The night grew deeper. Earth slept peacefully, unaware of the faint ancient rhythm beginning to pulse once more in the depths of space, a rhythm that might herald an awakening or a cataclysm. The peaceful daily life continued, yet the echoes from deep space had already penetrated through layers of emptiness, touching the perceptual edges of certain sensitive existences. The unusual signal brought back by the old patrol officer Mori was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, creating only a trivial ripple in the vast bureaucratic system of the Galactic Patrol Organization before quickly sinking into the overwhelming paperwork and daily affairs of higher priority. The ancient file marked pre-era observation record pulse of the universe was casually stuffed by the archivist into a low-security corner of the database, mingling with records of interstellar meteorological anomalies and suspected space whale migrations. Mori himself, after submitting a vague report, was subjected to a mandatory psychological health evaluation and a prolonged paid leave, with his concerns dismissed as delusions resulting from prolonged solitary duty. However, the laws of the universe do not shift according to the neglect of bureaucratic institutions. In that void, unmarked even on star maps, the unusual pulsation did not cease. Rather, it became increasingly clear and powerful, like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant gradually awakening. Its frequency was not constant, but was accelerating in an exceedingly slow, yet undeniable trend. This acceleration could not yet be captured by conventional detection methods, but the subtle ripples it generated began to quietly influence some fundamental constants of the universe at superluminal speeds. Destruction of the God Realm. Weiss was elegantly savoring a cup of stellar core nectar brewed from the energy of the rarest stellar cores in the seventh universe, when suddenly his hand, holding the cup, paused slightly, a flicker of faint surprise passing through his pale violet eyes. He set down the cup, his slender fingers lightly tapping the void, causing an energy stream composed of countless complex geometric symbols invisible to ordinary eyes to flash past before him. "My." Weiss tilted his head slightly as if listening to some distant sound. The background string tone of the universe seems to have produced a hint of dissonance. The frequency is quite peculiar, ancient, and unfamiliar. He closed his eyes, his formidable perception expanding like an invisible net, instantly spreading across the entire seventh universe, even reaching the barriers of adjacent universes. After a moment, he opened his eyes, brow slightly furrowed. This is not a phenomenon born from within, but rather an interference from outside. Interesting. He glanced at the destroyer Beerus, who was snoring nearby, deciding to temporarily refrain from disturbing the Great One's peaceful dreams. This level of anomaly was not yet sufficient to constitute an emergency, but it warranted ongoing attention. He casually traced a few symbols in the air, and an invisible monitoring mark silently integrated into the cosmic background radiation. Earth Universal Capsule Corporation. Late at night, in the laboratory, Sun Wukong was in a deep silence restoration mode, concurrently conducting large-scale data backtracking analysis. Suddenly, his logical core received an anomalous report from a deep space probe deployed beyond the Kuiper Belt in the solar system. The report indicated that within the past 72 hours there had been statistically significant fluctuations in vacuum quantum fluctuations in that area, and the fluctuation patterns could not be explained by known cosmic phenomena, such as supernova explosions, black hole mergers, etc., with spectral characteristics showing a low but non-negligible similarity to the residual data of slight tremors in spatial structure recorded in his database post-Molo event. Alert anomalies in deep space, environmental parameters, anomaly type, fundamental spacetime, structural, microdisturbances, non-energy explosion type. Location, outer edge of the solar system, uncertain azimuth, approximately 1.5 light-years deep. Intensity, extremely weak, but persistently existing with a slowly increasing trend. Correlation analysis, matching degree with the archive's MOLO energy, residual frequency 7.3 low confidence, but exceeding random error range. Preliminary inference, a precursor to unknown cosmic scale phenomena or the aftershock of a high-energy event at ultra-long distances. Threat level provisionally set to observation level. Sun Wukong immediately exited silence mode, his emerald eyes fully ignited. A 7.3 matching degree did not constitute an alarm for the rigorous logical core, but combined with the vague perception of his father Sun Wukong from a few days prior, and the current anomalies detected by the probe involving fundamental spacetime structure, this could no longer be explained as coincidence. He did not disturb anyone, but quietly increased the scanning frequency and precision of all deep space probes, mobilizing several research satellites to adjust their observation directions toward the approximate area of the anomaly. At the same time, he attempted to connect to the public database of the Galactic Patrol, hoping to find more records of similar phenomena, but access was restricted, and he only received some inconsequential public information. Baotou Mountain before dawn. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the roof, engaging in his daily morning meditation. The silver and gold intertwined aura flowed around him, more harmonious and fluid than before. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a sharp light flashing through his silver-white pupils. "It's coming again," he murmured to himself, gazing at the southeastern starry sky. That voice seems to have become clearer. It seems a bit disturbing. This time the sensation was more pronounced than in previous days, no longer a vague rhythm, but a deep continuous hum, as if countless tiny insects were vibrating their wings deep within his mind. This hum did not bring any substantial harm, but interfered with the absolute tranquility required for his meditation, even subtly stirring a barely noticeable agitation in his Scion warrior blood. He leaped off the roof and found Sun Wukong, who was practicing precise control of his aura in the backyard. "Sun Wukong, southeast, that voice is off," Sun Wukong said directly, brow furrowed. "It used to be like singing, but now it feels a bit like grinding teeth." He tried to describe that discomfort with his limited vocabulary. Sun Wukong immediately pulled up real-time monitoring data streams, rapidly refreshing in his emerald eyes. Detected continuous micro-disturbances in the space-time structure in the corresponding direction. "Father, your perception and instrument data have cross-validated. This phenomenon may produce slight interference on the spiritual level of highly sensitive life forms." He paused for a moment and added, "Based on logical deduction, if this phenomenon continues to strengthen, there is a low probability 0.01 of causing regional spacetime instability or introducing errors in calculations for superluminal navigation. I suggest raising the alert level." Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Sounds troublesome. Should we inform Lord Beerus or Mr. Weiss?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. Currently the evidence is insufficient, only basic environmental anomalies and subjective perceptions. I suggest continuing to strengthen monitoring and collect more data. Report once the anomaly reaches a clear threshold for greater prudence. The logical core preferred to act based on solid evidence, avoiding unnecessary disturbances caused by false alarms. Sun Wukong nodded. Although he felt an instinctive unease, he also trusted Sun Wukong's judgment. "All right, let's keep a close eye on it." He patted Sun Wukong's shoulder, and that inexplicable restlessness seemed to lessen a bit as he found a companion to share and cope with his concerns. At the other end of the galaxy, in an unknown star domain, the minuscule remnants of emerald purple energy that survived the Molo annihilation still drifted aimlessly in the void. But at this moment, it seemed to be drawn by the increasingly clear cosmic pulsation from afar, slowly beginning to change its drift direction. It itself possessed no consciousness, merely a highly condensed remnant of malevolent energy, yet that ancient pulsation frequency seemed to resonate with its essence of plunder and devour, derived from Molo like a magnet attracting iron filings. A crisis, like a gigantic shadow slowly rising from the deep sea, had yet to reveal its fangs, but the changes in water pressure had already been sensed by the most sensitive detectors and higher beings. The warriors of Earth continued to enjoy their peaceful daily lives, but an invisible net seemed to be quietly cast across the scale of the universe. The echoes of deep space were no longer vague whispers, but were gradually transforming into quantifiable, steadily approaching footsteps. The anomalous pulsations in the depths of space did not subside due to the negligence of the Galactic Patrol Organization. Instead, they accumulated greater power like a repressed tide. The acceleration trend of their frequency became increasingly obvious. Although imperceptible to the vast majority of life forms, the rippling effects it generated had begun to disturb the background fabric of the universe at higher dimensions. destroy the divine realm. Whis elegantly floated in midair with several complex geometric shapes composed of pure energy, hovering before him, rotating and reorganizing according to some profound law reflecting the real-time state of the fundamental rules of the seventh universe. Suddenly one tetrahedron representing the stability of spatial constants emitted a faint but continuous humming sound, with spiderweb-like pale golden cracks appearing on its surface. Though it self-repaired in an instant, this phenomenon did not escape Whis' keen eyes. Things are getting more interesting. Whis gently tapped, and the tetrahedron magnified, revealing the source of the abnormal fluctuations, still pointing towards that unknown void. This time it's not just the string vibrations that are dissonant. Even the strings themselves are beginning to tremble slightly. It seems this is not an ordinary cosmic phenomenon. He pondered for a moment, realizing he could no longer let the situation develop without informing Beerus. He floated to the sleeping destroyer god and gently poked Beerus' round belly with his staff. Lord Beerus. Wake up, there's a situation. ZZZ. Don't disturb me. My pudding. Beerus waved his paw groggily, turned over, and continued to sleep. It's about the stability of cosmic rules. Whis said leisurely, it seems something is knocking on our universe from outside. Knocking. Beerus' ears perked up, his sleepiness fading somewhat, but he remained languid. Which fool dares to knock on my universe? Tell that fatso Compa to stay far away. It's not Lord Compa, Whis replied with a smile. It's a very old and unfamiliar fluctuation that is causing slight variations in the spatial constants. Although the current impact is minor, if this trend continues it might one day cause a superluminal route in a certain galaxy to miscalculate or lead to the sudden collapse of civilizations that depend on precise energy balance. Finally Beerus opened his drowsy eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing in his purple pupils. He could ignore the lives of mortals, but maintaining the overall balance of cosmic rules was his responsibility and the guarantee of his peaceful slumber. An unfamiliar fluctuation. Ancient. Beerus sat up and licked his paw. How ancient? According to existing database comparisons, its core frequency characteristics bear a slight resemblance to certain decaying harmonics of the primordial background radiation left over from the legendary Big Bang. Whis' tone took on a rare seriousness. Of course, this is just a preliminary hypothesis and needs more data verification. Beerus' expression turned grave. Anything involving the origins of the universe, no matter how small, deserves vigilance. Can we locate the source? Not at the moment, Whis shook his head. The fluctuations have crossed some kind of filter resembling a cosmic barrier, and the signals are very vague and dispersed. However, it seems to have a special affinity for the life rule level of the seventh universe, or perhaps a tendency to interfere. He added suggestively, it seems Mr. Goku and Mr. Son Gohan have also sensed some abnormalities. Those two brats. Beerus raised an eyebrow, stood up, and stretched his limbs. Looks like I can't take a nap anymore. Let's go, Whis, let's check on Earth. And by the way, let's see if they've been slacking off during this time. Data storm. Mr. Son Gohan had already devoted all the available observational resources in the world and even the solar system to monitor the anomalous pulsations. A massive amount of data surged into his logic core, like a flood, nearly consuming all computational power. Monitoring log continuous update anomaly intensity enhanced by 4.7 times over the past 48 hours exponential growth model fitting degree 99. 2. Impact scope confirmed measurable distortions of spacetime curvature within the solar system 0.001 producing centimeter-level deviations in the orbits of deep space probes. Rule-level interference detected periodic fluctuations of the weak interaction force constant existing at 0.00000000001 confidence level 95. This fluctuation is highly correlated with the frequency of the anomalous pulsations. Life response across the globe. The number of reports of collective mild mental abnormalities such as restlessness and insomnia among sensitive superhumans and certain wild animals has increased by 300. Mr. Son Goku's subjective discomfort continues to intensify. Threat level reevaluation elevated from observation level to concern level. Potential risks: large-scale failure of precision technology, superluminal travel accidents, and mental collapses of highly perceptive life forms. The data streams in Mr. Son Gohan's emerald eyes boiled with intensity. The logic core continuously emitted overload warnings, but he forcibly suppressed them, focusing his analysis on two critical questions. 1. What is the essence of the source of the pulsations? The existing physical models cannot explain this phenomenon that can directly affect fundamental constants. 2. Why does this fluctuation have a special impact on life? The reactions of Son Goku and the global biosphere indicate that this is far from a simple physical phenomenon. He attempted to construct a new theoretical model, hypothesizing that these pulsations were a form of higher-dimensional informational ripple that transcends conventional four-dimensional spacetime, carrying information that could be downwardly compatible to encode or rewrite the rules of lower-dimensional universes. As life being the most complex and rule-dependent information aggregation in the universe would naturally be the first to be affected. This idea is extraordinarily bold and extremely dangerous. If true, it implies they may not be facing a formidable enemy, but rather a kind of unknown existence or force that is attempting to modify the underlying code of their universe. At that moment, the space within the laboratory trembled slightly as Whis and Beerus quietly appeared. "Looks like you're quite busy, Mr. Son Gohan." Whis smiled, observing the dazzling data streams covering the walls. Beerus directly focused on the fluctuation curve on the main screen, his brow furrowed. "Is this thing causing trouble? It feels unpleasant." Son Gohan immediately paused some calculations and turned to bow slightly. "Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. As you can see, the anomaly is intensifying. According to current data analysis, its essence may involve the level of cosmic fundamental rules." He briefly reported his findings and the hypothesis of higher-dimensional informational ripples. After hearing this, Beerus' expression darkened further. "Modifying cosmic rules? What audacity! Which bastard dares to do this on my territory?" The dignity of the destroyer god had been provoked. Whis, on the other hand, seemed to be pondering. Higher-dimensional informational ripples. This hypothesis is quite intriguing. If that's the case, then it's targeting the life rules, or perhaps it is scanning or adapting to the life forms of our universe. He looked at Son Gohan. "How does Goku feel now?" Son Gohan pulled up Goku's life monitoring data. His Ultra Instinct state is extremely sensitive to rule changes, currently manifesting mainly as mental agitation and microsecond delays in energy control. As he spoke, Son Goku and Vegeta sensed the presence of Beerus and Whis and instantly teleported to the laboratory. "Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, did you feel it too?" Son Goku rushed in and asked, his agitation evident on his face, the edges of his silver pupils seemingly flickering with restless golden flecks. Though Vegeta did not speak, his tightly pressed lips and slightly disordered indigo aura also indicated he was affected. It seems this is not an illusion." Beerus crossed his arms, staring at the screen. "Whis, can we trace the source? I want to drag it out and crush it." Whis shook his head. "The opponent is very cunning, or rather their existence itself is difficult to pinpoint. The fluctuations are all-encompassing, much like someone knocking outside a fish tank, making it hard for the fish inside to determine where the knocking is coming from. However, since it is so interested in the life rules, perhaps we could lure it out." All eyes turned to Whis. Using a sufficiently powerful and pure life form as bait, amplifying its life fluctuations might make that hidden existence reveal itself. Whis' gaze swept over Son Goku and Son Gohan. "Of course, this carries certain risks." Son Goku's eyes lit up. "Be the bait. No problem. What should we do?" Son Gohan immediately began simulating the feasibility of the plan high concentration life energy release as bait. Executor Son Goku, perfect Ultra Instinct state. Risk possible attack from unknown rule levels. Success rate unknown. Vegeta snorted coldly. "Kakarot, don't end up like last time and almost get ambushed by Moro." Beerus contemplated for a moment and made a decision. "Let's do it. We can't just wait for it to turn the universe upside down. Whis, you're in charge of monitoring the situation and preparing emergency measures. Son Gohan, you provide data support. Kakarot, Vegeta, you two get ready. I want to see what is playing tricks." The pulsations in deep space had already disturbed the sleeping destroyer god. A proactive reconnaissance plan against the unknown threat was about to unfold. Unbeknownst to everyone in the depths of that void, as the pulsations intensified, a faint emerald purple light was accelerating toward the source of the fluctuations like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Beerus' decision instantly thickened the atmosphere within the laboratory. The risks of actively probing an unknown existence that could disrupt the rules of the universe were self-evident. But clearly sitting idly by was not their style. "Well then, let us begin." Whis lightly tapped his staff, enveloping the entire capsule corporation in a gentle glow, temporarily isolating it from the surrounding space, thus forming an independent observation area to avoid unnecessary interference with Earth. "Mr. Goku, please enter the perfect freedom ultimate state, and then imagine your life force as a stone thrown into a calm lake, releasing it outward as purely and unadorned as possible to resonate with that unusual pulse." Goku took a deep breath and nodded. He closed his eyes, clearing his mind, and tried to recall the feeling of unity of body and mind, the rules governed by his heart during his final battle with Moro. A silvery light once again flowed from within him. Unlike the fierce battle state before, this light was more restrained and gentle, as if he had transformed into a tranquil moon. The energy fluctuations around him were no longer aggressive. Instead, they exhibited an extraordinarily pure and highly ordered rhythm of life, like the primordial vitality of the universe. As Goku released his life fluctuations, the monitoring equipment in the laboratory erupted with piercing alarms. The curves on the screen representing the abnormal pulses boiled and twisted violently, as if ice cubes were thrown into hot oil. Real-time monitoring data rapid changes abnormal pulse intensity, responding to Goku's life fluctuations. It skyrocketed by 1200. Frequencies exhibited violent fluctuations. Spatial distortion, the curvature wave amplitude of the outer space of the observation area expanded by 50 times, creating visible spatial ripples. Rule interference, the amplitude of weak interaction force fluctuations synchronized to amplify, with local gravitational constants exhibiting abnormal jumps of 0.0001. Conclusion, the target exhibits an extraordinarily strong response to high-purity life energy. Correlation confirmed. The reaction is so intense. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he instinctively clenched his fists. Goku's logical core operated at full speed, frantically recording and analyzing this unprecedented data flood. The target is not merely an energy entity. It exhibits an extraordinary desire for analysis towards the life information structure. The possibility of the high-dimensional information ripple hypothesis increased to 87. Weiss' expression also became serious. He pressed his hands together to stabilize the spatial structure of the observation area, while enhancing his perception to the utmost, trying to trace the source of the amplified pulse. At that moment, a transformation occurred. The strongly induced abnormal pulse after reaching a certain peak did not continue to strengthen, but began to reorganize in an extremely complex manner. It no longer exhibited chaotic fluctuations, rather it seemed to possess consciousness and began to actively scan the life information released by Goku. Invisible ripples containing high-dimensional information penetrated the spatial barriers like precise scalpels and directly acted upon the essence of Goku's life. Ugh! Goku let out a muffled grunt as the silvery light flickered violently. He felt an unprecedented sensation of being scrutinized, as if he were being thoroughly dissected from inside out, from body to soul, by some cold and colossal existence. This scrutiny was not a malicious attack, but rather a detached indifference akin to that of a research specimen, making him feel extreme discomfort and instinctive resistance. Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed, his indigo aura erupting as he prepared to step forward. Don't move. Weiss immediately stopped him. This is not an attack. It's information interaction. It is reading Goku's life code. Indeed, as the scanning progressed, the abnormal pulse began to feedback information. It was neither language nor images, but a flow of information that directly affected the level of rules. On the main screen of the laboratory, the originally chaotic waveforms began to present a strange geometric pattern, with fractal structures continuously changing and combining, as if constructing some complex model. On Goku's analysis panel, the interpretation results surfaced with difficulty. Preliminary analysis of the information flow, extremely difficult content, non-destructive, suspected to be some life form optimization proposal. Target based on Goku's life template. Multiple rule level modification suggestions are proposed. Example Proposal 1. Suggest enhancing cellular energy conversion efficiency. Plan introduce high-dimensional energy channels to bypass conventional thermodynamic limitations. Example Proposal 2. Suggest optimizing combat instinct logical circuits. Plan implant precompiled tactical modules to reduce decision delay. Example Proposal 3. Suggest stripping away emotions and other unnecessary variables to enhance absolute rationality and efficiency. Overall tendency, extremely rational efficiency, above all aiming to create a perfect life form. Its standards fundamentally conflict with the current evolutionary path of life in the universe. It's trying to optimize me. Goku felt the cold information flow, his face showing incredulity. This optimization proposal completely disregarded the diversity of life and the value of emotions, as if life were merely a machine needing an upgrade. Indeed, Weiss' eyes flashed with understanding. This is not a specific enemy. This is a system debugging command from a higher dimensional world. Or rather, it is an ancient mechanism attempting to standardize our universe, activated for unknown reasons. Beerus' expression darkened ominously. Debugging command. Standardization. Does that mean someone thinks our universe is not standard enough and wants to repair it according to their ideas? This can be understood as such. Weiss nodded. This pulse likely originates from some underlying protocol set at the birth of the universe, which usually remains dormant. But now it has been activated and believes that the life forms in the current universe have defects, attempting to enforce a forced upgrade. This truth sent chills down everyone's spines. What they faced was not a malicious enemy, but a cold and merciless cosmic administrator who viewed life as data. And the Moro incident was likely just a trigger. His ruthless acts of plundering and merging different life essences perhaps inadvertently activated the alarm system of this ancient mechanism. So what do we do now? Goku asked, suppressing the discomfort of being scanned. We can't just let it optimize at will, can we? Of course not. Beerus roared. In my universe, no one gets to meddle. Why can we interrupt this debugging process? It's difficult. Weiss shook his head. Its level of existence is higher than ours, just like a programmer can't directly modify the underlying code of an operating system. Forcefully interfering may cause even more violent rule collapses. Just as everyone found themselves at a loss, Goku's son, who had been silently analyzing, suddenly burst forth with sharp light in his emerald eyes. There is a way, he said quickly. Since it is making proposals based on information interaction, perhaps we can counterattack through information confrontation. Information confrontation. Everyone looked at him. Yes. Goku's son pulled up part of the previously analyzed optimization proposal. Its logic is based on absolute rationality and efficiency. We can show it that within the current life forms of the universe, those irrational and inefficient factors contain a higher value that cannot be explained by its model. He looked at Goku. Father, you need to infuse your emotions, especially those aspects it tries to strip away. Guardianship, friendship, faith, into your life fluctuations in the strongest and purest way to impact its information flow. This is not a battle of energy, but a proof of existential meaning. Goku was momentarily stunned, but soon understood his son's intent. He took a deep breath, no longer resisting the sensation of scrutiny, but rather opened his heart. Shishi's smile, Goten's growth, the bond of being both friends and foes with Vegeta, the determination to protect Earth. All the emotions he cherished surged like molten lava into that silvery life light. The originally pure and rational silver brilliance of the perfect freedom ultimate art was instantly infused with warm gold, fiery red, and steadfast blue, transforming into a colorful display filled with the vitality and uncertainty of life. This complex life information infused with intense emotions surged like a flood breaking through a dam, crashing violently against that cold, absolute optimization information flow. Buzz. A silent yet intense conflict erupted within the observation area. The geometric patterns representing the abnormal pulse instantly became distorted and chaotic, as if unable to process the complex information far beyond its logical model. The data stream on the screen was throwing errors wildly. Alert! The target information flow exhibits logical paradox. Unable to parse high-entropy emotional variables. System overload. That high-dimensional ripple seemed to have been scalded, violently retracting and retreating. The scanning of Goku was forcibly interrupted. Effective! Goku's son exclaimed, his eyes flashing with data. But at that moment, Weiss' expression suddenly changed as he looked towards the deep starry sky beyond the observation area. Not good. It interrupted the direct interaction with Goku, but it seems to have activated some kind of backup protocol. The fluctuations are shifting to a diffusion mode targeting the entire life system of the 7th universe. It is trying to enforce a large-scale, low-precision forced standardization. Beerus' fury exploded. Bastard! How dare it take forceful measures? Goku also felt the change. Although the uncomfortable pulse retreated from him, it began to engulf the entire Earth, and even the more distant starry sky, like a spreading plague. The life forces of countless ordinary beings began to show signs of disorder. We must stop it. A steadfast flame burned in Goku's silver and gold intertwined eyes. It seems that peaceful negotiations have failed. Weiss paused, his expression sharpening. Then we can only resort to more direct means. Find its server location and then shut it down. An ultimate expedition to protect the diversity of cosmic life and resist high-dimensional formatting is imminent. First, they must face how to locate that mysterious source existing beyond the rules. Whis' words sank the hearts of everyone present. The high-dimensional debug command abandoned its precise interaction with Sun Wukong and instead initiated a mandatory standardization of the entire life system of the 7th universe, akin to a silent formatting process that could utterly change the ecological balance of the universe. We must find and terminate it before it causes irreversible consequences. Find its server. Beerus' purple eyes burned with fury. Easier said than done. Where is this thing hidden? Even you can't locate it. Whis did not answer directly, but pointed his staff at the main screen displaying the violently fluctuating, but now broadcasting abnormal signal. Directly locating its absolute coordinates is indeed challenging, as it may exist in the cracks of higher dimensions, or its server may itself be a constantly moving singularity of rules. However, he changed his tone, tracing a complex trajectory in the air with his staff as the chaotic data stream on the screen began to be stripped and filtered, ultimately focusing on a point. An extremely brief yet exceptionally clear feedback ripple generated when Sun Wukong's intense emotions struck the debug command. When Wukong's emotional information flow clashed violently with the debug command, it produced an information echo at the level of rules. This echo is like ripples spreading across a calm lake after a stone is thrown. Although faint, it carries the mark of its source. Whis explained, tapping his fingertip on the almost imperceptible echo signal. By following this echo upstream, although we cannot reach the core directly, it is sufficient to guide us toward a general direction and may lead us to an access point or projection area in our dimension. Sun Wukong's logical core immediately grasped Whis' line of thought data soaring in his emerald eyes. Reverse tracking the information echo, constructing a multidimensional spatial mapping model, calculating potential projection area coordinates. A coordinate located in a remote star region of the seventh universe near the known universe's boundary of nothingness was highlighted. Coordinates locked. Sun Wukong reported this area is an absolute blank on the known star map, with no records of any star's planets or nebulae. However, according to the Echo Decay model calculations, this location has a very high probability of anomalous folds in its space-time structure consistent with the characteristics of higher dimensional phenomena projecting into lower dimensions. The land of nothingness. Beerus squinted. Humph, quite the choice for hiding. Let's go get it out. Whis opened the door. Woe, hold your horses, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled lightly. The space-time structure of that area is extremely unstable. Conventional instantaneous movement or spaceship jumps could likely be distorted to unknown regions, even resulting in local space-time collapse. We need a more gentle approach to entry. He lightly tapped his staff and a soft light enveloped those present. I will construct a temporary rule-stabilizing bubble to wrap around us as we perform a hyperspace glide. This will protect us from external space-time turbulence while maximizing the concealment of our presence, avoiding alerting any potential threats. Sun Wukong flexed his limbs, his silver-gold eyes alight with battle intent. No problem. I've been wanting to see what sort of thing has been stirring trouble behind the scenes. Vegeta snorted coldly, his indigo aura retracting slightly, but his gaze sharp as a blade. Let's hope the opponent is someone who can fight and not some cowardly trickster. Sun Wukong silently adjusted his energy frequency to synchronize with Whis' stabilizing bubble while continuously monitoring the spread of the mandatory standardization wave across the universe and attempting to establish a mathematical model to predict its impact rate. Well then, let's set off. With a wave of his staff, Whis made the entire observation field along with everyone in it quietly disappear from the laboratory of the Universal Capsule Corporation as if merging into water. Hyperspace gliding. This was a vastly different experience from instantaneous movement or warp travel. There were no long streaks of starlight or the dizzying sensation of traversing through wormholes. They seemed to be in a transparent bubble, slowly advancing through a colorful, constantly twisting and changing energy fluid. The external scene was a surreal turbulence of space-time, sometimes boiling like magma, other times freezing like glaciers, but Whis' stabilizing bubble was exceptionally solid, isolating all chaos outside. Sun Wukong curiously observed the incomprehensible sights racing past outside the bubble. He could sense the terrifying energy and rule conflicts present in the outside world, yet within the bubble, it was remarkably calm. What a peculiar feeling it's like, being in the eye of a storm. Sun Wukong was diligently recording external data, detected 11-dimensional space-time ripples, rule fragmentation phenomenon, a large number of non-Euclidean geometric structures. This data far exceeded the capacity of his existing database, and his logical core absorbed this high-dimensional information like a thirsty sponge, providing countless possibilities for future evolutionary directions, even though most of it was incomprehensible. Vegeta closed his eyes to meditate, yet his aura was refined, ready to explode at any moment. Beerus, however, appeared somewhat irritated. This slow and stealthy mode of travel clearly did not align with his style of swift destruction. Uncertain how much time passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity, the sense of time became blurred in hyperspace. Whis suddenly spoke, "We are approaching the target area. Prepare for impact." As soon as the words left his mouth, the vibrant colors outside the stabilizing bubble abruptly faded, replaced by a heart-pounding absolute darkness. This was not a darkness devoid of light, but a state of pure nothingness, as if all colors, all energy, and all rules had been stripped away. In the center of this gray expanse, a constantly writhing and shifting space-time fold could be faintly seen, resembling a crumpled piece of paper that was continually trying to unfold, emitting chaotic and powerful gravitational waves. That's it. Whis pointed at the fold. That is the projection point of the debug command in our dimension and a potential entrance to its core area. Just as they were closely observing the space-time fold, Sun Wukong's sensors suddenly captured an extremely faint, yet core-shaking energy residual signal. That signal matched the frequency of the residual emerald purple energy recorded in his database after the annihilation of Moro. Detected residual energy signal of Moro. Sun Wukong immediately reported the signal source is located at the edge of the space-time fold. It's being slowly consumed by the fold's gravity. What? Everyone was astonished. That persistent guy, he actually came here too. Vegeta frowned in disgust. Could the residual energy of Moro be related to this debug command? Sun Wukong speculated. Whis pondered Moro's forced fusion of different life origins might to some extent align with this debug command's twisted aesthetic of efficiency and fusion. Or perhaps it's just a coincidence that Moro's residual energy happened to be captured by the attraction targeting life rules emitted here. In any case, the appearance of Moro's energy makes this unknown space-time fold even more sinister and dangerous. Let's go in and see for ourselves. Beerus had lost his patience, a faint purple destructive energy emanating from him. Whatever's inside, if it dares to cause trouble in my universe, I'm going to destroy it all. Whis nodded, carefully maneuvering the stabilizing bubble closer to the writhing space-time fold. As they drew nearer, a powerful chaotic tearing force began to act on the bubble. Even with Whis rules stabilization, the surface of the bubble began to ripple violently. Prepare yourselves, the entrance is extremely unstable, and the crossing process may involve severe turbulence. Whis warned, directing his staff at a relatively stable fluctuation node at the center of the fold. The stabilizing bubble shot forward like an arrow, plunging into the twisted darkness. In an instant, the world spun and the rules collapsed. Everyone felt as if their bodies and consciousness had been thrown into a mad blender. The sound of Whis' stabilizing bubble straining under the pressure echoed ominously. Moments later, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, all chaos and tearing sensations abruptly vanished. They had arrived at the other side. The scene that greeted them was so shocking that even the well-informed Whis and Beerus showed expressions of astonishment. This place was not a space in the conventional sense at all. The violent, tearing sensation of space-time folds vanished, abruptly replaced by a suffocating weightlessness and the utter collapse of directional awareness. They felt as though hurled into a kaleidoscopic maelstrom of shifting realities. Here there was no up or down, no sky or earth, indeed no conventional notion of space at all. Before their eyes flowed countless streams of fundamental particles and fractured geometric principles, roiling, colliding, and reassembling like a boundless stellar river, now coalescing into fleeting crystalline architectures, now dissolving into chaotic clouds of raw energy. Color had lost its meaning. Every hue was but a visual manifestation of distinct rule frequency vibrations, sometimes blazing with the fury of a supernova, sometimes chilling as the absolute void of zero-point space. The air, if air existed here, hummed with a deep resonant drone as though myriad precision instruments operated in unison, the sonic signature of foundational laws being ceaselessly rewritten, erased, and recompiled. What kind of hellish place is this? Vegeta steadied himself, indigo aura flaring instinctively as he scanned the surroundings with wary vigilance. He sensed his energy moving sluggishly here, as if wading through an invisible quagmire. Sun Wukong's silver and gold eyes shimmered with wonder. He probed for key signatures. Yet the life rhythms he once perceived with crystalline clarity now appeared blurred and entangled, as though every signal had been scrambled and remixed beyond recognition. No sense of direction, no sense of distance. Sun Wuxing's logic core surged into critical overload. Emerald eyes blazed with volcanic torrents of cascading data. Warning: entering high-dimensional rule interference zone. Physical constants invalidated. Space-time continuity ruptured. Non-causal events detected in abundance. Foundational logic severely compromised. He could not even describe the phenomena before him using existing mathematical frameworks. Welcome to the myriad phenomena corridor. Whis' voice remained serene. A soft, steady luminescence emanated from him, anchoring a small pocket of stability, a temporary sanctuary amid the chaos. This is the fringe where high-dimensional rules project into our universe, a buffer zone where laws remain uncrystallized, perpetually self-calculating and evolving. One might also call it the draft paper upon which that debug command is attempting to inscribe new axioms. Beerus grimaced, feeling the disordered fluctuations of cosmic law pressing upon him. The destructive power of a god of destruction itself heavily suppressed, as though striking into endless yielding cotton. Damn it. How do we track down that wretched administrator in a place like this? It is not here, not in essence. Whis explained. This corridor is merely its interface, its projected influence. We must traverse this expanse to locate the gateway leading to its core logical layer. But conventional movement holds no meaning here. As if to confirm Whis' words, a nearby stream of particles, previously flowing placidly, suddenly contorted, violently coalescing into a wall composed entirely of luminous, frigid mathematical formulae bearing down upon them. In its wake, surrounding rule fragments were absorbed and assimilated, seamlessly integrated into its structure. Rule assimilation assault. Sun Wuxing instantly identified the threat. Contact would dissolve one's very existence, reassembling it as part of the corridor's architecture. Who cares what it is? Vegeta roared, unleashing ultra instinct. His fist struck the formulaic wall with planet-shattering force. Yet the blow vanished without ripple or recoil, as though sinking into bottomless mud. The wall seemed non-existent within physical dimensionality. Vegeta's punch passed straight through, and in response the ambient rule fragments convulsed, spawning razor-edged geometric spines that materialized from thin air and lanced toward him. Watch out. Sun Wukong activated instant transmission. though its efficacy was severely degraded, warping his trajectory. His silver and gold aura surging forth as a gentle, resilient barrier that barely deflected the spines in time. Yet the instant the barrier met the spine, Sun Wukong sensed a subtle drain, not just of energy, but of his own comprehension of cosmic order, as if the corridor had momentarily learned and replicated it. Here brute force attacks are futile, and worse, they nourish its evolution. Whis tapped his staff lightly. An imperceptible wave rippled outward, gently smoothing the formulaic wall until it dissolved back into formless particle currents. What is required is not domination, but understanding adaptation, or rather guiding this chaos with a higher, more sovereign order. Sun Wukong stirred with sudden insight. He recalled how emotional resonance had once disrupted the debug command. Closing his eyes, he ceased resisting, and instead re-entered that state of profound attunement where body, spirit, and cosmic law resonated as one. His silver and gold radiance softened, no longer aggressive but fluid as mercury, gently extending, sensing, and embracing the ever-shifting rule fragments around him. Gradually, the turbulence in his immediate vicinity calmed. The chaotic particle streams quieted, no longer hostile, instead swaying subtly in harmony with the rhythm of his life force. Father's method is effective. Sun Wuxing registered the data shift instantly. High-frequency life resonance establishes temporary synchronization with local rules, significantly reducing environmental hostility. He too began to adapt. His logic core no longer strained to parse every chaotic datum, but instead searched deliberately for harmonic frequency nodes within the rule flow, and emitted precisely tuned energy pulses to resonate with them. Though lacking Sun Wukong's intuitive grace, his unparalleled computational power allowed him to approximate the same effect, carving out a fragile oasis of stabilized data in his wake. Vegeta watched, brow furrowed. His path was one of absolute control and annihilation. This philosophy of merging and guiding stood utterly alien to his nature. He attempted to impose his will upon the chaos, yet achieved little beyond provoking intensified counterreactions from the rule fragments, leaving him visibly flustered. Vegeta Whis said calmly, "Your purity need not be confined to destruction alone. Focus your will upon existence itself. Let your unwavering, immutable conviction carve out a domain of your own within this chaos." Vegeta paused, then understood. He ceased attacking, ceased adapting, and instead drew ultra instinct inward, forging around himself an intensely compact, impenetrable will barrier impervious to external rule interference. His indigo aura no longer flared outward but congealed into armor-like substance, sealing him off completely from the corridor's turbulent reality. Though he could not influence the environment as Sun Wukong or Sun Wuxing did, he secured his own inviolability. Thus the four advanced, each by a distinct path, through the myriad phenomena corridor. Sun Wukong guided the way through resonance. Sun Wuxing optimized their course through computation. A Vegeta anchored himself with unshakable will, and Whis served as their unwavering beacon, providing omnidirectional guidance and defusing crises as they arose. Along the way, they encountered surreal manifestations of rule distortion, time accelerating or reversing without warning, gravity shifting direction mid-stride, traps materializing from pure logical paradoxes. Each trial a crucible testing the integrity of their respective paths. Sun Wukong's mastery of the unfettered ultimate will deepened further. He began briefly pre-perceiving shifts in cosmic law. Sun Wuxing's logic core forged in the fires of infinite paradoxes and anomalies evolved new modules capable of processing fuzzy logic and probability cloud events, and Vegeta's will barrier, tempered by relentless assault, grew ever denser, sharper, and more absolute. How long they traveled none could say, until having pierced a nebula composed of infinitesimal self-generating and self-annihilating cosmos models, the vista before them suddenly cleared. The chaotic rule fragments thinned. In their place loomed the vast spectral silhouette of a colossal edifice, constructed not of stone or steel, but of ceaselessly flowing luminescent code and interwoven data chains. Its architecture defied rational comprehension. It seemed simultaneously present across all dimensions, radiating an aura of glacial absolute and irrefutable order. And suspended directly before that spectral structure hovered a familiar, chilling presence, the emerald violet energy fragment that had survived Moro's annihilation. Now vastly enlarged, having absorbed countless rule fragments from the corridor, it had swollen into a shifting, unstable energy mass guarding the sole passage toward the edifice, emanating a perilous fusion of Moro's malice and the corridor's primordial chaos. So Moro's residue found itself a new host here, became nothing more than a gatekeeper. Beerus observed, eyes flashing with cold resolve. Beyond it lies the core interface of the debug command, was affirmed. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, silver and gold eyes blazing with battle lust. Then let's dispose of this gatekeeper first. Thus the prelude to the final confrontation shifted from the lawless corridors of rule to the threshold of that immense Datarchitecton. And the first adversary awaiting them was Moro's rekindled remnant Reborn with the corridor's terrifying power. The energy conglomerate suspended before the colossal data structure was no longer just a trivial fragment of emerald purple. It greedily devoured countless chaotic rule fragments within the myriad corridors, expanding into a colossal shadow that writhed and shifted in form. Its core remained the iconic emerald purple malevolence of the Mo Luo, yet its surface was covered with countless flickering geometric patterns, shattered mathematical formulas, and twisted physical laws resembling a grotesque monster forcefully stitched together from myriad alien rules. It had no distinct facial features, yet emanated a nauseating pressure that mingled the greed of Mo Luo with the chaotic traits of the corridors. A roar erupted, not transmitted through the air, but directly impacting the level of rules filled with chaos and brutality bursting forth from the conglomerate. It seemed to perceive Sun Wukong and his companions as threats invading its territory, initiating the attack. A section of the conglomerate's surface suddenly twisted, transforming into a vast invisible vortex composed purely of entropy, increased law fragments. The vortex did not generate gravitational pull, but instead an absolute order collapse force field enveloping the four. Wherever the field passed, even the edges of the safe island maintained by Weiss began to blur, and the structural rules faced disintegration. It's using the corridor's rule fragments to attack. Sun Wukong quickly deduced target to dismantle our existence's order. Annoying trick. Vegeta roared, contracting his self-willed barrier with all his might, condensing his indigo aura into a tangible form to withstand the entropy vortex. The barrier made contact with the chaotic force field, emitting a shrill sound akin to glass being scraped. Vegeta let out a muffled groan, his face slightly pale. His absolute order realm clashed directly with the opponent's absolute chaos realm, barely holding on, but at great cost. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, the silver-golden aura swirling around him. Instead of choosing to resist directly, he stepped forward, tracing profound trajectories with his hands in front of him. His movements stirred the brilliance around him. The silver-golden aura, infused with emotion, transformed from mere defense into a proactive force advancing towards the entropy vortex. A wondrous event occurred. When the life-filled emotional energy met the lifeless entropy rules, instead of exploding, it reacted violently, like clear water dropping into boiling oil. The positive emotions contained within the silver-golden aura, such as hope and protection, countered and neutralized the entropy's destruction and chaos on a rule level. The invisible vortex began to destabilize under the influence of the silver-golden radiance, with some areas, even briefly, reversing, rekindling faint glimmers of order. Emotions can influence rules. Sun Wukong captured this astonishing scene as the logical core frantically deduced. Hypothesis: high-dimensional information possesses attributes or tendencies. Emotional energy carries strong tendencies of order and creation, creating a counteracting effect against the rule fragments inclined towards chaos and destruction. This discovery provided him with a new direction for his future evolution. The conglomerate seemed enraged by Sun Wukong's counterattack. Its massive body rolled violently, with countless rule fragments on its surface rapidly assembling, instantaneously forming dozens of spears of rules shimmering with dangerous light, composed of different physical constants. These spears had varied attributes. Some bore the freezing law of absolute zero, others carried penetrating features of strong interactions, and some even distorted causality, seemingly ensuring a hit once fired. Scatter! Weiss urged, lightly tapping his staff, attempting to deflect the trajectory of some spears with a gentle light screen. But the number of rule spears was too great, and their attributes too bizarre, covering all angles of evasion. Trivial tricks. Vegeta's eyes flashed with resolve, no longer passively defending. He pushed the power of his self-willed intent to the extreme, compressing his indigo aura to no longer form a barrier, but to condense it upon his fists. He roared, his fists striking like a pile driver in rapid succession. Each punch was not aimless, but precisely targeted at the core constant nodes of each rule spear. He intended to forcibly correct these distorted rules with absolute will and strength. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening explosions erupted at the rule level. Where Vegeta's fists collided with the rule spears, the space cracked like a shattered mirror. Some spears were directly smashed into basic particle streams by the force of his absolute destructive will. Others triggered rule conflicts during the confrontation, resulting in localized explosions. Vegeta's figure weaved through the flames of the explosions, his fists stained with blood, yet growing bolder in battle, showcasing the pride of the Saiyan Prince and his will to destroy with vivid clarity. Sun Wukong was not idle either. His emerald eyes locked onto the ever-changing core of the conglomerate, the emerald purple essence of Mo Luo. The analysis panel operated at high-speed target core, a mixture of high-concentration, malevolent life energy, and unknown high-dimensional rule fragments. The structure is extremely unstable, with multiple energy turbulence points and rule conflict zones. Weakness analysis, its internal rules cannot self-consist, presenting logical paradoxes. Father, Mr. Vegeta, Son Wukong transmitted, the target core structure has inherent contradictions. Attacking its rule conflict points can trigger a chain collapse. At the same time, he shared the coordinates of the most unstable conflict points with the two. Son Wukong understood immediately, his silver-golden aura shifting again, no longer pursuing large-scale neutrality, but highly condensing into several slender, yet exceedingly refined light threads shooting towards the conflict points marked by Son Wukong with surgical precision. Where the light threads passed, the rule fragments on the surface of the conglomerate scattered and disintegrated as if encountering their nemesis. Vegeta, receiving the coordinates, intensified his assault. He disregarded the distracting rule fragments, concentrating all his power at a single point, the indigo fist aura drilling toward the largest rule conflict point. The conglomerate emitted a painful rule-level shriek. It attempted to mobilize more rule fragments to repair the damage, but the inherent structural contradictions were infinitely amplified under the precise external strikes. The emerald purple core flickered violently, and the rule fragments on the surface began to disintegrate and fall apart on a large scale. Final strike. Son Wukong sensed the conglomerate's weakness, a glimmer of determination flashing in his silver-golden eyes. He elevated all his fervent emotions, trust in his companion's protection of his homeland and hope for the future, to the utmost, fully integrating them into his aura. The silver-golden brilliance surged instantaneously, transforming into a torrent penetrating the realm of rules, no longer merely neutralizing or cutting, but embodying an intent of inclusiveness and purification, completely engulfing the entire conglomerate. Dispersed. Vegeta simultaneously erupted, delivering the ultimate punch, concentrated with all his will and power, striking at the core emerald purple light mass of the conglomerate. Boom. This explosion was not an energy release, but a complete collapse of the rule structure. The conglomerate shattered like a sandcastle, stripped of its skeleton, fracturing into basic chaotic energy particles and rule fragments under the dual impact of the silver-golden torrent and destructive punch, dissipating within the myriad corridors. The lingering consciousness of Mo Luo, after emitting a voiceless roar of extreme reluctance, also completely vanished. The battle concluded. The surrounding chaotic rule fragments seemed to have calmed down significantly. Son Wukong panted slightly, the silver-golden aura gradually receding, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his gaze remained bright. He felt that after this battle he had gained greater control over the fusion of emotions and rules. Vegeta landed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, snorted coldly, yet a hint of satisfaction glimmered in his eyes. This battle against the rule-level opponent had given him a new understanding of the essence of power. Son Wukong quietly recorded all the data, particularly the interaction model between emotional energy and rule fragments, which was invaluable to him. Weiss looked at the three, nodding approvingly. Well done. You have begun to understand how to fight in this environment. However, this is just the beginning. His gaze turned towards the colossal data structure still suspended ahead, emanating a cold sense of order. With the watchdog dealt with, it's time to meet the main event. The entrance to the core of debug instructions lay right before them. The dispersal of the remnants of the Mo Luo aggregation makes the path to the phantom of the data megastructure clear. The grand edifice, composed of flowing code and data chains, now looms close, emanating a chilling sense of cold order. It resembles not a building, but rather an immense, functioning living program, with its surface constantly flowing with luminescent code, as if representing its thought processes. Weiss led the three, cautiously approaching. As the distance narrowed, the invisible pressure emanating from the megastructure attempting to standardize everything intensified. Son Wukong was surrounded by a swirling silver-golden aura, resisting this assimilative force on a regulatory level. Vegeta's will barrier emitted a faint hum. Son Wukong adjusted his energy frequency, continuously striving to achieve a dynamic balance with this pressure. Finally, they reached the surface of the megastructure. It was not a solid wall, but a membrane of energy composed of countless intricate, ever-changing geometric symbols. Countless streams of information flowed across the membrane, revealing scans of countless life planets in the seventh universe, energy structure analyses, and even projections of civilization evolution models. This is the interface for the debugging command. Weiss lightly tapped the energy membrane with his staff, and a gentle glow penetrated it, seemingly attempting some form of communication. It is not a life form with consciousness as we understand it, but rather an activated, exceedingly complex cosmic program. We can refer to it as Ananke. Son Wukong repeated this unfamiliar name. In ancient mythology, Ananke represents inevitability, fate, and compulsion, Weiss explained. This name suits it well. It perceives the current forms of life in the universe as having deficiencies diverging from a certain predetermined optimal path, and thus it enforces corrections. At that moment, the information flow on the energy membrane suddenly accelerated, and a cold, emotionless voice resonated directly in the depths of their consciousness, not through auditory means, but as direct information transmission, identification, high authority life, forms destroyer Beerus angel, Weiss high adaptability life template Sun, Wukong high purity, while aggregation Vegeta abnormal logic life, forms Sun Wukong. State unauthorized interaction with the regulatory level detected. According to Chapter 7, Article 3 of the underlying protocol, there is authority to inspect units interfering with the standardization process. Inspection. Beerus anger surged. Who do you think you are to inspect me? Logical feedback. Individual Beerus duty to maintain the balance of cosmic material energy. Current behavior conflicts with core responsibilities. Suggestion. Recalibrate behavioral logic. Cooperate with Ananke protocol execution. Nonsense. Beerus purple destructive energy surged, ready to strike. Weiss raised his hand to stop him and calmly addressed the energy membrane. Ananke, on what basis do you define your optimal path standards? Why do you deem the current life forms to be flawed? The information flow on the energy membrane shifted again, revealing complex charts and models. Standard basis maximization of cosmic entropy, increase efficiency optimization of energy utilization, 100 predictability of civilization development, absolute rationalization of individual behavioral logic. Evidence of deficiencies. Current life forms exhibit a multitude of irrational behaviors, such as emotional impulses, altruism, artistic creation, leading to severe energy wastage, and the process of civilization is fraught with uncertainty, harboring a high probability of internal conflict or even self-destruction. Refer to model projection probability of civilization self-destruction 78.45. Proposal. Execute emotional detachment logical optimization population standardization, which could reduce the probability of civilization self-destruction to 0.001, while boosting overall cosmic entropy, increase efficiency by 325. 7. Gazing at the cold data and inhumane optimization proposals, Sun Wukong felt a chill rising from the depths of his heart. This completely negates the meaning and value of life. What kind of joke is this? Sun Wukong retorted loudly. Without emotions, without dreams, without trust among friends, what is the point of such life? Even if we live longer, what is the significance? Logical rebuttal. Meaning is a fictional concept created by inefficient life forms to explain their existence. Efficiency and survival are the highest principles. Individual Sun Wukong, your ultimate freedom state is close to the efficient template, but still contaminated by emotional variables leading to energy control fluctuations of 0.0001. Suggestion. Accept deep optimization. Sun Wukong was so furious he couldn't speak. Vegeta coldly remarked, Humph, by your reasoning, our Saiyan pursuit of powerful combat desire is also a defect that needs to be optimized away. Confirmation. Combat desire is a product of an inefficient competitive model leading to significant unnecessary energy loss. Suggestion. Replace with a more efficient energy collection and cooperation model. Ananke. Sun Wukong said suddenly, his emerald eyes fixed on the energy membrane. Does your projection model consider the irrational variables that may bring about creativity and adaptability beyond mere efficiency? The information flow on the energy membrane paused momentarily, as if processing this question. The model has included creativity and adaptability variables. However, data analysis indicates that creativity driven by irrationality possesses a high level of uncontrollability, with its positive benefits far outweighed by the chaos costs it incurs. Directional evolution under absolute rationality is more efficient. Supplement. Individual Sun Wukong, your form of existence has remarkable research value. The fusion of logical core and life units points to a potential high-efficiency path different from current carbon-based life. Suggestion. Submit your complete data model for Ananke protocol reference optimization. Sun Wukong fell silent. Submitting the data model meant that everything about him would be thoroughly analyzed by this cold existence, and he could even be copied or transformed. This touched upon his core bottom line. Communication hit a stalemate. Ananke's logic was self-contained, utterly unyielding to reason. It was like a supercomputer operating strictly according to its programming, believing its solution was the only correct path. It seems that words are useless now. Beerus lost his patience, and the destructive energy began to rise without reserve. Since you refuse to reason, then ill-use power to silence you. Weiss sighed. Indeed, its core logic has solidified and cannot be altered through dialogue. The only way is to find its core instruction set, or forcibly interrupt its operation. Just as Beerus prepared to strike and Sun Wukong and Vegeta were poised for action, the voice of Ananke sounded once more, this time imbued with a hint of imperceptible curiosity. Detected high concentration, high complexity, irrational variable aggregation, pointing to Sun Wukong. Detected extremely high purity order, while aggregation pointing to Vegeta. Detected logic life, hybrid evolution entity, pointing to Sun Wukong. Proposal: conduct an empirical test. Content: Ananke will project a highly simulated reality environment. You will enter it, and in your own way prove that the irrational values you uphold can withstand the civilization-destroying crisis projected in the Ananke protocol. Rules: if you succeed, the protocol will reassess the value of current life forms and suspend the standardization process. If you fail, you must unconditionally accept optimization and become the template for the new universe. A massive vortex entrance composed entirely of pure data slowly opened on the energy membrane. Behind the vortex, a world scene shrouded in smoke and fraught with crisis could be vaguely seen, proving the value of our existence. Sun Wukong looked at the vortex, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. All right, I'll show you. Vegeta snorted coldly, just what I wanted. Let this metal lump witness the will of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong glanced at Weiss and Beerus. Weiss nodded. This is an opportunity. Although the risks are enormous, it is certainly better than direct confrontation on the regulatory level. We will maintain the passage here and monitor the true form of Ananke. Beerus crossed his arms. Don't embarrass us. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and leaped into the data vortex. Where they were headed was a trial ground created by Ananke intended to prove their errors. The outcome of this trial would determine the future of all life in the seventh universe. The sensation of being torn apart by the data vortex was utterly distinct from the folds of time and space. It resembled a dizzying experience of consciousness being forcibly extracted and then plunged into a preset template. As the feeling of solid ground returned, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong's brother found themselves in a world that was both familiar and strange. The sky was a oppressive lead gray, seemingly perpetually shrouded by dense clouds of pollution. The earth was cracked and parched, and the air was laden with the acrid stench of chemicals and radioactive dust. In the distance, the once thriving city lay in ruins like the skeletal remains of a colossal beast. Faint sounds of sporadic explosions and anguished cries could be heard, mingled with the roars of some otherworldly beings. This was a typical apocalyptic scene following the collapse of civilization. Is this Earth? Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. He could sense the breath of this world was extremely weak and chaotic, filled with despair and deathly silence, yet the remnants of certain landmark structures bore a striking resemblance to Earth as he remembered it. It's a simulation. Sun Wukong's brother quickly scanned the environment with his emerald eyes. The physical parameters are highly realistic, but the life-energy response patterns are singular and rife, with negative emotions conforming to the standard model of self-destruction in civilization as predicted by Ananke. This is a test site to prove the necessity of its optimization. At that moment, the cold voice of consciousness resonated directly in their minds. The simulation scene has been successfully loaded. Post-collapse civilization, standard template T7. Background: due to multiple irrational factors such as resource disputes, gene weapon failures, and artificial intelligence rebellions, the civilization of this planet has plunged into irreversible collapse. The remaining survivors are less than 1/10th trapped in absolute jungle law, and the spark of civilization is on the verge of extinction. Challenge: within 72 hours, simulated time prove that the emotions, bonds, and other irrational factors you uphold can create a higher survival probability and civilization continuity potential in this dire situation than what absolute rationality can provide. Observation begins. The voice vanished, leaving behind only the unsettling background noise of the dead world. Proof? How do we prove this? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Should we rescue all the survivors? It's probably not that simple. Sun Wukong's brother pointed to a distant underground shelter entrance that seemed to have a faint energy response. According to the model predictions, in such an environment, it would be extremely difficult for survivors to establish trust. They may even attack each other out of extreme fear and selfishness. Simply rescuing them might backfire. Just as he said this, a commotion and gunfire suddenly erupted from the shelter entrance. Several ragged, fierce-looking survivors were crazily shooting at each other over a small canister that appeared to contain food, their eyes filled with a wild, beast-like madness and greed. Vegeta snorted coldly, his indigo aura flickering slightly as he appeared among the group. The overwhelming pressure of his presence froze the survivors in place, inducing stark terror. Trash, Vegeta said disdainfully as he looked at them. It's pathetic to kill each other over such trivial things. With a casual wave of his hand, a gentle wave of energy pushed the individuals apart, and he levitated the can of food into his hand, only to find it was nothing but expired protein bars. The survivors trembled in fear, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Vegeta, yet not a shred of gratitude was present. Did you see that? Sun Wukong's brother analyzed. In an environment of absolute despair, fear and selfishness overshadow everything. Simple displays of force can only yield temporary submission. They cannot establish genuine order and hope. This is precisely the outcome caused by the emotional flaws that Ananke believes need to be optimized away. Sun Wukong looked into the hollow and despairing eyes of the survivors, his heart aching. He recalled the crises that Earth once faced, but back then people still had hope and the warmth of mutual support. Here, however, there was only an icy chill. No, Sun Wukong murmured, something must be wrong. Emotions can lead to conflict, but they can also bring unity and courage. He approached the group of survivors, suppressing all his energy and forcing a gentle smile onto his face. Hey, don't be afraid, we are not bad people. What happened here? Are there other survivors? The survivors watched him warily, but no one answered. One middle-aged man who appeared slightly calmer trembled as he pointed deep into the shelter, his voice hoarse inside. There are dozens of people, but there are cleaners. Before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently. From deep within the shelter came the chilling sounds of metal scraping and roaring. Following that, several menacing spider-like killing machines along with a few clearly mutated monsters that had lost their sanity burst forth from the depths of the passage. Their target was unmistakably all living beings in front of them. Cleaners are automated killing machines created by various countries before the collapse, and the victims of gene pollution. Sun Wukong's brother quickly identified the targets. Just what I wanted. Vegeta's fighting spirit soared as he prepared to eliminate these minions. Wait, Vegeta. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, don't kill them outright. Not kill them. Let them continue killing. Vegeta frowned. No, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Look at those monsters. They may be mad, but deep within their gaze, it seems there is a hint of pain. And those robots, can they be interfered with or shut down? Sun Wukong's brother immediately understood Sun Wukong's intentions. Father wants to try to save rather than destroy. To prove that even in dire straits there exist possibilities beyond annihilating the enemy. Exactly. Sun Wukong nodded. If it's just a competition of who can kill faster, how is that any different from the absolute efficiency championed by Ananke? What we need to prove is that understanding and compassion brought about by emotions can yield entirely different outcomes. This idea was incredibly bold, even a bit naive. Yet Vegeta, looking at Sun Wukong's resolute gaze and glancing again at the despairing and wailing survivors being hunted by the robots, snorted coldly and retracted some of his power. Do as you wish. If this goes wrong, don't expect me to save you. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and his silver golden aura began to circulate again, but this time it was not for battle. He spread his aura, gently attempting to feel the energy cores and residual consciousness of the killing robots and mutated monsters. He approached a spider robot that was wildly shooting, wrapping his silver golden aura around it like tendrils. The robot struggled violently, but within Sun Wukong's aura lay the notions of calm and understanding. It was not a forceful control, but rather an attempt to engage in an exceedingly subtle communication with its underlying program. Miraculously, the robot's movements momentarily hesitated, a flicker of chaotic data flowing through its crimson electronic eyes. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's brother had also locked onto a mutated monster. His logical core rapidly analyzed the monster's distorted genetic structure and chaotic brainwaves, seeking possible remnants of humanity's consciousness. He released finely tuned biological electrical signals, attempting to guide and soothe on a mental level. Vegeta, though dismissive, did not stand idly by. He used his formidable willpower to mentally deter and inspire the survivors, forcibly suppressing their fears and igniting their remaining will to survive, prompting them to begin organized retreats and seek cover rather than waiting to die like headless flies. This was a silent battle, far more arduous than direct annihilation. Sun Wukong's forehead beaded with sweat as the communication with the cold program consumed a significant portion of his mental energy. Sun Wukong's brother's logical core, slightly overheated from processing a vast amount of chaotic biological data, Vegeta needed to exercise extreme precision in controlling his mental output to avoid causing permanent damage. Time passed second by second. Some robots were successfully calmed by Sun Wukong and fell into standby mode. Some monsters became slightly less frenzied under Sun Wukong's guidance. The survivors, under Vegeta's command, began attempting limited counterattacks and self-rescue with the rudimentary weapons they found. Although progress was slow and failures occurred from time to time, one robot suddenly self-destructed and a monster went completely mad. A faint spark of hope, something that should not have existed in this simulated dire situation, was indeed ignited by these three variables who did not belong here. The surviving dozens gradually shed the despair and madness in their eyes, replaced by a flicker of unbelievable vitality and a weak but genuine trust towards Sun Wukong and the others. Observation data updated. Survivor survival probability increased from the baseline of 0. 5 to 7. 3. Group Cooperation Index increased from 0.1 to 5.8. The baseline is the average value during peacetime before the collapse at 1. Abnormal variables detected: irrational emotional drives, empathy, trust, hope, significantly diverged from the system's predictive model. The core logic library of the Ananke Agreement encountered an unresolved contradiction error. In the cold prompt voice, for the first time there appeared a hint of lag and uncertainty. Suddenly the entire simulated world began to shake violently. The lead clouds in the sky spun wildly, and the ground cracked. All sights began to blur and distort. What's happening? Vegeta warily looked around. The simulation world is collapsing. Sun Wukong's brother analyzed. The core logic of Ananke seems to have entered a logical deadlock due to its inability to process the massive deviation between the emotional variables we introduced and the preset absolute rationality model. Or rather, a logical collapse. Sun Wukong looked at the survivors who began to support each other, their eyes rekindled with light, and smiled. He shouted at the sky, "Do you see it? This is the power of emotions. It is not a flaw. It is a reason for life to find light even in the darkest moments." Boom. The simulated world completely collapsed. All sights turned into pure data streams and then dissipated. The three returned to the corridor of all things, standing before the enormous energy membrane of the data construct. On the energy membrane, the cold and absolute information flow had vanished, replaced by a chaotic waterfall of continuously erroring codes. The entire giant construct's radiance became flickering and uncertain, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Ananke seemed to have been persuaded by them in the most fundamental way. The cold and absolute information flow of Ananke vanished, replaced by a chaotic cascade of flashing error codes on the energy membrane. The grand phantom of the data giant flickered violently like a candle in the wind, its oppressive order dissipating like a retreating tide, leaving behind a sense of chaos and fragility on the brink of collapse. The chaotic fragments of rules once suppressed by the power of Ananke within the myriad corridors seemed to lose their restraints at this moment, dancing in a more frantic manner, yet imbued with a sense of bewilderment. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong stood before the energy membrane, feeling the drastic changes in their surroundings, all understanding in their hearts. They had succeeded. They had proven in the most essential way that emotion and irrationality are not flaws of the universe, but rather the source of power that allows life to create miracles and transcend cold logic in dire circumstances. This proof directly impacted the core logical foundation upon which Ananke existed, leading to the collapse of its system. Is it over? Sun Wukong gazed at the crumbling giant before him. A trace of fatigue flashed in his silver-gold interwoven eyes, but more so was a sense of relief and joy. The survivors in the simulated world reignited hope in their eyes, still vividly imprinted in his mind. Seems like this iron lump isn't so great after all. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted coldly, but the tension in his shoulders relaxed. Just moments ago, forcefully guiding those desperate survivors with sheer will in the simulated world was a new and not so easy experience for him. Sun Wukong's emerald eyes quickly scanned the collapsing system as the logical core analyzed the vast stream of error data with all its might. System collapse confirmed. Core logical chain severed. Standardization process forcibly terminated. Threat level reduced to harmless. He paused for a moment, adding a remark: based on the emotional variable module's inference, the target system seems to have entered a state of cognitive dissonance. At that moment, Whis and Beerus appeared beside them. Beerus looked at the crumbling data giant and scoffed, causing such a stir only to be so easily defeated. So boring. Whis, on the other hand, smiled with an approving gaze. Well done, kids. Not only did you avert a disaster, but you also accomplished a great proving of the way. Using the power of emotion to shatter absolute rationality is perhaps an exceedingly rare case in the entire history of the multiverse. He turned towards the collapsing giant, lightly tapping his staff as a gentle yet vast light enveloped the scene. Not an attack, but rather like tender hands beginning to guide the raging fragments of rules and collapsing data streams to prevent them from being utterly obliterated or triggering greater rule tsunamis. However, Ananke itself is not evil. It is merely an ancient protocol that has been activated. Whis explained while stabilizing the situation. Its collapse means that the seventh universe has temporarily escaped the threat of being forcibly standardized. But this also leaves a question. What question? Sun Wukong asked. It is the reason why Ananke was activated. Whis' gaze deepened. Why was it activated at this particular moment? Was it due to the Moro incident? Or did the tournament of power attract the attention of the Omni King? Or has the universe itself entered a special cycle? His words plunged everyone into contemplation. Indeed, the sudden emergence of Ananke seemed to conceal deeper reasons. At that moment, a faint yet exceptionally pure white light suddenly illuminated the center of the collapsing giant. The light bore no aggression, rather it carried an ancient, weathered, and even a hint of Apology. An extremely fragmented, intermittent stream of information struggled to convey itself no longer in the cold language of programming, but more like an instinctive whisper protocol. Logical error. Unable to parse. Variable emotion. Exceeds model. Inference. Correction. Life form. Existence. Higher value. Bottom level command. Sleep. Restart conditions. Not met. Warning. Activation source. Unknown. Higher authority. Interference. The stream of information abruptly cut off as that white light dimmed completely, like a star exhausting its last energy. The entire phantom of the data giant ultimately transformed into countless flickering data snowflakes, slowly dissipating in the chaotic flow of the myriad corridors, leaving behind a relatively calm area that seemed devoid of a certain core support. Higher authority interference. Beerus caught the key word, and his purple pupils suddenly contracted. Whis, what does that mean? Is there another higher authority besides Lord Omni-King? Whis' expression became unusually serious as he gently shook his head. Not clear. Ananke is an extraordinarily ancient existence, its underlying protocol possibly tracing back to the very dawn of the universe. The higher authority it mentioned may involve deeper secrets of the multiverse's composition that we have yet to know. This might be a significant discovery that needs to be reported to the Grand Minister or even Lord Omni-King. The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. What was thought to be a solved major problem seemed to have unearthed an even larger mystery. While thinking too much is pointless, Sun Wukong was quite optimistic, clapping his hands. Anyway, the trouble is resolved now. Earth and everyone are safe, and that's what matters most. As for the future, we'll deal with it when it happens. His optimism infected everyone. Vegeta snorted as if to agree. Sun Wukong also began to focus on recording and analyzing the precious data fragments regarding the underlying rules of the universe released during the collapse of Ananke. Whis smiled, waving his staff as a stable spatial passage opened before the group, leading to the familiar site of the Earth Capsule Corporation laboratory. All right, this matter is settled. Let's return. We need to summarize this incident properly. Moreover, he looked at Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, saying meaningfully, after this direct dialogue with the level of rules the two of you will likely need a long time to digest and consolidate your gains. Everyone passed through the spatial passage and returned to Earth. In the laboratory, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, and others had been anxiously waiting. They finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their safe return. In the following days, Earth returned to its usual tranquility. Yet beneath this tranquility lay unusual ripples. Sun Wukong began to meditate more deeply, savoring the exquisite state of merging emotion with rules he experienced in the simulated world. His perfect freedom ultimate technique seemed to become more harmonious, with an indescribable human touch added to the silver golden aura. Although Vegeta did not voice it, he focused more on refining the purity of his will during training, not merely pursuing destructive power, but seeking an absolute sense of my heart. Is the universe, subtly indicating his self-ultimate state, was hinting at a transformation into deeper realms. Sun Wukong's transformation was the most significant. He spent long hours in the laboratory, not only digesting the vast high-dimensional data obtained from Ananke and the myriad corridors, but also beginning to attempt a deeper integration of the emotional variable-assisted decision-making system with his logical core. Occasionally, when he performed complex deductions, a faint glimmer of something akin to intuition would flash in his emerald eyes. Though fleeting, it marked the beginning of his evolutionary journey into a new domain. Whis and Beerus returned to the God of Destruction realm after a short stay. They needed to report the matters of Ananke and higher authority to the next level. Beneath the calm of the universe, dark currents still surged. One evening, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong stood side by side on the peak of Baozi Mountain, gazing at the tranquil earth beneath the sunset. Sun Wukong suddenly spoke, his voice calm. Do you think that Ananke, in the end, got a bit of understanding? Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment as his logical core retrieved the last stream of data from Ananke before its collapse for further analysis. Emotional tendency analysis of the information flow, low confidence, traces of confusion, recognition, and relief emotions remain. Based on the data inference, Sun Wukong replied, this possibility exists. Its collapse may not be a complete death, but rather a form of formatting and sleep based on new cognition. Sun Wukong smiled, revealing his white teeth. That's good. It seems that even an iron lump can reason. The afterglow of the setting sun elongated their shadows. A crisis concerning the life forms of the universe was temporarily averted, but the warriors' steps forward would never cease. When the next challenge comes, they will surely greet it with an even more powerful stance. The threat of Anin could dissipated like a bizarre dream, vanishing into the chaotic currents of the rules within the myriad corridors of existence as the colossal data structure collapsed. The seventh universe did not experience earth-shattering changes. The vast majority of life remained oblivious, continuing to move along their respective orbits. However, for the warriors who had personally endured this clash of rules, the colors of the universe had undergone subtle yet profound changes in their eyes. On Earth at Bowsy Mountain, the morning mist had yet to dissipate and dewdrops sparkled on the blades of grass. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on a massive rock at the edge of a cliff behind the house, eyes closed in deep concentration. He was not engaged in intense sparring, nor was he deliberately circulating his energy. He simply sat quietly, breathing slowly, as if he had merged with the surrounding mountains, the gentle breeze, and even the rising sun. The silver-golden aura surrounding him did not manifest, but if observed from a higher dimensional perspective, one would notice the space-time structure around his body, gently undulating at an extraordinarily harmonious and natural frequency, as if he were an inseparable part of this space. His confrontation with Anan Ku led him to understand Zai Ji not merely as a means of combat evasion and energy control, but to reach deeper resonances with existence itself and the rules of the universe. What he now pursued was a state of stillness within movement and movement within stillness. Nearby, Vegeta's training approach was entirely different. He floated in midair, his indigo self-induced aura highly compressed, no longer as violently outwardly expressive as before, but instead clinging to his body like liquid metal flowing slowly. His eyes were tightly shut, brows slightly furrowed, as if engaged in an exceedingly difficult inner struggle. He was forging the absolute zero will that Whis had described, attempting to thoroughly refine and purify the innate violence, pride, and thirst for battle present in his Scion bloodline. Emotions he regarded as impurities, leaving only the purest essence of his pursuit of strength. This process was painful and lengthy, though every attempt to strip away emotions triggered violent backlash from the energy, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, the aura around him oscillating between extreme refinement and occasional loss of control, as if forging an unparalleled divine weapon. In the innermost laboratory of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Sun Wukong found himself in an ocean composed of countless holographic data streams. His emerald eyes scanned the waterfall of continuously refreshing information at a speed uncatchable by the naked eye. What he was doing was not merely simple data analysis, but an unprecedented attempt to cross-fuse and simulate the massive fragments of information about the fundamental rules of the universe released during the collapse of Anan Ku with the real-time data continuously collected from Sun Wukong and Vegeta regarding emotion-driven rule mutations. Constructing a new evolutionary model. Basic framework, logical extreme intent, upgraded version of the original Super Saiyan Path 4. Core variables introduced high-dimensional rule fragments from the collapse of Anan Ku, emotional energy spectrum from Sun Wukong, absolute will waveform from Vegeta. Simulation objective to find the dynamic balance point between logical computation and non-logical intuition, achieving controllable information manipulation at the rule level. Current progress 7. 3. The simulation run encountered numerous logical paradoxes necessitating the introduction of fuzzy tolerance thresholds and probability cloud decision mechanisms. Risk warning: forcibly merging high-dimensional information carries the risk of cognitive overload, potentially leading to the collapse of the logical core. Occasionally, during the most intense moments of data flow collisions, a small, exceedingly faint, yet simultaneously shimmering with rational cold light and emotional warm colors, strange energy cluster would unconsciously coalesce at Sun Wukong's fingertips, but it vanished almost as soon as it appeared, unable to stabilize. This was the first tentative yet determined step he took on the path to logical extreme intent. In the realm of gods of destruction, Beerus was uncharacteristically awake, holding a bucket of premium potato chips from Earth, crunching away while watching Whis gracefully practice an ancient cosmic dance in the distance. "Hey Whis," Beerus mumbled, "have you reported the whole Anan Ku situation to the Grand Priest yet?" "Oh yes, I briefly reported it through the Angel Channel," Whis replied, his movements fluid and graceful, as if weaving an invisible web of rules. "The Grand Priest seems quite interested and has indicated he will monitor related signs. As for the speculation about higher authority, there are no conclusions yet." "Humph, playing tricks," Beerus scoffed. "Whatever authority it is, if they dare to disrupt my universe, I'll just destroy them all." Yet deep within his purple eyes a hint of unnoticeable seriousness flickered. At his level, he understood the vastness of the universe. There were wonders beyond imagination, and some existences might be beyond even a god of destruction's easy handling. Deep within the universe, at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, a report marked low priority to be verified was casually filed away by an archivist into the vast database. The report came from a Suntoritire-old patrol officer, Mori, detailing anomalous deep space signals suspected to be related to the legend of the cosmic pulsation from millions of years ago. Without concrete evidence or subsequent observational support, this report was like a stone thrown into the ocean, failing to stir any ripples. However, in the unnoticed back-end logs of the headquarters main computer, an automatic record regarding unknown high-dimensional energy residual spectrum detected characteristics matching 18 with the pre-era observation records in the archive quietly generated only to be submerged by the massive daily data flow. On Namek, the Grand Elder Dan stood before the temple, gazing up at the now calm sky. Although the threat of the morrow had been eliminated, a lingering unease resided in his heart, as if something even larger and more indescribable was quietly watching everything from the shadows of the universe. He strengthened the planet's psychic barrier and prayed that this was merely an illusion born from excessive tension. The peaceful days passed one by one. Occasionally Son Wukong would take Son Gohan and Goten for light-hearted parent-child training, enjoying the joys of family life. Vegeta, amid his frenzied self-training, would also under Bulma's coercion accompany Trunks and Bra for a meal, still wearing a stern expression, but with noticeably softened eyes. Son Wukong would often be found in the lab with Bulma, exploring the possibilities of applying high-dimensional theories to practical technology. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, the undercurrents had never ceased to churn. One day, as Son Wukong entered deep meditation again, attempting to touch that arcane resonance of rules, an extremely brief, yet incredibly clear image flashed through his consciousness without warning. It was an indescribable mechanical jungle composed of countless rotating gears, glowing pipes, and flowing data torrents. And deep within the jungle, a pair of enormous, indifferent electronic eyes, as cold as stars, suddenly opened, seemingly piercing through the barriers of endless dimensions, locking eyes with his consciousness for a moment. What? Son Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, his silver-golden pupils constricting violently, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What happened, Dad? Son Gohan, who was practicing nearby, asked with concern. It's nothing. Son Wukong shook his head, suppressing the unease in his heart. The feeling of being watched by an existence far beyond imagination sent shivers down his spine. Was it an illusion generated by meditation? Or some kind of omen? Almost simultaneously, in the laboratory of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Son Wukong, who was processing data, suddenly received an exceedingly weak, unknown source of anomalous signal in his logical core. The signal was neither electromagnetic waves nor psychic resonance, but a binary coding pulse directly acting on the information layer with a complexity of structure far exceeding any technological civilization in Earth or the known universe. The content of the pulse was intermittent, seeming to contain fragments of information such as system self-check, coordinate calibration, dimensional anchor point instability, hunting protocol, initialization, which could not be fully deciphered. The signal lasted less than 0.1 seconds before disappearing as if it had never existed. Son Wukong mobilized all resources to trace it, but found nothing, as if that signal was a ghost from another dimension. A sharp glint flashed through his emerald eyes. Detected superregulatory information intrusion. Signal characteristics have no matches in known databases. Threat level unknown, extremely high. Correlation analysis. There exists a temporal correlation with the illusion reported by Father Son Wukong. There is a logical correlation possibility with the higher authority mentioned in the Ananku incident. Conclusion: there is a high probability that an unknown third-party force with cross-dimensional information interaction capabilities has begun preliminary exploration of the seventh universe. Son Wukong did not immediately inform everyone of this discovery to avoid causing unnecessary panic. However, he silently raised the sensitivity of the monitoring network to the highest level and began secretly constructing a defense and counter-tracking system against this kind of superregulatory information intrusion. Before a storm arrives, it is often the calmest moment. This time, beneath the tranquil surface of the sea, what brews may be an unprecedented tempest sweeping across the multiverse. The warriors had just quelled a crisis, unaware that a greater challenge had silently begun to unfold. The anomalous binary pulse signal detected by Sun Wuxing rippled across the information plane like a stone cast upon a still lake, silent in the physical realm, yet triggering a profound wordless alarm within the fabric of data itself. He did not raise the alarm immediately. Instead, he classified the matter as a top priority encrypted archive and secretly allocated nearly 80 of Capsule Corporation's supercomputer cluster to deep analysis and reverse tracing of this phantom signal. Deep within the laboratory, indicator lights flashed with unprecedented frequency, while the cooling systems emitted a low resonant hum. Phantom signal deep analysis log, highest privilege encryption. Signal nature confirmed non-electromagnetic, non-psionic, pure informational projection across dimensions. Its technological sophistication far surpasses the known comprehension of any extant cosmic civilization. Encoding architecture analysis employs multi-layered self-evolving encryption, foundational binary structure overlaid with duodecimal and imaginary logic strata, complexity escalating exponentially. Decryption progress 0.7. Fragmentary decoding partial. System self-diagnostic completion 99.8. Compatibility protocol verification in progress. Target universe 7th quadrant designation zone of abnormal biological vitality. Coordinate anchoring achieved. Deviation rate 0.0001. Hunting protocol. Initialization. Priority hunt. Target specimens high adaptability life template reference Sun Wukong. Anomalous logic life form reference Sun Wuxing. Warning high authority observer detected designation angel destruction god. Engaging concealment mode. Threat assessment updated unknown faction possesses cross-dimensional precision, targeting informational infiltration, and explicit hunting intent. Targets are explicitly focused on core combatants. Threat level elevated from unknown to existential level potential. Recommended action immediate deployment of universal information shielding barrier feasibility low, urgent alert to the destruction god realm draft report prepared. While Sun Wuxing devoted his full attention to this threat emerging from the information dimension, another seemingly unrelated event, potentially far more consequential, was unfolding quietly on an entirely different plane. The Palace of the Omni Kings. An immense pristine hall suspended beyond conventional space. Empty luminous existing almost as pure concept, where two Omni Kings sat side by side upon colossal thrones swinging their short legs idly. Before them floated a vast shimmering orb, the myriad vista sphere, continuously shifting through star maps energy flows, and the rise and fall of civilizations the ultimate monitor of multiversal equilibrium. So boring. Sighed Aquan the Omni King on the left, pouting with a voice both childlike and saturated with absolute ineffable authority. Yeah, nothing fun has happened lately. Chuanquan the Omni King on the right echoed him, idly flicking his tiny fingers at the orb, stars within it fractured and reformed like soap bubbles. At that moment the Grand Priest materialized silently before the thrones, bowing deeply, his ever-present smile serene and unchanging. Your omnipotent majesties, all universes remain stable. No incident requiring your direct intervention has arisen recently. Stability is boredom. Aquan grumbled, frowning. Chuanquan suddenly pointed toward an infinitesimal, nearly imperceptible residual energy fluctuation on the myriad vista sphere. Did this spot just flicker? It feels different. The Grand Priest followed his gaze, precisely to the region of Universe 7 where the faint echo originated, the lingering ripple of cosmic law left behind by the recent collapse of Ananke. Such a tremor was negligible on a universal scale, but the Omni King's perception transcends all rational bounds. Your omnipotent majesties, the Grand Priest replied calmly, this is but a minor perturbation of fundamental law at the periphery of Universe 7, already resolved by the local destruction god Beerus and his angel Whis, with zero impact upon cosmic balance. A perturbation of law. Aquan tilted his head, curiosity stirring. Who caused it? Per Whis's report, the Grand Priest reported, truthfully, tone even, as if recounting an ordinary daily occurrence. The incident involved a Scion warrior named Sun Wukong and an ancient cosmic protocol known as Ananke. Sun Wukong. Chuanquan blinked his large eyes. Is that the one whose hair changes color, and who had so much fun at the Tournament of Power? Yes, your omnipotent majesty. The ancient protocol, Ananke. Aquan seemed to recall something, tapping his chin, though whether he possessed one remained philosophically ambiguous. Long ago someone mentioned that name. Wasn't it something that tidies up the universe when things get too untidy? A subtle chill ran through the Grand Priest's spirit. How could the Omni Kings remember so archaic a term? Yet his expression remained placid. Your omnipotent majesty's wisdom is unmatched. The Ananke protocol indeed served such a function, but has been fully and properly neutralized. Neutralized? Aquan sounded faintly disappointed, then brightened with fresh curiosity. How did Sun Wukong neutralize it? Did he blast it apart with a giant energy sphere? According to Whis' account, the Grand Priest chose his words with care. The contestant Sun Wukong employed no brute force. Rather, he entered a unique state infused with overwhelming emotion and engaged the absolute rational logic of Ananke in a form of dialogue. That exchange ultimately shattered its foundational logic. Dialogue. Chuanquan's eye sparkled. Talking to a law? That sounds far more interesting than fighting. What flavor does emotion have? Aquan posed a more abstract question. The Grand Priest hesitated, then offered a gentle diplomatic reply. Emotion is a complex internal experience unique to living beings, not a physical substance, thus possessing no taste. Yet it undeniably yields many unforeseen effects. Oh, the two Omni Kings nodded, half comprehending, yet clearly captivated by the name Sun Wukong and the astonishing notion of dialoguing with cosmic law. For beings of infinite power and near omniscience, such irrational anomalies, defying all established logic, were rare precious sources of delight amid eternity's endless stillness. Grand Priest, Aquan declared suddenly, if anything fun happens again in Universe 7, tell us immediately. Especially anything about Sun Wukong. Chuanquan added eagerly. As commanded, your omnipotent majesties, the Grand Priest bowed deeply, while inwardly musing. Beerus, and Whis would soon find themselves very, very busy. To be remembered by the Omni Kings was no light matter. Though their intentions might merely be playful, their fleeting whims could reshape entire worlds below. At this moment, information folded into a paradoxical loop. On one front, Sun Wuxing, on the microscopic battlefield of data, had intercepted a malicious high-dimensional hunting signal from an unknown source. Crisis loomed imminent. On the other, at the macrocosmic apex of existence, the Omni Kings, stirred by a trivial ripple in cosmic law, had developed a guileless yet world-altering curiosity about Sun Wukong, whose consequences remained profoundly uncertain. Sun Wukong himself remained utterly unaware. He had just emerged from a disorienting hallucination, a surreal mechanical jungle, and now sat with his family atop Pilaf Mountain, savoring a rare tender dinner, consciously suppressing his unease so as not to disturb their peace. Meanwhile, Vegeta trained relentlessly in the gravity chamber, striving to break through the new bottleneck of Ultra Instinct, entirely oblivious to the converging attentions now bearing down upon him from dimensions both digital and divine. Subterranean currents had coalesced into a vortex. A storm was gathering, not from one direction, but simultaneously from the deepest layers of information and the highest echelons of the cosmos, bearing down upon Universe 7. And at its eye stood Earth, deceptively tranquil, and its guardians. The binary ghost signal detected by Sun Wuxing was like a virus lurking in the digital deep sea, not immediately triggering overt attacks, yet the latent pressure it brought was steadily fermenting. The supercomputer cluster in the underground laboratory of the Universal Capsule Company operated under high load, with the hum of the cooling system becoming the only background sound in this silent space. In Sun Wuxing's emerald eyes, data streams flowed like an unending waterfall as he engaged in a protracted silent information warfare against an invisible opponent. Countermeasure execution log continuously updated information barrier construction, attempting to establish a macro information filtering network based on quantum encryption technology in the outer solar system to intercept abnormal signals. Effect failure. The target signal possesses superdimensional penetration characteristics, rendering conventional barriers ineffective. Signal source tracking, employing high-dimensional spatial geometric mapping methods to reverse trace the signal's origin. Progress stalled. The signal path contained numerous logical traps and self-destruct nodes, leading to loss of traceability upon entering a suspected dimensional fault area. Active information camouflage, releasing a vast number of meticulously designed false life signal data packets in an attempt to confuse the targeting of the hunting protocol. Effect partially successful. Some false data packets were intercepted and analyzed, but the biological characteristic information of the core target Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxing seemed to have been precisely locked in, making it difficult to completely shield. New discovery. During continuous monitoring, several extremely brief low-level probe scans targeting the Earth's network system were captured. The scan targets concentrated on global energy network nodes, communication hubs, and databases of major research institutions. The behavioral pattern resembled preliminary reconnaissance. Their reconnaissance has already begun. Sun Wuxing compiled the analysis results into a concise report and sent it through an encrypted channel to Whis and Bulma. He knew that mere defense was insufficient to counter such a level of threat. Higher-level assistance must be sought, and the worst-case scenario should be prepared for. Destruction of the God Realm. Whis received Sun Wuxing's report, and for the first time a hint of gravity appeared on his eternally calm face. He carefully read the content related to the binary signal and the hunting protocol, his fingers lightly tapping his staff. Cross-dimensional information state life. Hunting protocol. Beerus leaned over to take a look and frowned. What in the world is this? Is it more troublesome than Moro and that Ananke? Indeed troublesome, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. Moro and Ananke at least operated within a framework we could comprehend. But this existence, its mode of operation and technological level completely exceeds the cognitive scope of the seventh universe. They seem to regard us as resources or samples. He pondered for a moment and said to Beerus, Lord Beerus, this matter is of great significance. I need to report in detail to the Grand Minister immediately. This cross-dimensional threat may not be solely directed at the seventh universe. Although Beerus was displeased, he understood the gravity of the situation and waved his hand. Hurry back and forth. If those guys dare to come, I will destroy them along with their lair. Whis' figure instantly vanished, heading to the palace of the Omni King for an emergency report. Earthwest City. Upon receiving Sun Wuxing's report, Bulma immediately set aside all other projects at hand and summoned the top scientists and engineers of the Capsule Corporation. She did not disclose specific details to avoid causing panic, but instead initiated the highest-level emergency RD plan under the guise of upgrading Earth's defense network to counter alien unknown signal interference. Listen up, everyone. Bulma pointed at the complex network topology map projected in hologram in the conference room. We need to encase the Earth in a layer of digital armor in the shortest time possible. The goal is to resist advanced information invasions that current technology cannot decipher. I know this sounds like science fiction, but this is a top command. There is no room for negotiation. Although the scientists exchanged glances, their trust in Bulma and their professionalism prompted them to immediately engage in work. Based on part of the theoretical framework provided by Sun Wuxing, they began designing a new hybrid defense system that combined quantum entanglement encryption, chaotic mathematical algorithms, and biological energy fields derived from Namekian and Psion technology. While it could not completely block that kind of supernormal signal, it could at least increase the difficulty for the opponent's reconnaissance and infiltration and prepare for possible direct conflicts. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong also vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Not through aura perception, but through an increasingly intense intuition, like being targeted by a hidden poisonous snake. Several times during meditation, he nearly captured the illusion of that mechanical jungle and those cold, indifferent electronic eyes, making it impossible for him to calm his mind as before. Sun Wuxing. After a routine sparring session, Sun Wukong called out to Sun Wuxing, who was preparing to return to the laboratory, his face bearing an uncommon seriousness recently. Is there something bad targeting us? Sun Wuxing fell silent for a moment, considering that his father had already sensed something, and with his mental resilience he decided to disclose some information. Yes, father. We may be facing a threat from another dimension that cannot be understood through conventional means. Their targets may include you and me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong did not feel afraid. Instead, a fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Opponents from another dimension. Sounds strong. When will they come? The timing is uncertain, Sun Wuxing replied. The other side is conducting preliminary reconnaissance, and their actions are very covert. We need to remain vigilant, but not overly panic. Mr. Whis and Ms. Bulma are already taking measures. Sun Wukong nodded and clenched his fist. No matter what they are, as long as they dare to cause trouble on Earth, I will send them back. That said, a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. This invisible, intangible, yet omnipresent threat was more troublesome than any enemy he had faced before. In the palace of the Omni King, Whis reported in detail to the Grand Minister about the situation in the 7th universe, including the events surrounding Ananke and the newly discovered binary ghost signal threat. The Grand Minister listened quietly, his face still bearing a gentle expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Only after Whis finished did he slowly speak. Cross-dimensional information state life. Hunting protocol. This is indeed a new situation. As far as I know, similar cross-dimensional interference events have been extremely rare in the history of the multiverse, and they usually come with extremely high risks. He looked at Whis. Sun Wukong of the 7th universe seems to have become a focal point. Not only has he attracted the attention of these unknown entities, but he has also piqued the interest of the Omni King. Whis' heart stirred. The interest of the Omni King. Indeed, the Grand Minister nodded slightly. The Omni King finds it interesting that Sun Wukong engages in emotional dialogue rules. This might become an unexpected variable in addressing the current crisis. He shifted the conversation. However, until the situation becomes clear, the palace of the Omni King will not intervene directly. Whis, Beerus, the safety of the 7th universe remains your responsibility. I will authorize you to access higher-level cosmic monitoring resources to assist in tracing the signal's origin. But remember, do not trigger cross-dimensional direct conflicts lightly, as the consequences are unpredictable. Understood, Whis bowed respectfully. With the support and authorization of the Grand Minister, he at least had more means to respond. When Whis returned to the God Realm and informed Beerus of the Grand Minister's stance, Beerus irritably scratched his head. So it means we still have to rely on ourselves. And we also have to play interesting games with the Omni King. It's such a hassle. However, neither Beerus' irritation, Sun Wuxing's heightened vigilance, nor Sun Wukong's fighting spirit could prevent that silent infiltration. Days later, Sun Wuxing's monitoring system captured anomalies again. This time, it was not simple scanning, but detecting extremely covert, unexplainable data flow anomalies within the power networks of several major cities on Earth, financial transaction systems, and even parts of military communication networks. The fluctuations were very subtle, as if merely system noise, yet their patterns were highly consistent with the previously captured binary signal characteristics. They were no longer satisfied with external reconnaissance and had begun to infiltrate. The storm, though not yet here, had already quietly reached out its icy tendrils, connecting to the pulse of the Earth. The data stream anomaly detected by Sun Wukong resembled the first ripple cast upon the surface of a tranquil lake. Though it did not stir up violent waves, it hinted that the undercurrents below had already begun to surge. These anomalies were not large-scale attacks, but rather an extremely precise, probing infiltration targeting Earth's critical infrastructure. The objectives were clear, and the methods were sophisticated, akin to an experienced hunter gently touching the grass and trees around the prey with their fingertips, testing its reactions before setting traps. Universal Capsule Corporation Central Control Room. Tokyo's power grid hub shows a 0. 03 non-periodic shift in load data with a 92 match to the characteristics of a ghost signal. New York's financial trading system backend has detected microsecond-level command injections with untraceable origins attempting to modify parameters of high-frequency trading algorithms. Brussels' NATO communication node has detected unidentifiable data packet residues within encrypted channels. The content is empty, yet the structural complexity surpasses current decryption technology. Alerts popped up one after another on the massive holographic screen. Although no actual damage had occurred, the pervasive and elusive sense of infiltration rendered the atmosphere in the control room extremely tense. Bulma's face turned pale as she commanded her team to reinforce the firewall and trace the source of the anomalous data streams, but with little success. The attacks from the adversary were ghostly, appearing and disappearing without a trace, rendering current cybersecurity technologies ineffective. Sun Wukong, have you discovered anything? Bulma asked urgently through internal communications. In the underground laboratory, the data streams surged like rivers in Sun Wukong's emerald eyes. Infiltration behavior analysis: the target possesses an exceptionally strong adaptive capability, and the attack patterns continue to mutate, making it impossible to establish an effective defense model. Speculated attack intentions: not immediate destruction, but rather to conduct system vulnerability mapping and potential control point marking. He quickly replied, conventional defenses are ineffective. I recommend initiating the Chaos Barrier Protocol. The Chaos Barrier is an asymmetric defense strategy developed urgently by Bulma's team based on the theories provided by Sun Wukong. Its core is not to block attacks, but to construct an extremely complex virtual environment filled with random logical traps and self-evolving mazes around key systems, significantly increasing the cost of analysis and infiltration for intruders, akin to creating a shifting quicksand marsh around a treasure. Activate the Chaos Barrier. All Level 1 critical systems execute immediately. Bulma issued the command. In core server rooms around the globe, the new defense program began to operate, causing system logs to instantly become as chaotic and incomprehensible as celestial scriptures. This measure seemed to have some effect. The activity level of the anomalous data streams visibly decreased, and the attempts at infiltration became sporadic, as if the intruders were caught off guard by this sudden chaos and needed time to reassess and adapt. Baotou Mountain. Sun Wukong had been increasingly restless in recent days. The feeling of being watched had not only persisted, but had become more concrete and purposeful. He no longer merely saw illusions during meditation. Even during daily meals and training, he would occasionally feel a sense of illusion, as if countless cold, lifeless eyes were calmly recording his every move from an unseen dimension, analyzing his energy patterns, combat habits, and even emotional fluctuations. Damn it! What the hell is it? During a spar, Sun Wukong was momentarily delayed due to this disturbance, allowing Vegeta to land a punch on his shoulder, prompting him to growl in frustration. Vegeta landed after throwing his punch, snorting coldly. Kakarot, what's wrong with you lately? You're distracted and leaving openings. He sensed Sun Wukong's abnormal state, but attributed it to his laziness. Sun Wukong rubbed his shoulder, frowning. Vegeta, don't you feel it? It's as if something is watching us. A very unpleasant feeling. Vegeta carefully sensed again and shook his head. Aside from you and those weak earthlings, I don't sense any strong energy. You're just scaring yourself, aren't you? He trusted his absolute power perception and dismissed such vague intuition. But Sun Wukong firmly believed in his feelings. The instincts of a Saiyan warrior, particularly his heightened intuition after reaching the divine realm, were seldom wrong. He sought out Sun Wukong again to confirm his concerns. Sun Wukong did not deny it. Father's intuition is likely correct. Based on the data model simulations, life forms in higher dimensional information states could potentially possess observational methods that bypass conventional energy perception. Their gaze might be based on direct capture of information itself, or even the fluctuations of rules. This explanation made Sun Wukong even more uneasy. How to deal with an enemy that is unseen, untouchable, and even imperceptible, destroying the God realm. Whis was constantly monitoring the situation on Earth. Through the authority of an angel, he could see a more macroscopic flow of cosmic data than Sun Wukong. He noticed that not only was it Earth, but the entire edge of the seventh universe was experiencing a slow and continuous increase in that anomalous cross-dimensional information flow, as if an invisible tide was rising. What made him more vigilant was that he had detected several extremely subtle scanning behaviors attempting to probe the energy barrier of the God realm. Although these scans were instantly rebounded and obliterated by the defensive mechanisms he had set up, their audacity indicated that the opponent not only possessed advanced technology, but also had a considerable understanding of the universe's top structure, or perhaps an unrestrained exploratory desire. Lord Beerus was transmitted to Beerus, who was wildly destroying a training planet. The situation is not looking good. The enemy's infiltration is escalating, and it seems they have also taken an interest in us. Beerus smashed the planet before him into dust with a punch, irritably shaking his hand. Then let's root them out and eliminate them. Always hiding, it's infuriating. The problem is it's hard for us to root them out. Whis sighed. Their mode of existence exceeds our conventional understanding. Perhaps we need a bait. Bait. A target strong enough and attractive enough to force them to reveal themselves from the information layer and engage in physical interaction. Whis' gaze turned towards Earth. At that moment, Whis and Beerus simultaneously received a highly prioritized, encrypted message from the Grand Minister. The content of the message was extremely brief, yet it caused the expressions of the two top cosmic powers to change drastically. King's Palace Observation Log Summary Authorized Angel Destroyer Event detected anomalous high-dimensional information disturbances suspected to be the source of the current infiltration event in the 7th universe. Anomaly in the disturbance signal a very weak but distinct probing scan residue, pointing to the structural characteristics of King's authority, has been parsed. Assessment: an unknown force has begun to touch the boundaries of the highest authority in the multiverse. Threat level: cosmic grade potential. Directive: enhance vigilance and allow all necessary means to protect the stability of the universe's core. The king is aware and has not yet expressed his stance. Although the message was short, the implications contained within were earth-shattering. The hunter lurking in the shadows was not only targeting the 7th universe, but its tentacles had audaciously attempted to probe the realm of the king. Have they gone mad? Beerus displayed an expression of disbelief for the first time. Provoking a destroyer is one thing, but attempting to probe the king's authority is simply self-destruction. Whis' expression was more serious than ever. It seems that what we are facing is not a mere predator. Their intentions may be far more profound and terrifying than we could imagine. The unknown shadow was no longer content with hunting individual samples. Its ambition seemed to encompass the very rules of the entire universe, even to transcend them. And Earth, along with Sun Wukong and others, undoubtedly stood at the very center of this impending storm of unimaginable scale. The 72 hours of preparation time flew by rapidly amidst an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. On Earth, Bulma and Sun Wukong led their team, tirelessly combining the most advanced technology from Capsule Corporation with some high-dimensional theories obtained from the Ananke incident, urgently creating a special device codenamed Net Trap. This device is not a physical weapon, but a field generator capable of creating high-intensity, localized information singularities aimed at interfering with and temporarily imprisoning potential Reaper information collecting units. In the Divine Realm, Whis utilized his angelic authority to meticulously organize the rules in a selected area at the edge of the cosmic corridor, laying down several concealed space-time anchor points and energy traps to restrict the opponent's mobility and enhance his side's control over the environment. Although Beerus was impatient with such detailed work, he restrained himself, condensing his destructive power with great focus, preparing to deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were making their final adjustments. Sun Wukong no longer pursued the ultimate explosive power, but repeatedly honed the subtle balance of perfectly merging his fiery emotions with the power of the ultimate freedom rule as the silver-gold aura flowed around him, imbued with a resilience of endless vitality. Vegeta continued on his path of pure, while his indigo aura becoming increasingly restrained and profound, resembling a piece of dark iron that had been tempered 1,000 times, waiting for the moment to draw its blade. As the time arrived, everyone entered the passage opened by Whis, returning once more to the bizarre and chaotic edge of the cosmic corridor. Unlike the last time they were passively intruded upon, this time, they were prepared. The selected area was relatively calm, with the surrounding fragments of rules flowing like slowly rotating nebulae, providing natural concealment. According to the plan, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong acted as bait, actively releasing a carefully concocted aura infused with strong life vitality and rule fluctuations. Sun Wukong infused his determination to protect Earth and trust in his companions into the aura, making it stand out like a lighthouse in the darkness. Sun Wukong simulated a highly evolved anomaly information characteristic that perfectly combined logic and life, akin to a rare fruit emitting an enticing fragrance. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Whis concealed themselves in the surrounding turbulence of rules, retracting all their auras like lurking hunters. Bulma monitored the preparation status of the Net Trap device through remote connection. Waiting was excruciating. The only sound in the corridor was the subtle noise of rule fragments colliding and annihilating as time seemed to stretch. Every second was filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's sensor emitted a sharp yet suppressed alarm. High-dimensional information channel detected. Energy readings are skyrocketing. Target approaching. Almost simultaneously, Sun Wukong and the hidden Whis and Beerus sensed an extremely abrupt, cold presence that did not belong to this dimension, penetrating space in an incomprehensible manner, rapidly approaching. There was no light, no sound, and no violent fluctuations of energy. Just ahead of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, a previously calm area of rule fragments was suddenly parted by an invisible hand, revealing a presence that could not be described with conventional geometric language. It was neither a physical entity nor an energy body, but rather a complex luminous information stream that continuously wove and reconstructed itself. Its form changed rapidly, sometimes resembling a rotating polyhedron, sometimes extending data chains resembling tentacles, and at times collapsing into a pure geometric point. It had no facial features, no limbs, yet all who gazed upon it could distinctly feel an icy, pure sense of gaze and intent. The collector unit of the Reaper has arrived. Target identified. Information state life, form primary collector unit. Threat level high. Characteristics physically immune, speculated, highly adaptable to rules, capable of information reconstruction. Sun Wukong instantly shared the analysis results with everyone. The information cluster seemed to look towards Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong as an invisible scanning wave instantly enveloped the two. Sun Wukong felt his life information being peeled away layer by layer, while Sun Wukong's logical core was subjected to an unprecedented torrent of information attempting to crack its structure. Now is the time. Whis' voice resonated in everyone's minds. Activate the net trap. Bulma issued the command remotely. Buzz. An invisible force field suddenly expanded, centered around Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. The spatial rules within the force field were instantly distorted, forming a temporary information cage in an attempt to imprison that information cluster. However, the response of the collector unit was faster than one could imagine. Just before the net trap took effect, its form suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless streams of light akin to a living data flow, effortlessly penetrating the force field's constraints. It was not a violent breakthrough, but as if it had instantly understood the structural rules of the force field and found its gaps. What? Bulma exclaimed in shock remotely. The adaptability to the rules is too strong. Sun Wukong immediately analyzed the reason. It can instantly analyze and adapt to local rule changes. The first wave of ambush has failed. After penetrating the net trap, the information flow instantly reorganized and seemed to have become enraged if it had emotions. It no longer focused on scanning, but extended a tentacle composed purely of information, flashing with dangerous light, striking towards Sun Wukong like a long whip. This strike was not a physical impact, but a direct assault on Sun Wukong's life information structure, attempting to forcibly deconstruct and collect it. Don't even think about it. Sun Wukong's silver gold aura surged, activating the instinct of ultimate freedom imbued with the will to protect. He did not resist Hedon, but moved with an incredible angle, the silver gold aura tracing profound trajectories in front of him, as if weaving an invisible net. The information tentacle struck the aura, but did not explode. Instead, it seemed to become mired in a viscous quagmire, its deconstruction commands being gradually countered and neutralized by the life, vitality, and emotional resilience contained within the silver gold aura. Seizing this opportunity. Playing tricks. Vegeta sprang up from his hiding place. Ultimate self-will concentrated at the tip of his fist, indigo light tearing through space, not attacking the information flow itself, but striking fiercely at a certain node, where the information flow connected most tightly with the surrounding fragments of rules. Vegeta's battle instinct told him that this existence must rely on some kind of rule anchor point. Boom. The rule fragments were blown away in all directions by Vegeta's punch, which contained absolute destructive will. The information flow emitted a sharp deterror-like shriek, momentarily disorienting and dimming. Vegeta's attack seemed to have worked. Piccolo also made his move simultaneously. His powerful mental energy transformed into an invisible shockwave, not a direct attack, but attempting to disrupt the decision logic of the information flow, creating chaos. Whis lightly tapped his staff, and a pure angelic power rained down like purifying light, not as an attack, but beginning to repair the local rules disturbed by the information flow, stabilizing the battlefield environment and weakening its adaptability advantage. Faced with the onslaught of everyone, the information collecting unit seemed to judge that it could not easily succeed and was in a dangerous situation. It suddenly retracted all data streams, its core glowing with blinding white light, clearly preparing to initiate some self-destruct or forced transmission program. We can't let it escape. Sun Wukong shouted, infusing all his emotions and will into his palms as the silver gold aura transformed into a torrent, no longer an attack, but attempting to envelop and permeate the vanishing information core, forcibly reading its residual data. Sun Wukong also erupted with full force, his logical core operating at super frequency, with emerald eyes shooting out substantial data streams wrapping around the target, like chains, making a final interception and duplication of information. Boom! Blinding white light erupted, and a powerful information storm swept through. Everyone was pushed back by the impact. As the light dissipated, the information cluster had vanished without a trace, leaving only some gradually fading remnants of rules resembling ashes. Did we succeed? Vegeta asked, panting. Sun Wukong quickly checked the incomplete data fragments that had just been forcibly intercepted, his expression grave. Data interception rate 12.7. Most core data has self-destructed. Analyzing fragments obtained partial infrastructure information. Confirmed target as an automated unit, ID Reaper 734. Task log fragment collecting high-value life templates. Encountered unexpected resistance. Assessment target universe's resistance strength exceeds expectations. Recommendation increase intervention level. Key information source coordinates detected vaguely pointing to an incomprehensible non-three-dimensional universe coordinate, marked as server farm. Although they failed to capture the entity, they successfully repelled an information collection operation and obtained crucial intelligence. Reaper 734. Server farm. Whis pondered over this information, his gaze profoundly deep. It appears that we are indeed facing a reconnaissance unit sent by a massive system. This brief initial clash with an information state life form made everyone acutely aware of the coming storm's oddity and power. This is only the beginning. The smoke of the initial clash slowly dissipated at the edge of the mystic corridor, leaving behind not the joy of victory, but a deeper sense of gravity. Although the information-gathering unit known as Reaper 734 was repelled, its demonstrated adaptability to rules, information warfare capabilities, and decisive self-destruction at the last moment felt like a bucket of ice water, awakening the fighting spirit that had just ignited within everyone. This was not an opponent that could be dealt with by brute force. Universal Capsule Corporation Underground Command Center. The atmosphere was even more oppressive than before the ambush. Bulma's eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at the data stream returned by the capture net device on the screen. The device itself had suffered severe damage in the information storm, but it successfully recorded the energy spectrum and some structural remnants of the target just before its self-destruction. I can't understand any of this. She rubbed her temples, her voice hoarse. This type of energy encoding and the information structure fundamentally violates the existing physical laws. It's like reading a celestial script written in a language we cannot comprehend at all. Sun Wukong stood nearby with data flowing ceaselessly in his emerald eyes. He was attempting to forcibly fit this fragmented data with the high-dimensional mathematical model obtained from the Ananke incident. Data analysis progress 3. 1. Preliminary matching result. The target energy spectrum exhibits a 17.8 similarity with the known 12-dimensional spacetime resonance model. The information structure contains a large amount of self-referential loops and recursive logic suspected to possess a high degree of self-evolution characteristics. Sun Wukong concluded this is not merely a technological gap, it is a generational cognitive disparity. What we are facing may be a complete technological system built on a higher dimensional foundation. In the God of Destruction realm, Whis and Beerus also wore grave expressions. Whis was using the angelic channel to conduct encrypted communication with the Grand Minister, reporting the details of this clash and the critical intelligence obtained about Reaper 734 and server farm. Grand Minister Whis' voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. The opponent's technological level and operational mode have been confirmed to possess cross-dimensional combat capabilities, and their objectives clearly extend beyond the realm of the 7th universe. I believe this poses a potential threat to the order of the multiverse. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication, followed by the Grand Minister's calm, yet solemn voice. Information received. The Palace of Zeno will conduct a highest priority assessment of this event. Whis Beerus, until further instructions are issued, you are authorized to take all necessary measures for defense and intelligence collection within the 7th universe, but please avoid actively provoking large-scale cross-dimensional conflicts. If necessary, you may request access to the Time-Space Guardian Army observation privileges. Time-Space Guardian Army. Beerus' pupils constricted. It was a mysterious force directly under Zeno, and the Grand Minister responsible for maintaining the stability of the multiverse's space-time, rarely intervening in lower realm affairs. The fact that even they might be mobilized indicated that the situation had indeed escalated to an extreme level. On Earth at Bowsy Mountain, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the cliff's edge, attempting to calm his mind through meditation, but the scenes from that clash replayed continuously in his mind. The feeling of being pierced by information streams with his life structure forcibly analyzed instilled in him an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. No matter how strong he was, it was futile if he couldn't reach his opponent. I must find a new method. Sun Wukong murmured with silver-golden energy swirling around him. He tried to focus his thoughts more intently, not merely sensing the flow of qi, but perceiving the deeper layers of information and rules that constituted his existence. This process was extremely difficult, akin to a blind person trying to grasp an elephant, but he had an intuition that this might be the key to combating the Reapers. Vegeta, on the other hand, was more direct. In the gravity room, he pushed the power of his ultimate self to the limit with indigo flames violently striking against the energy barriers of the training room. He was venting, but also forcing himself to break through his limits. He loathed that feeling of helplessness. He wanted to grow stronger, strong enough to tear apart rules and crush all schemes with pure power. Just as Earth and the God of Destruction realm were preparing for the next confrontation, an unexpected attack, far beyond anyone's imagination, descended without warning. In the seventh universe within the desolate star domain near the edge of the Milky Way, there were no life-bearing planets here, only boundless interstellar dust and cold asteroid belts. Suddenly, the tranquil void rippled violently, as if a stone had been thrown into a still pond. Dozens of immense spatial rifts composed of pure metal and unidentified luminescent materials were torn open without warning. Immediately following, a massive fleet, so large it was suffocating, slowly emerged from the rifts like a steel torrent. These warships bore grotesque and bizarre shapes, completely defying the aesthetics and aerodynamic principles of any known civilization. They were pitch black with surfaces covered in continuously flowing intricate circuit-like patterns, and the bows resembled gaping mouths emanating an ominous dark red glow. Even the smallest escort ship was the size of a moon, while the largest mothership exceeded the size of some small stars. The fleet silently formed an array in the void, exuding a cold, dead, yet overwhelmingly vast presence. This was not an information-based unit of the Reapers, but a tangible, terrifyingly massive entity fleet. Almost simultaneously with the fleet's appearance, the deep space monitoring network established by various civilizations in the seventh universe issued the highest-level alarms. The piercing alarm echoed through the Galactic Patrol Headquarters, Namex God Temple, and even the Universal Capsule Corporation on Earth detected an unknown fleet invasion of colossal proportions. Coordinates L473, star domain at the edge of the Milky Way. Fleet size cannot be estimated. Energy readings exceed cognitive limits. The opponent has not responded to any communication requests. They are accelerating towards the interior of the Milky Way. What? An entity fleet? Bulma jumped up from her chair in shock upon receiving the report. Isn't it supposed to be an information war? How did it turn into an interstellar invasion? Sun Wukong immediately retrieved the monitoring data, his emerald eyes flashing with data. Fleet identification, no matching database. Technological level far exceeds the current level of the seventh universe. Energy characteristics exhibit a faint but definite homogeneous signal with the Reaper information units. Conclusion: this fleet is very likely a physical execution unit dispatched by the Reaper system aiming for large-scale physical eradication or resource collection. They are coming. Sun Wukong and Vegeta also sensed the overwhelming pressure coming from the distant starry sky, instantly appearing in the command center. Piccolo, through Namex's mental sensing network, also felt this heart-pounding threat, his expression exceedingly solemn. Whis and Beerus figures also appeared through projection. Entity fleet. Beerus looked at the colossal steel army on the screen, anger igniting in his purple eyes, finally showing its fangs. Whis' expression, however, was even more grave. No. This is too direct. Given the information warfare capabilities exhibited by the Reapers, there is no need to adopt such a primitive method of physical invasion. Unless... He paused, articulating a chilling hypothesis. Unless the purpose of this fleet is not conquest or plunder, but a more efficient clearing of the field, to eliminate physical obstacles for potential subsequent information-level harvesting. As if to confirm Whis' words, the massive fleet, after completing its assembly, did not disperse to attack the civilizations along its path, but rather advanced straight towards the area of the Milky Way with the densest population and the most active life energy, like a giant comb crushing everything in its path. Wherever it passed, small asteroids and uninhabited planets were directly crushed and consumed by the fleet's energy field, transforming into nourishment for the fleet itself. The true storm was no longer limited to the informational dimension, but had descended upon the seventh universe in the most intuitive and brutal physical form. Earth and all life existing under this starry sky faced an unprecedented survival crisis.